fighting Uruk-hai. Sarma! Looks like me. That's what I'm saying, you
We are going to go through the lore, the infrared Discord. Okay? So sit back, relax. Relax. Because we're going to go through the lore of the infrared Discord. And we're going to go through it together. And it's going to be a great, wonderful time. So, I don't know what this is. It was brought to my attention because many pinged me in the original content section. But apparently there are many things that happen in the infrared community that I am just oblivious toward. I'm not aware of them, all right? And this is just as much new to me as it would to be for any outsider, because I skimmed through this and I saw things I didn't understand. We're going to try to understand it together, but there's a hidden lore of the infrared Discord community, and it's a whole history, and it's by the Duck Society, and I still... What does the duck fucking mean? We don't know. It's been years. It's been like 2 years, and we still don't know what it means. And I'm starting to get paranoid about it. Because we still don't know what it fucking means. And these fucking duck people just happen to know everything. They know shit even I don't know. And they've been here since like the first stream. Alright? So there's something weird about this duck shit. I don't know what it fucking is. But this fucking duck has been here since our like first fucking stream. And I still don't know what it means. I still don't know what it means. Alright? I still don't know what this fucking duck means. Alright, but anyway, these are the terms. Early infrared, before Haas started becoming controversial and was playing it safe, was more friendly to those he debated in the old apartment. Middle infrared, after it started to burn bridges with leftists, debating more people on Twitch, more controversial. Semi-modern, very controversial, broke with the left, banned from Twitch, house surfing, YouTube. Modern infrared, new house on YouTube. I guess, I mean, I'm just too lazy to see if this is a correct... I don't know what this is, alright? I don't know what this is. Discord server distinctions. What qualifies as a faction? Could be a group of people who advocate for something, express a view. Could be a single person. A single person can make a faction? Really? Who makes these fucking rules? This sounds like a rule a fucking duck would make. This is what kind of fucking rule is that? Have to have been established for a month. No off trends that lasted a week. Criteria to be able to say you are ruled or ruling. What is this? I want to know what this is. Have to be public entity to a large... Who's writing these fucking contracts? Alright? Who the fuck is writing these contracts? I don't know. Must be widely known, popular, infamous, general attitude, periods, large amounts of time, interesting persons. Okay, public service announcement. Due to feedback, I have put this here to clarify something about my timeline. People have argued that many events happen all the time, and so I make a specific entry at one time. These are highlighting a point in time, so there's a... Yeah, I mean, it's the new year. You could just say it's the new year, Duck. All right, it's just the new year, and we're trying to have a retrospective. So, coalition of leftoids and old head LARP tankies. I guess this is the first era of infrared, and I mean, this guy was always an asshole who I fucking hate. I've always hated Bad Empanada, this fucking asshole who has underage shirtless boys on his fucking hard drive. I've always hated this fucking sick, disgusting fuck. Yeah, I guess I was friendly with these two, though. I was very friendly with them. Early infrared. The original Discord. 5 months. This period of infrared was characterized by the rule of various leftists. That's fair. That's fair. Many could be, but there was also a lot of, like, fucking, like, it was a lot of chaos, too, because we had a lot of different other ideologies that were just running around, and there was no rules, and it was like, it was Mos Eisley Cantina, is what we used to call it. Mos Eisley Cantina. These were people who held all the clout, they had all the moats, they decided what the discourse was. It was cringe. It was run by people who were rooted in YouTube and other leftist tendencies. A lot of dogmas. The rule of these old guard tankies and leftists, to this day, has had long-lasting consequences. I think so, because they still kind of a fucking thorn in our side, I guess. And now we're mecha tankies, and it's like fully different, so I get what they're saying. July 2021. So thank you so much, Jennifer. Holy fuck.
Based stream. Smiley
Holy
face.
fuck, Jennifer. Thank you. Speaking of lore, Jennifer is the ancient lord. She's an ancient lord of infrared. She was literally here when we had... Jennifer was one of our... I kid you not, one of our first, like, 5 viewers. And that is why she's an FBI agent. Because how the fuck did you find our streams, alright? It was like, I'm not even kidding. The first 5 or 10 viewers, Jennifer was one of them. I'm not joking about that. That is actually a fact, okay? That is actually a fact. And I'm okay with Jennifer being our FBI agent. Because I do, you know what? We don't want to do anything crazy. We don't want anything that's going to get us in trouble. And if Jennifer's an FBI agent, I'm just going to say, wow, you know what? I don't really hate the FBI then. Because... they just want to make sure nobody's doing crazy shit, and we're not doing crazy shit. So it's like, Jennifer just gets to hang out and chill and have fun. And I don't consider it a betrayal if you're an FBI agent. I don't, okay? I don't consider it betrayal, because Jennifer's been great. A federal employee who's just great. Like, someone working at the DMV or something. You know, but, no, in all honesty, like, Jennifer is, like, probably the oldest, most OG person in the server. Not kidding, by the way. One of our first 5 to 10 viewers. No joke. Not joking. I remember my first fucking stream or something, and Jennifer was, like, one of our first chatters. It's insane. Okay? Anyway, but July 2021 to August... esoteric ideological jungle from anything from leftoids to incel Nazis. I think this was like the beginning, to be honest. Like, this was the... See, here's the Duck. I'll tell you the problem, Duck. I don't think we had a Discord this early, did we? I don't remember. But I think when we first started the Discord, the rule was no banning for ideology and no censorship at all unless it's like gore or porn. But then I didn't know we had to enforce Discord's rules. I thought we could just like have it be a free-for-all. I realized we had to enforce Discord's rules, so it's like, okay, we had to start like banning imagery of other pretty much Nazis. Nazis would like spam swastikas and all this shit. And people were like, Haas, you would tolerate people spamming black suns and swastikas? And I was just like, the way I was never a Discord guy, so the way I was thinking about it was like, let's just have it be chaotic. Just literally have like every fucking schizoid thing in there. Unless it's gory or unless it's pornographic. Like, and just like, I believed in like a Darwinian survival of the fittest. Like, I wanted the community to be tough enough to like win. Like, I had faith they would be able to do that, right? Yeah, there were like Nazis everywhere. There was. And the reason why I did that, I said, I don't want a community of pussies. I want you guys to be able to acquire hegemony over the Nazis through actual organic culture, which you did. You did. For a long time, we didn't enforce Discord's rules in banning them, right? And even though we tolerated them, communism was still the prevailing tendency. We still won. And I almost feel bad because Nazis or whatever had to start becoming low key because they would get really fucking bullied. Like outright they'd get really, really bullied, and they would be the ones who would want to like get us banned because we used an organic community method of bullying and like ostracization, and because there's no rules. People, let me put it this way, right? I got to a fucking point where some of these neo-Nazis would come to me and say, Haas, can you like stop these people from bullying me? No, bitch, there's no rules at all. It's a free-for-all. There are no rules at all. Like, literally none. And then eventually we did end up banning them because it was against Discord's TOS. That's why we did it. But we showed no fear. We were not scared of them. We weren't... None of that. We're not pussies. We're communists. That's the legacy of the Red Army. We're not fucking scared of anything. And anyway, they're not real Nazis anyway. They're just fucking dumb LARPers on the internet. Just like anyone else. There's no real ideology on the fucking... It's just dumb LARPers. But yeah, we had a no censorship approach, which I really loved and worked really fucking well. And there would be no infrared community if we didn't fucking have that, right? There'd be no infrared community if we never had that fucking attitude of like Darwinian survival of the fittest, Jack London kind of like, may the best ideology win based on how cringe yours is and how based ours is. And I was obviously a thought leader and an influencer who set the tone of what's cringe and what's not cringe, and the guerrilla army would fall in line. Our community was always chaotic, man. It was always chaotic. And I was here as I was like a bartender. This was Mos Eisley Cantina from Star Wars, and I was just a fucking bearded bartender. And I would just, if things got out of hand, I say, get the fuck out of my cantina. This is gonna... Whatever, but beyond that, I said, I don't give a fuck. Buy your beer, buy your drinks, sit down and leave me alone, right? That was the fucking community, and it was a great time. It was a great time. And that is what molded the guerrilla warrior. That's what molded the infrared warriors, all right? That is what fucking did it. It's like, we didn't have this thing where we were like scared of other ideologies. We confronted and debated everyone. I remember the VCs of the early days of infrared. And you guys were barbarians. I remember Default and the Lenin's. Let's do Lenin said. Who remembers Lenin said? Default MC, Lenin said. The early days of infrared. Where's Lenin said? It's not, I can't search it on YouTube. I can't find it. I can't find it on YouTube. Where is it? It's gone forever? It was Default in Korean bullshit. Here it is. Someone linked it. Finally. So this... This was the OG server, right? It was just fucking crazy.
if you're saying that people like him, if you're saying that people like him,
Lenin said, Lenin said, Lenin fucking said, Lenin said,
trying to win them over.
Lenin
Fuck
said,
that, no. They're tiny fragments
Lenin
of population.
said,
These black
Lenin
nationalist
said,
fucking retards,
Lenin
tiny
said,
population.
Lenin said, Lenin said, Lenin said, Lenin said, Lenin said, Lenin, 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 Lenin said, Lenin people Lenin said, Lenin, oh my fucking gosh, Lenin said,
So these were old days, all right? These were old days indeed of the infrared server. And, you know, that was not really that wild. That was a really tame. There was like a lot of VCs that would go on for hours and hours. So much crazy shit that would go on. And every time me or other mods had to get bothered about shit, we'd get mad. Because we'd be like, you guys should be able to govern yourselves. Every time they tattletale to us, we got upset and we just come in and beat the shit out of everyone. It was like Mos Eisley Cantina, and we're like the fucking people who own the bar, and sometimes we're bartending. And every time there was a scuffle and we had to get involved, we went in there, we just beat the shit out of everyone and say, behave. Because we didn't take sides. We legitimately did not take sides. We did not even take sides with our ideology. We took no sides. Sort it out amongst yourself, don't be a pussy. That's our fucking mentality. That was our mentality in the server. Sort it out amongst yourselves, don't be a fucking pussy. And if you want to challenge the Khan, if you want to challenge Hayes, if you want to challenge me, bitch, then get in fucking VC or forfeit your manhood. That's what we used to do. We had an honor code. No pussies allowed. We didn't enforce ideology-based rules. We still don't. We have to enforce Discord's TOS. But the community, we had incels, we had everything, okay? And most of those people, we did have some rules. We had rules against abuse, though. Like, for example, you couldn't racially attack others personally, or you couldn't attack women personally. Like, there's a woman, you can't just be like, oh, you fucking bitch, you cunt. You can't, but we did have a rule where we could be like, you can demean women in general. You can be racist in general, but you just can't make it personal. That was our rule. It's like you can be ideologically a sexist or a racist, you just can't do it personally, right? That doesn't mean we endorse that. It just means like we were not going to take action and ban people for it. And the reason for that is because we wanted people from scratch. We wanted a selection process where it's like, you learn how. Why do we do this, by the way? Because our basic idea was, in real life, there are no safe spaces. You need to be able to talk to and hold your own and engage with problematic people and politically incorrect people without resorting to authorities to tattletale to. You need to be able to like go up to someone who's like a racist and a sexist and not start crying and wanting to go get them canceled and fired. You have to be able to actually hold your own and be a fucking man or whatever, be a woman. And this like forged a very, very strong community bond at the time. This made the community very close, because you had to be, because it's not like you can tattletale to the mods or the cons or the showrunners as they're called. You can't just fucking tattletale and be like, oh, can you please get them banned? It's like, no, you can't. So the community dynamics pretty much fucking took over. And it was fascinating. But someone considered this to be the golden age of infrared. I think it was too. Honestly, it was. I think this was the most fun in the history of infrared. Honestly, it was, right? The most interesting one as well. This period was mostly seen by the rule of the mob. Yup. Exactly. It was mob rule. It was the best one. It was a mob because no group of people, but it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't viable. And especially when I started getting on Twitch, it's like when you're on Twitch, you have to you have to really rein in on your community, or else Twitch will fucking ban you for cultivating a toxic community. So during the Twitch era, we put shit libs, and like, yeah, we put like feminists and shit libs in charge. And secretly, we did not like them. We didn't like them. It's just like, we had to. We feel like Twitch had a gun to our head, and it's like, okay, then have your fucking blue hair, whatever, moderate our Discord, because we don't want to do it. So you guys come and you fucking do it. You be the Jannies, right? It was mobbed because no group of people could be nailed down as the one true arbiter of the original Discord. The first and only time in IGG history where it was a genuine mix of ideas and philosophies. The straight line was anything from what passed as a purist who like believed in the multipolarity, whatever, Marxism, Leninism, on the left, to an incel Nazi on the right, such as former member of the Discord, Lissandro. I remember Lissandro. I think Lissandro's still in the chat. Is Lissandro an incel Nazi? No, I think Lissandro's, first of all, Lissandro's a self-hating Latino incel who is also a edgelord. He's an edgelord, but would I call him a Nazi? Probably not. I think Lissandro's just like the ultimate edgelord. Is he an incel, though? Yes, he was definitely an incel. At least self-proclaimed one. I don't know if he was really one. Going back to why this was the golden age, may believe this to be so due to infrared not being targeted yet. Very true. Very fucking true. I mean, you have to realize the reason this was such a great environment is because, like, we showrunners and mods had the mentality of, like, we have nothing to lose. We didn't care about anything. We were like, okay, I don't care if... whatever. We don't give a fuck about, like, censoring anything. And it's like, who cares, right? Our mentality is who cares. But then, once we started to build up infrared, and we had, like, bitter ex-mods and shit, and just bitter, like, people from the community we exiled and shit like that, we started to deal with the problem of, like, wait a second, we're having so much fun, and, like, some people can just mass report us and, like, get us taken down and deplatformed. That's when we started to get paranoid and, like, that's when we had to start having a stick in our ass, pretty much. Like, we used to be so chill. We used to be so fucking laid back. Like, oh my god. Showrunners, we let people talk shit to us. We didn't give a fuck. There was no authority at all. Like, we were so fucking chill, right? Just, there was very simple rules, like no sexual anything, no porn, no sexual anything, and then, you know, no violence and no gore. But beyond that, it's like, we didn't care. But then when we started to realize that, like, the community we built up, thank you so much, Flacco.
Will we get a showrunner live stream anytime soon for old time's sake?
Possibly, yeah. I think we did have one with Ezra about a month ago or something. I do remember that. But yeah, sure. But no, like, I remember that at this time it was like we were so fucking laid back, right? And then we realized, like, there's bitter people who can just, like, report us and everything will be lost. The community we built would be lost. All of the growth we saw would be lost. Everything would be lost. And that's when we started to have a stick in our ass. We were like, okay, now we're going to be, you know, fucking narcs, pretty much. Now we're going to have to be cops and actually have to be, like, authoritarian, whatever. It was bad, you know? But at this time, it was still so chill. People could get into heated arguments, throw on ideas. I mean, you could still kind of do this, but there's a lot of oversight now because there's so many bad faith. Here's the problem, right? Infrared was really a test of, like, how far people will take it to try and fucking destroy everything. We were such libertarians. We allowed so much free speech. But then there's fucked up people, like really fucked up people who are into gore, who are into porn, even fucking, you know, pedo people and shit, and they just come and ruin it for everyone. Then they force us to be like, you know what? We're gonna hammer down, we're gonna fucking rule with an iron fist now. These fucking people ruined it for everyone, right? These satanic, abnormal, inhuman, type of like MK Ultra Discord test subjects. Keep in mind, we showrunners, we're new to Discord. We were not on Discord before. We're not like on Discord servers. I wasn't, at least. We didn't know like the extent of the Satanism, derangement, and evil that was on Discord. So, you know, that we pretty much had to confront that, and it's kind of tragic, but it, you know, it was necessary for discipline. And I'm glad it happened. When not a long period of time, it is remembered fondly by those who remember it as a great time to be a member of IGG. Yeah. Yeah. I think to this day we have the most unique community because we really don't ban for ideology. You can come in the Discord and have any ideology you want. That's so rare. Can you go to like Hakeem's Discord and be like a fucking, you know, like a fucking like a anarcho-capitalist or some shit? You can't, right? Can you go to Hakeem's Discord and be like we have so many fake liberals in our Discord too. Like we have a lot of liberal parody accounts. Like we have a lot of people who just pretend to be like shit libs just to like troll. Like we have people that come in and are like, I love NATO and I love Ukraine.
There's a close correlation between infrared members and having a chain-smoking father, which makes me wonder, is your father a cigarette smoker, Us?
Nope, not at all. Thank you so much, Patreon. Let me tell you something. Look what pussies NAFO are. NAFO actively go out of their way to censor Russian propaganda, right? We don't even censor the pro-Ukrainian people. They come in our Discord and they get bullied and made fun of, but we don't censor them. It's like so many trolls come on our Discord and like, I love the EU, I love NATO, I love Ukraine. And like everyone's just like, nobody gives a fuck. Like we have so many people like that. Like so many in the fucking Discord, right? And I think that's why we had so many unique personalities in our Discord too. Because when you think about it, so few political communities on Discord, maybe besides the politics Discord, allow so much like freedom. Like so few of them. Like how many tanky communities can you go to and just like have any ideology you want? Right? There's debaters in ShowQ. Okay. Tell them to stay there, because I'm gonna... Yeah, we are gonna debate them. But I'm gonna finish this first. And then we're gonna get into the debates. Yeah, it was a great time. The Reign of Terror. August 2021 to February 18th. Yeah, that probably sounds... That's probably correct. The Reign of Terror is the longest lasting period. It was also the single most important and defining period. Purposefully forgotten by many due to the heavily banned nature of it. But for those who remember, and especially those who lived through it, almost none have anything good to say. In the dark, the Lamb walked, unaware of the terrible fate that was in store for it. Pity the Lamb, for no one else will. Yeah, I guess this was a scary time in Infrared's history. But I think I know what they're referring to. I think I do. I think I remember what this is referring to, right? Thank you so much, Free. Appreciate you, man.
Long live Infrared.
I think I know what this is referring to. Thank you so much, Farrakhan. Appreciate you.
Infrared is admired by many. Even Joel and Keith would speak highly of you. Infrared is inevitable. You created such an amazing community.
Thank you so much, Farrakhan. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. This period of the Discord was presided over by the tyranny of an unmentionable being. Oh. While on the surface, this period was no more insidious than any other, there was a deeper evil just below. It was characterized by the slow but steady implementation of woke ideas disguised as Marxist ones. Yeah, yeah, kind of. I think so. That was also because I was on Twitch. And, you know, I was just like, yep, let the libtards take over. It'll save my Twitch channel, and we won't be censored. The tyrant took their time planting the seeds of their beliefs into everyone who was able to bear witness, gaining popularity, and with that, their ideas became popular. None were safe from the wrath, from the most distinguished members of the Infor Discord to the newest member. Nobody could or would speak out. To do so was a death sentence. You guys are a little too free. I should just do that again, shouldn't I? Everyone's a little too relaxed. That's what I noticed. People are a little too relaxed now, you know? Maybe I should like get some Radlib, you know, Gestapo type of moderation going. Even by the mobs of the indoctrinated or the being itself. Eventually it did end for reasons that are banned from being talked about. To this day, none have upheld such influence over infrared. It was an unprecedented phenomenon that had taken place, and we never have to experience something like this again. You know what fucking killed me too? This was also the time I was being canceled on Twitter, and everyone decided I was like a fascist, whatever. Like, at this time, I wasn't even an anti-woke lefty. I was just like an orthodox Marxist-Leninist. And then like everyone on Twitter was like, oh my god, Haas is like the next Hitler or something. And then when you go to our Discord, it's like so woke. Like, our Discord at this time is so fucking woke. It's like we, all the mods are like feminists and shit, and it's like, it's not a fun place to be if you're like even remotely conservative at all. And it was just such a weird contrast. Like, everyone in the community was so entertained and amused by how, like, on Twitter, everyone was like, oh, Haas, you're an incel, you're like a misogynist. And it was like, it's so far from the truth in reality. Like, everyone knew that was so far from the truth in reality. But I have grew to hate leftists so much in the years after that. Now it's like I am kind of like some kind of incel or misogynist or whatever now. Like, I'm obviously not an incel if you mean like involuntary celibate, but like now it's like I will unironically say shit like women like are bad leaders. I don't know, like, I'll say like sexist shit now. I'll say misogynist shit now that I used to not say, you know, but it's so weird. I was never like this incel misogynist kind of guy. It was just like leftists on Twitter kind of like projected that into reality. And I guess it became true, right? Like, I became actually someone who's like calling bitches hoes and shit now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is true. And I guess, why is it true? I don't know. I forgot why I'm a misogynist. I kind of forgot. It's it's just because all the dumb shit they say. Like, a lot of times feminists just say such stupid shit, and I'm just like, bitch, shut up. Unironically, go in the fucking kitchen. Just shut the fuck up. You're literally a fucking idiot. That's what it fucking is. It's just stupid fucking people, right? Anyway, I don't think I'm misogynistic. Like, I'm not butthurt about women. It's just like, I've just lost a lot of respect for them. That's the point. Anyway. Yeah, that shrimps on a barbecue. What the fuck is this? It's all downhill from here, and we just passed hell. Who is the Duck Society? There was a Duck Society at this time? When did you say this? I don't remember you saying this. Well, you guys were having secret meetings or something about this? Were you guys just fucking having meetings or whatever? Like, what the fuck was this? Okay, let's see. This mini period is definitely a horrible one. It has no redeeming qualities, a genuinely dark spot. To be argued, this shrimp period deserves to be its very own thing, or the rise of the shrimps is almost directly correlates with the reign of terror it's being lumped in. So what was this period about? Degenerate coomers who started ejaculating and messaging anything female they could find. I don't remember this. When was this? Because we banned everyone who was like this. We saw a huge spike in horny posting. People were talking. See, I was just an absent father. I didn't know anything. I had no idea this was going on. People were talking about the people they've had sex with, their favorite position. Pegging? Who the fuck was talking about pegging? And openly pleasuring themselves to females in the Discord and screenshots elsewhere. Many tried and failed to fight against all this sick stuff. Thank you so much, Farrakhan.
Only someone like Zolo would be capable of making this
No,
low.
it was the Duck Society. It wasn't Zolo. But thank you so much, Farrakhan. To this day, it's unclear why exactly nothing was done. Thankfully, with the end of the Reign of Terror, the shrimps were shamed into extinction. What? How long did this last? Till Feb? I don't know. I have no idea what this. The Tomato Town Blues. How did we get here? Infrared General Chat. Another dark and depressing time contained within the Reign of Terror. This was one that concerned the highest levels of infrared. It was Haas himself. A forgotten period. Haas was mentally in a dark place. What? Yeah, I think I was. Yep, that's so true. I was in a dark place. How did you know? He was sleep deprived, distrustful of others, and overall hanging on only to continuing to grow infrared. Yeah, this is so fucking true. At this time, I was like, it was mainly because of like, I was starting to get a lot of hate. This is when I started to get a lot of hate. So I was just kind of like, you know, look, it didn't tear me apart. But it does kind of get to you when everyone on the internet hates you. At first, it does, right? And I challenge anyone to get hated by everyone and see, like... I see people get a small amount of hate and they can't fucking handle it, right? So, you know... It's not that it bothered me. It's just, like, it was a new experience which had existential... Like, I had to, like, think about what is the meaning of life? What am I here on Earth for? All that kind of stuff. Haas during this time was increasingly frustrated with the YouTube chat and the Discord for constantly trying to help him by suggesting dumb changes to the infrared formula or being armchair therapists. Haas would go as far... Oh, this was... No, you have this wrong. Duck, you got this wrong, man. This was spring of 2021. Where I was like, my insomnia problem? That's what this was. This was the insomnia problem. And I had to take edible gummies from a dispensary to help sleep. Made him feel funny. Made him dream weird stuff. Very true. Got over it. Yeah, I don't think that was a correct timeline. The Gang of Five. Who the fuck are these? Another spat in the dark period was a microcosm of events which were overshadowed by a period. Zimmers was the alien, a mentally ill person who became a quick laughing stock of the Discord, mainly for being a Joe Biden supporter. Again, probably a troll, right? Just like Stannis was. Maya, a college student whose side job was being a prostitute, probably the most well-liked of the Gang of Five. She was a menace on the Discord. Maya subscribed to a weird form of black nationalism, which was dubious for many reasons, later explained. Yeah, like, Maya hated black men. That's what I remembered. And I don't know why we tolerated Maya's disrespect. It was mainly because, like, she was such a... It's like, why were you here? She was so random. Like, what are you doing in this fucking tanky community? No one understood it. But all I remember from Maya is that, like, every time I would be in the general chat, Maya would just come at me talking shit. She would be like, she would say some shit like, you look like a fucking hog, or some shit. Yeah, and it's like, she didn't know anything about politics. Maya was, like, politically illiterate. It's just like, I guess, roaming bands of mentally ill Discord personalities stumbled on ours and decided they were going to make our Discord their home. Crocodile was a tanky who had many disagreements with the general population of early Discord. Strange figure, whose idea later be vindicated in some way. It is unknown if he was ever got to see himself proven correct, for he was banned. I don't know who that was. Wheelbarrow, engineer from Team Fortress 2. was a schizophrenic man who was banned. Is there no... Okay, is that it? Why is he part of the Gang of Five then? What was so I didn't know any... I only recognize Maya, honestly. I don't know anyone else in this Gang of Five. Like, what was significant about this? I guess he was a schizophrenic man who was banned. Iron, and that's the Snorlax cowboy guy, was a very unsavory character. He is a 30-year-old man in Canada with an ex-wife and a kid. He described himself as a fascist and would frequently go on anti-leftist rants and would say questionable things about minorities when prompted. His worst trait, and ultimately his downfall, was his satanic fixation on his fetish preference for femboys, which would get him banned. I don't remember who this is. I don't know who this is. I only remember Maya. Actually, honestly, because I was just so baffled by them, by their presence. But I don't... Apparently, there were even weirder people than Maya. So... Okay. Zimmer's lands on Earth. One of the Gang of Five, Zimmer's, is a mentally ill person who suffers from body dysmorphia. They subscribe to a typical leftist Vosh line of supporting Democrats because of harm reduction. This made them a punching bag for the most part. Though these struggle sessions were nice, Zimmer's is mostly known for something else. Zimmer's was a massive degenerate, which was mostly fueled by their body dysmorphia. They would go on long, creepy tangents about areas of their body. Where did this fucking happen? Why did I never witness any of this? Where was this happening? Was this happening in VC? Like, where was this happening? Ending them with a creepy Pepe the Frog emote. They met there, and during their tail end of the Reign of Terror, slain by the being itself, ensuring they would never return. Well, okay, well, thank God, honestly, because I don't know where this was happening, but thank God it was. September 1st to September... 1 month, March of the Ducks. I don't remember the March of the Ducks. I don't remember this happening. This is the single most random but also brightest mini-period within the Reign of Terror. This mini-period was characterized by the silly rule of a member of Infrared called Duck Society and his Duck Lobby. Duck Society had been around for a while, spreading his ideology of duck supremacy. However, his Duck Lobby grew huge heights in September. This allowed him to expand upon the separate infrared idea of the Goose Deep State, which was the idea that geese secretly ruled the world and that they are demonic entities. Duck Society also... Is that what it is? This is what it is? I don't understand this. I still don't fucking get it. Duck Society also started a trend of reacting to announcements with duck emotes, bringing his popularity to his highest point, even being questioned by multiple showrunners about the Duck Lobby. Haas has confronted Duck Society about the duck meme multiple times, asking for an explanation. To this day, Duck Society has not given one. Why? What is it? You're not going to include it in the fucking thing? I still don't know what it fucking is. They still haven't given an explanation. So what is it? Even to this day. Why? Unfortunately, this was the peak of relevance for Duck. Never has the Duck Lobby been as popular. It has been known that Duck Society made infrared history. And okay, you know what? I give up. Maya and the Pay Pigs. This was 1 month long. Well, where was I for all of this shit? All right, what is this? One of the most infamous personalities, known even by Haas himself, Maya, was in town. One of the Gang of Five, this black woman took the Discord by storm. She was a college student that had a side gig of selling inappropriate pictures of herself to any guy who would pay. She called any guy who bought her photos pay pigs. She was a self-proclaimed black nationalist. Did she sell her fucking photos in our Discord? Does anyone know if she sold them? Because if that actually happened, someone needs to be purged. Some mods need to be purged if that shit was going on. Alright? Someone cash apped Maya from the Discord. And who was overseeing this? Who were the mods that were allowing this to happen? Saying and calling them banned. Oh, she hated black men. Yeah, I remember that. Even advocating away taking their citizenship. This is what got her banned, which was considered ridiculous at the time due to her many other offenses against her own people. People chalk up to the mods and Haas. No, don't chalk this up to me, all right? I was a victim of Maya. All that would ever happen to me is get attacked. Every time I type in general chat, I'd be taking a shit at 3 a.m. Be like, hey guys, what's up? Maya would just respond, you musty ass. Every time. Every time. And why did I tolerate it? I don't know. I believe it or not, I allowed people to talk shit to me in general. I used to do that. July 1st. Click here to instantly destroy the globalist world order. No scam. Nothing's going on. Download it so we could achieve... Oh, no. No, not the Genshin Wars. No, what the fuck? No, this is a disaster. Oh, God, I don't even know if I want to bring this up. All right, well, let's get into it. This month was dominated by and around an infamous debate within the old server. It was known as the Genshin Impact Incident, where two sides argued whether the game Genshin Impact was based or cringe. To give a background, the Discord at the time was more overtly anti-anime, and many actively sought out things to roast. One member of the Discord, whose identity is lost to time, made a decision that would shake the world. He brought up Genshin Impact and said it was cringe, anime, and a pedophile bait due to certain characters looking underage. This was followed by a turn to chaos as people rushed to the defense of Genshin Impact, saying it was a Chinese soft power as it actually is a Chinese game. Thus we should leave it alone, as Genshin Impact is very popular, so China benefits. Both sides fought passionately, however, ultimately the incident was brought to an end by direct intervention of the showrunners. Yeah, it was Ezra, who banned talking about the game for a while. And Ezra made a legendary post defending Genshin Impact to this day remains controversial. So, to give a background, the Genshin incident was, if you don't understand, it was a race war that happened, pretty much. People who were coming from Asian backgrounds were kind of like defending Genshin Impact, saying like, no, this is like huge thing in Asia or something like that. And then there was, I guess, non-Asians who were like, no, it's degenerate and it's anime. And it was such an intense confrontation that it became like a proxy for some kind of fucking race war or something. And it like actually almost broke the community. Like many people have tried to break the community, right? Many people have tried. Usually over like stupid political things that never work, right? But this is one of the things that actually almost did end the community. Because it's like, our community is like, it's literally a horde. We have like we have like Asians, we have black people, we have Muslims, we've got like everything. We got the white people, we have everything in our community. And like this was like a race war or something, right? So it was, I actually like to call it the Genshin race wars, but yeah, that actually almost did end the community. But then Ezra came and he just like shot a gun in the air and he banned any discussion of it for a while. And I was absent for this. I was informed about what was going on after it kind of like happened, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And Ezra explained it to me, and he was like, I'm just gonna take care of it. And I'm like, it's all you, man. I have no idea what I wasn't even on the Discord. I was like busy doing something else. I was not a very like, I'm still not a very active Discord guy, so like, you have to understand all this shit that happened, like I am not aware of what's going on. Like I come every once in a while into general chat when I'm taking a shit. I'm barely ever in VC. I don't think I'm ever in VC. And you know why I'm never in VC? Because every time I go in VC, people, like, random people will join and just, like, shout questions at me. And it's like, I can't even chill with my own people. Whatever, it's fine. Like, random people will come and they'll use it as, like, the time to, like, be like, oh, Haas, I want to ask you about something. And it's like, bruh, and I can't even chill with my people. That's fine. Fine. Just be a lonely guy. But anyway, yeah, Mar and Bolshevik Blade had, like, a huge confrontation. Yeah, I think I was at the... I don't know where I was, but I was not here for it. 99% of the... See, sometimes in our Discord, I'll go on the Discord, and I'll just, like, see, like, 200 people in VC. And there's a huge explosive thing going on. And I'm never there. You want to know why I'm never there? Because if I ever join these VCs, everyone stops and is dead silent, and they're like, oh my god, Haas is here. So, like, all this shit only happens when I'm not there, you know? Pretty much. Because I'm, like, a streamer. And it's, like, it's awkward for people to, like... Because they don't know whose side I'm going to take, right? If I decide I'm going to take this person's side, people are not going to be as aggressive. So when I'm gone, that's when everything pops off in the fucking Discord. Every time. And I'm always gone. I'm never there, right? And I don't want to be there either. I don't want to be bothered about these dumb disputes. Leftist theocrats and early Pat Socks. The period of infrared that followed the end of the Reign of Terror was an interesting one. It was overseen by the rule of left theocrats and the early Pat Socks. The main characteristics, they didn't figure out what they believed. They just went into what was trendy. Gorilla cells. What was this? I think this was a little later. The inferior and more dumb fans of infrared. Shout out the Gorilla Cells. I love the Gorilla Cells. Shout out the Gorilla Cells. But these Gorilla Cells latched on to patriotic socialism and used it against a shield of rightful criticism whenever they came off as American chauvinists. Back to the left theocrats, these are not like the theocrats of today's IGG. They were very different. Subscribing to whatever religion, version of socialism, they would be like the prophet was Marxist, Jesus read Lenin. They're so detached from other theocrats of today that someone could reform takfir on them. Left theocrats have been common since the first days. They're multiplied during these months. A turbulent period between the Reign of Terror and the pseudo-philosophers, which many describe to left theocracy, turned into regular theocrats. That's so fucking true, actually. Like, they started out as, like some kind of, like, syncretic whatever, and then they just became, like, full theocracy. Unable to reconcile religion with ideology. The Pat Stocks went extinct within the Discord after Haas made a stream debunking patriotic socialism. The El Domino Hispano. LARP, it's all LARP, it's true. A random gorilla cell in response to seeing a Hispanic man breathing. What? So, another turbulent mini period of IGG, this one was dominated by the huge Hispanic lobby of infrared. Well, sometimes it almost had a chill vibe to it, with people just conversing about interesting stuff. Most of the time, it came down to conflict, as this period was also when Pat Socks ruled. Many of these Pat Socks being gorilla cells, the inferior version of infrared cells. So they were easy to anger and would set on defending America from any accusation. Came off as chauvinism. It's manifested as the Pat Socks crashing chat in the middle of Hispanic hours to call everything LARP. Regardless of this, Hispanics pushed on, even thrived, creating their own groups and platforms for others to participate in. The Hispanic lobby mostly broke to this day, is a shadow of what it once was. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, if you say so. Heisenberg's world. What? Weep, O unbelievers, for he stands among us. He truly mastered the parasocial. Kaiserberg, I don't trust Kai. I always thought Kaiserberg was like an op. I never trusted that guy. He's still in the Discord. It's like, I was like, here's Kaiserberg. I always thought he was like a Pat Sock member. He's the king of landing jokes, the master of storyteller. He's the most parasocial out of any of us. Started off in a wrong spot, like many heroes. He was uninteresting early in his time. Chat would call him an NPC. Spawning the now forgotten Discord meme of Kaiserbot. That's funny. Conveying the sentiment that people thought he was just a robot and said random things. That would all change in July 2022. It's not entirely clear why, but he became incredibly popular. No more was he Kaiserbot. He was akin to a force of nature to IGG. Everything he says is comedy gold, or even the complete truth. Beloved by everyone, he's even a known entity to the showrunners who talk to and about him, which is something many can't say. He's bullied. He still carries a lot of influence. In December 2022, he was put in quarantine. The general chat rioted and demanded his freedom. I see. Okay. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Oh my god. If it's worth knowing, I need to. If it's not worrying, I'll dig it up when I have to. This is a quote that perfectly describes this mini period of infrared. The main character of this period is Omni Jargo, who's a Bengali living in Canada for college. He's a terrifying and calm figure, hiding in the shadows. He also has a knack for knowing any dirt on anyone in the Discord. He has exposed many people in struggle sessions. He'll start talking mad stuff to whoever or whatever he deems necessary. And if it gets truly heated, he busts out screenshot of compromising things related to the target. He became famous by spreading a Facebook by the owl Cambodian man called Theory... Oh, the fake book. I thought it was Facebook. Theory of National Identity and Social Cohesion. Yeah, he like that was when we started doing Twitter Spaces, and like he was like fucking going on Twitter Spaces and basically like calling people's bluff. He'd be like, "Oh, have you read Pol Pot's book, Theory of National Identity and Social Cohesion?" It's like, and it was a made up book, right? And yeah, that was a thing that happened. This fake book fooled many leftists who pretended to have read the book to look smart. While today he rarely exposes people, he is still a very tough guy who doesn't go down without a fight. Yeah, Omni, yeah, I guess so. I don't know much about him, actually. But, yeah, wouldn't surprise me. The first, second, third, fourth, and sixth ultra mega super hyper soy war of annihilation between East Asian civilization and the Abrahamics. Oh my god, I hated this shit. I remember this fucking shit. I fucking hated this shit. Truly an epic time of heroes, villains, and tragedy. The Hyper War was a mini period in time where East Asians and East Asian diaspora fought a war against the Abrahamic members of the Discord. It was started by an Abrahamic bragging about the amount of believers in China, believers in God in China, which led to an explosive reaction by a member of the Discord, Korean Bolshevik. It was all downhill from there. The war was mainly about East Asians going on long rants and lectures about respecting East Asian sovereignty and emphasizing the different civilizational reality. About how East Asia was more atheistic or even pagan in the Abrahamic sense of the words. It always seemed to get worse as these conversations went on, with many sides weighing in on the conflicts. When one of the main propagators left the server, the wars ended, putting to bed a very mentally ill chapter of IGG. Oh my god. Oh man. I love how nobody asked me to weigh in on anything. I like that. I don't want to be bothered about your dumb, retarded fights. The LaRouche people and pseudo-philosophers. You know, it's so funny. Like, everyone on Twitter is like, oh my god, infrared is just like a LaRouche op. And it's like, that was just like a period. That was like a period in the Discord. But it was not, like, that's not the whole thing. We had a fucking duck period too. So, you know, it's like, you know what I mean? Building the land bridge makes you wish for a nice can of root beer, as some would say. It's a strange period, as you can't really tell that it ever ended or why it did. Characterized by the rule of a merger of people who follow LaRouche and pseudo-philosophers. We can't get into the whole platform of LaRouche here, but a brief summary from Iron Boy states that China is doing the American system. The USA is doing the British system. China did not really copy America's homework, so to speak. They are doing something which had some influence from the USA, but not entirely, that we would call the American system. It is worth noting that LaRouche people tend to be stereotyped as Mussolini socialists, who use the City of London as a cope to deflect from any wrongdoing America's ever done. Where this comes from is unknown. The pseudo-philosophers have always been around, but they seem to be a loud minority. These types use many words, write whole books just to say nothing ultimately. Nor have they read the stuff they talk about, mainly learning this stuff from osmosis or making it up as they go. It was a mixed bag, with Haas making many new acquaintances and getting good content from members of the Discord like Pesto Mime, with the negative word being word salads everywhere. Huh. Yeah. October 2022 to today, Jehu and RTSG. Depending on who you ask, this is the most unexpected or even mysterious takeover in the history of the Discord. Others will see that it was a long time coming. So far, this period we're living in, as of this writing of this timeline, has been a chaotic upheaval of the Discord dogmas. Spearheaded by the secret society known as RTSG, their rule is a tough one that would have come around eventually. As mentioned before, they waged war on established dogmas, breaking the power of the LaRouche lobby and driving out the philosophy cells who say nothing but jibber-jabber. The theocrats have also assisted by waging a war, yet to be determined as ironic or not, a war on Marxism. I think, yeah, because Omni is like against Marxism now or something. Is that a meme or is that real? I don't know. But I guess, yeah. Next is the Jehu acolytes. They are a mysterious bunch following an unknown figure, compared to Haas at least, known as Jehu. Their main representatives in the Discord is Rev. Yeah, Rev is the fucking high priest of whatever this... Rev is the high priest of this shit. Popularized the phrase, communism is free time and nothing else. They are a group that is normally in a peace between infrared. This coalition is a strong one, and it really could last a long time. Only time will tell. November to today, Heaven's Light guides IGG. If only you knew how pious it really is. An interesting developing mini-period. The so-called religion cells are growing in power. I've noticed that too. I think a lot of that was because of Kanye. Something. As this is a new group, it's hard to tell where it's going. This new group seems to promote anti-communism and support a turn toward theocratic ideas in the infrared Discord. Yeah, there's like a few people, I think. I don't think they're ruling right now, though. It is a new phenomena, though, definitely. Kind of surprised me. One could make the assumption that the theocrat types are remnants of the old leftist theocrats who rejected Marxism in favor of whatever religion they subscribe to. Prediction by Corrupt is either the theocrats will succeed in overthrowing the now weakening hold of the Marxists, or there will be a campaign to drive the theocrats out. Only time will tell. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that one. This is like a guidebook for our ops to like fucking accelerate chaos in a Discord. Yeah, I'm an accelerationist though. Let it happen, I guess. How do I weigh in on this? Well, showrunners and myself will always be Marxists or anything. That's the truth. That's the truth. And if it comes to a point where religion cells are just like trying to rebuke everyone and being fucking annoying, we're not gonna ban them, obviously, but I will start calling it out and being like, shut the fuck up. If they start being annoying and like just like rebuking everyone all the time and shit, I'll just be like, bruh, shut the fuck up. It's like I will intervene. Yeah, I will. So they're gonna have to do like a coup or some shit. I think it's just religious. I think it's just religious people though have a place in infrared, which is true. They do. Like non-Marxist, non-communist religious people do have a place here. But it's not gonna like, they're not gonna drive out Marxism. They're not gonna drive out I mean, the only way they could do that is if they debate the showrunners on it. But other than that, Marxism is always gonna be probably the dominating force on IGG. I think it would have to get to the point where I lose the debate. You know? Hero of Infrared. This is a rather sad phenomena that has developed within the Discord as of late. It is in the stagnation of Heroes of Infrared. Once the blue role was seen as a prestigious badge of honor. It was the highest honor a showrunner could bestow. As many within the Infrared Discord have said, this is no longer the case. Heroes of Infrared are shunned. I didn't fucking know that. I didn't know they were shunned. Exiles within the community. Why is this? Many say that it's because the hero role no longer means much. The role has been... Yeah, it has been given out to too many fucking people, alright? It's like, there's like fucking there's 13 of them online now. I don't recognize half of them. So yeah, it is like, it just is being given out. Like, is there like a corrupt mod who's selling it? Some shit? Are some people just fucking selling that role or some shit? It's so like weird. Like everyone has it now. Anyone can get it. Make one meme, Hero of Infrared. Help out Haas once. Easy way to the top. All of this is simply made worse by the rather lackluster showing of a lot of the heroes. Both present and historically, many heroes simply vanish into the wind after getting the role. The problem is that the hero is a bad look for the community, saying or doing things that tarnish the role. Some, like Bombardier, have advocated for a system of reviewing heroes and culling the bad apples.
We were calling them blue licks for a while.
Who do you want to cull? Who are the bad apples you're talking about? Call them out. Oh no, August. Sweden perfected Germanic autism. That's what August says. What is this called? Sweden for post-incelism. With post-incelism being made by August, not much is known about it. August was allowed to promote it on stream. August plans to release a manifesto in the near future of post-incelism. Stone 8, what is this? What is this? I don't even know what to expect with this one. And this is supposedly happening now. This is a new period by Beast from the East on December 31st, with the declaration being, I declare a mammoth... Is that it? Is that fucking it? One fucking guy declares a mammoth deep state, and now it becomes a fucking era? Is that how this works? You could just be one fucking guy and just fucking... Alright. Mammoth himself is an enigmatic character, but a very dedicated member. He has made many projects for the Discord that will not be named... What?
As a non-Marxist, I recognize that Marxism is part of what makes this movement special.
Thank you, PJ. I appreciate that and I respect that. Thank you so much, man. He's also a hero of infrared. Bro, I don't... This is so mysterious. Like, he's made many projects that will not be... Why not? Miscellaneous. Thank you for everyone. This is scratching the surface of the real timeline. You know what you need to do? You put this in the infra wiki. You need to put this in the infrared wiki. We need an infrared wiki, and you just put all this shit in there. So copy and paste all of these entries into the infrared wiki. Honestly, like, that's what we need to fucking do, right? I am myself gonna start doing wiki entries for the hate stalkers of infrared. I'm gonna do like I'm already drafting a Johnny Socialism and Andrew Saturn one. It's gonna like have all of their alts and like all the shit they've been doing, like documenting a lot of shit. So I'm doing that. We need to like start documenting everything in the wiki. Yeah, we have an infra wiki. Yeah, it is a thing. Infra wiki, you should just make it open source and just let the community just write everything. Just make it open source. We just like we will do everything, you know? Alright, we're gonna do debates now. We have some people requesting to debate. What is this? There's a hierarchy? This is, what is, I don't, okay. Concell, Haze, Infracells, Mar, Genti, Mirek, Voidburn. Yeah. Where's Prism? Oh, Prism's here. Gorilla Cells, Majority, Tank Cells, Tank!
Base.
Thank you so much, Siderite.
And thus we now enter the era of the quack historian. He who is victorious writes the history. Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, Siderite. Appreciate you. The Pat cells. These are not, I think we should have an even worse one for, like, the real scum. Because I think Saturn and Johnny are actual scum. These are, like, scum. And Flame of Liberation's like an actual scumbag. You may dislike these people, but like I don't think they're on the same level as like these guys are like on the same level to me as like a fucking rapist or some shit. These are like scum. These are really big scumbags. Like genuinely evil, scummy fucking people, right? Anyway. Let's get it going. Let's get the debates going. Go ahead. Go ahead. Speak your piece. Go ahead and speak your fucking piece. Holy shit. Stop wasting our time. Alright, if you don't fucking talk in 15 minutes... How old are you? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
Hold on. Let me.
All right. How old are you? How old are you? You're 19 years old. Have you debated me before? Okay. No, be honest about your real age. The server is 16 and up.
Yeah.
Now the server is 16 and up. Yeah, it's 16 and up.
I turned 19 in a couple days.
I'm pretty sure this guy's fucking underage. Yeah, this is an 18.
Literally not.
Right.
How do you want me to prove I'm not? Are you just running? How do you want me to?
You sound like that fucking guy who's 17 that we fucking banned because they're too underage. That's why.
I don't know what you're talking about. How do you want me to prove I'm not underage?
Go ahead and make your argument.
Okay, so you stopped running. Yeah, Haas, I'm just saying, you said Marx
it is
was
the
a
same
Jew.
fucking guy, isn't it? It is the same fucking guy.
What the fuck? Are you schizo?
What's your argument? Make your argument.
Yeah, I was going to make my argument, but then you open your fat lips, so just shut up and let me talk.
Yup, okay, it's the same fucking guy. It's the same fucking guy. What makes you think we wouldn't recognize you?
What is schizo? What are you talking about?
I will give you 5 minutes.
Who do you think I am?
I will make you 5 minutes to make your argument straight to your argument.
Yeah, you said Marx was a Jew, which means he believes in God, but you also said that Marx was a materialist in every single sense of the word.
Yeah, exactly. It is you. Okay? Well, you're getting banned, first of all. This is an 18-plus Discord. You can't be 17.
Go ahead and run. By the way, I'm not 17.
I didn't say Marx believed in God because he was Jewish. Marx was only ethnically Jewish. He was not religiously Jewish.
No, that's actually not true. I can get you the direct quote.
Okay. Actually, you know what? I'll be entertained. Give me the direct quote saying that Marx was religiously Jewish.
Wait, what does it mean to say someone is Jewish then, dumbass? Because when you also to qualify, when you said he was Jewish, you compared him to people like, I think it was Einstein and one other.
No,
yes, you did.
No,
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I said yes, Marx converted in his youth when Marx's father converted to.
No, I'll tell you what you said directly. You don't.
You know what? This is why I don't debate children. This is why I don't debate children.
Listen, I'll tell you what you said, and then I'll link the video.
No, you won't tell me what I fucking said. You won't tell me.
Yeah, I know you, bitch. You can run away. You can run away.
Because I never said he was.
Yeah, infrared is descending. You can run away.
Okay, you bitch. This is why I don't. This is why. By the way, you want to know why it's an 18-up Discord? Because this is literally how children act. They're too excited about what they're talking about, and it's just I don't have patience for it. They are just too much sugar in their cereal, and they're too excited about what they're talking about, and it brings them beyond the threshold of reason. Okay, it brings them beyond the threshold of reason. All right, now Tony Simpenaro. Oh God, what does Tony Simpenaro have to say? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tony. You're up. You're up. Go ahead. Stop leaving the show, or I'm banning. What do you fucking want? What do you fucking want? Hello. Wait for it to connect. When I drag you up, wait for it to connect instead of disconnecting like a fucking idiot. I don't give a fuck. Hello. Yeah, all you have to do is wait. Okay? Now, what do you want to debate about?
I'm not here for a debate, but I would like to hear your opinion about Filipino Maoists. I'm actually from the Philippines.
You're not here for a debate.
Yeah. I'm just
Then you're
here...
banned forever from my fucking Discord. Get the fuck out of here. We're wasting my fucking time. I'm not here to have a conversation with you. I'm here to fucking debate. You come in my fucking VC to say you want to have a conversation. It's an insult to me, and it's an insult to everybody in the fucking stream who's watching this shit, waiting for a fucking debate. It's a fucking insult. And I'm not I used to be nice to that shit. And it's not happening anymore. I'm not being nice to it no more. I'm sick of the jibber jabber wasting time. I'm sick of the jibber jabberers who just come and fucking waste time. I think legal consent is 14 in Romania, so by Romanian law, he's not a pedo. Dude. Bruh. You know what? Romania decided to be an American colony. So you know what? Yeah, we can enforce our 18-plus rule on Romania. Yes, we can. Romania decided to be colonized by NATO and the United States, so fuck them. Don't give me this shit of, oh, this is the indigenous Romanian law that we're... If you want to talk about indigenous, then why are you fucking dog of America? Don't be a fucking American colony and sit here and talk about, oh, it's okay because in Romanian law. Well, no, it's not okay.
Andrew Tate has Hustlers University, and they provide a semi-updated, you know, program for people to engage in. For Andrew, it's like entrepreneurial stuff. But then on top of that, if you get people to sign up for the program, which is like $50 a month, it like say whoever's in your chat right now, Adam Koch. If Adam Koch made a fucking TikTok of you talking and it got someone to sign up through an affiliate link, then Adam Koch would get a percentage of the sign up fee. And if you multiply that times 5 million, because you know,
it's like a self. So that's what a pyramid scheme is. It's not actually a scam.
Is that illegal?
No, it's like unlimited money pretty much, because it's like what you're doing is you have a monetary incentive for people to sign up, and then you get a cut, and then they start doing TikToks and shit, and they get people to sign up, and then they get a cut, and it's like an infinitely expanding corporation.
Yeah, and like, so any of your people, if so the person that made that TikTok of you, because there's not a...
Women measure reality based on their feelings. Men measure their feelings based on reality. Bosch's entire premise is wrong. The view that leftists don't address men's issues is itself stupid. And also, I want to show you something just fucking ridiculous that you're going to just see from Vosh's channel. And you'll see exactly how much Vosh is like detached from reality when it comes to this issue. So this is Vosh's way of trying to relate to young men. Ready? Look at this. Now, regardless of what you think about Andrew Tate, I don't think he's a saint or whatever, right? I don't particularly care that much about the issue. But regardless of what you think about Andrew Tate, this is just the biggest cope I've ever fucking seen. He said, I'm pretty sure Andrew Tate is gay, also a virgin. Okay, I have to explain to Vosh how the allegation of Andrew... This is when I realized it's like, Vosh, DGG is so detached from reality that they literally will convince themselves that a man like Andrew Tate is actually a virgin. And they'll believe it. Now, I used to be baffled by this level of delusion when it was leveled against me. They're like, oh my God, Haz, you're a virgin, you're a virgin. I was just like baffled. I was like, how do they contrive reality in this way so artificially? But it did kind of bother me only for the fact that it's like, well, at the end of the day, no one really knows who I am. So you could pretty much like make up whatever the fuck you want about me. I'm not like big enough to defend myself on social media. Right? And that's what bothered me. So I started to like kind of get bothered by the fact that my image on the internet is always going to be at the mercy people who are just against me. And there's nothing, whether it reflects who I really am or not. And you guys remember when that used to bother, that was like when I was on Twitch early. It's like, that shit bothered me, kind of got to my head. But then over time, I started to realize it's like, these people call Andrew Tate a virgin. This has nothing to, they don't have the ability to control anyone's image. Because they're so detached from actual reality that they call Andrew Tate a fucking virgin. Dude, I'm sorry. This is just like... Yeah, this is like extremely... I don't care if you say he has a feminine relation to women. You can critique Andrew Tate all you want. But if you start calling him a virgin, like... Dude, you are... just shut the fuck up. You are like an idiot. If you call him a virgin, what is this cope, dude? Vosh is the guy who fucks. That's what they're trying to tell us. The real guy who fucks is Vosh. This guy is a virgin. This is the guy who really gets pussy. Now, I get why people might have believed it about me. Like, oh yeah, Hans is a virgin. Because at the end of the day, I'm kind of like a super fringe, you know, crazy guy on the internet who doesn't have a huge following. You don't know much about me. So I can forgive that. I can't forgive retards who will buy into this copium slop that this is the guy who gets no pussy and that this guy gets all the pussy in the world. Like, yeah, Vosh is just a fucking expert on getting pussy. Like, he's just a fucking expert. Really. I'm sorry, you're not living in reality. You're just not living in reality. So Andrew Tate is a virgin. I mean, where is this coming from?
Abusing women. They're fine with it. They want to rape. People who like Andrew Tate want to rape. It's
Yeah, I don't even know what the context is here, but he's saying other people want to rape. Bosh, haven't you admitted to having rape fantasies on Discord? Am I wrong about that? Didn't he have actual rape fantasies on Discord? Didn't he actually have real rape fantasies on Discord?
It's not like that. So you can talk about that, sure. But like broadly, it just makes you a giant cuck. I mean, leaving aside the fact that Andrew Tate's mouth and lips are literally biologically designed for cock, you know, so you can lean on that if you want. Just speaking broadly, this is just such massive beta behavior. What they're basically saying is they don't want or care about anything. All of their desires are completely ephemeral, and they all exist.
Really start to make money and
use their power to, yeah, well, on him having a good.
I don't get how this is like the figurehead of toxic masculinity on the left. So according to Twitter, Vosh is like a bro on the left. So this is how horrible, this is how fucked up the left is, guys. On the American left, this is what's considered masculine and bro-like. That is how estrogen-filled, that is how estrogenic and low-T the American left is. That is how fucking estrogenic and low-T the American left is. If you can't finish 5-Minute Doggy, what do you... Just, you have to realize, if you can finish 5-Minute Doggy, nature will naturally give you the game necessary to woo the woman. When you're unable to woo the woman, that's nature's way of telling you you cannot, you will have erectile dysfunction with her and you will never finish at all. But when you have the ability to do 5-Minute Doggy, nature will carry you. The most important thing about a woman is ass. It's not face, it's nothing like that, it's ass. That's the most important thing. It's obviously body shape. It's that hourglass, small waist, fat ass figure, right? Hips and ass, but ass, all right? And you may say you don't care about it, but you see how long it takes to finish with somebody with no ass versus when she got the bunda. You know what I mean? As the British call it. See the difference. See the difference. There will be a difference because your body knows about the difference. Your mind may be blind to reality, but your instinct, your body, your heart knows what it wants. And that is just a fact. All right? That's just a fact. So many problems can be solved if a man just is conscious. I want to create, and thank you so much, Tristan.
Wise words.
The word I want to give to young men, this is the young men lesson today. It's called ass consciousness. I want men to start being ass conscious. A lot of dudes, I've woken dudes up. Jackson used to lack ass consciousness. I woke him up. I opened his eyes. And I started pointing out the women he sent me on Insta. I'd be like, she ain't got nothing. He'd be like, huh? And he started to realize what I was talking about. It's called ass consciousness. You want to know why some dudes have zero standards? You want to know why some dudes have zero standards? Because they're ass conscious. They're like, okay, this bitch is 600 pounds. It's all I can get, whatever. That's all I can get. I guess I'll settle. I'm not one of those dudes, but you need, and when you're like out with your boys and you see them take home these Jabba the Hutt big behemoth whales, you got to realize, no, it's just because it's just, you know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those, I can't explain it, man. I wouldn't do that, but if I was desperate, I don't know. I don't think I would do that though. But if I was desperate, I'd be like, okay, right? 600 pounds. Oh man. I mean, that's mega fun. First advice I want to give you, right? Sex is evil when it's public.
We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake.
Okay. I want to be clear about...
I'll give you another example of just derangement, I guess, in general. This is fun. I miss doing this. So here's my tweet. It's 2 sentences. It's just 2 sentences. Women measure reality based on their feelings. Men measure their feelings based on reality. It is a 2-sentence tweet. Okay? And then look at this. This little clique of cockroaches stand shoulder to shoulder with a sex trafficker, and their gender politics coincide with Nazi ideology. The Patsy Coalition deserves nothing more than scorn and hate. The entire party should break the neck of anyone who tramples on the defense of women's rights. All of this stuff, all about this stuff, women's rights, Nazi ideology, a sex trafficker, scorn and hate, all of this based on these 2 sentences, which is just claiming that men and women relate to reality and their feelings differently. All of that from this... I didn't say or imply any... I didn't say women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Although I do wonder about that. It's time for your woman to be with a real man. Because you're just a dumb boy who don't even know what he's doing. And I'll take it from here. Why would you want to be with an adulteress? What if this is just a wake-up call of me trying to tell you guys to wake the fuck up? Huh? Instead of arguing with me, why don't you just wake the fuck up? Because I'm a guy on the internet. There's plenty of people like me. If you don't know what you're doing, your girl is going to get taken by another man. I guarantee it. It's never happened to me before. But oh boy, have I seen it. And oh boy, have I done it. And no, it's not dishonorable. It's not dishonorable because men need to learn the truth. You need to learn how shit works. You need to learn how shit works. It's better to learn by getting blackpilled into incel ideology than learn by having 20 dudes run a train on your bitch while you're, you know, playing Fortnite or some shit. I'm just saying, don't ever cry in front of your woman. You can, unless you're manipulating them or some shit, I guess. You wanted to sell and commodify a translation of this French author. So you couldn't sell it without getting Zizek, or you couldn't get it published, sorry, without getting Zizek to write a preface for it. Except Zizek just copy and pasted something he already wrote and added some other stuff. Now, does Zizek have an obligation to write you a fucking good introduction? He doesn't. Was Zizek being lazy? Probably, because he doesn't give a shit about what you're asking him to do. He's just probably doing it as a personal favor, or maybe he's doing it for money, but it's not actually what he cares about. Clearly, he doesn't have to care about it. So you're disgusted by his disregard for scholarly rigor. Scholarly rigor. Shut up, you fucking Anglo. Nobody fucking cares about scholarly rigor. Shove it up your fucking ass. See, Zizek is fucking cringe when it comes to anything. You know, Russia, China, Middle East, whatever. But now I'm going to defend him as a fucking Slovene Balkan from one barbarian to the other. This is a fucking snobby Angloid fuck trying to attack racistly our Mediterranean, Southern European / Mediterranean work ethic. Shut the fuck up, you uptight Anglo bitch. Fuck your scholarly rigor and shove it up your ass. Nobody fucking cares, you cock-sucking, posturing bitch. You just want to suck off some fucking professor? Oh, scholarly rigor. So I can't even say on YouTube what I want to do with fucking academic institutions. But all I can say is, I don't like glasses. When people wear glasses, I tend to not really trust them. That's what I fucking think about your fucking scholarly rigor, you fucking cocksucker. Proper form, proper form, proper form. What about truth? What about truth? What about being real? What about being real? You fake bitch! Guess who just released a new video? Guess what scumbag released a new video? Bitch! Yup. Luna Oi. The revisionist Luna Oi made another slanderous, disgusting... Look at this failing channel. 74,000 subscribers. And these videos are barely... Just for 74,000, this is trash. This is garbage. This is dog shit.
Hi everybody, I'm Luna. Welcome back to Luna Oi. This is part 2 in my series showing real stories from Vietnamese war veterans for the first time in English. In part 1, we focus on Vietnam's resistance war against the imperialists.
Alaikum. Every time I do that, I have hiccups. Fuck. Alaikum.
USA started from 1950s to 1975. Today, we will hear stories from 1979 until 1989, during which time Vietnam had a border war with China.
This is all non-compete, by the way. Everything you see from Luna Oi is non-compete's doing.
And also fought
She has no agency and no personality. It's all non-compete.
to put an end to the genocidal communist regime in Cambodia. This chapter of Vietnamese history is almost unknown in the West. The border wars are hardly mentioned at all in the English-speaking sphere, and whenever they are mentioned, the information is usually from a Western perspective and almost always distorted and inaccurate. So now I will do my best to give you the story in detail about this very complicated period of time from our own perspective, including stories straight from the mouth of some of the people who were actually involved in the conflicts. Let's start by introducing Pol Pot,
Liars.
who took over the Communist Party of Cambodia and turned it into the communist regime. Side note, Cambodia is the Khmer name for Cambodia, so from now on, I will call Cambodia Cambodia. Pol Pot's real name was Saloth Sar, and he was born in (1925) to a rich farming family in Cambodia. Pol Pot was
So
a
what about
Khmer
your family, Luna Oi? What about your family? Your landowner family?
nationalist who believed in the superiority of Khmer people over other people. In particular, he believed that
Lie. That's a lie. He
Vietnamese
just wanted to stop Vietnamese oppression.
peoples were ethnically inferior to Khmer
Not true. Vietnam was oppressing Cambodia and tries to this day.
peoples. It's very important to note that Pol Pot's nationalism is right-wing nationalism, totally and completely opposite to the left-wing nationalism of countries like Vietnam, Laos, and Cuba. If you
No, it was just it was actually just Maoism instead of shit-lib revisionism.
find this confusing, I have a video explaining the difference between right-wing chauvinist nationalism and left takeover. Cambodian and Vietnamese communists had a strong, close relationship, was trying to coup Sihanouk, the king of rice fields, and committing various other atrocities. Remember that this was right after our brutal war with the USA. We didn't have any time to recover, and now we were already facing a
because you were being aggressive toward Kampuchea.
new threat right on our border. It was during this time that Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge revealed their true scheme. They wanted to restore the mighty empire of Angkor. The Angkor Empire used to be the most powerful empire in Southeast Asia from the 9th to 15th centuries. You may be wondering about...
Wait a second. That's got nothing to do with Vietnam. So why is Vietnam threatened by the greatness of Angkor? Why is Vietnam trying to stop this from happening? Why does Vietnam want to stop this civilization from thriving again? Why is Vietnam so scared of the might of Angkor? Because Angkor would have destroyed the revisionist bastion of international social democracy and American globalism that is Vietnam.
In Southeast Asia from the 9th to 15th centuries. You may be wondering about what happened to the Angkor Empire. Most historians believe that around the year 1400, the Angkor Empire suffered two severe droughts. One lasted for 30 years and the next lasted for 20 years. This natural disaster terribly weakened the Angkor Empire and led to its total collapse in 1431. This history is important to understand if you want to know why Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge hated Vietnam so much. As an excuse for another attack against Vietnam in June 1977, Khmer Rouge leaders officially announced that Vietnam was the #1 internal enemy of Cambodia. They blamed Vietnam for the collapse of the original Khmer Empire and invented a fake history in which we were mortal enemies, despite the fact that Vietnam never did any harm to Cambodia.
Bullshit. Vietnam was oppressing Kampuchea for a long time.
There were over 100...
Yeah, play music. Go play fucking music, you fucking propagandist.
...with Cambodia and Laos would become the next superpower in Asia, and that this would threaten the position of China.
Exactly, a revisionist stronghold.
Especially when Vietnam...
Nobody thought you were going to be a fucking superpower. Everyone knew you were going to be a little bully for the fucking revisionists.
...was backed by the enemies, the Soviets. So the rise of Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge and their intense hatred of Vietnam became the perfect poker card for China to use to keep Soviet-backed Southeast Asian communists from growing too powerful right on their border. The USA at this time was also still sour about their loss in the so-called Vietnam War, but they were also smart enough to not openly support the Khmer Rouge due to the crimes against humanity that they perpetrated against their own people. So
look how she's trying to glamorize American imperialism. Oh, the Americans were at least civilized because we're all part of the civilized world. Shut up! You fucking fraud.
So they secretly encouraged China to buy the Khmer Rouge behind the scenes. Mao Zedong died in 1976 and Deng Xiaoping took power in 1978. Unfortunately, Deng Xiaoping was very hostile against Vietnam and he decided to
Look
stop...
at this, the revisionist reveals their fucking true, disgusting hatred of China.
...aiding Vietnam and redirected all that aid to the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. Up until the 1980s, 90% of weapons, money and food sent to the Khmer Rouge came from China, while the other 10% came from the UK, Thailand and Singapore, with all of this aid orchestrated by the USA, of course. The USA under President Jimmy Carter also wanted to see the USSR and its allies weakened, and they saw China and Cambodia as useful temporary allies. Deng Xiaoping and Jimmy Carter both met early in their respective administrations, and during their first meeting, Deng told Carter,
China must still teach Vietnam a lesson.
You left out the part where he mentioned Vietnam was acting like a little bully! Fraud!
Deng then went to Japan to meet Prime Minister Masayoshi Ohira and said the same thing. So China under Deng was determined to undermine Vietnam, while building up the Khmer Rouge in an effort to check the USSR's influence in Southeast Asia. These official visits were all taking place as Vietnam was just beginning the military campaign into Cambodia to fight against the Khmer. And just 2 weeks after the official visit between Deng Xiaoping and Jimmy Carter, on February 17, 1979, China sent an army of 300,000 soldiers and 400 tanks to attack the 1,400-kilometer-long border between China and Vietnam. This first attack lasted for 1 month with great losses on the Vietnam side. On the night of March 9, 1979, the Chinese army went to a Vietnamese village.
Look at this disgusting anti-China propaganda. I spit on the face of this disgusting Luna Oi. You have a white boyfriend, Luna Oi! American boyfriend! Literal State Department asset. Non-compete asset. You know what? The relationship between Luna Oi and non-compete is just like how Vietnam's been acting with America. Same shit. Is that what you want, Vietnamese people? Is that what you want? Do you want to be America's bitch? Do you want to be America's prostitute? Is that what you want?
Vietnam. China claimed that Vietnam had provoked and bullied
the white man non-compete goes to Vietnam. And Luna Oi submits to the white man.
China first, and that their invasion was intended.
Luna Oi submit to the white man and attack China. That's what she does. She submits to the white man, non-compete, and then attacks China. Where's the dignity? Where's the dignity? Where's the dignity? Where's the pride? There's none. There's none.
To teach Vietnam a lesson. But in fact, there was no justification for the invasion of Vietnam, and Vietnam was hardly in a position. Just after being devastated by...
I spit in the face of this disgusting shit. Fuck this bitch. Evil bitch. American servant. I don't respect someone who's not sovereign. I just don't respect this. This is not a sovereign person. This is a dog of... I am an American citizen. You're gonna be a dog of my government? I don't fucking respect you. I'm already an American citizen. Who the fuck are you? You're nothing. Wanna kiss up to my fucking government? You're just a slave of my enemy government. Slave of the globalists. Fucking retard. Non-compete is a fat bitch too. Fat soy low-T bitch who found the ugliest creature in Vietnam that would submit to him. Clip this and post it on Twitter. I want everyone to see what I just said. Clip it and post it to Twitter. Luna Oi is a prostitute of America. Yes, I said it. Yes, I said it. Prostitute of American globalism. Yes, I said it. Indeed, I did say that. I did indeed say that. Prostitute of American globalism. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. I'm ready for war. Let's go to war, red lid bitches. Let's go to war, Hakeem. Let's go to war, Hugo Pink, you bitch. I will defend China against these red-lipped scum. I believe in multipolarity. I'm a communist with a capital C. Fuck the liberals. Fuck the red libs. Fuck the liberals. Fuck the red libs. Fuck the liberals! Fuck the red libs! Fuck the liberals! Fuck the red libs! Fuck Hakeem! Fuck Luna Oi! Fuck Hugo Pink! Fake fucks! Are you looking at the owl? Are you looking at the owl? Fuck the glasses! ស្រីរត់រួតមេកាត់នេះក៏ក្លៃស្រីរត់រួតមេតកាយពីស្រីនឹងកប់ក្លោស្រាគោតកាយពីស្រីនឹងកប់ក្លោស្រាគោអាជាក្បាលខ្មៅវិញក្លៅមូ Fuck revisionism! Fuck revisionism! Fuck revisionism! We don't got time for that shit. We don't have any time for that shit. We don't got time for that revisionist bullshit. We on Taliban time. We don't got time for revisionism. We don't got time for the revisionists. Social cohesion. Social cohesion and national identity and social cohesion, the book. The book by Saloff. Saloff! Hello! Who the fuck is gonna? Nobody's gonna do shit when I got a scope. Let's see.
Damn. Fuck too molly.
I'm gonna let this guy die for me first.
Just put one smoke.
Go ahead, go ahead. Bitch.
Alright, boost.
Fuck, man, this is literal hacks. It's literal hacks. It's literal hacks. Want to take the red pill? This is the red pill. You want the red pill? This is the red pill. This is the red pill. The red pill, the real one. This is the red pill. The red pill. You understand? The red pill. Because you don't get to this. Let me tell you the real red pill, guys. You want to know the red pill? The red pill is that you don't get to this. You cannot become this without being this. That's the fucking red pill. You understand? This is the red pill. Right here. Right here. You want to win? You want to win? Then win. That's the fucking red pill. You understand? You want to talk about masculinity? Let's talk about masculinity. You want to talk about masculinity? I'm not here to sell you a fucking book. I'm not here to sell you a self-help guide. I'm not, when you talk about manhood, masculinity, I'm not here to sell you a dietary supplement. I'm not here to sell you a goddamn Hustlers University. I'm here to sell you Revolution University. You understand? This is what I'm here to teach you about. And I can't really teach you about it directly, but I can teach you about it in so many words. And this is what I'm here to teach you about. You want to talk about the red pill? You want to talk about masculinity? Let's talk about masculinity. Because a lot of these red pill motherfuckers will just get on camera and they'll just say, oh yeah, women this, women that. Yeah, we all know how women work. If you're a fucking man, you know how women works. That's old news. Let's talk about how men work. Let's talk about how men work though. Because men work in a specific way. And the way I'm talking about is The Theory of the Partisan by Carl Schmitt. What I'm talking about is On Guerrilla Warfare by Mao Zedong. You want to talk about what men do? You want to talk about what men do? Men don't sit around waiting for the Bitcoin to go up. Men go down to the people. Men create a base of operations. Men become like this. You understand? So that's the red pill I'm teaching you. This is my red pill for you. You understand? This is my red pill. You want to know the red pill? You guys want to take the red pill, escape the matrix, and be a real fucking man? Then I'll tell you who you got to study. You want to know who you got to study? Yeah, I'm telling you who you got to study. Yeah, this is the red pill. You ready for the red pill? You ready for the red pill? You ready for the real red pill? You ready for the real red pill?
I steady mouth say tongues, the young gun. Lock, load, and bust one. Champion with it like ba-da-pa-pa-pum-pum. Lebanon gorillas hit an Abram from 10 yards with little pebbles. I call it strength and all. But when it's broadcast on rubbing, they savages like Tarzan. They never give the background story. They
want to talk about the real red pill? Let's talk about it.
Headline news. It's nothing new. And if it's only half the truth, it ain't true. Living proof that gorillas in the Philippine jungle won't stop, won't quit till the babies don't struggle. I rumble with colonization's effects on my people homes. The buck stops here with a buck to your ears. The current affairs that wear my fellow organizers out. Same machine that be wiping my fellow activists out. From the comfort of a couch, we make critiques of the world while little girls in the mountains let the sunshots hurl.
You want to be a dude who's got confidence, who's walking. That's not what you want. It's not what you want, right? You want the red pill. You want to learn how you can pipe all these big booty bitches. You want to learn how you can pipe bitches. You want to learn how you can doggy style 5 minutes, right? You want to learn that, right? Okay, you'll learn it. And most people it comes naturally, by the way, but you'll learn it and you'll do it. And then what? What happens after you nut? Huh? You do it and then you nut. And then look how much time and money you wasted on that, right? Look how much time and money you wasted on something meaningless, something that don't even matter. You don't want, you motherfuckers don't want big booty bitches. You want validation. You want to be validated as a guy who gets a lot of bitches because that will earn you respect among other men. You're not actually out here saying, I need to get my nut off, because if you were, it would come naturally to you. You wouldn't need to look, you wouldn't need to go to the internet. Nature would guide your way if it was actually about that. It's not about that. We know it's not about that. You want to be validated as a man? Be a fucking revolutionary who's validated in the eyes of God. Be a person who says, I'm going to stand before judgment in front of God, and he's going to say, I was a good man. I was a just man. I was a righteous man. I was a real man. That's what you want. You want to get not the validation of what? Your bro? Who gives a fuck? Ignore him. Walk with your head high. Walk like you're descending from heaven. Walk like you're descending down the staircase from heaven. That's how you gotta walk in life. Don't fucking worry about what people think. People going out of their ways to get bitches, not because they want it, but because they want the recognition that comes with it. The only recognition you need is from God. That's it. They don't matter. It don't matter. What happens after you nut? That's what matters, right? You got to study Mao Zedong. Imagine if Sabine finds out Imagine if she found out. Her only enemy on YouTube. The only person calling out her bullshit. The only person calling out her bullshit. Okay? I'm the only one. No one else. Literally only me. Only me. Sabine Hosenfender, a revisionist. She's a revisionist, a capitalist rotor, and she's pushing jibber jabber and nonsense. She's pushing jibber jabber and nonsense.
Anyone can stop them.
She fakes her accent too. Did you know that? Her accent is fake.
We know that injecting certain substances into the atmosphere at high altitude...
It's meant to program your brain into trust.
Then you need a way to control the qubits. You need an algorithm to do your calculation, and then you need a way to read out the result.
Why do you hate me, Sabine? What did I do? Why does she look at me with such a ferocious, hateful look? As if I did something to her. As if I am wrong and she's right. And she is correcting my views. No, I'm right, Sabine. You're wrong.
Your neighbor's hand.
Now, see, the tonal punctuation is false, Sabine. Because Sabine, she goes, and that's why you have to understand that physics does not conform to your preconceptions or your humanity. That is quite an awkward conclusion. But it is nonetheless objectively correct. It is just how things in the universe are, because they are inherently messy and meaningless. And that's just how things are. See, it's her aesthetic. It's the subconscious aesthetic that's implicit in everything she says. What she's saying is not necessarily wrong, but it's just loaded with this like pathological unconscious aesthetic of like what truth and science is, and it's just programming the brain of stupid people to be like, oh yes, and that's why the universe is rather than elegant, something awkward and rather interesting to report. Rick and Morty, an awkward nihilism that is nonetheless correct. If you want to pass my class. So like this is I'm gonna tell you what Sabine is saying. I'm gonna explain to you the message of Sabine. The message of Sabine is this, right? I'm gonna give you this seems unhinged right now. Trust me. Ask her what her politics are, what she thinks of Donald Trump. Guaranteed she's blue pill on everything. Trust me, okay? Trust me. Let me explain this, right? Let me explain this. I'm waiting for the donut. Give me a sec. Red Dawn! Thank you so much for the 10. Hey guys. YouTube delays it. Alright. I'm pausing donations until I finish my bit, okay? Because it's not going through. Well, I just went through. Thank you so much, Red Dawn. Appreciate you.
Break their cage, Yura.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Red Dawn. Listen, this is what Sabine does. This is what she does, right? Well, you may be searching for meaning in life, as Andrew Tate is teaching you, but I just have to tell you, your life is meaningless. Everything you care about is meaningless. The whole universe is meaningless. I know I don't want to break to you this bad news. It's just an awkward fact about how our universe works. And it's just a quirky truth. That is how we're going to go to space. And you will escape the meaninglessness of your life by fantasizing about space travel and being on rocket ships. As science progresses forward and marches forward, we need to remove the gobbledygook in our lives that teaches us that life is meaningful and that you should make yourself make something of your life. When, as a matter of fact, the qubits are programmed to really say that it's all meaningless. Like, that's the aesthetic she gives. That's like the vibe she gives off, right? Isn't it? Am I wrong? Guys, am I crazy? Am I crazy or what? That's how I see it. That's how I see it.
The team had been experimenting with different magnetic fields.
Sabine, in her whole life, she never been roasted this hard. I guarantee you. I guarantee you in her whole life, nobody came after Sabine like this. I guarantee you. The whole, her whole journey on YouTube has been devoid of adversity. She doesn't know what it's like to be banned. What does she know of the cold heart? What does she know about the cold outdoors of getting banned, getting persecuted, getting slandered about, getting smeared? Sabine has never known any adversity. Sabine has never gotten the smoke. Nobody has ever roasted Sabine. Nobody has ever critiqued Sabine. Nobody has ever criticized. Nothing, man. Nothing. Ain't no negativity ever been thrown her way. And yet, she is declaring war on God with her goddamn tone of voice. She's declaring war on God. You will lose, Sabine. You will lose.
And materials to increase the accuracy with which the qubits could be operated. And they succeeded, but not in the way they expected. By coincidence or maybe good fate.
Nah, you full of shit, Sabine. You're wrong.
Microwave antenna emitted a more powerful electrical field.
Nah, that ain't how it works, Sabine. That's not how it works.
And they noticed that they could.
No, they didn't notice.
It's easy to mistake a nuke for a few megatons of TNT, a problem that we're all familiar with.
You know, I'm not. You know what I mean? You see how she says that shit? You see how Sabine's saying that shit? You see how she presents it? You see how she says it? You see the tonal thing when it comes to that? I'm done with this revisionist. Speaking of revisionism, Vietnam is taking measures against Luna Oi. Vietnamese president is submitting their resignation. This guy is a U.S. ball licker, by the way. He's a U.S. Empire ball licker. This dude's resigning. This dude's resigning. Okay? Let's get on a serious note, guys. We're done with the memes. We're done with the memes for now. We're gonna get on a serious note. He's resigning, and there's a meeting of the Central Committee of the CPV. Oh, this is nice. They dismissed him, and here's what they're doing over in China. He resigns amidst a corruption scandal. So Vietnam is going on an anti-corruption purge, apparently. Violations and wrongdoing of numerous officials under him. Luna Oi? I bet you Luna Oi is going to come out against this. If we see a Xi Jinping Vietnam, like they start doing an anti-corruption campaign and they start cracking down, Luna Oi 1000% is going to turn against Vietnam. 1000% is going to turn against the Communist Party. 1000% is going to turn against it. I guarantee you. Vietnam, you know what? We talk smack about Vietnam because they're just, because of the democracy cringe and all this stuff. If Vietnam becomes based, we will give Vietnam the credit. We will start repping Vietnam. We will start repping Vietnamese flags. We love Ho Chi Minh. We've always loved Ho Chi Minh. We will put the past behind us. Forget about the Sino-Vietnamese War. We'll forget about it. We'll put a lot of things in the back burner, and we will support a sovereign Vietnam, no-nonsense Vietnam, kick out the imperialist Vietnam, anti-corruption purge Vietnam. We will support that 100%. So I'm praying and I'm hoping. Because we have... Luna Oi did a lot of damage to Vietnam's reputation in the infrared community. Not gonna lie, Luna Oi single-handedly did horrible damage to the reputation of all of Vietnam. Just like the Greek Communist Party did a lot to tarnish the reputation of Greece. Communist rule countries intensifying its fight against corruption. Despite concerns, the campaign is paralyzing routine transactions. party disciplined the Minister of Foreign Affairs over the alleged involvement in several ministry officials in the diplomat scandal. Highly unusual. Oh no, the libs are seething. Vietnam is a country with single-party rule. It could mean a greater crackdown on dissenting voices. Crackdown, you say?
There's a party going on right here. A celebration
I wonder.
to last throughout the year.
I wonder who they'll be cracking down on.
We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. And have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration.
Hello, Americans. I know that you are paying. Gas bill is somewhat high. Hello, Americans. But please, I am begging of you. Americans, I am begging of you. Please, please. Bakhmut is fallen. Bakhmut is fallen. Okay? The West is fallen. The West is fallen. I am Volodymyr Zelensky and look. Okay. It is not that the West has fallen. It's no laughing matter. The West has fallen. The West has fallen. It's no laughing matter. Oh, save us, NATO! Zelensky! Give me more money! Give me more money! Give me more money! Please! Give me more! I need more money! The West has fallen! NATO has fallen! Russia will invade Paris the next way! First Ukraine, then Paris! Then they're going to invade Germany! They're going to invade Germany, then Paris! Then they're going to invade Britain! Then they're going to invade America! Listen to me, you stupid American! You stupid American shit! You are greedy! Stop eating hamburgers! Yeah, I know that your gas bill is going up! Too bad, fat Americans! Go on the treadmill, stop eating hamburger! Give me more money, or Russia will be in your neighborhood tomorrow! If you don't give me money, Russia will invade your McDonald's and steal your hamburgers. They will occupy your neighborhood. And you will not be allowed to have barbecue. And you will have no more hamburgers unless you give me money. Okay? Pay me all the money. If you don't do it, Burger King will be fallen. Burger King is fallen. McDonald's hamburger is fallen. You must pay Zelensky. Give Zelensky more weapons. Bakhmut. Bakhmut. America is next. Russia will come to America. Russia will come to America. They're going to take your iPhones and your Burger King and your burgers. They're going to take it all and occupy your neighborhood unless you give Ukraine more money. Stop being fat Americans. Give me us more money.
Slava Gasolini.
Hey, Flyon, it's not enough, Flyon. Honestly, it's not enough. Okay? Yes, you gave me $10. Yes, you gave me $10. But honestly, it's not enough. It's honestly not enough. Okay? It's honestly not enough. You are being too fat. You need to go. You need to eat less food. And why don't you toughen up in the winter? If it's cold, just have a blanket. You don't need to turn the heat up so high. Okay? Just have a blanket. Give Ukraine your money. Oh, Janar, okay, fine, $10, whatever. It's honestly not enough. Honestly, it's not enough. It's really not enough, honestly. Like, it's just not enough, okay? I need more money. Because we need to save the Aryan Europeans from Russian orcs. We need to save Europe. Do you really want to see Russian orcs in Europe? But they will be on your doorstep next. Russia is coming! Russians are coming to America! Thank you,
Here's my money, Zelensky. It's all I can give, unfortunately, because I must pay my bills and feed my family.
Thanks, have you ever thought about your family going on a diet? Why do you need to pay bills? Why do you need to feed family? Your family too fat. Honestly, it's not enough. It's honestly not enough, okay? Russians are going to come to America next. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, okay? And then it will be Putin Claus, not Santa Claus, next Christmas. Putin Claus will come down your chimney. And he will take all of your presents. And he will eat your cookies with nothing in return. You don't want Putin Claus coming next Christmas. Okay? You need to give me more money. If you don't, Russia will come to America. It will come to America. And you want to know what will happen when Russia come to America? It will be really bad. On rush hour traffic will be jammed even twice as long. 5 p.m. rush hour traffic, twice as long, because Russian tanks will be on our soil. You don't want to see, trust me, it will be bad. You don't have public transportation.
Give more concessions to NATO, and I'll convince them to give you another few billions.
Oh, of course, my ass is wide open. Of course, my ass is wide open. All the concessions you need. My wife is open. My wife legs are open for you. Please, all the concession you need. You want my wife? Take her. Everything you want. Okay? Everything you want. You want NATO, you want Germany to annex Ukraine? Take it. Take my wife. Take everything. All of it. Take my mother too. Everything. You have it all. As long as you give me more weapons to keep the war going, I will give you any concession you want. What the fuck?
Slavic APU 2036.
What the fuck? Book. Wow, this war is gonna last much longer now. Yeah, this war is gonna last forever now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes, HIMARS. Oh, we have the HIMARS now. All it took was giving you my wife. No problem. I will do it again. And again. But honestly, not enough. Really not enough. I mean, you gave me...
I was going to give this to a homeless guy, but you clearly need it more, Zelensky.
No, thanks, sis. Honestly, it's not enough. I'm sorry, it's not enough. The king! Oh my god!
I know this amount isn't enough to buy a tank, but maybe it'll be enough for a Happy Meal Ukrainian style.
You know, honestly, you know, it's honestly not enough. You need to give me more. You know, the thing is, all the money you give me is not enough. Honestly, I don't even want your money anymore.
Oh my god.
I don't want your money. Dementor, thank you so much. I mean, it's not enough, honestly. Honestly, don't even give me your money. Don't even give me your money. Honestly, what I want from you, just, can you please put all of your pain and suffering in a box and send it to me? Because honestly, your money is not even enough. Just have a box, put all of your pain, hardship, and suffering inside of it, and send it to Ukraine. Because your money is worthless. You print it all. It's completely worthless, okay? We just want Americans to suffer and have more gas prices go up. So please, just put your suffering inside box and send to Ukraine, okay? All of your sweat, blood, and tears. Honestly, all of your sweat and tears. When you go to work tomorrow, please get a vial of all of your sweat and tears and send these sweat and tears to Ukraine, and our soldiers will drink your tears and sweat, and that will inspire us to keep fighting. Okay? That is all we need. That's all we need. We just need you to starve and suffer and basically sacrifice in the name of Ukraine, so that Klaus Schwab's World Economic Forum Great Reset agenda will accustom you to poverty and life of hardship. That's basically what we want from you. We don't really even care about winning. Well, of course we can't win. Who said we can win? You thought we were going to beat Putin? Oh my god, Stacy! Stacy, there's far too little suffering in that $50, honestly. I need more.
Based.
Oh, Chris.
DNC here, Zelensky. Where is our cut? Send that FTX.
Oh, right away. I'm so sorry. Yes. Oh, Hunter Biden. Oh, yes. Yeah, oh, $50,000 a month. Is that good? That way you can buy all of the crack you want. Buy all of the crack pipes you want and many condoms so you can fuck your niece. Everything you want, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, have it all. Have it all, Hunter. Yes, Hunter, you can fuck your sister. Yes, and your mother too. All of the money in the world for you, Hunter. Hunter, all the money in the world. Yes, you can get all the crack. Yeah. Listen. Look. Okay. Yes, the Democrats will get a lot of money and they will be rich. Okay? But ordinary Americans must suffer. They must suffer. Okay? They must suffer. And it's really, I mean, did you really think we're going to beat Russia? You thought Ukraine could stand a chance? Little did you know this is about destroying the price of gas and raising it so high that people get used to less gas so that they will get transition to the Great Reset for Klaus Schwab. Oh, you thought this was about Ukraine? Silly Americans. Oh, you just listen to CNN and you buy everything. You listen to everything you see on CNN. That's what you do. You just listen to everything on CNN. Everything you see. And by the way, all the money you send to Ukraine is pointless because in 2 months, inflation will cheapen its value, so it's nothing. You send me 50 billion? What am I gonna buy with 50 billion? A hamburger at McDonald's? I wipe my ass with the 50 billion you send to me. I wipe my ass with all the money you send to me, America. All of it. It's all worthless. It's all not enough. You have to understand, Hasidics are the bedrock and the foundation of Judaism. You understand that Zionism was a secular project. All of this, it was inspired by German nationalism applied to Jews. It doesn't have anything to do with the roots of what you call Jewish civilization, which is what you find in the Hasidic community. And if you look to that community, they are overwhelmingly aligned on pretty much every issue. At every level, they stand with the traditional forces against the globalist agenda of the liberal elites. So
I lived in Crown Heights for a year, bro. Please don't lecture me on the Zionism of Orthodox Jews.
What?
Have you ever been to Crown Heights, New York?
What's the point?
You ever heard of Chabad, Lubavitch?
Dude, you can name anyone you want. The fact of the
That's
matter...
not a person, you fucking idiot!
Okay, you can name whatever thing you want to name. The fact of the matter is that it is a fact. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the thing you just said. I'm not.
Haz, you should never speak to Fuentes about this because it will not end well, buddy. You need
Dude,
to be
I don't care. I speak for myself. I don't really give a fuck who disagrees with me. This is my view.
Sure.
The reason you didn't talk about this till 2 hours into this thing is because this is incoherent, dude.
No, it's not. I was focused on other things. So you're saying that all Orthodox Jews, or even the overwhelming majority of Orthodox Jews, like it's unanimous, are pro-Israel.
Here's our perspective. I've explained to you I made it pretty clear with this entire space on epistemology.
You're saying that
let me finish.
the Orthodox Jews who in
you've
fact
made it pretty
burn
clear.
Israeli flags.
I've made it pretty clear. My epistemology throughout this space being that of the church and the saints and all that is rooted.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You can't just tell me what my epistemology is.
Kirill, show me where Patriarch Kirill says the Jews are a civilizational enemy of the Russian
I can
Orthodox
show you
Church.
because Patriarch Kirill reads the Gospel of John and whenever it comes up in the church calendar, and the Council of John says, and the Jews said, let our blood be on our heads and on our children and on our children's children. That's in the Gospel of John.
Theology.
This is theology. Yeah, exactly, because you have this silly bifurcation between, talk about being sublime, you bifurcate the theological reality of the world and the simple material, because you have this silly... You're actually stuck in a Cartesian dialectic, dude. You're literally a Cartesian.
Patriarch Kirill himself does that when he meets with the representatives. When he meets with the representatives of the Orthodox Jewish community, despite theological differences, and lends out his hand and his dialogue to say we are still united against the satanic West in defense of the traditional religions of Russia. That's his opinion.
I'm not sure that's what he says at the meetings, just as we don't necessarily, we're meeting here, but we don't agree eye to eye with you.
So you're saying Patriarch Kirill meets with the representatives of the Jewish Orthodox community and rebukes them and condemns them? You think that's likely?
No, unfortunately, he meets with them in the context of advising Putin, who is slightly too compromised to Zionist interests as of now.
No, he meets them in the context of defending Russia's traditional religions against the Satanism of so-called Western secularism.
No,
and what impact does this have on, say, the Orthodox civilizational worldview? What does this mean?
Because how can you say that the opinion that Jews are the enemies of Christian civilization is reflected in someone who's making allies of Jewish
Ask
leaders?
The Jews. What do you mean? Look up Norm Eisen. What did Norm Eisen have to say?
Which Jews?
What did Norm? The ones in power. Every Jew in power. How about that?
Okay, look.
The ones that run the media, the ones that run...
Okay, well, bring them into the space and have them talk and make their case.
All that?
Until they do,
The ones in the Ukraine that are
how I'm supposed
Ukraine?
to fucking respond to that. How do I fucking respond to such a vague illusion? Bring this person into the space and have them speak. and let's parse whether or not they can be said to speak for all of the Hasidic Jewish community.
Dude, this is sophistry and you know it. Everyone knows who I'm referencing.
I think you are. I think it's very clear that you are pathologically above and beyond what can be afforded by reason, pathologically fixated on this stupid, stupid.
Now you're gonna try to slander us and throw us in and use the powers that be.
It's not slander. You have a pathological enmity toward Jews I don't share.
Okay, Has, that's fine. You don't share a lot of things with us, right? Including Christianity, to be honest. So
yeah, I'm
we
a
don't
Muslim.
actually
That's the
expect
thing.
you to be...
I've never lied about that. I'm actually a Muslim, so I'm in the same boat as these Jews, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, you're not. Okay,
yeah, Jews and Muslims are at civilizational war with Christians. That's a historical fact.
But Kadyrov, who's fighting alongside Putin against Zelensky's Satanism, go tell him that. Go tell Kadyrov he's at war with Christians right now, and see what Kadyrov will do to you. Dude, you're a fucking LARPer. You're not even a real Orthodox Russian Christian.
You're a fucking, don't you fucking talk to me who's a real fucking Christian. You're not a real fucking Muslim.
The actual Russian Orthodox
people. You fucking retard.
You
fucking
Muslims
retard.
are at war with you. Muslims are at war with you.
Dude, you're a fucking LARPer. You're not even a real Orthodox
Russian Christian right now.
You're telling the actual Russian
leaders
Dude, you're telling the
actual Russian What a fundamentally stupid thing to say.
You fucking retard. Get the fuck out of here.
You are just a fucking LARPer living in the West, making these.
How many people have DM'd me right now saying
Muslims and Jews are at war with Christian civilization. Dude, you're literally playing fucking, you're playing Crusader Kings or some shit on your computer in a fucking Australia. Who the fuck are you to say that? You're defaming and insulting the Chechen Muslim soldiers who have given their life for their country, Russia, against Zelensky and against Ukraine. Oh, they're at war with Christian civilization. You are insulting the alliance in Syria between the Muslims and Christians that were fighting ISIS. You're insulting Iran in the way it was.
You can see the debate.
No, you fucking idiot. You're faggot moron.
What a pussy. Dude, they removed me. They removed it. They removed me. Debate over. Manhood conceded. I accept your surrender. Bitch. Fucking remove me from the space, you little bitch. I'm sorry, there's only so much I can take. It's like I'm trying to explain to this person there needs to be a unity between traditional believers and shit, right? And he goes, yeah, well, you're a Muslim, Haz, and Muslims and Jews are at war with Orthodox civilization. I am a true Russian Orthodox Christian. Never mind the fucking fact that Kadyrov and the Chechens are on the ground fighting alongside the Russian armed forces. They're literally at the vanguard of it, and he's saying he's trying to cause division between these fucking people. It's unreal. Look at Syria. Look at how the Muslim and Christian coalitions came together to fight ISIS to defend Assad. Iran doing the same shit. It's like, where the fuck do you get this fucking idea? It's so fucking stupid. But the problem is that you have these fucking LARPers living in the fucking West talking all this big fucking game while people are actually giving their life on the ground in a Muslim-Christian alliance fighting against this fucking Satanism. People actually laying down their fucking lives, and he defames that and disrespects all that shit, sitting in the fucking West because he found some new fucking trinket, fucking new gimmick, novelty, identity. Oh, I mean, I've tried to respect their fake Orthodox LARP, but it's fucking LARP, dude. Don't fucking tell me that these converts are on the same fucking level as the actual people born into Orthodox Christian civilization in Russia, in Syria, you know, even in Lebanon, where Orthodox Christians are allied with a certain type of Muslim group, right? Don't fucking sit here and tell me that this reality, that's what people literally live and breathe. He's gonna say, oh, Muslims and Jews are at war with Christian civilization. And then that's not even to mention the Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews in Russia who also are defending the Russian state against this fucking Satanism. It's like Fed shit, dude. Christian forgiveness is not, oh, I'm going to ignore crimes. No, Christian forgiveness is about an indictment on the greatest of all crimes, and that is an illegitimate and unjust institution. The very institution from whence crime and justice is judged, right? Is made. That is the true evil which must be destroyed. And that is what frees us from our debts. That is true forgiveness.
Keep destroying these snakes.
See, true Christian forgiveness, true Christian forgiving of debts doesn't mean you sit here and go, I'm going to ignore that this person was financially irresponsible. It means the very institution of the bank, the very institution by which people are making money is illegitimate and must be destroyed. Forgiveness is a revolutionary act. Forgiveness is the destruction of empire. Forgiveness is what destroys the very source of the evil. So my reason why I reject leftism is because their way of canceling people and filtering out and isolating, oh, this person is the enemy, so anything is allowed against them. Anything is allowed against them. Kill, torture, rape, doesn't matter. Anything is allowed against them. That whole foundation is corrupt. The whole thing. The fact that evil people are able to hijack it is a form of corruption. I believe in forgiveness. I think something maybe similar happened even with the Orthodox Church. With all of the Freemasons and so on who infiltrated the Orthodox Church, maybe the church needed, it was the divine plan for it to be set on a new foundation. That is Christological forgiveness. Forgive the Bolsheviks for the League of Militant Atheists. Forgive the Bolsheviks for their blasphemous, the rank and file cadres on the ground. Forgive all of that, because it was the corrupt institution of those claiming to be religious but who served Satan in reality that led to that in the first place. And because let me tell you something. When the devil is in Rome, one cannot distinguish saint from sinner. One has to forgive everyone equally, even those who are truly guilty. I find this to be a beautiful and extremely powerful Christological notion. It's inherent in the Christological concept of forgiveness, which is so fucking revolutionary and powerful. It's like, Haz, you're a MAGA communist? That means you're going to be working with all these racists and bigots? Yes! Even the ones that are actually racist and bigoted. Yes, I forgive them. All of them. All of them. I'm not a fucking leftist anymore. I forgive all of these people. All of the debt is cleared. Now let's start from a new beginning. Now let's talk to these people. Now let's actually build hope. You want to talk about the evil of racism? Let's create a positive alliance of races. Let's unite the white people and the black people. I forgive everyone for being racist. I don't care if you're actually a deplorable. I don't care. I want to go forward. I forgive you. I forgive you. I am not a leftist. To me, that is Christological forgiveness. It means even when, according to the state, they say, Haz, we need to hide behind Joe Biden to prevent fascism. No! Allow the fascism. Allow it. I forgive it. The anti-fascist democratic state is what must be condemned. I forgive the so-called enemy because the foundation, the church here is corrupt. The cathedral of liberal democracy is corrupt. So I forgive its enemies. They called me a fascist. They called me a Nazi. That means their entire foundation of accusing anyone of anything is wrong and corrupt. That means even the people that are actually guilty are now forgiven. Because it's like if you have a corrupt criminal justice system, the whole prison has to be emptied. The whole prison must be emptied. It was in the song, White Army, Black Baron. Red Army is the strongest. Empty the prisons. We will empty the prisons. What about the real criminals? Even the real criminals. Because the whole foundation of the law was corrupt. And then in the future, will the criminals be caught? Will justice occur? Yes. But justice does not take steps. Justice works like a sword cleaving its target in two. All at once. And then afterwards, a new foundation must be built. The most revolutionary thing is forgiveness. You forgive them. And then in the future, if they stay evil and they stay wicked, like the anime Nazis, we will confront them as the enemy.
Fun fact, many of the founding fathers, who are always portrayed as dusty old dudes in History Channel documentaries, were actually in their 20s. You wouldn't want a constitution written by a bunch of frat boys to be immortal and unchangeable.
No, we don't want a constitution based in a bunch of frat boys. We want it based in a bunch of teenage furries on Twitter who identify as Maoists. Or in the elderly wisdom of Joe Sims and Rosanna Cambron.
Would you? Okay, so hopefully...
I love how there's literally this war of independence where people shed blood fighting the British Empire, and the American people rise up, the yeomen, the farmers, and according to this so-called Marxist, all of this is reducible to the age and experience of the founding fathers, not the entire social and political and historical change and movement that they merely represented. No, it's just, the whole American Constitution is just like frat boys. Forget about the actual War of Independence and forget about actual history. It's like the great man theory of history, except he's trying to say the men in this case are not great. Americans are not against free healthcare. Americans aren't against socialism. You just have to word it in the right way. When you say, let's take back our resources, let's have the people own it, we the people, they're on board with it. But when you say some shit like, I think we should set up a special bureau that will have marginalized people be able to own the means of production, and we can basically rectify the injustices and have you go through courseworks and you can really radically confront your own prejudices. I think we should basically have the government own everything. So, okay, let me tell you something. Let's talk about nationalizing America's let's talk about nationalizing the oil, right? Basic socialist policy. It's what Chavez did. That's like a very simple socialistic policy, right? Nationalizing the oil. Even nationalizing the steel industry, right? When you tell Americans, hey, let's have the government own everything, they're going to be like, what? Fuck no, right? But then when you say, let's take it back, or when you say, let's have it be owned by we the people, it's good, right? It's about how you word it. That's what makes the difference. The policy doesn't actually matter. How you word it matters.
Part of the patriotic community.
It's because you're basically, when you say let's have the government own it, you're aligning yourself with the bourgeoisie and the prevailing institutions. When you say let's take it back, you're basically saying it's already yours, so take it. Like, you are already the workers who produce all the wealth in this country, so take it, for example. That resonates with them better because they're workers. They work every day. They want you to speak to what they're already doing, not some potential thing that doesn't exist, right? We are better suited to carry the banner of these nationally specific ideals than the ruling classes. You don't say, oh, there's nothing specifically American about these things because our American government is corrupt. Well, then what about the American people? Should they stop being American people and should they start being Australian people? Or they shouldn't be any nation at all. Just the working class. Does the working class have form? No, it's just the workers. What does a working class country look like? It looks like if Hakeem was president and Luna Oy was the vice president, and everyone okay, what language do we speak? And we all speak working classese. What's working classese sound like? It sounds like what is that? It doesn't sound like a language. Yeah, I'm just whining. Yeah. What is a working class culture? This is like prolet cult shit. You know, like the stuff Lenin denounced as like retarded or whatever. Yeah, dude, you're right, dude. Like fucking 1776 wasn't defending freedom. Gerald Horne already said that. You know, the Civil War, of course, Lincoln was just a racist. What else? Fucking the labor struggles when they would wave American flags. No. What about you know, like the civil rights thing? No. And there's never been freedom, and there's never been an American anything.
Greater project of wealth accumulation. And I can already hear a commenter saying something like, if the US can be blamed for, say, Jim Crow, then it should also be praised for the civil rights movement. But I'd argue you'd have a really difficult time defining something as America and showing it was on the right side of the civil rights movement.
Why don't we just ask what MLK said himself? Because MLK was waving the American flag and saying, we represent the real America. Yeah, oh, give me something to define as America and say it was on the right side. I don't know. What about the American people? What about the civil rights movement? Was that not American, according to you? Thank you, Harold.
I was banned from the Discord. Here's my penance.
Thank you, Harold. Listen, thank you so much for the 50. Dude, what are you saying? Are you saying the civil rights movement wasn't American? So what was it then? What was it? What was it, dude? Was it Martian? Was it Taiwanese? Civil rights movement's not American. What is it? Papua New Guinea then? What is it then? If it's not American, what do you think it is? It's just a matter of priority. For the North, what was more important was safeguarding the Korean, the only form of Korean sovereignty that exists. And that was for them more important than, you know, I guess surrendering themselves to the South and to America?
I mean, their people would have been fed and would have probably done better economically if they did. So, I mean, I guess they can be sovereign all they want.
Their people are fed, but I think you don't realize, I think this is the problem. As a kind of Western consumerist, you kind of have this idea that most people in the world only care about, you know, having access to hentai or something. Look, this is their dignity. This is the Korean people's dignity, their sense of meaning, their sense of selfhood, their sense of what they live and die for. This is the one thing in their mind that keeps them from being slaves. Yes, that has a priority over being like the South for them. They want to safeguard the self-determination of Korea and Korean civilization. For them, that's more important. I mean, people will die for that, right? That is in a different rank. I mean, dude, I'm sure a Western consumer subject has nothing to live or die for, so they're pretty much just kind of like, oh, well, whatever gets me more access to video games is better. But that's not the Eastern mentality. It's just not how they think.
Yeah, again, so, I mean, you would, I think this is coming from ideology, to be honest. Because I think you would give me examples.
I'm just relaying you. Maybe you could say the people in North Korea care more about if you're going to call it ideology, I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it sovereignty, right? Maybe you can say they care more about that. Well, I'm just describing that fact to you. I'm not the one who's being ideological. I'm just telling you, for most people in the world, it's not enough just to subsist and be a consumer. You have to have something to live and die for. You need a sense of honor and dignity. And they don't want to be a slave of America. It's that simple.
So you're telling me that every single communist state has worked. There's not one state that you would say failed. You would give me an example.
I'm just I refuse to say that they failed because they were communist. That many did fail, right? But why did they fail is the question. You have to be specific when it comes to why. You can't just say, "Oh, communist states failed because they just failed." Well, no, it's more complicated.
North Koreans I've spoken to are keenly aware of the better
I don't care
standards
about
in
the
the
specific
South.
individual
Like you
facts
said,
of why
Northerners
they
want
failed.
better
I just
living
know,
standards, but
I
not
just
at
know
the
that they
expense
have
of their dignity.
Hold it off. Thank you so much, Sean. We appreciate you. Okay, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
But yeah, I don't specifically care. Like throughout the entire debate, you've been giving me specific facts about why this and that, which I can, I guess, just concede those points. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, retrospectively, we can make
All right. Well,
opinions
I'm not
about
interested in
each of these states.
reviving. I'm not interested in reviving the Soviet system of central planning specifically. So, I guess what is the point? What point are you making? I don't think the Soviet system specifically can be resurrected. I don't think it can. The Soviet economic system. I don't even think the communists in Russia think that. So what are you trying to say? What is your point? Are you just trying to say...
My original main point was that Stalin failed and he killed millions of people. That was when I came into debate.
But for reasons we've already covered this, Stalin didn't fail. Just because Stalin was concerned with a different thing doesn't mean we want to return to the specific economic system that existed under Stalin. Those economic policies served a different purpose than what we need today. We don't need to go from an agrarian backwater country to a primary form of industrialization. Even Russia today already has,
literally,
thank you so much, Blackpack, even already has a primary industrial economy. So our goals today are just different. That doesn't mean we have to say Stalin was a failure, Stalin was bad, Stalin was wrong. No, Stalin's contributions are indisputable. Those are without what Stalin did, the Soviets would be slaves of the Nazis. They would have been exterminated by now. Without what Stalin did, there would be no modern Russian state at all, right? Stalin, the name Stalin is synonymous with the uplifting of that 90% Russian peasant majority that had no political or historical subjectivity since the beginning of the Romanov dynasty. So the name of Stalin is the name of the emergence of the modern Russian historical subject. Of course you can't say that's a failure, that's nothing. No, it's not a failure. That is an irreversible historical contribution that no one can ever reverse.
But there are other factions within the revolution that could have potentially done better. Like, yeah, Stalin
what proof do you have? What proof of this so-called potentiality is there? These other factions of the revolution, all of them had in common, whether they were the extreme right of Bukharin or the extreme left of Trotsky, all of them had in common a lack of trust and a lack of belief in the Russian middle peasant. They wanted to somehow rely on the urbanized, educated, westernized elites in order to oversee Russia's modernization process. Stalin alone elevated the Russian peasant to the status of primary historical subjectivity. All these other people did not have any closeness. They didn't have any connection to the soul of Russia and to the soul of the Russian people. There's a reason why Stalin won out in the first place. So to say that there were other potentials after the revolution, where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Where's this concrete? Is there an example of these people coming to power in another country? In similar circumstances or comparable
Mac
circumstances?
Jones is easily one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I mean, you can give me historical facts of what happened, but my argument would be that some of the other factions potentially could have done a better job.
What is the basis of you saying that? On what basis do you say that?
I mean, we could, I guess, I know like some of the monarchists would say that, well, the Romanovs would have, if they would have stayed in power.
The Romanovs had a chance. The Romanovs had their chance. And not for any period of time under the Romanov dynasty, did we see Russia make a real effort, a fundamental effort, to rescue itself from its backward conditions. Thanks so much, Paper.
Bill Belichick, communist.
Yeah, I mean, true.
The Romanovs collapsed because they became debt slaves of French banks. So that's what the Romanovs did. So anything else?
Okay, so any argument that gets thrown at you about any faction other than the communists, you're going to just say, well, it didn't happen, so therefore I win. Like, I guess that would be your argument.
Maybe you should evaluate the reasons why the communists ended up winning.
Yeah, I mean, still, yeah, I mean, again, we would just be going in circles because I could say, yeah, I mean, we can evaluate each of these facts,
So
but ultimately,
the counterfactual thing you want to do in your head, we could probably break down logically, okay, if this other faction got to power, how would they have been able to handle all of the same challenges that the communist government did?
yeah, I mean, again, I don't think they would have made decisions that would have caused like a famine.
Okay, sure. So who do you have in mind?
I don't know, like the anarchists.
Okay, so the anarchists, that's a perfect example. The anarchists come to power in Russia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the anarchists somehow are in power. All right. How do you feed the cities? How do you feed St. Petersburg or Petrograd? How do you feed Moscow? How do you feed Kiev? How do you feed the cities of the Russian Empire? Because what's going on is that, you know, there's this huge monopoly coming from the countryside as far as these more rich peasants are concerned. They can charge for the price of goods exuberant prices. How do you anarchists are ruling the Russian Empire? How do you feed people? Can you start with that?
So we're going to go through each, I guess, factual or like each like historical situation, or I guess we're going to just
yeah. I want
hypothesize.
You to since you want to do that, how would anarchists have fed people in the Russian Empire?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I agree. I don't think you know. I don't know either because I don't think they would have. How would anarchists have maintained political sovereignty of their anarchism? How would they have, for example, dealt with the intrigues and threats coming from domestic and abroad? How would they have established a centralized military system in order to combat the white counter-revolution?
I mean, I think that we can. I don't know. We could go through each like historical.
I don't know either. That's the thing.
Your argument is, hey, the Bolsheviks won, and therefore.
Well, you had a white counter-revolution that was being bankrolled by the West to get their loans back and to make sure Russia will make due on all of the debt it owes to these Western banks. So they were there. They want to get their money back. The whole Allies and now the former Central Powers are invading Russia to get a piece of the pie. This is the situation. So how you're saying that wouldn't have led to famine? There's no Bolsheviks anymore, right? No more Bolsheviks. There's the power vacuum. How do you prevent the chaos, the famine, the political turmoil, and the long-term destruction, basically, of Russia? What would have happened, basically?
I mean, I don't know. A million things could have happened, but
well, can you give me one possible scenario that would have not led to famine?
Yeah, the Russians worked with the West.
Okay. African countries work with the West, and they still have famines. India worked with the West. It was a colony of the West, and it still had a famine. So what makes you believe that it would have prevented
average anarchist problem solving? I don't know.
What makes you think that would have prevented a famine?
I mean, you're counting out other factors.
Okay,
like,
sure. The floor is yours.
I mean, you're giving me these states. It could be the population themselves that are incapable of doing it at the time, of modernizing at the time. There's a million factors as to why those specific states would have failed. What
about Russia? Why would working with the West prevent a famine in Russia?
I mean, it would just be trade.
Sure, let's start with that.
The most abundant countries.
Russia can trade with them. Okay, continue.
Yeah, and then if there's a famine, like, there's famines around the world now, countries from around the world help them or trade with them. So, or, Russia realizes,
when
hey.
Russia has a famine, the solution would be trade.
Yeah, I mean, how about when there's famines now? How do we help those countries now?
We typically
give them
we try to give relief aid. We try to give them aid and famine relief. That's what the UN tries to organize. Oftentimes we don't, though. It just happens. What about the Bengal famine? What did the British do to relieve the Bengal famine? Not much.
Okay, so then can you explain to me why Western countries generally don't have this issue?
Don't have the issue of famine?
Yeah.
Because, quote-unquote, Western countries built themselves off of the back of the rest of the world.
Okay, even if I accepted that, why can't other countries try to do that?
Try to carve up and divide the entire world amongst themselves?
Or just have such an abundant amount of resources that famines don't affect them?
The famines have nothing to do with resources. They have everything to do with the price of foodstuffs and things of that nature. It has nothing to do with resources.
Okay, but you get my general points. Why are Western countries able to fend off famines or other natural disasters, and all of the other countries can't?
Because Western countries are sufficiently developed to the point where they don't have a scarcity of food. They don't have a threat of famine. Western countries don't have a threat of famine because they're sufficiently industrially developed.
Okay, and then why can't these other countries like Russia and some of these other Asian countries, why can't they do that?
Because when they try to industrialize, well, that's what communism is, and people like you complain about it. So what do you want?
Okay, yeah, that's true. And still, again, they're still far behind the West.
They may be far behind the West, but they're not so far behind where they have to worry about famines in the future. Russia had a famine in transitioning.
I mean, Russia and North Korea did, so.
In transitioning to becoming a communist state, and then afterwards, besides World War II and its effects, they never had one again. They used to have them all the time. They never had one again.
I mean, again, it sounds like hope to me. You're just telling me that, hey, yeah, they had this one humongous famine, and then they'd never had it again. But, I mean, it was kind of a big deal. Like, millions of people died.
Okay, well, they never had famines ever again.
And they're still behind the West. Like, at least 20, 30 years.
What's the measurement? Is the measurement that they're behind the West, or that they made a lot of progress relative to where they themselves were before? Being behind the West, I mean, to be able to catch up to the West, you need access to the world market. That's what China is catching up to the West, believe it or not, right now, because of China's way of having access to the entire world market. Soviet Union did not have that.
By their own decisions, yeah.
No, not true. Not true at all.
I don't know. It sounds like, I feel like your opinions are coming from ideology. Like, I think I could point to, like, any communist state and you would make an excuse for why they're in that position.
I think what would happen is that I would dismantle the serious amount of propaganda you've digested uncritically, and then you realize, oh my God, there's this concentrated agenda to vilify and smear communist states in the West. I wonder why. Maybe it's because these states are countries that refuse to make themselves slaves of the international banking cartels. Maybe it's because they refuse to make themselves slaves of Western colonialism. Maybe it's because these are precisely the people that are resistant to the New World plans devised by the British Empire of aligning all states to be loyal to the monopolies that prevail in the West. Maybe there's a reason why Western countries had a problem with communist states. I wonder what that reason was.
I mean,
maybe when people stand up for themselves and take control of their own shit, it gets in the way of the plans of colonialists and monopoly capitalists who want to plunder and exploit the world for their own gain. Maybe that has something to do with it.
I mean, you can call them slave states or colonies or whatever, but again, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, some of these other westernized quote-unquote states.
Because if South Korea decided to become best friends with Russia, we would definitely try to coup them. If Taiwan decided to just unify with the mainland, we would prevent them from doing it. So these are not sovereign countries. Yes, they are slaves. Yes, they have to obey their American masters. And if they don't, there's going to be consequences. Like, we already have a huge military base in South Korea. They're not sovereign. We appoint, every government Japan has to get our permission. We basically appoint their government. After their election, we have to sign off on it. We have to agree. They don't even have a democracy. Even in Japan. Meanwhile, every political authority that's ever existed in South Korea has only existed because they've got the blessing from the American masters. In no way are these... Yes, they are slaves of America. Of course they are.
And yet their citizens are fed and their cities are modern. Versus North Korea.
Yeah, but China doesn't exist to you, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I've conceded, or unlike, just for the sake of argument, conceded China.
Example of a communist state ever.
But only like 3, 4, like their middle class is relatively small compared to like the rest of it, like the 1.4 billion.
You have to look at the rate of development, not freeze it in real time. China's still developing. How long did it take America to get where it was? It took America hundreds of years to get where it was by the 1950s. You don't think it's going to take China a few decades to... I mean, how long has it taken China to catch up? It's rapidly gotten to where America was in a much shorter period of time.
Maybe, but that's assuming that they stay as a state for hundreds of more years. They could fail like the Soviet Union did. Then what?
Okay, well, then we'll...
Then you would say like another state is great or whatever.
Then we'll try to... That's the great thing about Marxism. Then we'll try to learn from the mistakes and do better next time. You know, we're not going to stop, if that's what you're asking. We'll learn from our mistakes. We keep going.
Yeah, there's just more cope, in my opinion. It's just what it is.
All right, look, you can sit in your gamer chair, you can watch your hentai, and you can consume your pornography, and you can play your video games, and you can get on your fucking microphone on Discord and say that we're fucking coping. But we communists, and if I have the honor of including myself under that label, which I don't really think I even have, communists throughout history, even when they failed, accomplished brilliant, incredible, unthinkable, and by your own standards at the time, impossible feats. And if in the end they actually fail and their state collapses, yes, we're going to learn from our mistakes and pick back up and get it right. And that's what communists have always done since the time of Marx. You cannot invalidate the achievements of China. You can't invalidate the achievements of the Soviet Union. The Chinese learned from the mistakes of the Soviets, and they've brought the achievements of the Chinese people and the people of the world as a whole to heights unforeseen ever in history. So if China fails and we learn from their mistakes, we will also bring humanity to unforeseeable and unprecedented heights. And if we fail, we want people in the future to learn from our failure and keep it going. But the key factor here is real progress. It's not just one line. It's not just one line going down of failure. It's a line going up of genuine and real human progress, of actual accomplishments, of actually accomplishing things capitalist countries could never even dream of doing within the same context. So if China fails, oh, you're just coping? We're Marxists. We're Marxist-Leninists. We don't have idols. We don't believe in the immortality or the invincibility or the infallibility of human beings. We believe in science. We believe in learning from what we know and adjusting ourselves to new knowledge, learning from failure, learning from success, and applying it in practice. That's what we fucking believe in. Just because the Soviet Union dissolves, and even if China dissolves, it will not break our resolve and our belief in the potential latent in every single human being on Earth. We believe in the God-given potential of humanity. You're not going to break and put a dent in our faith in that, in our communist ideology, even if our states collapse and fail. States collapse and fail all the time in history, but the beating heart of humanity lives on.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds more like a cult than it does like.
All right, we are a cult. This is a cult then. We are a communist cult. It's a cult. Sure, it's a cult. Nobody gives a fuck, right? We have our cult, and you have your Baal child sacrifice, Baal worshipping, Epstein Island, human sacrifice, occult ritual, World Economic Forum, Great Reset, depopulation, Malthusian agenda. You have your mainstream media, MTV brainwashing, Nicki Minaj shaking her ass, Gaia worship, fertility god worship. You have all of that shit. That's not a cult. Nothing is a cult about that. But our belief in the latent ability of human beings and our faith in the international working class to you is a cult. Fine. We choose our cult instead of your cult. Our cult is pro-humanity. Your cult is anti-humanity and pro-Satan.
I don't know. It sounds like a lot of like mumbo jumbo words, but
Fine. Mumbo jumbo, call it whatever you want. Our mumbo jumbo has lifted out more people out of poverty within the time frame of a few decades than any state in the history of mankind. Our mumbo jumbo rapidly industrialized a backwater agrarian state within the scope of 10 years, which took on the most aggressive and powerful fascist aggressive state, the Nazi German Empire, took it on and defeated it, captured Berlin. That's what our mumbo jumbo did. Our mumbo jumbo has results. Where are your fucking results? Hentai and porn?
no, the West, the most advanced.
Yeah, hentai and porn. No! Where is it? Where is it? No! It's right there! The balloon! The West has fallen! It's out! Oh my god! The balloon! What? Shut down! Oh my god! Oh no! Just shut me! Oh my god! It's the worst! What's the 9/11? What's the balloon? Oh my god! It's the worst of all time! Alright, in all seriousness, guys, I have to report the news to you in a neutral way. A lot of people say I'm a CCP shill, but now this is... Guys... I used to support China, but now this balloon is just too far, okay? This balloon is flying over our airspace, and it's just floating there. And nobody's doing anything about it. We need to focus on this balloon, guys, all right? America has fallen because of the balloon, and... yeah, I know what DARPA is planning on doing to the civilian population of the United States. I don't care. I don't care what our government does against us. You can fuck my wife if you want. Just get rid of that balloon. Oh, for God's sake, the balloon. Oh. I know it's very late and I was trying to sleep and I was just sleeping. And I had nightmares and cold sweats. Over the balloon! Oh my god! The balloon! Alright, this is an outrage. This is an outrage. You know what? My fellow Americans, we need to support the military-industrial complex. We need to support the deep state agenda against China because of the fucking balloon! Oh my god! The balloon! Oh my god, not the balloon! Not the balloon! The balloon! Oh my god! Oh my god, guys, I'm just texting the balloon right now to get out of my country! Oh, not the balloon! No, anything but the balloon! All right, guys, listen. America is officially, this is not a test. This is not a test, and this is not a drill. America is currently fallen and under attack. China has sent a balloon to spy on Epstein's Island. I mean, the DARPA facility. I mean, the MK Ultra. I mean, our great military that is just defending us, of course. And this is an outrage. This is an outrage. Never mind the fact that the CIA kidnapped American civilians to conduct experiments on them in MK Ultra. No, China's balloon is giving me night sweats right now. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This balloon is the... Thank you so much, boyfriend. Appreciate it. But the balloon...
The balloon.
Guys, every dollar you send me is going toward bringing that balloon down. Okay? As long as you donate to me, the balloon will be down.
Can someone please make the Pepe smug balloon and crying Woyaks meme? Cack.
I can't believe what the CCP is doing. This is CCP is sending a balloon. Oh my God, the balloon. America's fallen. Oh no. This is the worst thing that's happened since January 6th. It's the worst thing. I can't believe it. The balloon. You know what? But I'm so glad because now we're all coming together in this country. Thank you so much, Hot Take.
We need to deploy the ghost of Keith immediately or the West has fallen.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a little triggered. And I have a little bit of PTSD over this balloon. And it's really, really frightening me and bothering me. And I'm really scared of what the balloon's gonna do. Get it out of our country! The balloon! Oh my God, it's so scary! Oh, the balloon! Not the balloon! Oh no! The CCP balloon is all in our country! How are we going to remove this balloon? Thank you so much, Mike D.
Literally 9/11 and Jan 6th at the same time. Crying face. Balloon.
I have woken up in cold terror
Looking
sweats.
forward to the hot air balloon
Thank
mod
you,
for
Black
DCS.
Jack. But the balloon, no amount of money will make up for the amount of trauma the balloon has caused me.
We need a troll
Thank
balloon
you, Hot
emote.
Take. I wake up every night so terrified of the balloon. It's so scary.
Mecha balloons
Thank
rising.
you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan, but we need to bring that balloon down. How will we bring it down? The goddamn Chinese are sending balloons to our country! What will we do? Thank you, baby.
Use this money to buy a slingshot. I'll let you handle the rest.
Okay, guys, I'm going to try to calm down and explain to you the situation. Basically, the CCP has sent a nuclear balloon on America, and any minute now, that thing's gonna blow. And America will fall. And America's over. And instead of America, it's gonna be called China-America. It's gonna be called Americhina instead of America now. It's gonna be called CCP. It's gonna be called CCP. Americ. It's gonna be called Americ. Okay, guys, China, the CCP, has sent a big balloon at America. Now, here's what's going on. China is claiming that it's a weather balloon, okay? But we can all see it in plain sight. Obviously, China would send a spy balloon that everyone can see in plain sight. I'm smart. I listen to Fox News. I listen to Sean Hannity. I listen to what the military-industrial complex wants me to hear. I listen to the neocons. I listen to the Warhawks. I listen to Marco Rubio. I listen to Irving Kristol, my hero, Irving Kristol, and the neocons. I love them. And they tell me that China has sent a balloon that we can all see. China sent a balloon that we can all see in plain sight right in front of us to spy on us. And that's really what they did.
Love you, us. Smiley face.
Thank you, Noscast. But that's the truth. The CCP sent a big balloon we can all see on purpose so we can freak out about it. Oh my God!
rocket launcher for every family.
The CCP sent this balloon just so we can freak about it.
Based.
Thank you,
I think I
RIP.
found a typo in MAGA Communism Substack. Civil society
never
confronts the
done this
universal
to
state as a
China
security flaw
before.
which must be patched.
Why are they
Civil
doing this to
society and
us?
universal state should be swapped.
Thank you so much.
We should send the balloon $40 million to
Jennifer!
appease it. Maybe it'll go away.
Listen, guys, listen, okay? Listen, the balloon, okay, the CCP, look, we've never done this to China before. They're invading us. When have we ever disrespected China's sovereignty, huh? I mean, yeah, Nancy Pelosi landed military planes onto Taiwan, even though the Chinese explicitly prohibited her from doing that, and that was not a violation of China's sovereignty because Taiwan is a country! Even though the U.S. doesn't recognize Taiwan government and Taiwan as a country because of the agreement it made recognizing China back in the Nixon days, that doesn't matter! We're America! We can do anything we want, and we don't have to follow any rules, and we don't have to be honest or anything. We can be lying, and we can be deceitful, because we have hamburgers. Okay? We've never done this to China in any way. We've never disrespected their sovereignty before. China has no right to send a balloon in our sky, even though we landed planes on Taiwan when China said we shouldn't, and they were military planes. Doesn't matter. Even though we regularly encroach upon China's territorial waters with submarines, it doesn't matter. Even though we have like a bunch of spy planes in China all the fucking time and then nothing fucking happens, it doesn't fucking matter. This balloon turns the tides of the war. Everything changes after this balloon. Everything changes. Even though we have a bunch of fucking shit flying over China all the time, this changes everything, okay? The fact that the Chinese have this balloon in our country, I am refusing to eat or sleep as long as that balloon is in the sky. As a matter of fact, I am issuing a public statement. For as long as the CCP balloon is in our sky, I'm going to just shit in public. I'm not even going to wipe. I'm just going to pull down my pants and take a poop everywhere. And no one can stop me unless you take down the balloon.
How slick of the CCP.
Thank you,
They know
Arwell.
we can't pop the balloon because of the greenhouse gases
Right.
in it. So devious.
For as long as China's balloon is in the sky, I'm not wearing any pants outside. Try and stop me now, China. Try and stop me now. For as long as that balloon is in the sky and no one's doing a damn thing about it, I'm gonna just not wear pants outside. And if the police try to arrest me, they're CCP spies and they're CCP agents. Because China needs to learn. Don't send your fucking balloons to my country. Your balloons are worse than terrorism. Thank you so much, Carlo.
Hello, us, me and new initiated into infrared. When you will take over the CPUSA and become an official party. And what's 2036?
Thank you, Carlo.
Thanks.
I mean, I was gonna do that. I was like, yeah, I was like a Marxist-Leninist, and I was a communist and stuff. But ever since this balloon, it changed everything. How could a communist country do this to us? I can't. I just like support Irving Kristol now and the neocons. All right, and I just like support Ukraine and Zelensky now because after China sent their balloon, I'm all on board the war agenda. That just changes everything. Now I support wars. I used to be against the deep state and stuff. I like them now.
Good morning, Revolution.
That balloon thing that's where I draw the line, all right? This balloon thing changes everything, all right? The balloon, we should all forget about, I know a general just a few days ago said that we're going to be at war with China by 2025 and most of the US public wasn't on board. But it's so weird, guys. Now suddenly I am on board with it. Just a few days ago, a general, it was leaked, said that we're going to go to war with China in 2025. And then after I found out about this balloon and this balloon story, all of a sudden, I'm kind of open to the idea, right? I mean, yeah, I guess we have to go to war with China now. It's just so, it's so coincidental. It's so strange. It's just like suddenly my perception of the whole situation changed. Like at first I was kind of like, yeah, I don't want to go to war. Forget about war. There's no reason to go. Why are we going to war with China? It doesn't make any sense. And like now, after this balloon story rolled out, I'm like, oh my God, let's go to war with China, guys. We should go to war with them. Look what they did with their balloon. I don't care if it's the end of the world. I don't care if it's nuclear destruction. The balloon changes everything. The balloon is the single most important thing to happen in this country. The balloon is very important, guys. All right, the balloon is more important than inflation. It's more important than gas prices. It's more important than the recession. It's more important than World War III. It's more important than sending our money to Ukraine. It's more important than the Biden corruption. The balloon is like more important than anything, if you ask me. It's like, listen, I used to be like a conservative who hated George Soros, and now I'm like, George Soros? Hand in hand? What about taking China on together, huh, George Soros? I could get on board with that. I want a big balloon shot out of the sky over America. Wait, give me a second. I didn't know it was going to be this fast, all right? Give me a second. I got to, okay. The other day, I woke up seeing a balloon in the sky. I didn't do anything to deserve this big old balloon in the sky. This balloon is ruining my life. Get it out of the sky. I don't want it to be there, floating in the American sky. We're getting charged up. That balloon can't stay in the sky, guys. Can't stay in the sky. That balloon needs to get out of the sky before I go there with my truck, and I will shoot it out of the sky, take it down myself from there, and I will tie myself to balloons and get a sword and cut it open. I don't want that balloon in my backyard or anytime here and there. And America is under attack. The Chinese balloon is here to kill us all. China is coming here. Ground invasion. That balloon in the sky is worse than Pearl Harbor attacks. It's the worst thing in my life. It's a personal tragedy. I can't. That balloon is Biden's fault. He's gotta do something. This is war. Biden's gotta do something now. The president in the balloon in the sky. Balloons. It's war! This balloon cannot stand! It's war! That balloon! Don't underestimate it! It's not the one at your birthday parties, I'll tell you that. This balloon that's in the sky is causing my diarrhea tonight. I am constipated. The balloon's gotta get right out of the sky. Charlie Kirk is telling me that Biden is the CCP. I gotta listen to the rhino fake conservative cucks. China, balloon in the sky. That balloon is ruining everything about my life. I have constipation because of that balloon in the sky. Balloon in the sky. When I was dreaming in the night, that Chinese balloon was inside. All we had to do was unite, take that Chinese balloon out of the sky. I just wanna get rid of that balloon, just to prove the world was here. And here is a Chinese balloon. I think of you and let it go, go. Mic drop. Mic drop.
What you say? That you only meant well, but cause you did. What you say? Jason Derulo. That it's all for
The balloon has fallen! No! How could this happen? How could this happen? You know, I'm gonna be real. I'm sick of the bullshit. We're gonna do this for real. And I'm going to talk about it for real, okay? So, let's go and switch to a real microphone. Yeah, that's much better. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the balloon has fallen. As we know, it's a late night balloon stream that I'm doing. And I'm going to tell you why I'm late for this stream. I was watching Black Adam with my father. I'm going to talk about that, actually. But before we talk about that, I want to talk about and give a eulogy for the balloon and commemorate the balloon. Because... you know, everybody thinks this balloon thing is not a big deal, and you think it's just a joke, and you're just going, oh, it's just a balloon, who cares? I don't think it's just a balloon, actually. I think that balloon was an omen. That balloon was a sign. Because we are sitting here in America, and we have no hope. We have politicians who don't give a fuck about us. We have this degrowth agenda. There's no sense of a future. There's no sense of purpose. There's no sense of meaning anymore, and we're just kind of rotting away here in America, waiting for a sign, waiting for something to happen that'll be our calling. What's it gonna take? What's it gonna take for the working people of this country to rise up? What's it gonna take for a real communist movement in this country to take off? What's it gonna take? We're sitting here, we're waiting, and we're waiting. Thank you so much, Jana. We're waiting. And then out from the horizon in the beautiful blue sky, there I see an industrial policy. There I see the future. There I see a world of science fiction. There I see a wandering earth searching for its destination. And I look into that beautiful blue sky, and there floats the balloon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the balloon. The balloon was a comrade. The balloon was a gorilla. The balloon was a mecha tanky. It was a sign. It was a sign. The balloon flew over our country, and it was an innocent balloon. It wasn't hurting anyone. It wasn't doing anything wrong. It was a scientific balloon for meteorology. It wasn't hurting anyone. It was just exposing the raw power of technology. It was a glorification of Chinese technology from the future. It was a Promethean gesture by the Chinese, showing us ignorant, backward Americans the potential we have, but we refuse to tap into. Here we sit, all these news cycles, all this bullshit, all this degeneracy, all this depravity here in America. We sit here, and then this glorification, this testament, this monument to humanity. The French sent us the Statue of Liberty. But the Chinese sent us light. They sent us technology. They sent us true science. They sent us hope. The French sent us a stone statue. The Chinese sent us an unprecedented use of technology. Jackson's calling me. Jackson, you're on stream. I'm on stream. We're streaming right now. Everyone can hear you. What's up? All right, I'll mute it. One moment, guys. This is an emergency.
21.
And why do you have a profile picture of a little girl?
I've had it since I was 17.
I don't care if you were 7. I don't care if you were 17. Why do you have a profile picture of a little girl?
What's the difference?
What do you mean, what's the difference? It's a fucking prepubescent little girl. And you're a fucking grown man.
New racism just dropped.
So
you don't find that weird or bizarre?
It's literally a persona.
Why are you channeling the persona of a little girl? Can you explain that?
I'm not channeling the persona of a little girl.
Then why are you saying it's a persona?
Oh my fucking lord.
Can you please explain it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, then explain it. Help me understand it. Look at me. Look at a man like me. Help me understand why you have a profile picture of a little girl and why what is that something I would want to do? Help me understand why you do that. Help me understand it. I don't understand it.
Yes, you don't understand because it doesn't need to make sense.
So why do you do it?
Because
what
it
about
doesn't
that
matter.
image do you choose to identify with?
I don't.
But it's your profile picture. I'll give you mine. So my profile picture is a tiger holding the infrared globe. And to me, that tiger represents fierceness. And it represents fury and cruelty. That's what it represents to me. And I like the energy it exudes because it's just a burning masculine energy. Now, please explain to me what energy your profile picture exudes and why do you choose that profile picture?
Why did I choose my profile picture?
Yes.
Because I liked the show when I was young.
Why do you identify with that character of the show?
I don't identify the.
Then why is it your fucking profile picture?
Because it literally doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Why is that your profile picture?
It literally doesn't matter.
If it doesn't matter, why didn't you leave it default? Why did you go out of your way to find that image and upload it to be your profile picture? If it doesn't fucking matter, you're not making any rational sense.
Because it's a persona, dude.
You said it's a persona, right?
Yeah.
Why is that your persona?
No, that's not my persona.
Why is that the persona you choose?
Oh my lord.
Do you consider yourself a man?
Nope.
You're 21, aren't you?
Yeah.
So what are you?
Doesn't matter.
So if you're not a man, what are you? Are you a woman?
It doesn't matter.
It matters to me for purposes of this expose here. Are you a man? What are you?
Okay, so explain to me why do I need to expose myself?
Because I'm trying to understand how grown men are running around with little girls as their profile picture. I'm trying. You look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Okay,
help me understand it. Help a guy like me understand that.
Okay, perhaps you were not there when all of this happened, but basically, Fortune's A anime.
What?
Basically, Fortune's A image board.
4chan's what?
Image board A anime.
Image board anime.
Yes.
Okay.
Subverted some words that originated from there, like waifu.
What?
They subverted some words that
I
originated
know what
from
waifu
there.
means. So you're saying this little girl is your waifu?
No.
So
That's
why
not
are you
what I'm trying
talking
to say
about
at all.
waifus when we're talking about a drawing of a little girl?
Because they subverted the meaning of the word. Back in 2007, waifus were supposed to mean like your persona.
Your waifu is your persona? Holy shit, TX.
Online, yeah.
Your waifu is your persona?
Online, yeah. It used to be. Now it's just a random word that people throw around.
So people would identify as the woman they want?
Not exactly, but kind of.
Okay, so, well, you're digging yourself a fucking hole because your waifu is a fucking 5-year-old girl.
Holy shit, that's not my waifu.
So why are you bringing it up?
Because
it doesn't make sense.
You literally told me to explain it.
Why are you having an anime fucking profile picture? And then you fucking said because on 4chan it's the waifu that they put on as their persona.
No.
So why? Explain why you have a little girl as your profile picture. Explain it.
Because it doesn't fucking matter, dude.
No, it does fucking matter. It does fucking matter. Because you go on the fucking internet and this is what you identify and present yourself as, and yet you're a grown man. So why do you fucking do it?
Because it's been there forever. So what?
It has not been there forever, okay?
Yes,
what a bizarre response. So if I take a picture of my dick and put it as my profile picture, well, it's been there forever.
Yeah, but...
So why didn't you just leave it empty? Why did you upload a picture of a little girl to be your profile picture?
Because it's easier for people that know me to talk to me. Hello? It's the same thing as like putting a photo of yourself, a picture of yourself.
Why did you choose a little girl to be your avatar?
Because when I was fucking 15, I watched this show and I liked it.
17. I thought you were 17. Now we're changing the goalposts.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Because you were 17 and you were a minor, but you were still old enough to not want it to have to be identifying with little girls. Explain to me.
I was not identifying with little girls, dude. I just liked the show.
If you like a show, why do you like that picture? Thank you, TX. Appreciate you, man.
Can I join in later? Sadly, I'm still banned in both the Discord and the Telegram.
It's not that I like the picture. I like the show.
No, you clearly like the picture because you chose it as your profile picture.
Okay, so what's the difference if I chose this particular profile picture and like I random one?
Because yours seems to be an aestheticized child, 5-year-old little girl who is aestheticized in some kind of way to look shining with eyes and stuff. Why? Okay. What is this? Why did you choose this? Why didn't you choose? If I watched that show, I would have chosen the big bearded guy. You know, I would have chosen something that I identify with. I wouldn't have chose a little girl. Explain what that means. Why would you choose that?
Dude, I already did. I was 15 years old.
Okay, when you're 15, why did you choose?
I watched the show.
Okay.
I liked the show. I like the characters.
What about that character do you like?
Oh, she's shy.
You like the little girl because she's shy?
Yeah. When I was 15. Doesn't go much different.
Aren't all children shy of strangers especially? Why is that something you like?
It goes a little bit deeper than that.
I like Naruto, and I can find and use a niche photo with Kakashi instead of a child Hinata. This guy is clearly a predator Dagon.
It always go much deeper than like, oh, she's just shy, so I like her and put in my
So make it deeper. Explain it to me.
But then you start to make the argument that like I'm identifying with this character.
But you are, aren't you? Because you said you like them because they're shy, because you feel you were shy too, so you did identify with a little girl.
No, I didn't.
How
does that make any sense?
Do you think it's a problem for men and even young men who identify as little girls? Do you see a contradiction there? Do you see a contradiction? Look at me right now? If you have me on stream. No, look at me on stream. Do I look like a little girl?
No.
So why would a man try and identify as a little girl cartoon? Can you explain
You're missing the point.
Then explain it. Then
I'm trying to. You're not letting me explain.
Then go ahead and fucking explain it. Keep saying I'm missing the point, but you're not explaining yourself.
Okay.
So explain.
What difference does it make?
The difference is that it's weird and it's creepy. That's the fucking difference. Because you are out here trying to beautify and glamorize little girls in cartoon form, and then to add insult to injury, upload it as your profile picture as though this is what you identify as.
No,
Do you identify as a little girl?
I said that like 10 times already, dude.
I am a simple man. When I see a profile picture talking anywhere on the internet,
yes,
I'm thinking
you're
this
seeing
is
a
their
dog.
voice.
You're seeing a dog. You're seeing a dog talking.
If I see,
what does that represent? What does that represent to you?
Thank you, TX. No, I don't see a fucking dog. I see a picture right now.
There's shy male characters. Why didn't
Yeah,
you use
my
them
name is a
instead?
dog. What does that represent to you?
I'm not looking. I'm not paying attention to your fucking name. It's your picture. You're talking on Twitter or anywhere else on the internet, and you're saying blah blah blah. It's like your character is saying this. Your picture is saying this. But then when you get in VC, you're a grown man. Explain why that is. Do you not see that as creepy? Do you not see that as a problem? Can you explain that? Can you even try and think about why that might be a problem?
Wait, what exactly must be a problem? I don't know.
You're not a man, right?
No.
What are you?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, well, I'm asking, so it does matter. So what are you?
I'm literally a dot with a profile picture of an anime girl. That's it.
So what pronouns can I use for you? She or he?
Whatever you want.
Are you both?
Whatever you want to call me.
Are you both male and female?
No, that's a contradiction.
So what are you?
I'm literally a dot on your screen right now.
So you identify
with a profile picture of an anime girl.
So you identify as an anime girl?
No. Now, can you please let me explain this?
Yeah, explain it.
Thank you.
Explain.
Would you Would you say that there is a difference between me particularly choosing this profile picture of the same character, but in another scenario where her eyes are not like glowy or whatever?
No.
Would that make a difference? Would that make a difference?
No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It's still a little girl.
Okay, so if I literally put a picture that would classify me as a fucking terrorist,
that'd be based
of the same character, would that not make a difference?
That would be impossible. That would be impossible because 5-year-old girls can't be terrorists, you idiot. That wouldn't even be possible.
No, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing the point. A 5-year-old girl cannot be a terrorist, so it's not possible.
Oh. You missed the point.
Okay, then explain it. Explain it.
I'm trying to. Would you say there isn't any difference at all of me choosing this particular profile picture of the same character?
No, it can't be the character. I don't care what I don't care it cannot be a little girl unless it's weird, it's creepy, and I want you to explain yourself.
So you're telling me there is no difference between my profile picture and literally, like, I don't know, taking it to the extremes. Because I'm trying not to say something weird here.
No, that puts you in jail. You go to jail.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
But right now, you're a.
Would you say that there's a difference?
But if I'm an FBI agent, I just put that person in jail. But for you, I will start investigating you for having that fucking picture because your picture isn't a crime, but it's a clue.
Okay, do it.
Your picture is not a crime. It's just a clue. Why are you signaling to people that you're a potential pedo?
Because it doesn't make me a pedo. What the fuck?
But why do you want to be associated with that?
I'm not.
So why do you have a little girl as your picture?
Because it literally doesn't matter, dude. You've been... How long have you been on the internet?
If it doesn't matter, why didn't you choose any other picture? Why that one?
How long have you been on the internet? Just out of curiosity.
Forever.
Okay, so you must understand that there is a difference.
No, I don't.
There's a clear...
I've never understood it. In all my fucking years on the internet, even when I was a kid, I never understood it. I always wanted to be like the Wolverine or Superman or Batman or something. I always wanted to be something cool. I have never understood why men or young men identify as a 5-year-old cartoon girl. I have never understood that for all the years I have been on the internet. It has never made sense to me. And it still doesn't make sense. And when I ask people like you to explain it, you come up short. Why can't you just fucking explain it? Why do you have a fucking anime girl as your profile picture?
Because I watched the show when I was 15.
I don't care if you watched it. Why did you choose another character? Why did you choose that character? It could have been any other character. Why did you choose the little girl?
Because I like the show.
Is that the only character in the fucking show?
No.
So why did you choose that one?
Because I liked her. Is that?
You like her?
I like her personality.
Because you like her?
Yeah, I like the persona. I like the personality, yeah.
You like the persona?
Yeah.
What about the persona do you like?
Then I would need to go deep into the anime.
Go deep in it. Go deep in it.
Why? That's not what we're doing here.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Explain it.
Okay. Holy shit. Basically, people can identify with something that is not the literal aesthetic of the character. That's not a hard concept to understand, okay?
You just said a whole lot of jibber jabber. Can you
How?
Because explain you, because you're presenting yourself on the internet and this is your persona and this is who you're the energy you're channeling and it's a little fucking girl. So explain that part to me. You're saying you think it represents shyness, right?
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Is it right for a grown man to identify with the energy of a shy little girl?
Then again, you're bringing up the shy little girl.
Why are you shy?
I don't know. There's plenty of reasons that someone can be shy.
What are you shy about?
I'm not that shy, actually.
If you're not shy, then you're going to fucking jail because that was your only fucking card out.
Okay, call the NSA on me.
Because what the fuck is the reason then? Because you just said I identify with it because she's shy. And
no, I never said that. I fucking identify it.
So why do you like them?
Because I like the cartoon. I like the show. Okay. And I like this character in particular.
If you like the show, well, what about the show do you like? The show is all kids. That's what they're telling me in chat. What about the show do you like of kids?
It was cute. It was cute and funny.
It was cute?
And funny, yeah.
Why was it cute? And what about it was funny?
I mean, I just find it cool. Cute and funny, yeah.
Do women find it cute?
Probably.
I don't think they would. How many women identify with that character?
Probably a lot.
I've never seen one in my life. I've never seen an anime profile little girl be a woman in my whole life.
Then you're fucking lying about being on the internet forever.
It's not real. I mean, maybe trans women, because I'm inclusive.
No,
but other than that, I've never seen it.
You're just lying then.
Are you referring to trans women?
Base.
Thank you, TX.
No.
Bring someone else in who can debate something of substance. This guy can't even stand for his weird profile picture.
So you're saying it's just as common for women to identify with that little girl as men?
Yeah.
And you're lying.
And I've seen it.
You're lying.
No, I've
You're
seen
lying.
it.
You said it's just as common. It's not just as common.
Why? Explain it to me. Come on. Go ahead.
Why? Because women are not, they tend not to be pedos. That's why.
Oh, yeah? Okay, show me the analysis on that.
The analysis that men are more likely to be pedophiles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
No, let's do it. Okay, sure.
Apply the fucking, I don't know. Yeah.
Evidence shows men are more likely to have pedophilia than women.
Okay, show me the study.
Okay, we're going on it right now. USA Today. Since you wanted a fucking study. And you couldn't just rely on your fucking common sense. So we're going to go straight to the study. USA Today. The complicated relationship behind pedophilia. You Control F. Here we go. Cito said pedophilia is something people are born with. Evidence shows men are more likely to have pedophilia. This aligns with research showing they're more likely to have other paraphilias. Now, this is just what you call
good.
sense.
No, that's good. It's not there. What if I rejected DSM-5?
What if you
because there are plenty of therapists that reject the DSM-5.
You just asked me to fucking give you a piece of evidence showing men are more likely to be pedophiles. All right, you know what? Child sex offenders by gender.
No.
Let's do that.
Just answer me. What if I
90% of offenders are male?
Okay. You didn't answer my point. You're going in circles.
So DSM-5 is wrong, and the criminal system is wrong. So who's right?
Probably someone. Would you say that the criminal system is right?
With the data that more men are convicted for being child sex offenders at a vastly higher rate than women, yes, that's just fucking... I didn't even need to look that up to know it was fucking true.
Okay, how? Can you explain to me? Was it just pure empiricism? You just looked at the word and you said, and you thought to yourself, okay.
Can you live in reality? What is this French la la land you're living in? Can you live in reality? Can you live in reality? Men are more likely to be pedos than women. Fact. No, I don't agree. No. What about reality?
What about reality?
You just deny reality?
No.
You're the type person, if it's raining outside, you say, no, it's not raining. No. Yeah, it's raining. You'll get wet. Men are more likely to be pedos than women. Fact or no?
Supported by what? That's what I'm interested in.
Do you think it's true or not true?
That men are more likely to be pedophile than women?
Yes.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Probably yes. But like I wouldn't give my word to
yes.
it.
Sure, let's work with that. So since you at least acknowledge probably yes, now we can get to the point of why it is men are more likely to have a little girl as their profile picture, anime little girl, than adult women.
Yeah, but then again, you're making the point that like, per se, a person that like, I don't know, likes a cute character that
Why are you calling it
represents
cute?
like...
Why? It's not your daughter. Why are you calling it cute?
Would you say that, would you look at a dog and say that it's cute?
I wouldn't look at a drawing of a little girl.
No, because
and say it's
holy
cute.
shit,
Can someone give me the name of this anime so we can show?
It's Goshiusa.
Okay, how do I type that?
Goshiusa. G-O-C-H.
Okay.
And probably you probably find it right. Goshiusa.
What? D-O-C-H what?
No. Goshiusa. But that's irrelevant. That's beyond the point.
Can anyone give me the typing in the chat? Because this person doesn't live in reality.
Yeah,
private browser. Is this porn?
What?
Why is someone in chat saying use a private browser? I'm not gonna go.
Is there other app?
If I have to go private mode, I'm not gonna look it up.
Wait. Just look it up. Is there other rabbit? That's a
hell no. No, I'm not looking this up.
Okay, then why did you ask me?
So this is a fucking pedo show.
It's not. Your whole argument is that if someone finds a thing cute and it's not my daughter, let's say, then that person is a fucking pedophile.
Why are you identifying with a little girl?
I'm not identifying. You missed the point from this point from the very beginning.
Oh my god, I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now, and you don't think this is sexualized?
Every anime is idealized and sexualized.
This is not. This is just cute, right? Innocent and cute, right? Yeah, disgusting. What the fuck, man? You are a sick pedo fuck. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear shit from you. I was taking him for. He said, "Oh, I just found it cute." What? Just the Wikipedia was disgusting. Fucking pedo, man. Yeah, Nixon's voter base, it was counter-hegemonic. I mean, that's why Watergate happened. Read your fucking history. Yes, there were counter-hegemonic elements in Nixon's supporters. Yes, that's an actual fact of history. And you're laughing right now because you haven't read, you're clearly illiterate on the subject matter, and you're one of those people who think Watergate happened because of Nixon's corruption and not because of the CIA. Dude, keep laughing. You're going to look in the mirror and see a dumb fuck when you actually read your fucking history.
Again, no strict definitions. Marx doesn't argue like that. But he tends to talk about the society of associated producers. In other words, workers' control of the means of production, which is...
No, he said communism was the real movement.
Pretty difficult. It's pretty different from what they had in the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union was the real movement of communism.
Are we doing it back and forth here,
I thought we were just giving... No, you're just kind of a pseudo-intellectual who's like, oh, it's not real communism.
No one buys that. Both of our
Nobody buys that.
And Thunderstorm, we now have a $2 super chat. Oh, we got Spice for you, Infrared. Has got his cheeks clapped.
Well, we can take a poll and we can see what people think, but I think Dr. Ben is no longer a doctor. I've taken his PhD, and I've got 2 PhDs now, one from Asatar Bear, one from Ben. I've got 2 PhDs on my back, and I'm pretty confident in that. And he's doing the whole, oh, it's not real communism thing. Nobody buys that. It was real communism. Real communism was actually existing, real movement of communism in the 20th century. It's very clear. Everyone can see that. Good luck with your democratic socialist LARP, which just means voting for Biden and the Democrats every 4 years.
Super chat from Emily again. Bernie is Biden's child catcher.
Very true. Very poignant observation. He's trying to round up all these children to vote for Biden, and they get nothing in return. What about the student debt cancellation, which never happened, right? Thank you, Bernie. Thank you. The most progressive administration in the history of America since FDR. Joseph R. Biden, who may be a clone, by the way. We don't even know. But Biden's funding terrorists in Ukraine. He wants to bring us to World War III. And to add on to the question.
Oh my God, Hans.
To add on to the question.
Amy, are we going to do the format here or not? Like,
you've got to, most people don't want to be tied down to their jobs.
Or are we going to just take turns?
They're not going to get more control.
Answering the question, which by the way has already
you're getting angry. You're getting angry. Mr. Ben, you're getting angry, Mr. Ben.
Because this is
Why are you getting angry, Mr. Ben?
This is getting insufferable. It would be nice if we had a moderator.
You can let your tears loose. Mr.
Oh my
Ben.
God, Jesus Christ, man! You're such a
You sound a little bit
idiot.
angry,
Just
Mr.
let,
Ben.
Just
you sound
be
a little
quiet
bit angry
for 2 seconds and let's stick to the format that we agreed to.
You sound a little angry, Mr. Ben.
Yeah. Well, I think extended conversation with idiots does that. Amy,
but you have yet to
where
prove
are we in the format?
Yeah, but you're the idiot here.
Oh my God!
You're talking to yourself.
Shut.
Are you gonna cry? You're yelling now, dude. You sound angry.
No, I'm telling you to shut up,
Mr. Ben.
Because
Mr.
right
Ben.
now you are breaking.
Calm down, Mr.
The
Ben.
agreement that we had about the
Calm
format.
down, Mr.
And
Ben.
you were just going on and on.
Here's that
and on
soy
and
Starbucks
on.
rage.
And
Here's
I'm
that soy
asking
rage.
our moderator to please moderate.
Mr. Ben, calm down. It's not
Oh
that
my
serious.
God, Haas.
Mr. Ben,
Stop.
we're at the end of it. It's not that serious.
Stop.
We're at the end of it, Ben. Mr. Ben,
Stop.
we're at the end.
Stop.
Stop crying.
Stop.
Mr. Ben. Mr.
Stop.
Ben. You have
Stop.
idiot rage.
I'm sorry.
The
I'm
rage
not
of an
gonna let you
imbecile.
monologue over this.
It's the rage of an imbecile. Doesn't know anything about what class means, doesn't know anything about the generality of labor and the significance of general labor and its interests.
Muted myself too. I muted you both. We are about to, I'm going to unmute you. I asked you both to unmute. Just try. We are really over on overtime. I'm trying to look for just anything that is an actual question, but I'm going to start, I think, just skipping over the fanfare and the ad homs, though I love all of the support and energy that the entire audience has been given.
Thank you so much, Voidburn.
Ben Burgess sounds like he's storing a brick in his nostrils. Every time he gibbered, his chair creaks. Every time he jabbered, his chair squeaks. Thought it was going to snap from his way.
So we fact checked that, and that turns out to be true. When people ask me the question, Haas, are you happy? I'm like, am I happy? What the fuck does that mean? Am I going the right path? That's what fucking matters. Alright? When I'm constipated, I'm not happy. When I got diarrhea and I have the endless wipe, I'm not happy. But am I on the right path? Yeah, because as soon as my ass gets clean, I'm gonna walk out of the toilet, wash my hands, and write my book.
You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. I switch on my car if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy.
A cold empanadas, right, is a gigafag who, and when I say that, I don't mean that he's gay. I don't know if he's homosexual. I just think that he's a dishonorable male, and that's enough for me to drop the F-bomb. But Cold Empanadas had this to say in response to a pretty reasonable challenge. And 1,500 retards with a capital R, they are mentally retarded, absolutely retarded, short bus retards.
And YouTube lobbyists are going to have an incentive structure to say, you know what? Yeah, they are bad.
Dude, this is crazy.
Adversary. They're bad for the United States. You got to ban them. And to be clear, when it comes to TikTok, 100%, I agree with banning TikTok. Do I agree with just ignoring this section of United States?
Dude, I love how these like feds come in our community and go on Twitter trying to impersonate like, yeah, we hate Jews, guys. Don't we hate Jews? And it's like, you all that evil shit comes from you, you faggot. It all comes from you. We don't say that shit. It's all you. All the evil shit is coming from you. None of that is in our community. You are a wrecker. You are scum. You are a pedophile. You are a piece of shit. And if you died, no one would care. That's the truth. And there would be a loss to no one in the world. That's literally the truth. You are literally scum of the earth. You are disgusting, rotten, foul scum. Actual meaning of the word scum. You are scum. Literal scum. Actual fucking scum. You know? What point are you trying to make? Oh, I think infrared are Nazis, so I literally need to become a Nazi to prove that infrared are Nazis. That's how crazy you are. infrared are Nazis, but I can't prove anyone. I can't convince anyone of that. So I'm gonna infiltrate the infrared community and pretend to be a fucking Nazi. Yeah, case in point, this fucking faggot right here. I'm gonna infiltrate you guys and like pretend to be a Nazi to prove it's like, but you're the Nazi. It's almost like, you know how they always say Scott Ritter's a pedo? It's almost like Andrew Saturn goes and rapes kids while pretending to be Scott Ritter, except no, you just raped kids. You're a actual fucking child rapist, pedophile, Andrew Saturn. That's all you've done. You created the evil in the world that you accuse to others. That you accuse of others. You actually create the evil in the world that you accuse of others. It's all from you, because you're scum. We're not even getting to the grooming stuff yet.
Why do you think they're getting that kind of representation? I mean, it's clearly was aggressive, violent assault.
You suck. You suck. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not wanted. Fuck you. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
I don't know what to say. I guess these police officers are mostly indoctrinated as well. They're afraid of the mob. I think they're afraid that if they do anything to actually keep law and order, that they'll end up being on the end of this verbal abuse. So it's just cowardice from everybody all around.
People probably want to know, how do you keep your composure?
Fuck you!
What's that?
How do you keep your composure?
Fuck you! 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 Hey! Get the fuck
It's like that's a lot of testosterone. That's a whole lot of, you know. What I'm trying to say is you're not making the case. You're not helping your case. This just set trans rights back by hundreds of years in my eyes. Oh my God, this is a 37-year-old man. That's disgusting. What a disgusting fuck. That's a 37-year-old man who is the head of the Socialist Party of America, which also has a youth chapter, where if they believe children deserve rape, Andrew Saturn is probably raping the children in the youth chapter of the Socialist Party of America, because he's saying he thinks they deserve rape. So what do you think, right? I was struggling in the bathroom. She made something nefarious, and I was on the toilet for hours.
Okay,
no. I was flushing and flushing and flushing. I was flushing and flushing and flushing because I had an endless wipe. It took me 45 minutes. So I came out of the bathroom, and you know what she tells me? You would not believe this shit. You would not believe this shit, the injustice. You know what she tells me? She goes, the Anu tribe has a word with you. And I said, what the fuck? And she said, yo, just wait. And I said, what are you talking about? So, she tells me, she goes, this Brazilian indigenous tribe sent me a letter saying you're destroying the rainforest with how much water you're using when you're flushing the toilet.
No,
and then,
I said they said thank you for draining the Amazon. I said they messaged me.
That's unjust.
So, first of all, it was not my cooking. You, for some reason, love ordering McDonald's late at night.
No. Hater has talked about a conspiracy worldwide that's going on.
No.
Women are making men constipated around the world.
No.
Everyone, listen. Why did this suddenly start happening to me? It's happening to everyone I know. It's happening to so many dudes. One's in chat if you're starting to get constipated.
You're making me look like I cook horribly. I cook very well.
No, it's a global conspiracy. I don't know what it is. There's a conspiracy against men around the world, making them constipated.
You mix McDonald's dessert takeout with my cookies, with my cooking. You mix all of that and then 100 grams of protein on top of it. And then you're like, oh, my stomach feels terrible. It's your cooking.
Listen. All I gotta say, it's a conspiracy around the world. Every man I know is constipated right now. Every single one. I am a thorough wiper because I'm not one of these people that leave shit I put it in water. I'm a thorough wiper. I wipe until there's nothing left, not even a small trace. And you should be grateful for that, if anything. Because imagine I'm a smelly dude walking around smelling like shit all the time. True. You know what I mean? And everyone's like, oh, get a bidet. I don't even know how those fucking work. You mean a hose? Those will destroy your plumbing. By the way, that's a fact. And then the other thing they don't tell you about is, you know, I'm an Arab. So all these Arabs come and tell me, they're like, yo, we got this thing. It's like shaped like a lamp from Aladdin. And it's plastic. I mean, how do you use it?
Yeah.
Someone, no. Explain how that works.
I want to.
No, listen. It's a lamp from Aladdin, and there's a small thing, and so I'm sitting on the toilet, right? I pour it down, but the gravity's going down. If I'm gonna clean my asshole, it's gotta go up, like a hose.
But when you go down, it goes into that part. That crap.
What goes down?
The water.
See, it doesn't make any physical sense. You got, listen, how do you, people tell me, oh, I use this to wipe my ass. What do you mean? Are you upside down or something? If you are on your ass taking a shit,
okay, wait.
How do you pour this onto your ass to clean it when it's facing down?
Do you remember?
Nobody's got an answer for this, man.
Do you remember when you said you got kicked out of a gym because they said you clogged the toilet? And you're like, I didn't do it. It was 100% you. And I know that because you will go
I was unjust. That was not me.
Roll like there's no tomorrow.
I don't look good on camera bald. In person, I do look very good because I look very Afro-Asiatic. I do not look like a Caucasian male when I am bald, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I look very African-American, Afro-Asiatic when I'm bald. And, you know, a lot of people think my dad was black. See, every time she leaves, I beat the shit out of this.
That's why your stomach hurts all the time.
Shit.
Why'd you do that? It could have been worth millions of dollars.
Aren't you supposed to?
No, I was kidding.
Yeah, you are.
No, what are you doing? I could have sold this on eBay 10 years from
I thought you were supposed to get rid of the tag.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck? I thought it was
Can you delete the stream?
Why would I delete the stream? Yo, Esso, what up? Thank you.
Thanks for all the base streams. You have the tranny and faggot pass.
Thank you, Esso. Appreciate that. That's so based. That's what I like to hear. I'm autistic. Yeah, so what? So what? First of all, Drake has never been a good artist. Everyone says he's become corny. Drake has always been dog shit. When has Drake ever been good? Think about it. When has Drake ever been good? Did you make cookies?
No, because you
don't make them. Don't make them. I told you not to make them.
I'm out of here.
She's trying to make me gain weight and shit. Trying to make me fat. You put Shamrock Shake in my protein the other day. Did you not?
Who ordered Shamrock Shake?
That was the night before.
You told me not to throw it away. You're like, did you throw it away?
Yeah, I was gonna do a ritual where I throw it away, like a sacrifice type of thing. If you wouldn't die for it, don't fucking call yourself a communist.
These
Thank you,
leftists
SO.
think being misgendered by the cashier because they look like men in dresses is the site of the communist
they're
revolution.
fucking idiots. You think it's like, imagine there's a spoiled brat who's like the daughter of a billionaire, and she's like, her allowance was cut by $10, and she somehow thinks that's the basis of a revolution. No, it's not. You're just a fucking brat, and your grievances have nothing to do with the grievances of the working class. But back to my fucking point. All of these edgelords, for example, on Twitter, talking about how, oh, I listen to the deprogram. I'm such a tanky. I'm joking about slaughtering the Romanov family. I'm such a tough person. Would you die for your beliefs? Would you die for your ideology and your beliefs? Yes or no? Would you die for it? If you are unwilling to die for it, you need to fucking realize what a fucking clown you are. Because communism historically, if you are a communist with a capital C, thank you so much, Anonymous, it's some hard shit. It's some hard shit that, yes, a lot of people had to die for it. I'm not just talking about the idea, but in the course of the class struggle, a lot of fucking people had to die, dude. You don't realize how fucking serious it is. A lot of people had to fucking die. It's no laughing matter. A lot of people want to joke about that shit too. Even I don't joke about it. You think I'm out here trying to joke about all of the people who died for political reasons or otherwise. I'm not saying that's a great thing. Nobody thought it was a great thing. It's a fucking tragedy. A lot of people died, man. And a lot of people are repping this ideology in the West, in the US, not understanding it. Like, I know it seems like I'm undermining what I'm saying, because if my message gets across, way less people are going to start identifying as communists than they are now. But I'm just trying to be honest with you. This guy's second thought, he makes videos that make it seem like this wasn't a life or death struggle that was really fucking brutal, man. Really fucking brutal. I'm sorry. You're wanting walkable cities is not what people fucking died for. It's not something people died for. Sorry, Hassan, you fucking idiot. Wanting healthcare is not what people fucking died for. People died because it was a life or death cause. Like, give me liberty, give me death kind of shit. You know? I can't believe how many fucking naive, stupid, young, idiot, liberal students, who overwhelmingly come from privileged families, by the way, start adopting communistic aesthetics and views, not fucking realizing how fucking real and brutal it is. Like, you're not cut out for that shit, dude. Now, why do I call myself a communist? Because I'm trying to build a working class movement in America. I'm not trying to build a movement of fucking baristas and grad students. I'm trying to build a fucking real movement here, you know? Like some real hard shit. I'm trying to build some MAGA type of shit, if you catch my drift, you know? And what I mean by it is something really grounded in the reality outside of the fucking bubble of college campuses. I'm trying to go there. So I am not hiding to people that communism is some serious shit. I'm not telling them, oh, you're going to die, or it's going to be all these killings. I'm just telling them this is serious. This is about the fate of human civilization. This is about the fate of our civilization. You know? These fucking elites are trying to fucking kill us with depopulation. We don't have a government that fucking works for us. It's a sinking ship. Don't fucking pray to God. He's not going to do shit for you. I mean, God created you, and that's all he had to do. Don't pray and make it seem like it's in God's hands, because it's really not in the way you're treating it. I mean, everything's in God's hands, but like, you really need to wake the fuck up and take this country back. The working class needs to take this country. It's not going to correct itself. It's a sinking fucking ship, and it is very serious. Being on the brink of World War III, it's very serious. The prospect of food shortages and runaway inflation, it's very serious stuff. This fucking system is gonna collapse. This is a life and death fucking scenario, okay? And yeah, this country's getting ugly when it comes to rhetoric in relation to political violence. It's getting real fucking ugly. The possibility of a civil war has never been higher. Life is becoming a cheap thing. We're going to get into a point where people are going to start sharing gruesome murders on TikTok of them killing the rival gang or some shit. It's like, you already see that in Ukraine. Look on Reddit. They have all subreddits dedicated to acts of brutality and war crimes against Russians in Ukraine. I mean, that's going to come here soon, too. This callous disregard for human life that has accompanied the information age, it's a very real fucking thing. So when I call myself a communist, it's no joke, man. I know I joke about a lot of fucking things, but I'm not trying to sell you some fucking fantasy, I'm not trying to sell you some naive, like, oh yeah, we're all gonna be relaxing in luxury on Twitter or some shit. Trying to tell you, like, you need to pass through, toughen the fuck up, right? You gotta toughen the fuck up if you want to call yourself a communist. If someone calls you a fucking faggot, you can't melt like a fucking snowflake, like a fucking cup of sugar or some shit. Oh my God, you used a naughty word. Like, even words will tear these people apart. You're scared of fucking words? How are you gonna be a communist? I'd love to see how you'd react to bullets. And then the worst thing is that the most brazen of these people, like another faggot, Red Falcon, by the way, mistaken true communist bravery for just psychopathic, serial killer type of shit. Like, oh, I'm gonna go kill Haas and his family. Oh, I'm trying to go find Haas and kill him and his family. Oh, I can't wait to scalp people and that. No, you're not fucking brave for being a psychopath. You're a chicken shit piece of shit who's gotten high off of fucking mania that made you forget about the line between life and death. You fucking coward. Because in the face of death, you would squirm like a little bitch. Being a fucking ruthless psychopath who is calling for political violence and killing people and this and that doesn't make you a tough or brave fucking person. Makes you a killer fucking clown who belongs in fucking jail. Locked away from the rest of society. But if you really want to be a communist with a capital C, you can neither be a fucking timid little bitch-made pussy nor a fucking psychopathic killer clown. You know you gotta fucking be? You gotta be a man. You gotta be able to handle high-stress situations. You've gotta be able to be brave, and I mean genuinely brave. You've gotta be able to, at the same time, be willing to defend yourself, defend the dignity of the cause and of the workers. Also know when to show restraint and patience, especially when you're talking to people who disagree with your views. That's what it takes to be a fucking communist. You have to be made of steel. You have to be able to have both patience and strength. I don't see that in this country. Now, we can all talk about how ridiculous Haas is, and all the ridiculous stunts he does, and all the silly voices he makes, and all the silly things he says. But listen to my words here, soberly. Do you think these kind of communists exist in America? Honest, brave, courageous people who are also strong, who also show patience, who also do possess deep within, they're not flaunting it, love for humanity? I don't see it in this country. I don't see that breed of communist in America. So when people think it's ridiculous for me to say that all these other communists are fake, oh, you're the real one, Haas? I may or may not be. Let history judge me. But I don't think it's a fucking stretch to say all these so-called communists in America are fucking frauds. And I'm sick of, when I say that somehow falling on deaf ears or being treated as a ridiculous, bafflingly ridiculous statement. There are no communists in America. Can we please stop pretending there are? Can I tell you about my history of disappointment with Marxists? Because it goes pretty fucking deep, but I'll give you one tale that just came to my mind. I remember when I was in college, I believed in the cultural Marxism meme, but I was affirmative. I was like, okay, I want to follow in the footsteps of the great communist people, leaders of the past, and form an organization. So I looked for the Marxist professors because I was assuming there has to be a bunch of Marxist professors. And, they'll help put it together or something. And I'll meet with them and discuss it with them. I've always been so disappointed when I meet these fucking Marxists. Every single one that I've met. All these academic ones. I meet them and they're wearing a scarf and they're vegans or something and they love their plants and vegetables. And the way they live, it's like they ride a bicycle and they have that cap. And they live such a comfortable way of life. They live such a comfortable way of life. It's not really modest. It's more like snobbish, liberal snobbish. And you talk to these fucking people, and they're so fucking soft. What do I mean by that? It's like, oh yeah, well, one of the things about Marxism that I do indeed think is, one of the things about Marxism is, well, the environment. And it always goes back to some shit like the environment. And I think to myself, and I'm like, all my life, growing up as an adolescent, I read about the legendary Marxists and the legendary communists. You know, these people were escaping Siberian camps, surrounded by wolves. These people were crossing thin lakes of ice to evade the secret police. These people were marching into a storm of bullets, getting beaten by prison guards, and it's like every Marxist I've ever met totally shattered that legend in my mind. I was like, can there really be no real communists in this fucking country? You meet with these fucking professors, and it's like, dude, why are you a Marxist? Don't you realize how fucking serious that is to call yourself a communist or a Marxist? Oh, no, it's a serious thing, right? Don't you think it entails trying to build a revolutionary party? Don't you think it entails trying to contribute to a revolution? And then maybe they'll say, well, when I was young, I tried doing it. No, you didn't do that. You were a fucking clown student who ran around naked on your college campus. I said, when have you ever gone down to the workers? Everyone knows I went to Michigan State. Everyone knows that. It's not a secret. That was the only part of the docs that was real, by the way. But what I was saying, I said, you went to the workers? Why don't you drive a few miles out of East Lansing, go to these neighborhoods in Lansing, or go to Okemos, and you'll find the fucking workers there. Can you talk to those people? Can you talk to them? Can you make any point of contact with those fucking people? At all? Can you convince them to be revolutionary? Can you convince them to have class consciousness? Why are you sitting in your fucking professor's desk, sitting in your fucking cozy office, talking about communism and Marxism? The workers are right there. Why can't you go fucking talk to them? You don't speak their language? Those are the workers, dude. Why is this so fucking hard? I said, you're calling yourself a Marxist. You're calling yourself a communist. Well, there's the workers. Why can't you speak to them? Why haven't you dedicated every ounce of your fucking life to doing that? Because I'm going to draw a fucking line. You know that, guys? I'm going to draw a fucking line. When people say communism was very violent historically, it's true. It was a life and death struggle. A lot of people fucking died in the midst of that struggle. A lot of fucking people. And it boils my fucking blood that someone wearing a scarf, who's a vegan, wearing a little hat, living a cozy little comfortable fucking life, is repping this ideology and not dedicating every fucking ounce of their life in service of the mission of the working class. How fucking dare you, you fucking coward? If you called yourself a milquetoast liberal, you could be forgiven. But a lot of people fucking died for this. I don't want you to be a sympathizer. Fuck you if you're a sympathizer. You know what we could agree with McCarthy about? Fuck the pinkos, right? The pinkos, those are the communist sympathizers, the kind of liberals who are just open-minded to it. Fuck those fucking people. It's like you're in it for the proletariat or you're not. And a new generation of sympathizers, we'd accept that only when we build a communist movement here. But these sympathizers that live in our fucking country, that pretend to be sympathizers of foreign communist endeavors, they are scum. They are scum. communists, it only counts to be a sympathizer of communism when there's a communist movement in your country. But to be a sympathizer with communism in some abstract theoretical sense, you are a fucking scumbag. Because communism isn't a fucking theory. It's a real movement across history that's got a lot of blood attached to it. It's a real thing. It's not a fucking theory. It's not something to just contemplate. It's a real fucking thing in history. You want to know what communism is? It's not a theory. It's the Communist Party of China. Right? Or it's North Korea, the DPRK. But whatever this is not what it is. It's not some fucking vegan professor. Some fucking vegan professor. Comfortable motherfucker sitting back and smoking a pipe. Oh, yeah. Well, I am so... No, you're fucking out of touch. You are so fucking bafflingly wrong. You know? And you couldn't even stomach what it would take to participate in any communist struggle, you fucking pussy. It's like, this is why I'm a ridiculous personality, by the way, guys. Because I'm repping some serious shit. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. If I acted like some timid piece of shit like Hakeem, some little fucking mouse, I would carry so much shame. Because all these people died for this, and I'm gonna be some timid little mouse. Pretend, oh, well, yeah. No, fuck you, dude. You know? It's a life and death struggle. Of course, you have to walk with your fucking nuts hanging. And if you're not a little bit crazy, I don't fucking trust you. And when I say crazy, I just mean a little bit over the top. You have to be, dude. You have to be, because you have a lot to account for. You've got a lot and you got a lot of explaining to do. And I do that all the time. I don't hide communism's blemishes. I don't hide the fucking fact that a lot of bad shit happened in what we call the communist experience of the 20th century. I don't lie. What do I tell you? I tell you it's a war. It's a class war. And all I'm trying to tell you is that bourgeoisie, what we call the bourgeoisie, that ruling class, that ruling capitalist class, they take that war to levels unforeseen to the naked eye right now, if you're not looking. Meaning, I don't hide all the ugly shit. I'm just telling you it's a fucking war. And that war escalates for a reason. Because it's coming. I don't need to tell you that the ruling class is fucking brutal. They will try to kill, destroy, and subvert anything that gets in the way of their global agenda. And they do have a global agenda. And anything that defies that, gets in the way of that, or is a thorn in the side of, they are so fucking brutal, they will do anything, dude. Don't let me tell you about CIA raping nuns with dogs in South America. These are brutal fucking people, dude. And I don't even need to tell you what they did on Epstein's Island and how fucking sick and twisted the ruling class is. So communism got to very ugly places, but there's two sides to every fucking story. And I'm telling you, it's a war. And that's exactly why all the Western communists hate me, because I'm the only one who says it's a war. Because if it's a war, then that raises the question, with whom are we at war with? Who are we at war with? And if you start asking that question, you start naming the people that are funding them. You start naming Goldman Sachs, which gave Vagina Prashad of the PSL $12 million fucking dollars. That's what happens when you name the ruling class. They start seeing you as an enemy. Oh, you're a fascist. You're a reactionary. No. I'm just not lying to people like you scumbag, you piece of shit. Second thought, you piece of shit. You're fucking lying to people. You're not telling them the ugly parts. You're not telling them the ugly parts. And why? If you understand the Chinese communist sentiment, it is one of sacrifice. You ask them about their past, they said it is full of sacrifice and hardship. And we celebrate our resilience, that we got this fucking far. They remember the struggle when the PLA was fighting and giving their life for the cause. That's not something they're prettying up. This is a fucking war. And war is not pretty. And I'm telling you, it's a class war. And it's pretty simple. It's a war between the working class and the parasite class. And it's that fucking simple. There's a working class and there's a parasite class. There's a working class that is struggling, living paycheck to paycheck to get by every fucking day to put food on their table. And that's the working class. The people who keep this country going and keep the world as we know it turning. And then there's the parasite class. The people who, like bloodsuckers, steal the fruit of the working man's labor through taxes especially, and that's something the leftists don't want to talk about either, and direct it into fulfilling their own sick, twisted, demented agendas, such as depopulation, such as what Bill Gates is trying to fucking do, and such as what the World Economic Forum is trying to do. Those people at the World Economic Forum have all that money to do all the shit they're doing because they robbed it from you, the working class. They're bloodsuckers squeezing out your life force and using it to fucking exterminate you. I get sick to my stomach when I see people calling themselves communists or socialists who aren't militant in some kind of way. Hassan is not a militant fucking person. Hassan is a fucking idiot. He's a fucking dumbass. This guy's walking around using symbols and entertaining ideas he doesn't fucking understand the weight of. This guy walks around some fucking stupid idiot. He just fucking walks around totally clueless, stumbling and mumbling his way across a discourse, not understanding the weight of the words he's using. If I see someone calling themselves a communist, I want them to have the wrath of God in their fucking stomach. I want them to have fire in their stomach. I want them to be militant. I want them to be tough. I don't see that. I don't see that. I see a mix of killer clowns, such as Red Falcon, a killer clown, or cowardly, timid, pussy pieces of shit who are enabling the psychopaths and cheering them on. In other words, I see nothing but a bunch of fucking cowards. If you want to be like, oh, communism, that's scary stuff, I don't want nothing to do with that. I respect that more than a fucking woke, timid, liberal piece of shit calling himself a communist, not understanding the consequences of what that entails. And you want to know what? It entails sacrifice. And it entails hardship. I can't believe how many communists have such successful careers. Really? Never been banned? Never been canceled? Never been ostracized? Never been turned into an outsider from all of society? Really? You get to be on TV and you get to get all these deals and you get to be so glamorized. You get all these contracts and ad deals and all this shit. Really? Like Hassan? Who else is that fucking stupid bitch? And that's what she is, a stupid bitch. Who went on Piers Morgan and said, I'm literally a communist. Then why the fuck aren't you canceled, bitch? I get so infuriated by how comfortable these fucking communists are. They get the whole red carpet rolled out for them, you know? And they just climb to the top effortlessly. And you gotta wonder, are you really a communist? Are you really fighting a life or death struggle for the proletariat? People say, Haas, what about you? My message, forget about the deplatforming, because that's really bad. Deplatforming sucks, right? But you want to know what's been worse for me than deplatforming? Ostracization. Every single person mildly sympathetic to this word communism, almost all of them, have ostracized me. I have been ostracized. You know? That's the truth. There is no ready-made political audience of young people that are receptive to my message because all of the main influencers have blacklisted me. You know? I've been universally ostracized. They call me a fascist. They call me this. They call me that. In a way, that's worse than deplatforming. You know? They've made it impossible for my message to be boosted. So many people make up their fucking mind about what I'm about before hearing a goddamn word that comes out of my mouth. Yeah, that has been a fucking problem for me, you know? And I'm bringing it up because I'm trying to tell you, this is what it's like to be a actual communist influencer, all right? You don't get to be a communist influencer and get to the top effortlessly like Hassan did. You don't get to fucking do that. If you were a real communist, yeah, you would be like me, coasting by. Nobody fucking knows who they are. I'm so convinced of that at this point. He said, what about Jackson? Jackson got demonetized on YouTube right in the beginning when he started to kick off. But Jackson's content isn't the propagation of ideology. He's just reporting on the news, right? In a very good and effective way, better than anyone else I can name. And he does share his views, but he's not like launching this totally new ideological project and platform. Which means he doesn't have to target the demographics I have to target. I'm targeting the youth. Why the fuck do you think I'm on a website called kick.com? Do you guys fucking think I'm on this website because I want to gamble? Or I want to fucking stream with thoughts or some shit? I'm on kick.com because it's where my generation is. I'm here to talk to you. And my doing what I've been trying to fucking do, I have had every obstacle thrown in my fucking way, right? And by the way, the deplatforming shit, I've been deplatformed from at least a half a dozen platforms, right? Thank you so much, JC Denton. I appreciate you so much, brother. I've been deplatforming nearly half a dozen fucking platforms. But by far the worst they've thrown at me is this way they've destroyed my reputation. I'm not here to fucking lie about it. How's your reputation? Not fucking good. Not good. Is that your fault? Well, looking back, partially, because I didn't know how to navigate the scene, but I've always been a real motherfucker. My fault has been I'm real. I'm not a fake bitch like all these other people with media training. You know Hassan had a media training? He had media training. He has an actual manager that teaches him how to have publicity. I'm a random Arab from fucking Michigan. You think I know what that fuck... You think I put any fucking thought in that? You know? People expect it of every influencer that, oh, well, I'm not a faggot like you who has a fucking PR manager. I'm just a random real motherfucker from Dearborn, Michigan. Some fucking random Arab from Michigan. Not like you who's got all these fucking specialist rope. And I'm not a fucking snake little piece of shit like Bad Empanada who has this natural womanly instinct toward being this bitch-made rumor, kind of reputation destroyer, gossiper. I don't play like that, right? I don't have that bitch-made instinct because in elementary school, I just beat the shit out of people who behaved in that way. And I never saw it as something powerful. But on the internet, these people are very powerful. But in real life, they were always these bitch-made fucking losers who fold instantly, right? But on the internet, that's what rules the internet, right? So that's why Hayes Aldine is the way he is. What's the lesson of what I'm talking about? The lesson is very simple. You call yourself a socialist or a communist, you gotta fucking own up to all the implications. You know, I could be having a lot of fun right now. You know that, guys? I could be having fun right now. Legit, I could. And sometimes I do. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to have fun sometimes, you know? I want to be a streamer who's just chill and no obligations and no responsibilities. Imagine how much stress would be lifted from me if I could just be a personality-based streamer, you know? I can't. Because I don't know what it's... If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do to convince you. But I only care about one fucking thing. I care about this cause. I'm going all in on this fucking organization. I'm going all in. And I keep coping to myself, telling myself, oh yeah, I'm gonna release my book in the next few months. I mean, it's my intention. I can't, but I don't know if it will happen. But it is my intention. But this is what I care about, man. It's the truth. It's like, you know what my dream is, guys? My dream, I'm gonna tell you my dream. I'm not a dude who likes attention, if you couldn't tell. If you don't know I don't like attention, you must have not met me in real life. I don't like attention. I ask Nadia. You know the gym we go to? Someone came up to Nadia once and they were like, yo, is that your boyfriend? And she was like, yeah. And then he goes, oh. Yeah, I always see him in here and he never talks to anyone. He's always got his headphones in. He's never talking to anyone. Always keeping to himself. And then I said, yeah. I said, yeah. Because I don't like attention. I'm not a guy who likes attention. That's why. Thank you so much, JC. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much, JC. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Emirio. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you so much. You know, for so long, you guys know why I started streaming? To get attention? You want to know why I started out as such an angry fucking streamer? I'm an angry dude. Because Because my dream has always been to silently, and then almost anonymously write. I'm a writer. That's my dream, is to just read and write anonymously and have an audience that doesn't pay attention to me, but takes seriously the theory that I'm putting out and puts it to work. I just want to see the fucking ball rolling. I want to see a movement grow in this country. A communist movement. Okay? But anyway, I was doing that for a long time. And then I'm in law school. And I'm in law school and I'm like, holy fuck. I'm losing any ability to do the thing I care about anymore. It's like I have to memorize and have my brain power devoted to so much stupid bullshit. Stupid, frivolous, dumb bullshit. And none of my thoughts and none of my mental energy is being dedicated to the shit I actually care about. And that's why I fucking went live. It's not because I want attention. It's because I want to work and focus on the shit I actually care about. And that's why when I went live, I had such a disrespect for the media. I'm not going to lie. I have a disrespect for the live streaming medium. And I always have. Because I did this looking for an escape. Just so I can fulfill my real dream, which is to go back, and I know it'll probably never happen now, go back and fucking write my shit. And be a anonymous theorist. And my anger stems from the fact that I know that's not possible anymore. But I'm pouring my heart out to you guys right now because I'm trying to tell you. The reason I do this streaming shit is because I know I could have all these plans in my head all I want. No one will ever give a fuck about anything I write unless I give some weight to it. That includes doing some potentially embarrassing shit on camera. I mean, I'm not talking about dishonorable shit. I'm just saying, like, that includes doing this unserious streaming shit. Like, I'm the main character. Everything around me is like a simulation. And, like, you know how you go to a video game and, like, you drive too far and it didn't load everything yet? I feel like the world is like, do motherfuckers in Australia even exist? I feel like I have to go to Australia for it to load in, you know? What did she put in this? Whatever she put in this is gonna make me shit later. Everything that tastes good has a consequence.
Dr. John Trump, and he would talk about a lot of different things, and it was very interesting to me. For years I talked to him. Passed away. He's a great gentleman. I think it's the longest tenured professor in the history of MIT, but if he wasn't, he was very close, because he was there for almost 40 years. And we talk about things, and he said, you know, someday they'll have a suitcase, and in that suitcase it'll be nuclear, and you'll blow up New York City out of a suitcase.
I mean, that is a very scary prospect, admittedly. See, Trump always takes it up a notch. That's why we like Trump. Thank you so much, Mecha Coco. Trump always takes it up a notch, you know? That's why we like him. He's always taking it up a notch. You know, he's always taking it up a notch.
He was very afraid of nuclear. I said, you know, you got to be a little bit cooler than that. But what happened is now that nobody talks about it, but every day Putin mentions it, and every day other people mention it, and now all of a sudden, if you look, other countries are talking about getting it. This was something you don't mention. I call it the N-word.
Trump is so hilarious. It's like he's so funny. He's just so funny.
2 N-words, you don't mention either one of them. The nuclear word you don't mention.
He said there's 2 N-words, and we... This guy's hilarious.
Because the power is so destructive. I met with professors at MIT, and I was preparing for a debate. I wouldn't say it was a long preparation, but I did want to talk about nuclear because I consider it to be the single greatest.
Tucker's face. He's like, this guy's, oh my god. You guys think Tucker likes him or doesn't like him? Because he's like the 2, he said, what? The 2 N-words? What is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? Thank you so much, Orville.
Infrared meetup in Kiev to flex on Nouveau.
I can tell you who it wasn't.
Guys, if Ukraine loses the war, what is NATO going to do? Are they going to all just kill themselves?
Who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline?
I don't want to get our country in trouble, so I won't answer.
Oh, brilliant response. What a brilliant response. This guy's like a WWE actor. It's like, oh, I love him. So Ben Burgess, I want to respond to Ben Burgess. Thank you so much, Yellowstone. Hey, Ben Burgess, you stupid, fat faggot. I didn't even say that baristas are like sex slaves. The accurate comparison would be prostitutes. But forcing people to be baristas, which is indeed a big meme that gets circulated on Twitter a lot, that, oh, we're going to force infocels to be baristas. Well, that would be one step removed from sex slavery, okay? So no, I'm not saying Starbucks baristas are sex slaves. I'm saying the hypothetical fantasy of enslaving people to be baristas would indeed be similar to sex slaves. Hello, Ben Obese. I didn't say Starbucks workers are like sex slaves whatsoever. I said that the meme circulated often on left Twitter of enslaving my followers to become baristas post-revolution is one step removed from sex slavery. Actually, Starbucks baristas are more akin to prostitutes. Hope that helps. Of forced correctional labor. The reason is because it's a form of labor that serves people intimate, intrapersonal, personalized service performance versus the kind of correctional labor that merely So go ahead and give this a like. Go ahead and, I'm gonna spam this. Go like this and boost it. What a fucking fat retard. See, and ours is the rule of labor and dignified work. It says a lot about character. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of sick fucks. Sick fucks.
I mean, that dude takes straw man to the next level. But I mean, at some point,
what do you mean straw man? There's literally a meme that gets circulated, gets thousands of likes all the fucking time of a guy holding a gun saying, oh, the infracells are going to have to be baristas. Yeah, that's a rape fantasy. That's like one step removed from a rape fantasy. Okay? Saying that you want to force people to serve you personally, yeah, that's kind of creepy, you know?
I think what really makes this whole thing really comical is the fact that these people do this shit where they're never going to have to face you. And maybe I'm going to sound like an old man, you know, yelling at clouds, but there's something to be said about the fact that they're just so afraid of actual confrontation. Because when you're actually in front of
Wait, what do you mean? What? I'm the worst person to claim is scared of confrontation. I will go to your face, dude, and tell you this. Where do you live? If you are in LA or New York, next time in one of those places, hit me up. I will be sure to go right to your face and tell you exactly what I said on stream. And I can promise you that.
somebody, the nature of the way you talk to them changes.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have that same bravado when there's no one around. And like, you ever had to suck a dick? It sure does. It's not fun to say something that ridiculous to someone's face.
I haven't done that, but my understanding of prostitution, I think it's fairly different. I would like, there are a lot of people I don't like very much that like, that it's like, if they came over my house, I'd make them a cup of coffee. That's
Get it, press?
I wouldn't necessarily wear the dress, but I'd make him a cup of coffee. I'm also pretty sure you're allowed to wear pants if you work at Starbucks, but I think that's like, I actually do not, in fact, think that, I mean, obviously nobody wants to force anybody to work at Starbucks, but I think sex slavery would be worse than that. I'm going to take a stand.
Yeah, but that's why I said it's a step removed. It's like within the same category, kind of, because, there's a spectrum of things, and this is going to be super controversial take. First of all, I don't think service work is sex slavery, but I think it's one of those things where it's on a similar spectrum of degrading people on a personal level to satisfy people emotionally and commodifying that. You know what I mean? So it's like on that same spectrum. It's not sex yet, but there's innuendo on that spectrum. Like, I'll give you an example, all right? Service jobs often say things like, you have to smile at the customer and like make them feel welcome, and you have to cater to them and serve them. And it's like, it's not sex yet. It's not prostitution, but it's like, how many steps do you have to take to make it prostitution? Probably not a lot. It's almost like when you're a massage therapist, yeah, you're not a prostitute. But there's a reason why the happy ending is a euphemism for prostitution. Because it's like one step after the massage. You just could take one step and then you're a prostitute. You're a sex worker, whatever, right? I don't like the word sex worker. You're a prostitute. And Starbucks is kind of like, well, you're not touching people, so you have to probably take 2 steps before it's sex work. But here's the difference. A blue-collar worker cannot take any number of steps based on that qualitative form of work for it to ever be prostitution. There are no amount of steps a blue-collar worker can take for their type of labor, which concerns the alteration of material things, not the satisfaction of people, but the material alteration of things. There is maybe you could be like, oh, if they build a fucking sex robot and then fuck that robot, I don't know. Even then, it's a stretch. Like, why would you have to fuck the robot, right? I'm just trying to be as extremely gratuitous and what is the word? Charitable as possible. But there is no amount of steps you can take as a blue collar worker for it to ever be close to that. Whereas the service sector, I think the service sector, and I would like feministas, because feminists love to make leaps. Why don't you make the leap that the service sector is probably in some way related to the sex trade, right? I mean, it kind of is. It really is, right? It's the same logic. It's the same pathos. It's the same kind of like, yeah, you have to satisfy other people personally and emotionally in order to make a living and survive. And it's not really sex always, but, you know, sex is just the most extreme. But before it's sex, it's like, it's your emotions. It's your personality. It's your... Thank you so much, Top Shot. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for the gifted, right? It's like before it's sex, it's also a kind of intimate, how do you treat people? Like, shouldn't you have the right to treat people however you feel like emotionally? Like, if you're a construction worker, nobody gives a fuck how you treat anyone. Just get the fucking job done because you're working on something objectively. But to say like, oh, you're not going to be able to afford groceries and feed yourself or pay rent unless you make strangers smile and you make them satisfied and happy. It's kind of, I just think it's on the same spectrum as prostitution, but it's just not prostitution. But it's on the spectrum, which is service, really. Personalized service work is all. Prostitution is a form of service work. Everyone can agree with that. So that's really the problem. You know?
Fantasyland. They are stuck in that video game world that you guys all come out of. That's why you're on Twitch. It's video.
I got banned from Twitch, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Game world, and you're talking about this fake reality that's about to come when? We were just talking.
This guy's just schizophrenic. I don't know what he's talking about.
China's the best thing since sliced bread and mother's milk and blue skies and a full tank of gas.
The smartest creatures, as far as we know, on this earth are humans, is our defining characteristic.
Yes.
We're obviously weaker than, say, chimpanzees, and less agile, but we are smarter. So now what happens?
You know what I feel like sometimes when I interact with animals? I feel like this isn't true. You know that? I question this. I seriously question this because sometimes when I'm at the zoo, and this is mainly some shit I learned from the zoo, honestly. This is some stuff I learned from the zoo. So when I go to the zoo, when I'm chilling or whatever, I'm going to the zoo, I'm animals, I kind of feel like human intelligence is overhyped. Like, I feel like if a monkey wanted to, you'd be like, "Hey, monkey!" And if a monkey really wanted to, it would just start talking. It just doesn't want to because it's a waste of energy. Like, if you told a monkey, "Yeah, you can have this banana, you got to talk," he's like, "All right, fine. What do you want?" I feel like a little mouse can talk, but it just doesn't feel like it because there's no point. You know what I mean? Because you think about it, and it's like, is intelligence really a thing? Or are we just kind of tripping? Are people just kind of tripping? Are human beings just kind of tripping? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. When I look at gorillas and shit, I feel like they can talk. They can do all the things we can, but they just choose not to. Because they're like, that's a waste of energy. What a waste of time. Why would I waste my time doing that? I'd rather just scratch my ass, have sex all day, and sit in the grass and lay in the sun. You know? But who knows? So I don't know if Elon Musk is right. Can we? I don't know.
Happens when something.
Like I don't believe in intelligence. I feel like intelligence is a fake thing. It's not real. I just kind of feel like we're different. We're kind of tripping all the time. I'm tripping. Can I tell you about what happened at the gym today to show you how I'm tripping? I'm a dude who's tripping all the time, all right? I'm at the gym, and I hate everyone who's younger than me. There's like these kids, college kids, basically, and these two dudes. I'm at the gym minding my business, and they're just going back and forth, and they're just talking from across the gym and being annoying little twerps, okay? But here's where I drew the red line, all right? I'm going to tell you why I'm tripping about this shit. So, I go to get my 40, 45-pound weights to be doing these, I don't know what you call them. They're like these shoulder exercises. And I take it from here to across the gym. I went there next to this fucking kid. I don't know if he farted or if he just smells like the worst thing in the world. That dude smelled so fucking disgusting. I was so angry and sickened to my stomach. I picked up the weights, held my breath for about 25 seconds across the gym. I'm not putting my weights back, bitch. I didn't put shit back that day. I didn't put my Smith machine weights back. I didn't rack nothing back. And the reason I didn't was because if you allow that smell in the gym, I'm not doing shit.
All the numbers are in the 9/11 Commission report. The start time, end time, and impact speed, covert to foot per second, are also on the Flight 77 Wikipedia page. Pentagon height is on Wiki as well.
Okay, thank you, MK. But I don't know, like, whatever. I'm telling you straight up. I fart all the time in public, and you guys are going to say, no, my farts smell good. They smell pleasant, and they smell normal and natural. Sometimes I smell farts, and I'm like, you fucking annoying BBQ chip eating, fucking over the top, extra over BBQ hot sauce, motherfucking flaming hot Cheetos. Fuck you, you fucking extra motherfucker. Why don't you just have chicken and rice like a civilized human being, you fucking nasty fuck? You know, you put a bunch of unnatural shit in your body, of course it's gonna smell like death. You know, I just have so much resentment pent up. I'm not gonna lie. I got so much resentment and anger and shit over people whose fart smells like that. There's so many different platforms. Is that if that's what you're talking about? People are like, oh, you're on Twitter? Why aren't you on Bellitter? Why aren't you on Getter? Why aren't you on Shitter? Why aren't you on Farter? Like, I don't know. What's entropy? Isn't Telegram all you need?
Access to everything that was going on Twitter blew my mind. I was not aware of that.
Would that include people's DMs?
Yes. Yes, because the DMs are not encrypted. So one of the things that we're about to release is the ability to encrypt your DMs.
That's pretty heavy duty, though, because a lot of well-known people, reporters talking to their sources, government officials, the richest people in the world, they're DMing each other. And the assumption, obviously...
Yeah, dude, Putin is just DMing Kim Jong-un and Xi. They're all just DMing on Twitter. And they don't know the CIA. They're all in a group chat. They're like, oh, there's no way the CIA's... There's no way we're being surveilled. This is totally secure line of communication.
Was incorrect, but was that's private, but that was being read by various governments.
You know what I assume? I assume the FBI watches everything I do, even when I take a shit. Even when I bust a nut, the FBI is watching. Even when I take a shit. Well, anything I do, the FBI is watching. Literally anything. Even when I'm eating, the FBI watches me. Anything I say and do, they're watching me. And you know what? I don't give a fuck, bitch. Suck a dick.
Zuckerberg spent
I am the 6th biggest Just Chatting streamer on Kick.com. I'm fucking huge, guys.
$400 million in the last election, nominally in a get out the vote campaign, but really fundamentally in support of Democrats.
You know what's crazy? When I was at TwitchCon, they all treated me like shit. They said, oh, you're banned, Haj. You're nobody. All these streamers at TwitchCon, they're all treating me like shit. It's like, bitch, do you not know who I am? I'm like the biggest. I was the fastest growing political streamer on Twitch. I don't know who you are anymore. You're banned. Okay, well, now everyone came to Kick. And I see y'all all the way at the bottom. Bitch.
Is that accurate or not accurate?
That is accurate. Yes.
Does that sound unbiased to you?
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
So you don't see hope that Facebook will approach this as a non-aligned arbiter?
You know why Haz al-Din is the shit? You know why Infrared is the shit? I'm the only... Look how... I'm the 6th biggest streamer on Kick. No titties. No titties. No gamba. Nothing. All halal. 100% halal. Besides the swearing. I'm bringing holiness to Kick. I'm bringing holiness to Kick. I'm bringing righteousness to Kick. I'm bringing straight edge to Kick. You know? I'm bringing straight edge to Kick.com. That's me. Straight edge. I'm making this shit halal. I'm making it competitive.
You've allowed Donald Trump back on...
Education. Educating people. Teaching people. Teaching you something. You're learning something, motherfucker. This is education. You're benefiting your life. Think about it. Motherfuckers watching this shit. You're not how do you benefit watching anything else? This is the only thing that'll benefit you when you think about it. You know? I just got kicked out. I'm the 7th now. Now I'm the 7th. You guys remember back in 2021 when I was on Twitch, early in the late summer, approaching the fall? You guys remember that bitch-ass relevant? You remember that bitch-ass relevant? Remember how that dude, remember how it started out? I'd literally do my own thing. I don't know who the fuck this dude was. And he would sit in his dark corner on his computer and he just watched my VODs making all this psychoanalytic commentary about every facet of my personality. And he'd be the biggest fucking hater, and he said, I think he should be deplatformed because he denies the Uyghur genocide. By the way, the Uyghur genocide is fake, and in a video game, you should kill yourself if you're spreading propaganda that there's an Uyghur genocide, you piece of shit. Fucking bitch ass. But anyway, you guys remember that dude? Okay. Remember how his biggest angle, the dude's biggest angle, back in the day, his whole fucking shtick was that Haz is an incel. He said, Haz is an incel. Haz got no bitches. Haz an incel. Haz got no bitches. All right. So this dude, literally looking like, the fuck that dude from Billy and Mandy's name? What's that guy, Billy and Mandy? What's his name? Irwin from Billy and Mandy. Was that him? Irwin, Billy, and Mandy. Yeah, Irwin. This little Irwin looking bitch ass irrelevant. Talking about who's got bitches, who doesn't got bitches. That's his whole shtick. He dude was hopping on. He was on my dick for months. Wouldn't shut the fuck up. He's like, oh, you denied the Uyghur genocide. Oh, Ha's got no bitches. Oh, Ha's an incel. That's what he was saying, right? So apparently, irrelevant, little bitch ass, gynecomastia irrelevant, who I punked in person. I punked his bitch ass in person, by the way. You didn't see that at TwitchCon. Little bitch ass was shaking and trembling in fear. He didn't do shit. I called him a bitch to his face. I punked his ass out, basically, you know? Did everything I can do short of going to jail. Apparently his content on Twitch is that every time Destiny is offline, what he does is that he tries to get bitches on his stream. And apparently he's not had a good success. He's not having a good time. Apparently this dude is trying very desperately to get bitches and he's not having a good time. I want to show this to you, okay? I want to show you because it's so ironic. It's like you fast forward about 2 years later or a year and a half later. Fast forward, Haz al-Din in a relationship since September, since October. And now I'm living with my girl, you know what I mean? So Haz al-Din in a beautiful relationship. Haz al-Din got bitches. No one can, I mean, before I wasn't in a relationship, so nobody knew about the bitches I was getting, right? But now Haz al-Din in a relationship, so now everyone can see Haz al-Din got bitches, you know? I'm in a happy, successful, beautiful relationship right now. And let's check out our relevant. The dude who died on a hill of trying to paint Haz out to be an incel. This dude died on the hill of trying to paint Haz al-Din as the dude who's got no game, no riz, no swagger, and no bitches. Now I got a long-term, beautiful relationship since October. You know what I mean? This dude's single, miserable, alone. He might kill himself, who knows? So this is what we're dealing with. You know what I mean? So watch this clip. This dude looks suicidal. Legit looks suicidal. Let's check it out. Dude looks legit suicidal. Pretty fucking sad, if you ask me. This dude looking suicidal. Look at this. Dude looking suicidal. Look at this. And he's getting clowned on by his whole community. Look at this. Ready? Watch this clip, everybody. I'm showing you this because it's the irony. The truth always gets revealed. Chickens always come home to roost. This dude's whole career was made on trying to depict Haz al-Din as an incel. Haz al-Din has a girlfriend right now that lives with him. And let's check on this dude who was calling me an incel for his whole career. And that's how he got his start. See, nobody knew who I was at first. And then he wanted to cancel me because I denied the fake, made up, 100% phony, 100% synthetic, 100% completely manufactured fake Uyghur genocide. There is no Uyghur genocide. There's no such thing. It's a completely fake, fabricated, fraudulent allegation. And everybody knows that now, right? But he said I should be banned and deplatformed. And then he said I'm an incel. And then he said Ha's got no bitches. Because let me tell you, it's the red pill versus the blue pill war. And I was trying to do y'all a solid back in the day. Did you know that? Back in the day, I was a hard red pill fighter trying to do my community a solid, teaching you the truth about how to get bitches. And I was telling you the truth. And I was telling you the plain truth. But then the blue pill bastard, the blue pill Irwin from Billy and Mandy looking motherfucker, this dude comes out of nowhere and says, no, the blue pill is the way. And then it was a whole character assassination and they started making shit up and they took it too far. And then I was like, holy shit, the public doesn't deserve the red pill. Y'all can go fuck yourselves. Haz al-Din will gladly be out here with his big booty bitches and his ultimate impeccable riz. You can ask Nadia. I have impeccable riz. Impeccable riz. I'm out here with that. I don't fucking need any of you. You know what I mean? Because I was out of the graciousness of my heart, I was telling you the truth. Yeah, don't be a little simp ass bitch. Nobody wants that. Also, women want the exact opposite of what you think. Anyone who's I will tell you everything you need to know. Like, I will tell you everything you need to know. Like, you have to completely mold the woman's brain using sorcery, right? Complete manipulation. I will tell you, I pretty much let Zerka say everything now because I pretty much agree with everything he says. But I used to be doing that shit. I used to be telling you guys, no, a relationship is not equal. No, the man must come in, swoop, and completely, he's got to be the king of swag. There is no queen of swag. There's only a king of swag. You understand? I was basically telling you a lot of good wisdom. A lot of it I forgot, actually, right? And half of it was a joke, by the way. That's the sad thing. Half of it was a joke. I'm not some fucking pickup artist. But I was teaching you some very red insights. Like, yeah, you can't be... Anytime... Let me tell you guys something. Like the dudes, for example, who make a career of agreeing with the women they talk to about Andrew Tate. Oh, I totally agree with you about Andrew Tate. Oh, I totally agree. You're never supposed to agree with a woman about anything. But they don't teach you that shit, right? They don't teach you the source of any relationship is conflict, right? But Haz al-Din, nobody believed me. Everyone said, oh, Haz, that's not possible, Haz, because you're not 6 feet tall. Oh, Haz, that's not possible. Because, well, do I have any other flaws? Your hair, you're losing your hair. I don't really have any other flaws, honestly. But they say, oh, Haz, it's not possible. Women only care about looks. And I said, women don't give a fuck about looks. You could literally be a 500-pound fat motherfucker. And if you have game, you can get whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, I'm saying that's why I'm against men's rights. Honestly, that's why I'm against men's rights. Men's rights is so fucking stupid because it's like, you know how unequal it is? You could be the ugliest dude in the world and you can get any bitch as long as you know what you're doing. Any bitch. As long as you can read her. You have to like psychologically read her and penetrate her mind. What is her daddy issues? What is her past? What is her insecurities? You know, if you master all of these things, you can be the ugliest fuck in the world. You don't even need to have money. You don't even need money. It's easy for a dude. Meanwhile, if a woman is born ugly, she can't get whatever dude she wants. You know, it's sad. It's honestly sad. All men have to do is have the right, game, basically. Women have to be born a certain way. So men don't need any rights. If anything, yeah, the feminists are right. They are very much underdogs in the game, you know? And I've been trying to teach you guys this shit, but nobody wanted to listen to Haz. They said, oh, Haz, you're just coping. And it's like, okay, I'm in a beautiful relationship now since October. You know, by the way, it's like living proof, you know? Thank you so much, Jano. I appreciate it. It's living proof the Haz al-Din way works. See, Haz al-Din gets anybody he wants. It's just about how much energy do I want to put in them, right? Haz al-Din get anyone he wants. You know what I mean? But anyway, nobody wanted to believe this shit. So what's the other side of the story? Because this is the blue pill side. So this is Haz is the red pill side. And then I got crucified on the cross of Twitch for speaking facts and speaking truth to the audiences, trying to teach you guys how to get bitches. And I got crucified on the cross of Twitch. And now everybody looked at Haz and they said, nope, Haz is not the guy to listen to. I'm going to listen to our relevant about how to get bitches. Okay, let's see how the blue pill team is doing. Ready? You guys ready for this shit? You guys ready for this shit? Look at how the blue pill is doing. Look at how the blue team is doing. Compare and contrast. This dude is in a room with a dude, Haz al-Din, living with his woman. This dude's in a room with some XQC clone. Who the fuck is this guy? Nobody knows. So, is this guy? All right. Is this his boyfriend or something? I mean, I don't know. You know, maybe it's a... And then look, you know what's sad about this whole scenario? I'm going to tell you something sad about this shit. Because it's honestly heartbreaking. Basically, there's a beta hierarchy in DGG streamers. So Destiny is not an alpha, but he's more like a beta hive mind embodied. The embodiment of the beta hive mind. And Destiny gets all of the mid bitches that, you know, want to encircle this dirty, we call it dirty clout. Because women are hungry for clout. But not all clout is the same. Some clout is clean. And some clout will have you meeting rappers and athletes.
Thoughts on
Thank you so much, Anonymous. Appreciate you. See, some clout will have you meeting rappers and athletes and shit. And this DGG cloud, that's a just dirty cloud. You know, these you'll reach a ceiling in like a very, you know, closed community, and you won't go anywhere, right? But anyway, all the women who try to enter this community, this guy with the blue hair gets all of them because he's the original one. Because this is it's almost like I'm going to put a grotesque image in your head right now. The whole thing is like, this is like a cloud. He's like a cow, basically. This guy's a cow. And they all feed on his udders. Imagine it's deformed. He's got udders. And Our Relevant is sucking on his teats, basically, to get what little clout he has. And they're all competing for it, and they're all fighting for it. And there's women there, too. And all the women go to this blue hair cow, basically, to get access to the milk. And then this guy, Our Relevant, well, what does he get? What does he get? What do the males get, right? Well, I'll show you what the males get. By the way, they tried to... See, Haas was trying to redistribute the Riz. Haas was giving everybody advice that's effective, that will work. But he was coming after me. This creature was coming after me. This Irwin from Billy and Mandy looking motherfucker was coming after me. This Harry Potter, if it was on HBO looking motherfucker, was coming after me. And he was basically trying to do you know, all these things, talking shit about Haas, saying all these things about me, you know, Haas an incel, Haas this, Haas is that. So let's just be real and see what's going on the blue pill side, you know? Let's see what's going on the blue pill side, all right? Let's see what's going on the blue pill side. You guys ready? So everyone line up. In 2021, whose side were you on? Haas or Our Relevant? Line up, because now you're cashing your coins. You have an Our Relevant coin or you had a Haas coin. Now I'll tell you what the Haas coin got you. Haas coin, Haas Aldine is in a beautiful long-term relationship since September, October, depending on, you know, when Nadia came to stay with me, to live with me, if you want to look at it that way. And how is Our Relevant coin doing? Because everyone made their bets and everyone made their investments. So how is Our Relevant coin doing? And this is the test of who was right and who was wrong in that entire encounter. So let's see what's going on. Ready?
We can only, dude. We can only. I am an incel, nigga. I don't know how else to.
By the way, can this dude say the N-word? Because he kind of looks. Is this guy Indian? What is this guy? Can he say the? I mean, I don't know. Who knows, right? But let's continue. Let's hold on, because you guys thought it was going to be nuanced. All right, you guys thought it was going to be nuanced, and it's really not. It's kind of black and white. Yeah, within 5 seconds of playing that, you're getting the return on your investment. So a lot of you who invested in the Our Relevant coin, well, it's not looking too good, honestly. It's not looking too good in 2023 when Haas Aldine is in a long-term, beautiful, committed relationship, and Our Relevant is, well, let's check on him. This is blue pill dating advice. You see where it gets you. I'll tell you where it gets you, right here.
We can only, dude. We can only. I am an incel, nigga. I don't know how else to say it to you. All of my hobbies, 5 women on earth like. How many times do I have to cut it to you, bro? I don't know how to say it. I like Barotrauma. I like Crusader Kings. I like shit ain't no woman ever heard of. I don't know how many ways I need to fucking articulate this. I got no fucking riz unless you have autism. This is.
But when I said that about him. I'm the one who said that about him. But when I say it, I'm a toxic bully. But that's exactly what I said when I was beefing with this dude. But remember, he came after me, coming up in all of my shit. I didn't know who the fuck this guy was. His whole career was reacting to my streams. Didn't know who the fuck this guy was. And then I looked at him, and then I watched some of the shit he was saying, and I said, yeah, this guy's full of shit. You listen to this guy, you get 0 bitches. This guy, he's on that autism shit. He's on that awkwardness shit. He's on that blue pill, pussy, simp shit, basically, you know? And you say, oh, Haas, but he had a girlfriend at the time. You guys remember his girlfriend came in my DMs. I was literally covering Irrelevant, and his girlfriend contacted me about not wanting to be involved without his knowledge, without asking his permission. His girlfriend made the at that time, executive decision to slide into Haz al-Din DMs without Irrelevant's knowledge. Now, some relationships will consider that cheating. You know what I mean? She didn't ask Irrelevant, yo, there's this man I know you beefing with. I'm going to go have a private talk with him. Damn. So he didn't have shit, right? This is what I was telling you, though. I was telling you this shit. But I was crucified on the cross of Twitch, and they were saying that I'm a toxic guy, I'm an incel, I'm a this, I'm a that. Okay, compare and contrast. This guy's openly admitting he's having trouble dating. Because let's assume he's being hyperbolic when he calls himself an incel. Clearly having trouble dating and meeting women. And Haz al-Din is in a beautiful relationship. So it's just kind of an interesting thing. So Blade, yo Haz, it's my birthday. It's your birthday? It's your birthday? It's happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sublate. I don't give a fuck! I hate how PMCs use Game of Thrones as this way of trying to understand traditional truths. They're like, oh, I understand the traditional laws and truths of the world because I watched this pervert show made by retarded pedophiles. No, you fucking don't. You'll never understand that because you wear glasses and you have a fucking laptop job in the middle of fucking Brooklyn. You have noodly arms and you have an effeminate, lispy, feminine voice. Okay? You want to understand real trad manhood? Go to fucking Afghanistan and look at the Taliban. There you'll find it.
Ready to kill whoever play with me or shorted me. I got your kids, I got 90, I got Nail too. I got your babies, Kenzie and Gabrielle too. I got your sister and your mama and your fam too. How the fuck you gon' down me? I can't stand you. I pray they don't go to jail, I want them dead. I'm just listening to the streets, hearing everything they saying. I'm just waiting on the name, I'm just praying that they say it.
See, the Soviet, this is gonna be vulgar, I don't want to say this, but you know, the hammer and sickle, there's one phallic symbol, and then there's another symbol of fertility in agriculture, and I'll let you do the math. But this is clearly a heterosexual union, this symbol. The hammer and sickle is a heterosexual union. Symbolic heterosexual union. Look at this. We're putting Maxim Gorky science, because he already said it. And who can deny this? Who can deny this? Think about this. Think about this. This is an anus right here. This is an anus. It's bleeding. This is so fucked up. It's bleeding, see? We're gonna be doing some Skyrim. I have mods, and I don't even know what these mods are adding, but my mod thing is murder everyone. That's my mod. Murder everybody. But donations are fucking enabled. What are you talking about? We're doing the murder everyone playthrough. Also, I got a lot of random shit, so if this game crashes, we're not playing it anymore. Okay? Alright. Children are not spared. Sorry, but... This is the war on white people. Old Stumpy's gotta die. Oh, you could kill the dog. Give my arrow back. This is how we're starting this, alright? I enter this world. Ah, fucking elf! Is this an elf? Oh, he's a drunk. He's a fucking coward. Oh my god, I'm gonna die! Alright, loot, pillage, and steal everything I can get. Anything here, anything here. Yeah, there's a lot of shit! Alright, what do we got? Not a fan of the bow. We got a dagger. We can dual wield that. Iron helmet. Any potions? Yeah! Alright. Let's go! Oh, damn it! Alright, this wasn't the smartest strategy. I'm not gonna lie. No, 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 no! Oh my god! Alright, the war on white people is not going well.
Here's $10. MBS Socialista. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia sponsors this stream.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Alright, my story is that I'm a refugee from the Orc Kingdom. And that I've come to Skyrim to get Scandinavian social benefits. That's my whole story, alright? And what we're gonna do, the first thing we're gonna do is steal. We'll do it in a sneaky way, because the other way didn't work last time. He has nothing I want. He has nothing. I could take the key to his house. 51% chance to steal. Should I do it? And what's my luck? I don't care. I'm going to sleep in my house. Wait. Okay. God damn it! What the fuck? Ah! There's no tolerance! Alright, the war on white people just began. I'm beginning a war on white people. Fuck it. They're really not tolerant. I got the key to his fucking house! Oh! Alright. Got it. Yeah! I got her! Alright, I'm fleeing this place. I'm fleeing this whole place. Take the key to her house. Take these boots, these clothes to fit in. Oh god, getting out of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Not even bothering. I got the hammer that I wanted, and I'm good. I'm just getting the fuck out of here. Getting the fuck out of here. Alright? And then, oh, I got a crazy cool mod, too. I got a fucking crazy mod. I want to show it to you guys. I got a crazy mod that I want to fucking show you. Actually, let's do it now. Let's do it now. So, I have a mod that allows you to start your own armies and shit. Okay, this, see, I'm not good at installing mods and shit, so pretty sure Whiterun is right here. We're gonna go pillage this city. Take advantage of the hospitality. Who the fuck is saying El Haz? Oh, Idea Spirit. Fuck are you saying that? Alright, let's start our own faction. Yeah. Alright, no, we'll just... You know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll start a faction called, let's call it the Mugabe... No, because Mugabe is based on LGBT, and there's a bunch of elves in this game, and you get the idea, right? Let's do, let's do the, let's do the Free Skyrim Army. Now, let me think about real hard, because we're basically in Sweden. The Kimmer... No, let's call it, Wagner. Let's do that one. All right, no, come on. We'll do Wagner, Wagner 2. Enter the army prefix. It's like what my soldiers are gonna be called. Alright, let's choose flags and shit. Let's choose, what's the Wagner banner? Let me find a good one. Yeah, the hammer! Let's find a hammer. I really like this one. But we have to find a hammer. This is the lesbian pride flag. Yeah, this is gonna be hard because there's no flags that have a hammer on them. Let's go ahead and choose. There's just a bunch of lesbian flags and shit. Well, you know what? It's Wagner 2, so it's actually fitting. We're doing that one. This was the color of the war tents. Black. Alright. Now what? Now what do I do? Okay, I'm good. Okay, this is the whole mission. Claim at least one area. Alright, so... clear out an area that is... harbored by bandits. That's gonna be fucking hard. I remember this. Yeah, thanks.
Fight with us and you'll have...
I did that.
Well, that's taken care of. No thanks to you.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're gonna get destroyed. When I conquer this city, I'm gonna fucking execute that fucking bitch. Told me no thanks to you. Shut the fuck up, you ungrateful fucking retard. Alright, so the goal of getting in this city is basically murder. That's my... Do I have money? Let's see. Full. I've got no money. That's fucking great. Alright, well, we gotta find a way to make some money. I need better weapons, better everything, pretty much, because I'm... Oh my god. No, I'm under attack! Alright, I surrender. Stop fucking attacking me! Look what they're wearing. Alright, I'll go to jail, fuck it. Alright, I'm in Swedish prison. Ah! Oh, fuck! Social democracy sucks! Ah, they're fucking racist. Alright. Let me out! Let me out of here! Get me out of here, you fucking social fascists! Alright, let's just get out of here. You know what's funny? This is Sweden. I murdered a woman, and I went to jail for one night. I'm an illegal immigrant, murdered a woman, went to jail for one night. What a great land. That's a real showing of police. And if I just stab that guy right now, I'd be dead in like 2 seconds. Gotta really think about this. We're gonna fucking stab some people. Honestly, what's the best thing? I can get a whip! I'm gonna get a whip. Katana. Ooh. We can go full weeb. We can really go full weeb. I got a lot of shit. Alright, you know what? Let's just fucking do it. I can always steal from her. Let's make the dagger.
That's a decent weapon you made there.
Bring the dagger to her.
City's closed with the dragons about.
What do you want?
Safe travels.
God! I didn't do shit! I already went to jail!
You think all the counsel my father provides the Jarl is his alone? Huh. Let's just say
Here's the dagger.
Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just
Alright, sharpen it up. It's like, what a racist country. I'm minding my own business, doing work. They come and fuck with me and shit. It's crazy. Here's the dagger.
This looks good. You want to keep helping? How about you make some armor? Let's start by
Make some leather. Is this chat dead? Because I'm working for a living right now.
Have you met my father? Need something? Ah, let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need.
Let's make a helmet. Ooh, I could do a lot of shit with this. We'll just make this fucking helmet. I've played this before, so I know what happens. I did it! I made your helmet! Okay?
Out with it.
Yeah, I crafted a fucking hide helmet. You fucking retard. Okay? This one? Alright. Guess there's 2 of them.
Let's improve the fit. Take this leather to the work.
Alright, and make it better. Which one? Literally, which one? Alright, okay. Alright, now do I run and just take it? Let's fucking take it. Fuck that bitch. You know what? Give it back to her. She's a nice white lady helping us out. Because I'm an orc, remember? I'm a brown orc in Sweden. Remember all those anime pedophiles on Twitter who said I'm a brown orc? Well, I'm living the life now. And now I'm in the land of white people, Sweden. Alright, now what do I do? Nothing. Oh, I just keep it. What a nice white lady. I'm gonna put this on. It's not even better than what I had before. Thanks, bitch. Iron dagger. Barely better than what I had before. Alright, now we're gonna do the real thing, which is, you know, here's the thing. Ha! This is what's so nice about these people. It's just like, who's looking at me right now? Who is looking at me right now? I don't understand this. Alright. No! God damn it! You know what? What is going on? Alright, I'm stuck. Alright, woo! It's like, I just gotta take some more. Okay, who's staring at me? Gotta steal this. You know what? Just put this over here in my pile. Just gonna put it in the pile. Take all this. go ahead and put it in the pile right here. Ooh, we're gonna be able to craft some crazy good shit with this. We're gonna take advantage of her dumb, naive hospitality. She's a retarded, libtard bitch. And I'm gonna take all her shit, make weapons with it, and behead her. Alright. Come on. No one's looking now. Is this... Who is, like, staring at me, is what I'm wondering. You know? Okay. Alright. Alright! Now we need leather. And I think I can get leather from here. Probably need some fur. Alright, we need leather. And you know what? I reckon that she's gonna have some leather inside of her house. And I'm... Ah! Is it not open? Is it not open? Why do I have to lockpick it? Got any more free shit for me?
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Pickpocket. Alright. It's kind of weird that you can, this game, like, you're sneaking, and she doesn't notice there's this big, giant fucking monster behind her. But, that's alright. She's sneaking, or I'm sneaking. Okay, I mean, if I can get this... if I could get that... Let's quick save it. Because, woo! If I could steal that key, and I can get in that fucking place, and just get everything I need to make the weapons I need. I don't want to work or pay for anything in this game. Alright, bitch. Any day now. Any day. Okay. Ah! You know what? What do you want? What do you want, you racist bitch? Why are you fucking preventing it? I can't do shit. You're always... all these fucking kids and shit. Get out of here. Get lost. Go the other way. God. Fucking Swedish socialist bitch. Can't do anything in peace. Just call him a racist and we'll get guilty and stuff. Alright. Oh my god! Alright. Come on. Come on, woman. Alright.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy.
Alright.
More inside.
Alright, bitch. I'm gone now. More inside. I'm trying to go inside. Oh! Don't even need the key. Don't even need the key. Oh, hell no. She's got a fucking husband. This severely complicates my situation. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. Can I grab it? Can't. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. I can't. What? Why is he standing like that? Why is he standing like that? What is this? Why am I feeling energized? Yo, what's up?
Welcome to War Maidens.
You gonna follow me or what?
We got plenty of steel for
Okay, stay there, fucking asshole. Alright, let's see what we can do. Alright. Alright. Yeah! Oh, what's up, man? I was just saying, this is such a beautiful room. It's like, back home, we got the same textures and everything. Where did you get the furs for here and stuff? I mean, I'm sorry, sir. It's just, you got such a beautiful house. And, oh, she's here. Yeah, I was just browsing. Is this a new bed or what? Yeah, oh, let me put this back up here. Kind of looks like this glass jug. Oh, my bad. Oh, looks like it's not working.
We've got small weapons as well as big.
Oh yeah, a lot of weapons. Sure, I'll be right back down. Just be right on my way. My bad. No need to follow me. And yeah, I was just walking around and, you know, checking out your inventory and. Yeah, I'll be on my way anytime. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and sneak here. Wait till he goes to sleep. He doesn't even know I'm running around in his house. Bet you anything, the coast is clear. I'm stealing everything. Yo! Alright. Yeah! I just got Callie. I fell asleep. I haven't slept all day. My bad, sir. Huh?
Welcome to War Maidens.
I gotta leave.
Let the name worry you. We got plenty of steel for fighting.
Yeah, go to bed, man. Sounds great. You wanna go to bed? Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just...
You need to leave.
Oh, I gotta... Oh, you mean... Oh!
You need to leave.
Oh!
Leave or be removed.
I don't... Quick, what do I steal? What do I steal? Alright, you know what? You know what? Hold on! Hold on! Just wait!
You need to leave.
Yeah! For sure! Nah, bro, yeah, for sure. For sure.
You need to leave. Stop! Thief!
No!
Good doing business with you.
No, he took everything! He took everything! He took everything! I'm done! I'm done with this shit! He took everything I had! Fucking bitch. Fuck out of my face. I don't give a fuck. Bitch. Getting the fuck out of here. Getting the fuck out of here. Get out of here! Get out of here! Let me out of here! He took everything I got, everything I worked for. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Fuck these racists. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I took as much shit as I could. He literally walked up to me and took everything I owned. I'm going back to that place. There's so much cool shit in that display case. I'm getting that shit from that display case. I'm getting that shit from that display case, alright? I'm getting that shit from that display case. Fuck it. Because here's what I gotta do. I gotta take down these giants, and then I can set up camp. I have to, like, defeat bandits or something. Let me see what I got. I got, ooh. I got a lot of goodies. I got a great sword. I got some armor. And I got a helmet. And then not much else. That's alright. Gotta start out somewhere. Alright, I'm saving this. Should we sleep here for the night? Then I lose my horse. There's nothing there. You know what? We have to go take that fort. That's the God-honest goddamn truth. God-honest truth. But I played this game before, so I know a thing or two about these forts. There's always a secret entrance. There's always a secret entrance to these forts. And I'm gonna find this one. So this fort, I believe, is occupied by bandits. And I should be able to take it, actually. Alright, let's... Yippee! Yippee! Yeah! I know where I'm sleeping tonight. Alright, we're just gonna really steal everything. I cannot see jack shit. I need a fucking torch. Let's steal everything we can. Salt. There's like a lot of goods here to take. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Look how I sneak, it's so funny. Ooh. Merchant's boots. Oh, a wolf pelt. I could use that for some leather. Take another one. Alright.
Is someone there?
Ah! Oh shit!
Huh?
What the fuck is this combat? Oh, come on! Oh god! Oh, leather? But steel is something we could use, alright? But there's like, they're all coming for us. Alright, I got, okay, this is no good. But I got steel. Steel? Pretty good. Alright. Oh no! Oh, it's easy to kill. Ew, was that rape? What the fuck was that? Alright, take that healing. Gonna need that. Already got the fur armor. Alright. This is a sneaky attack kind of deal. This guy's like super good at sneaking around. Thank you, Idea Spirit.
Get your money up, not your funny up, lil bro.
We're just chilling, alright? Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. Alright, we're gonna clear out this whole fucking place. Like, literally, everyone's gonna die in here.
Is someone there?
Yeah. Nah, go back to bed. Sorry. Ooh, he's got a... What is that he's got?
I'll show you what a real or...
What the fuck is he... Yeah! Ooh, that was bloody. A quarterstaff. I'll take it. Is there someone else in here? Agnes? Bitch!
Never should have come here.
Yeah! Jihad! You got, oh, a steel dagger. Sweet roll. Take everything I want. This game's so fucked up. This game's so, like, violent. This game is really fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. This game is super problematic. This game is super problematic. Alright, let's continue. Wait. Alright.
Is someone there?
You know what? I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm not doing this sneaking around shit. Ah, what is this combat? Bandit Outlaw. This guy's too powerful. Damn. pretty much destroying the opposition. Alright. Let's loot their shit. Take those. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. Take a lot of things from these bandits. Take a lot of things. I'll take everything. Woo! That looks like a trap. What do you guys think? That looks like a trap. This looks like a trap. Oh, there's a prison in here. Let me clear this place out first. Because, let no stone go unturned, you know? Oh, wow! We're lucking out. We're lucking out. I already killed everyone here. Okay, let's go to the prison. That guy's dead. I don't need to free him. Okay. Oh shit, that's...
Time to end this little game.
Shut up. What the fuck? That was so brutal. That was super brutal.
Might pay off my bounty. There's someone there?
I'm here, bitch. What the fuck is that? Yo! 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 Let me see this. What is this weapon? This is Darth Maul. I got like a bunch of packs. Wow. That's so cool. Yo, Sleeper Cell, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. So it's a prison in here. They put people in prison. Abolish the police! Don't fucking put me on fire, bitch. Damn. What is this? A troll? Alright. Is that it? What is... This is what I was waiting for? Chest. Alright. Is that it? Unlock cage. Come on, bruh. There's gotta be like a key in here. I fight someone and get the key. Because this is like some bullshit. Alright, well that's the prison. I know, this is gonna be the tough part, alright? I'm pretty sure outside, that's where all the tough enemies are.
Never should have come here.
Who the fuck said that? Alright. That was easy. As soon as they get out those bow and arrows, it's over, you know? It's just so tough. Anyone up here? Nah? Yo, Nobuwana with the 20! What the fuck? I'm not even providing content. I'm just fucking around. Nobuwana, thank you, man. Yo, Nobuwana, thank you so much, man. We're crabbing it up. It almost makes me want to exit this game and just start doing some typical content. But I was not planning on going live. Because you know why, guys? I watched The Wandering Earth 2. I watched The Wandering Earth 2, and it was like a 3-hour movie. And then by the time I was done watching it, I was like, there's no time to stream. But there was. So here I am. But I wanted to see if this would work, and I didn't expect it to, and it just did. I'm gonna do this the whole time. It's fucking cheat. Easy.
Someone do something.
Kill first, ask questions later. What the fuck? What was that? Well, alright, you know what? Enough of this pussy shit. Here's what I'm gonna do. This is how we play the game. Imagine you're walking on the road. Imagine you're walking on the sidewalk in Sweden, and this is what you see. Imagine you're walking on the sidewalk in Sweden, and this is what you see. Yeah, I got the Elden Ring moveset. Again, I spent like 4 hours a few nights ago just modding the shit out of this game, seeing how much I could make it very unrecognizable. Because I thought to myself, I was like, I want to play a game, and the only good game is like Skyrim, right? And the only good game is Skyrim, but I'm sick of Skyrim because I played it so much. What did you say? Bitch! I didn't know it'd be that easy. Whomst are those? Oh, they're Imperials. Oh fuck, I gotta get potion. I don't have any. That's just great. Oh shit, this guy's hard. Damn, this is tough. Oh no. This is tough. There we go. Why don't I airsoft again? Because what did I do to deserve this encounter? I can't beat these guys. I know these guys are really fucking hard. I can't fucking beat these guys. No way, no shot. I'm just gonna run. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Get me 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 out of here. I can't even do anything. Let me out of this situation. God, right there, it's not working. The crouch thing, the dodge thing is not working. Fuck this game! I didn't even trigger any hostilities. Fuck, because I'm an orc? Fucking gay elves? Literally the LGBT police.
Stay alert. Never know when those stormcloaked dogs might charge.
To go to new places and see the world.
Is there any way I can kill the giants? Is there any way I can kill the giants? You know what? Let's like do a bunch of tries. Let's like find a bunch of different ways to kill giants. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and just test the waters, alright? There's gotta be some way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's literally nothing I can do. You know what? Let's try another method. Imperial bow. Alright. This is 19 damage per hit. That does... I could kill him. Ooh, this could happen. I didn't know they were so fast, though. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Get it out of here. Is he gone? He's not climbing this hill. Oh yeah, he's not. Fucking pussy. Oh no 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 no! I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game. Take these. I don't need these claws. I'm not the Wolverine. Take this. I don't use shields either. I'm not a fucking faggot. Why is he like walking so fast? They're just they're leaving. They're migrating out of here. All right. Well, then this is my place now. Yeah, I literally just shoot him out. I literally just shoot him out. I literally just shoot him away, and he was gone. Everyone saw that. Did you guys fucking see that? I literally just shoot him away. I literally just shot at him, told him, get on out, and he just fucking fled like a pussy. Alright, well, see, I told you guys, this is the HQ now. It's called Talking Stone Camp. This is my headquarters. Set as base of operations. Sure. Need to hire a guard. I have 0 gold and no food. Alright, well, I need to go get a steward. And then I can... Eventually, I'll be able to raise an army, basically. Recruit a steward. They want a salary, but if I have a good relationship, they may join for free. Alright. Because I want to go back to Whiterun and fucking steal from that guy. Because, let me put it this way. He has nothing. All of my stolen items, I got rid of them. So, you know, I've got nothing to lose going to jail. I've murdered, like, dozens of people in Sweden. You just have to serve 1 fucking day in jail. That's a good fucking deal to me. So I need 1,000 gold to deposit. I'd like to draft a new law. Yeah. Crime, punish, religion. Which change the religious freedoms. All Adra. No more paganism. Illegal. Yes. No more paganism. New law. On. We're outlawing all of it. Do all Daedra. All Daedra. Illegal. Yup. Can't worship nothing. It literally just crashed. Literally was a sudden crash. I'm not even kidding, my game just suddenly crashed. Alright, think that was a sign. I think that was a sign, alright? Oh my god, Haz, you're just fucking brown. You reject Mendelianism because you're not white. And to that I say, I'm fucking black, bitch. I'm African American. You can suck my dick, you faggot ass anime having bitch. You fucking pussy. You faggot ass anime European bitch. Shut the fuck up. You from Europe and fucking Poland or some shithole country that doesn't even deserve to exist. Shut the fuck up, you Latvian bitch. Your cocksucker country only exists because my fucking tax dollars. Suck my cock, you fucking anime European bitch. Bronze Age pervert fucking follower. The only reason your shithole Baltic country even fucking exists is because of my fucking tax dollars, you goddamn punk. Fucking faggot ass punk. You're fucking telling me I'm brown, bitch. I pay your fucking welfare checks, you fucking parasite. Euro faggot. You fucking Euro faggot, leeching off of my fucking country, you bitch. Talking about who's brown, who's this, who's that. Suck my fucking dick. Fucking incest-loving pervert. Oh, they're all faggots of some kind. They all got some pedo shit going on. They got some scat fetish shit. They've got some fucking whatever fetish. Who even knows? Torture fetish. They're all fucking freaks. All these anime profile picture Bronze Age pervert retards. Literal degenerates. Literal degenerates. And we have a lot to talk about, not the least of which that anime is gay. That's right. If you watch anime girls that go, you are gay. You are weird, you are gay, and you are a pedo. And that's the truth. And there's no way around it. There's no way around it. There's no beating around the bush. I mean, Amy Goodman and Democracy Now! Are all in it, and all these fucking cocksuckers and Rania Khalek all going on Twitter. Oh, you don't have the Roy-approved opinion? It's literally a fucking cult for Neville Roy Singham. It's a Neville Roy Singham cult, because he's the sugar daddy with the money. If you deviate from Neville, don't disagree with Neville or you're a reactionary. Are Neville's balls bigger than mine? Doubt it. I doubt his balls are bigger than mine. I doubt it. But the people who dominate the discourse are the people who do it for a living. Okay? If you're going to be spreading anti-imperial, you're going to be Rania Khalek, for example, for a living, you got to kind of, twerk a little bit for Roy Singham. Neville Roy Singham. You got to kind of, suck off Neville Roy Singham, perhaps literally, in the case of Rania. And that is slander. Let's not talk about what the pagan Nordic Aryans were doing before Christianity, because there was a lot of butt sex going on in those longhouses. A lot of nefarious things going on. They were fucking trees, and they were putting branches in their ass, and all sorts of bizarre forms of sodomy predating Christianity. So, you want to call communism gay and Jewish, you were just projecting. Except the Jewish part. Replace Jewish with pagan, and it's just, you're gay and pagan. That's my view. See, look, anti-communism, can I tell you guys something? Anti-communism is one of the most consistent telltale signs of homosexuality. And I would like to be wrong at least once. I want to find one anti-communist who doesn't sound like this. Who doesn't have a wisp. Who doesn't sound like this. Who doesn't sound like this. I want to find one anti-communist who doesn't sound like a metrosexual. You can talk about how gay Western communists are, but Western communists see you're a retard in your head. You're like mentally retarded. I have to fuck your skull into sapience remotely because you're a retard. That's the truth. You are like naturally low IQ, stupid. You live in a libtard world, and this is all evil and satanic, and they did a 180 back into homosexuality. That's what the far right is. Like, initially they got it right, and then they took a wrong turn, and then they themselves became a worse version of the very thing that awakened them into sapience in the first place. They just went back right into retardation. So that's exactly how it fucking works. Why are all your heroes drinking... I'm trying to fucking read this. Drinking espressos at the same cafe in Vienna. Oh, you're talking about... That's probably... I don't know what to tell you. Vienna's probably not a huge place, to be honest. How many fucking cafes were in Vienna? That's the question you have to ask. How many cafes in Vienna were recipient to political exiles? I don't know. I mean, I probably drank at that fucking same cafe, and I didn't even go to Vienna. That's what a small world it is out there. Because I'm always critiquing and being against white people, and it's really all part of my agenda to just undermine the white race. That's honestly the truth. I desperately want to have a full brown Middle Eastern takeover of every white place on the corner of the earth. You notice every fucking gay faggot faction of sectarian accuses me of undermining? You know Flame of Fagartation, who's a fucking white boy from Italy, accuses me of adopting every anti-Arab position there is. He's like, Haz just serves the Persians. He hates Arabs. Every position he has on the Middle East is to undermine Arabs. The reason him and his community like the SSNP is because they hate Arabs. There's probably some SSNP guy who's like, he hates Syria. That's the truth. And there's probably some fucking Persian idiot who's like, he wants to destroy Persia. That's what it is. The truth is, the Red Army is the strongest. I don't give a fuck about your gay countries. Fuck off. The minute anyone starts coming, I will be whatever you accuse me of being. That's the truth. You dumbass sectarians. You know what I am? I believe in Alexander the Great communism. Cyrus the Great communism. Napoleon communism. I believe in huge wars of, to create giant empires. Genghis Khan communism. Where all these shitty little fucking countries, everyone... Austria? Fuck Austria! You know what I mean? And what world do I even have to care about Austria? But you can't even say things like, why is Austria even its own country, without sounding like a Nazi, honestly. Because they'll be like, oh, Haas, that's a Nazi position. It's a Nazi position that Austria should probably just be part of Germany. And when it comes to Switzerland, call me whatever the fuck you want. Germany should take Switzerland. Why does that country exist? Germany and France can split it. I'm sick of these stupid small countries. I don't like small countries. I don't like small countries. And you know what? Fuck it. Austria shouldn't exist. Germany should probably just, not like how Hitler did, but honestly, like, I'm sick of all the small countries. Belgium? Belgium? Fuck Belgium! Why the fuck is Belgium a country? France should just take it. And it's going to offend the Norwegians or the Netherlands people. I don't give a fuck. Take over Belgium and make them all take a shower. Because when I was in elementary school, there was this Belgian kid who smelled horribly. Honestly, he came from Belgium as an exchange student, and the only memory I have of this Belgian kid is that he smells bad. And because of that, the entire nation of Belgium is smelly in my unconscious. And they have no right to exist. Free Scotland? No, shove it up your ass. Free Scotland. So all the libtards can have a safe haven? Fuck small countries. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of small countries. It's like the world is not a huge place, and you're just going to have this small country. Yeah, fuck you, you fucking mousy piece of you little mouse. Fucking be rolled over and stomped over into dust, you fucking shitty, small, idiot country. God, how much I despise small countries. I really hate them. I really hate them. Why should I respect any small country? The fuck? Stupid, small, stupid country. In Switzerland? That's why Europeans are just, there's a fucking country in Europe. You guys, you're not gonna fucking believe these Europeans, how gay they are. There's a fucking country in Europe. It's called Andorra. Look it up. There's literally this shitty small country in Europe that's called Andorra. It's literally called Andorra. It's a real country called look it up. Thank you so much, Yellowstone Commie. There's a shitty small country called Andorra. And you know why Andorra exists? Thank you so much, Yellowstone. Because Spain and France are too big of pussies to just be like, yeah, we're taking this little stupid small country. So because of them, Andorra is a thing. Andorra is a real fucking country. Also, Monaco is a city-state. Shut up, you stupid small country piece of shit. Fucking Cyprus belongs to Turkey. And Greeks? Fucking seethe. That's a Turkish country. And then, what else? Malta? What a stupid country. Honestly, what a fucking insult. It's like, imagine you're on an airplane and you have to do an emergency landing on Malta, right? You're flying on an airplane, I don't know, you're going to some civilized country like, I don't know, you're going to China or something, or Russia. You're on your way, but you have to do an emergency landing on Monaco. And then these fruity Monacans are just sitting there at the airport with their uniforms and we are Monaco. We are sovereign state. Monaco. Or what? Or what? You and what fucking army? They come and take your passports and say, prove yourself before the customs of Malta. I mean Maltese or whatever, the Maltese. Prove yourself before the Maltese customs. Oh, let's stamp your passport in shitty little Malta. And they're acting all like hard and shit, like they're a real sovereign country. Yeah, this is Malta. You have to follow the rules of Malta. You and what fucking army, you dumbass, small, stupid country? Why the fuck do you even exist? What an insult to every... it's like, imagine Genghis Khan is living and the hubris, the pretentiousness of these shitty small countries.
Opinion on Estonia.
I'll get there. The pretentiousness of these shitty, fucking slap him across the face, shitty small countries thinking they're like special for some fucking reason. Okay? Now, someone just triggered me. Thank you for the dono, but you just triggered something in me. Honestly, you triggered something in me. Because you just mentioned... You just mentioned a country. The very utterance of this country, the very mention of this country, which is called Estonia. Thank you so much, Ulysses.
You should read Marcelo Gallo. He's an Argentine very close with Dugan, who's from the Pan-Hispanism movement. They want to build back the Spanish Empire.
Thank you so much, and I'm not going to read it, but thank you for the donation. Estonia. Estonia. There's a country called Estonia. And not only are these Estonians claiming to be a sovereign country, they're aggressive about it. They're always taking my tax dollars to fuck with Russia. And there's one called Latvia. These shitty, ugly, small countries that pretend to be fucking sovereign. And imagine you're Russia and this is on your doorstep. I mean, just take them all. But they can't because of NATO. That's what NATO does. It defends shitty, stupid, worthless, small fucking countries. Nuclear time. Let's just fucking nuke the world to rebuild all the fucking borders. Nuke the world, redraw the borders. That's my new fucking movement. Nuke the world, call all the bluffs, waste the whole nuclear supply, and then we'll redraw the borders based on swords and fighting. Because I promise you, if we redrew all the fucking borders based on how tough everyone is, Estonia wouldn't fucking exist. The Russians would come, and they'd conquer the fuck out of that place, and they wouldn't even stand a chance. Because of NATO's nukes, Estonia gets to exist. It's honestly like transgender bathrooms at university. There's one mentally ill, fat, autistic, retarded trans person, and they're walking around the unlimited protection, unlimited support, unlimited sovereignty at this university. You will address me as je, toi, they, them, we. And they have this sovereignty, right? And it's all because the university establishment is protecting them. It's all because of that. In an organic social environment, people would be like, get the fuck away from me, you stinky, obese, fat retard. Get the fuck away from me. Because the university environment's protecting them, you got a fucking freak flopping around with unlimited power. That's what Estonia is on the global map. A lot of these special snowflake countries, transgender countries exist because of nuclear weapons and no other reason. Because of the authority of nuclear weapons and no other reason. And they don't even have the nukes themselves. It's just that my country and some gay European countries are saying, don't go near these countries or it's going to be nukes. So I believe in nuking the world and calling the bluffs because I'm sick of these disgusting faggot countries hiding behind nuclear missiles to continue existing. I'm sorry, I don't think Estonia has a right to exist, or Latvia, or Andorra, or Switzerland, or Austria. You know what? If Austria doesn't want to go to Germany, have Hungary take it. Someone take Austria. What about the Austro-Hungarian? What about the shove it up your damn ass? I don't like small countries. I don't. Small, shitty countries of small, shitty people. I have a profound level of anger with a lot of these countries. Okay? A lot of these countries anger me to a great deal. And as I think about it, I begin to realize this is like a controversial thing to say. Because in my community, there'll be like some guy from Andorra who'll be like, Haz, what about the Andorran Communist Party? Thank you so much, EJ. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, EJ. Appreciate like, Haz, what do you think about Andorran communism? And I'm like, dude, you're going to have to give up your country one day. Because, I'm sorry, your country's fucking stupid. It has no right existing. Anytime you guys want me to be impressed by your shitty little countries, make sure you have a population above 20 million minimum. And that's really generous, by the way. Because I want to raise it to 50. But I know it'll offend too many people. But it's like when people tell me about these, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna go ahead and insult the Australian lobby. People are like always asking me, Haz, Australia, the Australian lobby's always asking me about how to build communism in Australia. Fuck it, mask off. I'll tell you what my true opinion is. I've said this I don't want to offend people, but fuck it, mask off. Australia is a country that occupies the largest. It's like one of the largest countries on Earth, and it has 25 million people. Barely double my native state of Michigan. The truth is, Australia has no business existing. I don't care how based some politician who got cooed by the CIA is in the 70s. Yeah, Australia shouldn't fucking exist. There's 25 million people there. And they always consistently act like an alien host in a region they have no business being in. So yeah, I believe in 100 million Chinese just taking Australia and colonizing it. And if the people living on Australia got a problem with it, go back to fucking Britain. That's what I think about Australia. 25 million people on that big of a landmass. Like, I believe in hordes of Indonesians just taking it. I don't believe in. I think New Zealand should exist? Let's look it up. New Zealand population. So I'm always hearing about this country called New Zealand. It has 5 million people. Literally has 5 million people. You think I respect New Zealand? It has 5 million people. Australia and New Zealand, I don't see why they should exist. Like, whatever is legitimate about the historical constitution of the Australian state it probably have to be incorporated in a bigger state. I don't believe in shitty small countries, but I'm not just talking about landmass. I'm talking about population size. Really? 25 million people? That's a country? That's like of world historical significance? That's not a country of world historical significance. I'm sorry, you didn't make the cut. You didn't make the cut of having world historical significance. I'm sorry. You didn't. New Zealand, yeah, has a less people than Michigan. Why the fuck would I respect New Zealand? Truth is, a lot of these shitty small countries just need to be like assimilated into bigger countries. What would Alexander the Great think? What would Genghis Khan think? Think about it. Like, it's so stupid. I have yet to be given one reason to respect the existence of Australia. Just give me one reason. Here's my impression of Australia. Just a bunch of people living on the coast. Just sitting around. And it's all trade and merchants. Okay. Like, what do you do? Yeah, Australia just needs to be flooded with people. New Zealand is where they filmed Lord of the Rings. You know what? Sink that fucking island. Sink it! For all I fucking care. That's not a good case for the existence of New Zealand. Alright? It's not a good case for the existence of New Zealand at all. I'm sorry, guys, but it's like, big countries is where it's at. I don't believe in small countries. I don't respect small countries. Thank you so much, Simon Miller. I appreciate you, man. This is like a Bernie Sanders stream. There's a lot of donations. Small donations, but a lot of them. In the order of, S is going to mean, total hatred. Total hatred. Strong dislike. Thank you, Boba. Thank you so much, Boba. I appreciate you. Strong dislike. Dislike. Pathetic retard. Pathetic retard. This is like morals, based on morals. This one's gonna be hilarious retard. Funny retard. Hilarious, silly guy. And then finally F is gonna be indifference. Maybe that's the worst one of all. Indifference. That's how we're ranking it. Let's start. Who the fuck is this guy? Booksmarks? I dislike him. I dislike him. I'm gonna explain all these ones this time. Booksmarts is Can I have two of these? Because I want to put him in pathetic retard. He's a funny retard. He's a pathetic retard and total hatred. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure how we're gonna do that one out. Booksmarks was dishonorable. They were dishonorable. They were kind of like, shut up, bitch. He's a fucking nerd. I hate him. Dislike him. Oh God. It's like I'm torn between this, or this. But I'm gonna put funny retard. He's when all is said and done, he's a funny retard. Funny retard. He's just objectively a silly retard. Thank you so much, Idea Spirit.
Do Black Lenin's tier list pro. It's clearer with text. https://
Oh my God! Then fucking post it in original. I already fucking doing this.
157607113.
Okay. God damn it! I have to do the text all over again and. Does this one have everyone that I need it to have? Let me see. I think this one is missing people. That's the problem, dude. Black Lenin's is... Oh, no, it's not missing people. Hold on, let me see. Is it missing people? Yeah, it's missing people. Yeah, that's a problem, dude. It's like missing... Oh, is it missing people? Let me see. Yeah, this one has like some girl on it I don't even recognize. All right, we're doing it all. Why is Boba Lover on it? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, this one has more. All right, well, fine. We'll do this one. Total hatred. Strongly dislike. Dislike. Funny retard. Alright, pathetic retard. Funny, silly guy. Hilarious, silly guy. Oh, God. Hilarious, silly guy. Okay. And then we don't even need another tier. I'll just fucking do it based on this. Alright? Starting over. Kevin Castley is hilarious, silly guy. Like, in the beginning, I would have been like this, because he got my Twitter banned. But now I just look upon this guy, and he's just like... It's like a retard. Actually, kind of a pathetic retard, because he's a pathetic retard. He's like in between these, but I'm going to choose this. Default. Default doesn't really belong on this list, to be honest. Hakeem. Strongly dislike Hakeem. I strongly dislike Hakeem because he's a disingenuous, dishonest piece of shit. He's such a red-lib scumbag. He's deceiving so many fucking people. He doesn't know shit about Marxism. He has no principles, no honor. And you can tell there's a lot of fucking seethe behind his presentation as a calm, normal person. I can't stand Hakeem. Strongly dislike that fucking guy. Jason Unruh is a hilarious, silly guy. You know, that's how I'm doing it. Vosh. You want to know why I just dislike Vosh? Because what else do you expect? Vosh fills a niche that anyone... See, here's why I hate Hakeem more than Vosh. Vosh fills a niche anyone else would have filled. You get what I'm saying? But Hakeem tries to fill the niche of MLs. It's like if Hakeem didn't exist, there probably wouldn't be so many confused people identifying as MLs. But the phenomena of, like, pro-NATO leftists is so much tied to the like, Hakeem, if he was honest, would be Vosh. In terms of the class he's relating to, it's Vosh people, right? So that's why it's like Hakeem is competing with me. Vosh is not competing with me. What am I competing with Vosh for? Like, if you're a pro-NATO socialist or whatever, how am I going to change your mind? I mean, if you're openly. Taran Fivek is like a OG op that I really do hate. Total hatred for Taran Fivek. I hate this bitch. Plainly, I fucking hate this bitch. It's like that simple. Zolo is, how does this order work? It's like, if Jason is more silly than Zolo, then Jason comes after. Actually, no one's going to read it that way. So Zolo will go after. Rosanna is a pathetic retard. That's the truth. No, hilarious, silly Rosanna. I'll put her right after Jason. That's where Rosanna belongs, to be honest. Second Thought. I hate Second Thought. He's also in the Communist Party USA. Fucking hate this guy. I hate this fucking guy. Definitely. I don't know who this guy is. Get him out of here. Maya, not even gonna rank her. Hux, nope. Nope. These people are not worthy of being ranked. Irrelevant. What is this? Who is... Until someone explains this to me, I'm not gonna fucking... Is this the king of Saudi Arabia? Why would you put the king of Saudi Arabia in this list? Fellow traveler. Did I have a funny retard? I did have a funny retard. Okay. Alright. We're gonna change this up a little bit. Can I add one more tier? Dude, make one with one more tier. Alright? Make one with one more tier, because it's like... I don't know what to tell you. Like, make one with one more tier. I thought I'd be able to, like, make another one. Add a row below. Okay, I could do this. Wait. And then this one I can make deep green. Right? Alright. Alright, now I can actually do this correctly. Alright. Funny retard is Rosanna. She's there. Alright, that because the reason I'm doing this is because I'm sorry, because of the memes, Fellow Traveler is more of a funny retard than Rosanna. Alright? Fellow Traveler is a funny retard. Andrew Saturn is definitely above Kevin Castley, but just a pathetic retard. Because here's why. When you realize Andrew Saturn is almost like an automaton who cannot help it, who actually has clinical autism, everything they do becomes hilarious. And I'd put it in funny, but it's just kind of it's like the definition of pathetic. Because here's why. Andrew Saturn's alts are so easy to detect if you know the patterns. It feels like an actual Down syndrome. Thank you so much, Idea
Bro,
Spirit.
just do the other tier list. Tom and Ahmad are butthurt.
I don't give a fuck. Suck a dick. Thanks for the 10. Leave me alone, dude. I'm not changing any tier list now. Here's the thing. Andrew Saturn is by far the guy who's the most obsessed with me out of anyone. Like, in his own head, he is my biggest enemy. His whole life mission is to take me down. And at this point, it's out of my hands. There's going to be some other content creator that stumbles on this retard and turns him into a lol cow. I'm like the boy who cried wolf. I'm done even like trying to expose this to the world. Although we're still going to do the info wiki thing probably, but it's like, I don't have time for it, right? But the guy is like, it's his full-time job is dedicated to me. And I'm not even kidding. He's literally full-time job is entirely dedicated to me. And he thinks he's like this Machiavellian guy who's going to make like 15 alts and he's going to like, he literally DMs so, like, I can't even tell you how many people he DMs constantly 24/7 trying to get info from me, trying to spread fake info about me. And it's like, I'm always constantly being updated even now. And I just ignore it because I laugh every time I hear about it. Like when I was traveling to the Middle East, he literally went and told people, I'm not even going to say it. But I'm married now. I'm actually married now. I got a wedding finger and I'm married. There's a lot of people were like telling me, oh, Andrew Saturn told me you got married. And I'm like, wow, did he? It's like things like that. That's not even the latest thing, but it's like, guy is 24/7 obsessed with me, considers himself my biggest enemy, tries so hard to take me down at every turn. And it's like, dude, it's been like a year. It's been like 2 years, and you failed. And you're doing the same thing over and over again, thinking he doesn't even know how to do it. Because here's why. He's actually clinically autistic, and he's not aware of the things he's doing, that like everyone can see him. It's like a Down syndrome kid who's like, imagines they're Sonic the Hedgehog outside and is running like Sonic, but everyone sees them as a retard and they're like naked running as Sonic and they feel like they're Sonic, but everyone sees a retard. So I want this story to be told one day because it's like, it's like a Chris Chan level, like it will amaze you if you know the depth of this lore. And it really goes really deep, okay? Really deep. It's like one day that will be told, right? But I can't really strongly... I can't even like say, oh, I dislike. It's like, this is a really just an incompetent retard. He's just an incompetent retard. He's not even capable of doing the thing his life mission is to do in a competent way. He's always getting caught. But here's the thing. The only reason I would put him in dislike or strongly dislike is because it's all but certain that he's like a pedophile or a child rapist. And there's a lot of signs of that. And one of them is the fact that he's like, every time he finds someone he doesn't like, he digs for photos of their childhood, like Jackson Hinkle. And he's like, oh, I know all the childhood trauma you went through. Oh my, and it's like, wow, this is like really dark. This guy like probably likes raping children, to be honest. He like, for some reason, he likes the idea of hurting children, and it's kind of creepy to me, but I just think he's a pathetic retard. Anyway, Dylan Burns. Gonna go ahead and put him in strongly dislike, actually. I think Dylan Burns is a serial killer in his spare time. You don't know this until you see these people in person. I was ready to beat the fuck out of him, but he pussied out. If you don't know the lore behind that. But Dylan Burns, I look at him, he looks inbred. You know Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre is like this inbred, like, backwoods, like, monstrous creation. And Dylan Burns is that. This is a case of, like, judge a book by its cover, because whatever front this guy puts to the public that he's some, like, good, compassionate guy, he's not. He's actually probably a really vicious... a lot of dark motivations are probably... I can read people. Trust me on this. I see how this guy moves when he has enemies and he tries to take them down. He's got a lot of pent-up anger and viciousness that he hides. I say this as a joke, a lot of people, but it's actually the case in terms of Dylan Burns. This guy's like a sociopath, like textbook, serial killer type, fucked up guy, right? And you know when he came out and he was like, "Oh, I'm gay," and he told everyone he's gay, I'm like, you're probably not just gay. You're probably like fuck animals or something, to be honest. You're probably like some, I don't want to make accusations, but it's like, John Wayne Gacy told the world he was just gay. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just a gay guy." And it's like, that word is like this container for like a lot of dark perversions and twisted perversions. So that's Dylan Burns. I think this guy's got a lot of skeletons in his closet. And I can't prove it, but it will probably get proven one day. And I don't know. But I think this guy has skeletons in his closet. That's what I think. I strongly dislike Dylan Burns because they are physically... A lot of these people are physically repulsive. But Dylan Burns... I mean, that level of repulsive is just like... I really dislike seeing Dylan Burns on my timeline. He actually... You know why I don't like Dylan Burns? Because he went to Ukraine and he survived. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I think. I'm on Kick. I don't know what the rules are here, but... See, the thing is... Yeah, I dislike the fact this person... I think they're also deliberately dishonest. I think that's one of the things, like, Dylan Burns knows he's a propagandist, knows he's telling lies, knows it has nothing to do with the truth, but does it anyway to fulfill an ulterior agenda. Just what that agenda is, I don't know. Like, what is his real motivation? Is he actually like some spook, some glowy fuck? Or is he like upset? Does he see Putin as this like patriarchal father figure who's not going to allow him to like sodomize animals anymore? I don't know. I don't know what the truth is. But whatever the truth is, it's something really dark, really disturbing, and probably will shake us all to our core. That's what I think about Dylan Burns. All right. Danky King is a funny retard. Do I need to explain this? I mean, look at him. By the way, Danky King did do a response video to me when I responded to his silly little video, and he was like, "Haz, you didn't even watch all of my video! That's where I critiqued patriotic socialism!" Because for my segment of his video, he's just like talking about how he thinks I'm insecure and all these things, and then he's like, "This is totally how an insecure person would respond." It's like, dude, but you didn't give me a lot to work with. If all you're saying is that I'm insecure and that I'm an incel, what do you want me to say? Right? He's like, he's only focusing on that. Yeah, but you didn't... My whole segment was just full of ad homs, nothing else, right? But then he's like, you didn't critique my earlier criticisms. And you know what the thing is, Danky? I actually went and watched some of that, and I'm willing to bet you we have addressed every single one of your criticisms of patriotic socialism. Okay? You just don't listen to us. You just close your ears and dismiss it outright. But you're not saying anything new. You're not saying anything we haven't addressed before. Like, there's nothing you said that we did not address before. But otherwise, this is just a Nintendo Asperger's kid. Just kind of like a retard. Sorry. So there's this is tough. It's like, this is tough. It's just like, I hate this bitch. I hate her, but I hate Luna Wood. That's the truth. I really hate the only person I hate more than Luna Oy is non-compete. You know that? The anarchist non-compete, and I'm gonna judge them as a pair. So non-compete is faggot. Hey, non-compete, you're a faggot. And hypothetically, if you put me in a self-defense situation, if I was in Vietnam, I'd beat the fuck out of you, you bitch. Talking all that shit you talk. This is a shit I can't say on YouTube, by the way. He made a video about MAGA communism where he's like some fat retard, fat faggot holding his phone, and he's like, so, MAGA communism, it's just a chauvinist LaRouche op. And he like said nothing else. He just accused us of being a LaRouche conspiracy. I hate him so much because he's so smug. You know what? Luna Oy doesn't even have agency because it's just non-compete. I hate that bitch. Fuck her. Listen, he's so smug. He's like Luna Oy's handler. He controls the Luna Oy brand. Luna Oy is just like some random retard he picked off the street. She has no agency or thoughts of her own. It's all non-compete. Okay? But, by the way, Luna, you are a whore of the white man. That's what I wanted to tell you before. You are a white man's whore, by the way. These are things I can't say on Twitch or YouTube, so I want to say it just to be clear. Probably can't even say it on Twitter. Traitor to the people of Vietnam and whore of the white man. That's Luna Oy. A traitor to the people of Vietnam who sacrificed, who gave their lives dying and fighting the American invaders. And Luna Oy has sold out to the American invaders. Quite literally. She gets invaded every night in bed. I hate Luna Oy. It's the epitome of every kind of third world lib shit, anti-imperialist, that claims to be this anti-imperialist living in the third world, but is coincidentally fucking an actual white American anarchist, by the way, not even an ML. Like, put it this way. You'd think he'd at least convert to the religion and say the Shahada and respect the local, but he's still disrespectfully clings to his Portland, Oregon anarchist ideology like a colonizer in Vietnam. And that's like what makes it even more outrageous. But one day the people of Vietnam will have like riots in the street, and Luna Oy and non-compete are not going to fare well because they're going to be like, she's going to be like the Marie Antoinette of Vietnam, and they're all just going to eat her alive, cannibal style. Because here's the thing, right? She's like, I'm such a Vietnamese, and she's got this fucking American white guy who's an anarchist. That's crazy. So yeah. You know, like originally I would never have taken it this far, but it's like I'm at such a level of war with these people. I'm like, fuck it. Full level of toxicity and viciousness toward them. You know? So yeah. Portland, Oregon, non-compete. MAGA don't want you, and Vietnam don't want Luna Oy, so the solution is... can't even say it on Kick. That's the solution. Anyway, I hate these fucking people. I really hate them. This fake bitch is the first one to get me canceled. She lies. She's a liar. She knows it. Non-compete engineered the whole thing. Non-compete. I see you, boy. I see you, boy. Don't come back to the States, non-compete. Don't you dare touch down back in America, non-compete. You little bitch. I see you, non-compete. I see how you're moving, you fucking pussy. Guy's made it his fucking job to try to stop infrared in its tracks, you fucking bitch. Can't even do better than us. To this day, Non-compete. I hate. You know why I hate them too, and I'll give you an example of this. You know. Luna Oi is actually live right now. Is this real? Luna Oi is live right now with 27 viewers. Okay, this is such a cursed stream. I'm getting the fuck. It's like a red room or some shit. I'm getting the fuck out of there. What a scary fucking place. But where is that disgusting video she made with non-compete? I can't find it. It's this. Okay. Spooky, scary. The spooky. I think they took it down. The spooky, scary socialist. They deleted it? Did they really delete it? Did they really delete it? Let me find it on Twitter. It's gone forever. Is it really gone? Is it really gone forever? It's gone forever. I can't fucking believe this. Did no one save this video? No one's fucking saved it? Well, if you saw that video, you'd know why it's in total hatred. You'd know. Okay? You'd know. You'd actually know. It's in your VOD. Check YouTube. You gotta link it to me or I'm not gonna find it. Okay? Link it to me or I'll never find it ever. Okay? Link it to me or I'll never find it. Anyway, that's taken care of. Rev Left Radio. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and do the pathetic. Didn't they start the LaRouche thing? Probably just pathetic retard. I think. No, actually, dislike. I don't really care for them. Who the fuck are they? Hugo Pink is another guy I dislike because he's the gang he's part of, and also he makes gay tweets, like one denouncing Lukashenko as and Dugin as a fascist. Actually, fuck him. Yeah, strongly dislike him for his response to that. Hugo Pink belongs there. Swamp. Hold on, we're not done yet. Bad Empanada should be here, but should I put him here? I'll just do strongly dislike. But isn't he kind of a retard? Like, he's got that lisp where he can't even, like, pronounce words right. He's like, over correctly. He's got, like, somewhat of a lisp, doesn't he? I don't know. Bad Empanada claims to be a hugely principled anti-imperialist. And now that's his whole MO. But when Infrared first got going, this was the first big influencer to throw shit at us, setting the tone. And by the way, you know the hill that he died on was that he was insisting we claim that qualitatively speaking, the word imperialism means the same thing when applied to America and also when applied to ancient China, to basically trivialize and relativize the unprecedented criminality of American imperialism. He was like, oh yeah, that's like which ancient Chinese empires that were expansionist, that's qualitatively American imperialism. Therefore, we're going to use the same word to describe it unconditionally. And anyone who says otherwise is ridiculous, and we're going to, mock them and ridicule them. So that's Bad Empanado. Also, he got me banned a few times. He's just a pussy, is what he is. Because, like, He finds people to obsess over for days on end, but avoids confrontation. Like, you notice all these people he's like beefing with, he's always like, oh yeah, come on stream, debate me. But he was scared shitless of any kind of confrontation with me, of any kind, right? So yeah. Ben Norton. I think he belongs right there. I can't stand looking at this guy. I don't like Ben Norton. I strongly dislike Ben Norton. We'll put him here, actually. Nah, I don't like him. I really don't like that guy. Swamp Communist belongs there. I just think they're weak. When you're this weak, I can't. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you may as well be a funny retard, right? But I just think he's, whatever, he's a fucking red lid scumbag, but what do you expect? Socialism done left. We'll go right there. Why? Because, again, the niche that he fills is it reflects a social class. If socialism done left did not exist, someone would come and take his place. That's not the same for Ben Norton. Like, it's not the same for these people. These people don't have to exist, right? This guy exists because there's an actual class that, supports, that makes it necessary according to the needs of that class, which we want to annihilate the class. We want to destroy the class that makes SDL a thing. But SDL is just like a passive result of... Same with VOD. They're just passive results of political realignment. Pogan. I'm really tempted to put Pogan right here. Pogan is a bitch. Pogan is a pussy. I really don't like Pogan. Leftism today is the definition of a pathetic retard. Like, that guy's the definition of pathetic retard. Almost, right? Yeah. Kind of the definition of pathetic retard. If you don't know who leftism today is, it's just some odd character who, like, really was a fan of infrared at first and then started randomly attacking me. And then every time I would confront them, they would be, like, submissive again. And then after the confrontation, they would, like, be really aggressive again, and then it kind of spiraled to the point where he came on my Twitch and he was like dropping slurs. He was saying faggot shit because he lost the debate about capital. And then ever since then, I don't know what happened to him, but that's how I remember him. And I just incompetence. Hassan Piker, hold on, venture communist. Is a pathetic retard. Volk Vulture destroyed him. I'll put him right there. Volk Vulture destroyed him. But Hassan is actually a funny retard. Like, Hassan, I can't, like, dislike him because I just feel like you don't know what he's doing. Right? He's walking through the whole thing blind, and sometimes it's just funny. Bay Area 415. Fuck him. Actually, he's the one who started. He's the one who started the whole patriotic socialism meme. You know what? I'll put him right here. Right after Hakeem. Fuck him. Comrade Confucius is easily tops the list for hilarious silly guy. Easily tops that list. Now, President Sunday. I just dislike him. I don't like him. I don't like President Sunday. I think he's a disingenuous guy. I think he's a pedant, and I think he's a sophist. There you go. And I think he's like he claims to be the most principled guy ever, which is weird. I kind of dislike President Sunday more than these people, because like he claims to be like this. He claims to be like this. Actually, I'm gonna change it. He claims to be like this, like principled guy who doesn't care about views and clout, but he like, you can tell like how he changes his tone to like dick suck communities and community hop. Like he'll go from like trying to dick suck Vosh's community, failing, and then crawling back to DGG after like trying to wage war on them, crawling back to them and like trying to like be conciliatory, just because he realizes like, oh no one's gonna like me. So I saw that in real time, and I really have no respect for him for that reason. Flame of Liberation. Now, this is an odd case where, like, typically I'd put him in total hatred. But then when I think about it for 2 seconds, I realize he tops the list for funny retard. Because look at any photo with him in it, and you realize Flame of Liberation, and look at his infographics. Consider the fact he's been doing this for like over 10 years and he takes it really seriously. And then you realize it's actually funny. Like, he literally LARP dresses as a Red Army soldier, unironically. This is like ironic, right? I don't go outside. I don't literally go outside on the sidewalk and wear this, okay? I wear this on stream to be silly. But he actually goes outside and tries to LARP as like a Red Army soldier from the 1920s. He literally makes his own gear in canteens. He has a canteen that he loves. He's just this like, and he wants to bring American Bothism, which is hilarious. Textbook definition of a funny retard. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could say, oh, Haas, but wasn't he so dishonorable and disgusting for so long, dying on the hill that, oh yeah, I'm exposing the crimes of Caleb Maupin and believe the victims, and then immediately like boost these fake accounts, absolutely demeaning and discrediting the supposed victims of Caleb Maupin, even in my eyes. But then I realized, like, dude, he's retarded. He's like Asperger's, like mentally retarded. How can you hate him, right? You just kind of have to laugh at his existence. He's an Italian guy LARPing as a fucking Arab. What's not funny about that, right? Adam something. Total hatred for Adam something. Because you lied about me and Jackson avoiding debate with him. Total hatred for him. And he belongs right there. Irrelevant. Pathetic retard. He didn't even know Hong Kong was a British colony. He fell flat. Can't even say anything more than that. He's literally the definition of a pathetic retard. Thoughts Lime. I actually fucking hate this guy. This guy disgusts me to my core, and I really hate this guy. He gets the definition of a pathetic retard. And I hate him more than Adam something, actually. Like, I can't stand him. John Wakefield is someone I dislike. I don't like smug people who are like ironic. Donald Parkinson, I don't like them. Sansol, he gets funny. I don't know, where do I put him? After Rosanna. Sansol's a funny retard. That's what I give Sansol. I'd put him in pathetic, but it's actually funny. Remember when he cried in that debate I had with him? He gets funny retard. Easy. Who is this? Is this Donald Parkinson? I just like him. I just like him. Don't know what to tell you. I probably dislike him a little more than John Wakefield. I just dislike him. He hasn't really done much tangible damage. Yeah, I just kind of even want to go and gear this one. Where do should I make a new one called Disturbing Retard? strange, disturbing retard. I don't want to go near that one. All right, if you want lore on this, I'll give you lore. All right, the masses demand it. Genji was and this is kind of crazy, but he was a guy from Lefty Pole who actually started to show his face, and this is what they look like, I guess. Still a mystery. You know, it turns out a lot of Lefty Pole is literally Andrew Saturn. So I've been told and informed and shown convincing evidence for. But Genjit is another one of the people who were from there who was like a really liked infrared and was like trying to be the manager of the whole thing. Actually, I'm starting to remember a lot of funny things about this. But he was just really odd. Just really odd. He's like a Hungarian crackhead who watched a lot of Zizek. Anyway, one time I went on a show for Twitch. One of the first times I ever started live streaming, I was on Twitch, and there were like these girls I was streaming with in some show on Twitch, and like Genjit was really upset. He was like, "Why are you streaming with these e-whores instead of me?" And he was like jealous because I don't know if this guy's like. He was so, keep in mind, I was on Twitch and you couldn't say shit like that, right? But he was like, I'm trying to remember everything, and I honestly don't. There was more to it. It was like, and then I was so mad at him in VC about it, and he's like, oh, okay. Oh god, what a weird thing. But you know, Genjit went on Chud Logic's stream to attack me. This was like last February. And he went on Chud Logic's stream and he was like and he was like coughing. He sounded like he was dying. And it was pretty disturbing, honestly, to be completely honest with you. It was like pretty disturbing. He wasn't a good representative of a hater of mine. And I'm sure Chud Logic was also embarrassed. I dislike this guy. You know what? I'm not even going to dignify it. I kind of feel like putting him in funny retard. I just dislike him. Orthodox Canonist is a snake, you know? You'll talk to him in VC, he'll be super polite and conciliatory, but then he'll start like making a bunch of tweets about you, shitting on you. So I dislike them. I think they're dishonorable. Tank is a funny retard. Tank goes here. That's like a legendary thing that happened. Alright, nothing more to it, really. Tank goes there. If you don't know who Tank is, I don't even know who you're watching. Asatar Bear, I really want to put him here. But I'm going to put him right here. I'm going to put him right here. He was... He's a meme. I'm not putting Zelensky. I've never interacted... Obviously, we hate Zelensky, but it's like this is a list of people who are specifically online enemies of infrared, not like real life enemies of our politics, right? Thank you so much, Mr. Moonpie.
I've seen Earl Pix Chud Logic. He kind of looks like Ronnie McNutkeck.
Don't even know who that is. Chapo Trap House, I have total hatred for. No, I'm not even going to explain. Just because of the damage they've done. I have a lot of hatred for him. Alacrity is a hilarious silly. I don't have any hatred or dislike for Alacrity. Alacrity goes right here. Chud Logic is a pathetic retard. I would put him in dislike and be like, yeah, out of principle, I dislike him, but I'm like, look at him. It's pathetic. Anyway. Idea Spirit, you're not coming on this list. Neither is Boba Lover. You guys are clowns. Stop clowning around. Destiny. I'll put him right there. Dislike him. Yeah. I just dislike... I mean, you know why. I just think he's a little weird. But, yeah. He's weird. I don't think about Destiny all that much. That's the truth. Chair Lady Spears is a funny retard. Right after Ginjit. It's like a fat woman who's like retarded. You know, Red Falcon should probably be on this. Speaking of that whole gang, he should be on this, but apparently he's not. Stardust is a pathetic retard. Perspective Philosophy. Dislike him. Do I have any outstanding beef with them? Probably not. Drew Pavlu. I would say right after Acid... No, Fellow Traveler's funnier. No, Rosanna's funnier. Sansol, he goes here. I'm sorry. No. Now here. He's just kind of a little bit funny. He's not even that funny. Sam Cedar is a pathetic retard, and I'm going to debate him soon. So that's where Soy Cedar is going. Ben Burgess is a pathetic retard. The reason is because Ben Burgess kind of waffles around trying to be a smart guy, and he's just not. He just kind of waffles around thinking he's a smart guy. He's just really not. It's the truth. He's just really not all that smart. Who the fuck is him? Neville Singham. Why the fuck is Neville Singham on this show? Geese? It's like, who made this? Who made this? The thing about Ask Yourself is, like, I have no beef with him. So I'm just going to say he's a silly guy. I don't have beef with Ask. I just had a annoying debate with him, but it's like, what beef is there? Bronze Age Pervert is just a pathetic retard, or I guess I dislike him. Yeah. You know what? Funny retard. Right before Ginjit. No, after Ginjit, but below Chair Lady. That's the most disrespectful place I can put him. It's the most disrespectful place I can put him. Thank you so much, Sergey.
You forgot your rival, Two-Face. He's like Two-Face, but he decides what to do with a dreidel.
Can I laugh at that or no? Dust James is pathetic retard. He's like, there's nothing actually, like, when you look at his YouTube, it's funny, but then it's also pathetic. So pathetic. Stannis, funny retard. I'd put him here, but then Stannis has took a dark turn, so I can't. He's taken a dark turn in the past. As for the rest of these people, they don't really belong on the list. Especially not Geese. Whoever, I don't know who did that one, but yeah. You know what Hegel says? It's that history repeats itself. First is tragedy and second is farce. when the excesses of the Cultural Revolution were beautiful tragedies. They were beautiful. They were full of so much meaning, so much passion, so much history, and so much tragedy. But Western wokeism is just funny retards. There's nothing beautiful about it. There's nothing elegant about it. There's nothing about it that's loaded with history and meaningfulness. It's just cheap silliness and Philistine retardation. Soviet communists were not Philistines. They made mistakes, sociological mistakes that accompanied the transition to the socialist mode of production. And they learned from those because they were led by communists who had a clear idea of the changes happening. We are entering into a socialist mode of production, and we are led by liberals who don't have a clear idea of what's going on. So you see a lot of stupid, cheap nonsense manifest itself. And why is it? Because when we are condemned to repress, we are doomed to repeat. We are sociologically experiencing a lot of the problems they did. We just don't have a Communist Party leadership to overcome it in any kind of way.
The people who told us there was, Gaddafi was committing all these mass crimes, and for that reason we had to go in and cluster bomb Libya.
Whoa. Are you suggesting Gaddafi wasn't committing mass crimes?
Yeah, seriously. Yes, what? Gaddafi was one of the bravest men to have ever lived.
Oh! Jackson, you are a freaking troll, dude. This is completely ridiculous.
Shit. Gaddafi just lining people up in the streets, just execution style, and shooting them in the head. That's just like, nah. What, dude? No wonder you like
that never happened. Iraq was putting babies in incubators, right? So, judging by your response, you have a serious lack of any historical analysis of
Jackson, I think you have a serious lack of any historical knowledge.
I don't think the claim was putting them into incubators. I think the claim was taking them out. But that one was BS.
So the kids that are saying that Crimea is Ukraine and they can't even tell me what year they voted to join the Russian Federation.
2014, my man. 2014.
How long did that took you 10 minutes to look up on the internet?
No.
Why didn't you say it the first time?
The year in recent history.
I'm leaving, but you guys should add Haz al-Din. He's a good guy.
What did he do? Okay, and he just left. He just throws up his sympathizing with dictators.
Well, I mean, we kind of wanted to change it back.
All right, we're going.
Yeah, we can go back.
All right, we're going back. I'm letting some new people in here, I guess. I don't really know. If Jackson says he's a good guy, he's probably not.
Agreed. No.
Hey, Harry, I just real quick.
You fucking bitch! What the fuck? Who the fuck said that? Beginning a mass harassment campaign against Lisa, bitch. Lisa Elizabeth the bitch. Fuck that bitch, you fucking bitch. Fucking whore.
Two people opposing views. We already have
Wait, is she's the one who said don't bring me on, right? I don't know actually. Forget it. I don't know. Might be a fall. I don't know. Who the fuck said don't bring me on? I don't know who that was. Don't do anything.
Platform though, just to use.
I don't care. They could.
You can reach a lot of his views.
Faggot!
I don't care.
Faggot! God fucking damn it, man! I wasn't even gonna go fucking live, but I was told. Not gonna name names, but I was told by Samira that I'm good to go. I'm gonna be fucking debating this guy. Whatever. It's gonna be a fucking thing. And look what fucking happens. Nothing. Okay. Fuck's sake, man. The Marxist-Leninist theory and basically communism. I was going to say, Harry Season, all of science points toward communism. All of science points toward Stalin. All of science points toward the inevitability of the victory of the proletarian class and the liquidation of the bourgeoisie, including Joe Biden. All of the science points to that. Why do you reject science? I was going to say all science points to Stalinism. All of it. Marxism, Leninism. Then I was going to say Stalin didn't commit a single fucking crime, you little faggot bitch. Not even a single crime. You fucking little bitch. Fucking Harry Season. You fucking faggot of the bourgeoisie. You fucking goddamn ruling class puppet stooge. Goddamn liberal scum. And I was going to tell him the gulags were very humane. Stalin didn't kill a single crime. Every single Banderite Ukrainian deserved what was coming for them in the 1940s and possibly the 1930s as well. And I was going to say all of that. Right? A single person come and debate me about communism. Please, come fucking do it, right? You can't fucking do it because you're a retard. Because he's not going to bring me on. He said he's not bringing me on. Well, what can I do now? I can join now? Why don't you join? Join and just say ad-haz, take my place. And then when you get on, let me know. Okay, bye. Okay, Samira's gonna sit there, wait there, and then when she gets on, she's gonna say ad-haz, and then we're having a real fucking debate about the issues that matter. What is this fucking ant? This fucking rodent, Harry Season, you fucking retard. You pathetic speck of shit. You fucking idiot Philistine fuck. Harry Season doesn't even know shit about philosophy. What the fuck does he know about politics? In ancient Greece, if you tried to talk about politics and you didn't know shit about philosophy, they used to fucking rip your body in half and torture you. Got these little stupid TikTok faggot Harry Season. Oh, they shut the fuck up, bitch. The fuck does this have to do with Hegel's philosophy of right, you dumbass? How can you know anything about politics if you don't even hit the books and know anything about philosophy, you stupid fuck? All the science points toward communism. Name me one alternative to communism, there's none. All these fake-ass fucking experts saying, oh, science this, science that. Really? All the science says we need a new Stalin, we need a new Pol Pot, and we need it now. That's science. Don't shoot the messenger. That's science. All science says we need a new Stalin, need a new Pol Pot, Lysenko was right. That's what all the science says. If you don't believe me, you're a fucking retard, and you should kill yourself. Anyway. I am waiting. By the way, welcome Red Army. Welcome Red Army. Welcome Guerrilla Army, Red Army. It's been so long. It's been such a long time. By the way, I might be debating Jay Dyer soon. What up, Gunnar? What up? What up, Gunnar? Listen, this is what we need. Everyone who wears glasses, killed! I'm just kidding. That's literally a joke. That's like literally a joke. That's a joke in GTA. But every joke has some truth. Do I get paid? What's in it for me? I'm not voting. First of all. Second of all, voting Democrat? I may as well grow titties. If I ever vote Democrat, I will fucking grow a vagina. Fuck society. I want full cut all health benefits, completely gut the government, cut Social Security, leave everyone to die on the street. Fresh start. That's what I believe in. Okay? Let me tell you guys something. Alright? I'm not voting. I've never voted in my fucking life. Again, I'm not a homosexual, so I don't vote. Fuck the government, no taxes, keep it all to myself, every man for himself. That's what I believe in right now at this moment. Why? Because every single dollar that I keep is a dollar that goes to the future Red Army of America. And that is why I don't want to give a fucking dollar to the fucking government. Homeless people, go home. I'm not giving you shit. I'm not giving the government shit. I'm not giving the homeless shit. I'm not giving nothing in charity. I don't give a fuck about anything. All of my money is going to go to the cause of building the American Red Army.
Well, basically, Hassan, we're kind of done talking.
All right, I'll give this a chance. I'll give this a fucking chance. But if it's boring, someone's getting banned.
Okay, what's going on?
I was deaf for like 24 hours, but that's different. I'm in Japan right now. And it's too early to go outside before everybody tells me, go outside and touch grass. I will be doing that later in my IRL.
How the fuck did Hassan take over fucking Twitch? They kissed his ass over there. Because he's a fucking libtard. It's the libtard agenda Jeffrey Kratzenberger TYT, Young Turks, Jank Uyghur, fat guy. And that's what no one wants to talk about, obesity.
Portion. But yeah, XCC.
By the way, guys, I'm going to talk about racism in a second.
Well, we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
I'm not asking about Brett.
Yeah, if only he had that same energy for me. It's like, oh yeah, we can talk about, okay. Let's talk about how you're a fraud. You don't know shit about Marxism. You're fronting. You're saying, I'm a socialist. You're an Adolf Hitler socialist is what you are. Shut the fuck up, Hassan, you goddamn bitch.
It's kind of like what Pokey did.
I'm not liking this dead fucking low energy chat. I'm not liking this dead low energy fucking zero ball sack having fucking low testosterone chat, which is just low energy, just completely languishing around. I want an XQC level fucking chat speed. Just like this chat.
But it's like
without all the soy.
Implicating and making
everybody just make a fast chat the entire stream. Okay?
Is that one thing is linked to the other, right? As you go to dialogue. And it's like the whole Gamba angle. Oh, people.
It's like I'm a fucking 50,000 viewer streamer.
People understand that if I say it, it fulfills their thoughts about the gambling angle without debunking it or talking.
Paul Pot was good
about it or having to fucking talk about it at all. It's just the people that know about it know, and you're just kind of fulfilling that, and you kind of know what you're doing. So it's like it is what it is.
What?
Direct money in the form of both AWS and IVS, which is a copy paste of Twitch. It's like Twitch reskin basically. And they're doing this because ultimately they want to take down Amazon's live streaming market share and become the main monopoly force in the live streaming space.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so Amazon owns AWS, right?
But
who gives a fuck?
As you know.
I'm trying to say Kick relies on Amazon. Nobody gives a shit. I order toilet paper from Amazon. Doesn't mean Jeff Bezos wipes my ass. Can always order it for someone else. Not responding to my DMs, and I'm getting really fed up with you. I mean, I'm really this close. It's just denouncing you entirely and just saying, you know what? Shut up, Pokimane. But I'm not there yet. But Pokimane has 2 days to respond to my DMs before I start disagreeing with her in public. I don't make the rules, all right? Fuck the government. Burn it all down. That's what I say.
If they move
dog eat dog.
Like I understand, if you need to make money, right? For me to do cringe shit when I have I can't. Like, ew. Can someone put this into words better than I can?
Damn, she's attacking SQC. Damn. But she looks fine as hell, I'm not gonna lie. So whatever she's saying, I don't care. She's objectively, it's like, it don't even matter, you know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue.
That's why I said we disagree. And he's like, why do you want an interview? I was like, I don't know, a long-form conversation would be interesting. And by the end of our conversation, he's like, well, listen, I won't unfollow you because I'm not petty. And I'm like, well, thanks, dude. I won't unfollow you either. What a weird conversation. I don't know.
What I could name 15 things I give more of a shit about. And the dingleberry hanging out of my ass is one of them. Okay? Twitch.tv. Is there anything going on there? Pokimane! Oh, look, an ad. And that's where I click exit, because I'm not watching a 30-second ad.
As I know, I do have limited knowledge in this space, but at least I know a little bit to tell you that, no, I don't believe that the tremendous amount of overhead and the tremendous amount of infrastructural...
I actually want to see what Aiden Ross had to say about this, because, I'm wondering what the counter argument is here, because they sound convincing, I'm not going to lie. Not gonna lie. Sounds convincing. Just kidding. Wait, am I kidding? I literally don't know shit about this topic. That's the truth. But Hassan's a fucking liar and a snake. And if this is indicative of, if his understanding of Marxism is anything close to what he's saying, he's full of shit. He's totally full of shit. And that's what I have to go off of. He's just not very credible. That's the truth. Hassan is just not very credible. And he's just racist. And he's working for he's not racist, but he's working for the cartel. But Clint Eastwood's racist, right? And I was watching this movie, and I was just like, this is so pleasant. For the first time, I can breathe with a sigh. I'm just like a heavy fucking, like, breath of fresh air for the first time. And it was the movie where he's driving. No, not Gran Torino. He's driving for the cartel. I forgot what the movie that is. It came out in 2018. And I was just like, thank God. I could just sit and watch a good old racist movie. And there's no wokeness, and there's no political correctness. There's no fat lesbians with pink hair. There's no woke message. There's none of that. It's just an old white guy who's racist against the world. And it was just so authentic and just so real. And I'm just like, Mule, that's what it's called. And I was like, this is so refreshing. You know? It's like only he can get away with bigotry. Only he gets away with bigotry. But it's like, you go and watch any movie today and they have some kind of message about, shut up, I want to see bigotry, I want to see racism, I want to see sexism, I want to see everything under the fucking... I'm sick of this, like, inclusivity and we're all so politically correct. No, that's not the reality, all right? That's not the reality. I want to watch movies about old white men being racist against the world. I want to watch a fucking movie about Clint Eastwood going to Dearborn, Michigan and being racist against Arabs. I want to watch a movie about Clint Eastwood going to Dearborn and it's like a terroristic threat. And like every Arab is somehow a terrorist. And he's like fighting for his life. And he goes to the supermarket. And it's like, I want to watch that. I want to watch a racist movie, you know? I don't want to watch these fucking fat lesbians. I want to watch... See, racism is... You know, if you come over my house and you're a guest, I will not be at ease until you start being racist with me. Only when you're racist, I'll be like, all right, time to relax. You know what I mean? That's the only time I can fucking relax. You have to be really bigoted against everyone in every way. Homophobia, transphobia, racism, sexism, every kind of bigotry. When you bring that to me, I'm like, okay, thank God I'm with my people. Thank God. All right, I thought I was with a fucking libtard. You know, what you said is not that. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, right? I don't give a fuck. I believe in racism, okay? I believe in every bad thing. Is this actually Andrew Kleeman? Who is this? Someone literally said this is Andrew Kleeman. Is this him? I don't know. I literally don't know. Is this... You know, it wouldn't surprise me, but I don't... Is that really him? What is wrong with that guy? No way it's real. No way that's real. Let me see.
50 years.
Let me see.
Years. And that was bad. Now, today, if I did what I say that you have to do, and again, I'm not sure the country's ready for it. You know, China was hugely... 150 years ago, China was taken over by much lesser countries because they were all drugged out on the opium and all the problems.
It's a communist regime. They dropped the hammer.
They were all drugged out, and they were a disaster. They were taken over by other smaller countries, large sections of China. And then things happened, and they had strong leadership, and they put in the death penalty.
Based. He's just objectively praising Chinese communism. What a great guy. I love it. I love it.
And they've been able to build. But if you speak to President Xi, he will tell you, without the death penalty, we would have a non-functioning country.
My point is that you're getting hit from the right for being soft on crime.
Years.
What? That's just like objectively based. Trump always like secretly tries to, like every time, see when Trump uses the word communism, it's always in a negative way. But every time he talks about communist regimes, it's like always favorable. Like even when he was talking about the Soviet Union, he was like, it was a lot of love. It was a country full of a lot of love, right? Talks about North Korea, he praises them. Talks about China, he praises them. Every communist country he talks about, he praises. The one exception is Venezuela, which is not really communist. It's more, socialistic. I don't know. But that's the exception is Venezuela. Which we're not a fan of Trump's comments on Venezuela. Definitely not. I'd like to say that it really bothers me that most people don't even know why Marxism is even necessary. Like, all of these Marxists I see, I want to go up to them with a fucking gun, and why are you a Marxist? Not a real gun. Metaphorical gun. Why are you a Marxist? No bullshitting. Why? What makes it necessary? Because what about your analysis is an objective science? Right? You get what I'm saying? Like, what about anything you're saying is scientific? That's the problem. They don't know. They don't care. I ask them, do you really believe Marxism is true? Or are you just trying to virtual signal to a specific community? Oh yeah, I'm a Marxist. Are you a Marxist? Yeah, the USA is Marxist. Oh, it's a popular thing, right? Okay, why though? You know what I mean? I feel like I'm like one of the only people who gives a fuck about truth. Like, why though? Like, what about it is true compared to anything else? Like, why aren't you a fucking Nazi? Oh, because it's immoral. Okay, what about true? I want to actually grab one of these fucking pipsqueak faggot Marxists and look at them and say, can you sit here and explain to me philosophically why human biodiversity is wrong? Can you sit here and explain to me why the extreme right is wrong? Go ahead. Well, it's they'll have to rehash liberal establishment talking points, which can easily be knocked down. I'm like, on a fundamental philosophical level, how the fuck are you a Marxist? Like, that doesn't apply to actual existing socialist states. Yeah, because those people actually got shit done. Here we are in the West. Nothing's gotten done for 100 fucking years. So I'm bringing out the gun and I'm forcing everyone to sit down. Why are you a Marxist? Why? Like, justify it to me. You know what I mean? I'm the only one who's Marxism. You know what I am? I am the only Marxism. I am really seeing something come very soon and very fast. I am so terrified because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight or not, but this is really scary. I don't know if I'm like at the edge of my life right now, but it's like health-wise, I'm like, I'm in a really bad state. This is not for me. This path. Like, I am 26 years old. No, I'm 25 years old at this time. And I'm like, all right, I'm 25. For all of my adolescent and adult life, I've believed in communism. What am I doing here in law school? Why am I not publishing books right now? Why am I not part of a communist organization? Like, the one thing I ever gave a fuck about in my life was communism. Was that just some like childish infatuation? And now I'm gonna be a professional now? Like, no, this is actually what I live and die for, right? This is the only fucking thing I care about. And it's like, I'm at the edge of my life, it feels like, and I'm like, I can't fucking sleep, I can't fucking do anything. I don't believe in this. And it's not, I'm not saying I can't be pragmatic. Oh, I'll just go through it, be pragmatic. I can be pragmatic, but law school doesn't allow you to be pragmatic, meaning they harass you mentally and ideologically. They ideologically harass you to buy into their fake, gay, and retarded law school formalisms and procedures, which have nothing to do with being able to pass the class or even digest what they're trying to teach you. They really just try to, like, get in your head and violate you mentally. And I'm like, I'll take your tests and pass. It's easy. But forcing me to show up to class and, like, to Zoom meetings, I didn't go to Zoom meetings, but what I would do is, like, I would join them and then go to sleep and then stress and wonder if I'm getting called on. Because you 3 strikes and you're out. They call you 3 times in a row and you're out. So I was like super stressful. Yeah, the cold call shit, right? And I'm like, fuck this, man. And it's like, there's like, it's only 3 years. And then I was thinking, I was like, okay, it's 3 years. What am I going to do after this? Am I just going to become a fucking lawyer and live a professional life being a lawyer? No, Haas, the movement could really use your skills as a lawyer. What fucking movement? Am I going to be a fucking lawyer for the PSL? Am I going to be a fucking lawyer for the CPUSA? Am I going to be a fucking lawyer for the existing communist organizations? For who? Right? It's a big waste of my fucking time. And I'm 25. And I have all of this knowledge, all of this theory, all of this fucking passion that I've been carrying for years. And I'm going to forget about all that for 3 years? No, I need to get this shit out fast. You guys know, it's so funny. It's like, I literally have this big plan. I'm going to release this blog and release this book and try to get published. And you know what I did? I was at the edge of my fucking life. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going live. I am literally just going to talk to the world. I am going to share with the world what I have to offer. Give it out to the whole fucking world. And I'm going to bet there's at least a few people that'll get this message. You know what I mean? Hit live, just straight, directly talk to the masses. None of this book stuff, none of this blog, none of this mysterious, shit. Just hit live and just fucking directly shoot it to the world, which is something I would have never, ever done if I wasn't desperate. I'm not one of these people who who doesn't have the discipline to realize that there's no point in screaming at the world, right? I was the guy with a plan. I was the guy who was like, no, this is how you have to do it. It has to be really protracted and targeted. You have to get the message out in this way. You have to release the book at this time and in this way within this context. I was a very strategic person. But it just got to a point, I became so desperate because of law school. Only law school did this to me, by the way. Forced this inauthentic living upon me, where I was like, you know what? I'm hitting live. I'm getting the fucking message out there. Right? And then, 2 years later, the guerrilla army. Isn't that fucking crazy? Look, regardless of all the enemies I got, regardless of the infamy I've gained, regardless of all these people who hate me, regardless of all that, I began with nothing but my own tormented thoughts. Now there's a whole fucking army of you. Pretty sure this paid off really well. This was the right move. This was the right move. Hitting, and guys, it literally, you flip a coin, I wouldn't have gone live. Flip a fucking coin, and I would have never gone live. Me hitting live, you know what me hitting live was? It was like the 3-body problem where Wenji, when she just hit that fucking red button to send the message to aliens saying, hi, we're here on Earth, right? That's what it fucking was. It's just pure desperation. Fuck it. I can't sleep anymore. I'm at the edge of my fucking life. Nothing to lose anymore, right? I can't even tell what's reality and what's dreaming anymore because I can't fucking sleep. It means nothing to me. I'm going live. Fuck it. You know what I mean? And, you know, when I gave that Mongoloid thing, when I was talking to that guy and that was me knee deep in law school, right? And the anger you heard from me where I was talking about the Anglo and shit, people are like, Haas, you hate white people. No, I hate law school. Because everything I was saying about the Angloid in my Mongoloid speech, I was directly thinking about the anger, disgust, and hatred that I had for the formalism of law school. I shit you not. For me, the formalism of law school was a direct way I could directly understand everything wrong with Anglo-Saxon Western civilization. Fake gay formalism and proceduralism and inauthenticity, inauthentic being, inauthentic living. And that's where all the fucking anger came from. And it's like me streaming was like, I'm a Mongoloid, fuck law school, I'm a streamer now. That's what it was. The judge is the alpha male of the courtroom, never forget that. The lawyer is a beta, the judge is the alpha of the courtroom. The lawyer is there to fiddle the judge's balls and tickle his balls in the right direction. That's all lawyers fucking do. They don't actually like, they're not an authority. Lawyers are not authorities. They're testicle ticklers. See, if they called it being a testicle tickler, nobody would want to be a lawyer. That's not a dignified job. But they say, oh, you're a lawyer. No, you tickle the testicles of the judge. That's what you are. A lawyer tickles the testicles of the judge. Guys, they did a study, I shit you not. Men who are more soft-spoken and effeminate are more successful lawyers. Because the judge does not want some big dude. That's not what the judge wants. What the judge wants is someone who's going to tickle his testicles. That's what the judge wants. He wants the testicle tickler. And that's what wins in court. The testicle tickler is the guy who wins. The gross, soy, effeminate, low testosterone, alcoholic, completely ugly bald. Ugly bald is like when you're like growing a lot of hair. There's nothing there. Fucking lawyer who's just like, Your Honor, let me put you. And he's got a pink fucking thing on, a pink collared shirt on. Your Honor, let me tickle your testicles. That's what lawyers do. They're testicle ticklers. Okay. Testicle ticklers. That's not me. I'm a fucking judge. I'm a judge, all right? That's not me. That's you must have me confused, because that's not me. I see Rostov going on.
Refresh.
Wagner with the National Guard and Russian military takes over Russian military HQ in Rostov. Happened 30 minutes ago. What's this?
Bro, maybe it hasn't been posted yet, but my Russian FSB girlfriend literally told me that Prigozhin is 5 minutes away from hanging Putin execution style. It's happening.
Nah, come on, bro. Come on.
No, I swear it's happening. Wagner's in Moscow.
But some big shit is going on, though, right? So Wagner's gonna take over nukes, and that's how they're gonna.
He's such a retard.
Could potentially have a sinister outcome. We've received unconfirmed reports of multiple defense ministry units involved in the Ukraine war are moving under Prigozhin's command, with Commanders Shoigu and Gerasimov reportedly being removed from power. I don't know if that's true. Nothing from Putin.
No. This Mario guy's an idiot. I was on the space with him for 5 hours. I've never met anyone more retarded than him.
To be honest, Mario is not that smart. I was talking to him about China before and his people, and they were like saying really stupid shit. They were like, "Oh yeah, well, China is like a nothing burger. China's not significant. China is like, yeah, who cares?"
Let me put it this way. Mario today was trying to make the argument to me that FSB is defecting in large numbers to side with Prigozhin, and I'm like, do you not understand that like FSB is literally the most loyal group of humans probably on the face of the planet to Putin, to any person, one person? The idea that they're going to be defecting to Wagner is literally insane. You watch that video where he's like, I came back home and I said I was getting jumped by these Muslims, but then my friend said, "Did you throw the first punch?" And I said, "Oh, I did. I was the one who started it."
There's nothing more to say. Like Paul Moron, faggot, retard, goes, Heidegger, a literal Nazi. It's like, as opposed to who? Who are you reading that is a source of success as far as your endeavors right now? Because you had the Connolly House a year ago. Where is that, Paul, faggot, moron? Where's the Connolly House? It's nowhere to be found. Kill yourself. You know what I mean? And they're saying Heidegger is a Nazi. Let's just say that's true, right? I mean, what does that have to do with the things? Can you connect his actual philosophy to that directly? Because a lot of people have failed to do that. A lot of people, you might say they've succeeded in doing it, but it's nowhere near as direct as implied by that. Like, oh, he's a Nazi. You're saying Marxists should learn from Nazis. Kill yourself! You're an optics manipulating faggot who doesn't give a fuck about the truth. You're manipulating language and words to give a disingenuous conclusion. It's like saying that Yuri Gagarin was a Nazi because, oh my God, you needed Nazi rockets to fly into space because the V-2 rocket was the foundation of the fucking R-7 Semyorka he used to fly into fucking space. So it's so fucking disingenuous when they say, oh my God, Heidegger's a Nazi, ergo, oh, Heidegger equals Nazi, and A equals B, therefore you are saying Marxists should learn from Nazis. No, that's disingenuous, it's misleading. Heidegger is not significant because he's a Nazi. He's significant because of his challenge to Western metaphysics. Now, his political affiliation might not be entirely separate from his overall worldview, but there is no direct connection. You can't just dismiss him as a Nazi. Holy fuck. Like, about what I find significant about Heidegger is very clear. I don't see how him being a Nazi changes or affects that in any fundamental way. Oh my God, you're saying Marxists should learn from a Nazi? That makes it seem like I'm saying Marxists should learn from some, like, Nazi theorist. No, Heidegger was not a theorist of Nazi ideology. That's not what he was. He had a more or less completely separate sphere of inquiry than is political. I mean, even in Heidegger's own language, Nazi ideology is within the realm of metaphysics. So if you're saying, oh, a guy who believed in the Nazi cause and the Nazi theories and all this nonsense, that's metaphysics. That is so far below what Heidegger actually really cares about and thinks is significant. You know, if you don't know that, you don't know Heidegger. It's like, let's say the Volkswagen. Nazis, right? It was created by the Nazis. Okay, so, oh my God, you drive Nazi creations? Imagine you're driving a Volkswagen. Someone comes up to you and goes, oh my God, are you saying that we should not engage in transportation without the aid of Nazis? Oh my God, it's like you're the conductor of the fucking train that was bringing people to the Holocaust. You're driving a Volkswagen, it's literally the same thing as being the conductor on the fucking train that went to fucking Auschwitz. Like, that's how fucking disingenuous it is. It's like, no, I drive a Volkswagen because it's a nice car. It might have dubious origins, but that's not what it's significant for, right? Fuck. Like, yeah, Heidegger obviously has objectionable political affiliations. But he's not a political theorist. That's the thing. He's not a political theorist. Fuck. Honestly, look, if you're on Twitter and you are saying, "Oh my God, Haas, Heidegger was a Nazi," unironically, please kill yourself. You are a waste of life. You're a waste of breath. You're worth less than the ant I step on when I go outside. You are such a worthless faggot. I unironically think you do not deserve to live. You are such a worthless faggot. You are such a worm. You are such a scum. You are such an insult to the dignity of human thought. You are an insult to human beings' capacity for thought. You sound so fucking stupid. It's baffling. Prigozhin is moving to Belarus, reaching a deal mediated by Belarusian President Lukashenko, and a bloody armed conflict will be avoided. Prigozhin will be moving to Belarus, and the people of Russia will not face, it seems at least right now, the prospect of a civil war. This is an interesting case of political science, if anything. In the revolution of 1917, of the February Revolution and the October Revolution, respectively, this event is crucially different from the one that whatever we just experienced yesterday. Anne Applebaum, who is a supposed Soviet historian, but who's actually a retarded whore, claimed that this is Putin's Nicholas II moment, although there's a crucial difference. No great things can be accomplished without the people in history. The people are the underlying motivating factor and cause of all great historical events. Some people, I heard some chatter that they were saying, oh, is Infrared going to support Wagner, or what's going on? Wagner's these Duginist nationalists. No, they're not, you fucking faggot retard. Wagner Dugin condemned unequivocally Wagner's actions. Wagner is a full spectrum of ideologies, all of them, of course, anti-liberal and anti-Western, it seems like. But there's nothing particularly Duginist about Wagner at all, especially when you consider that immediately, even before Putin came to speak, Dugin condemned Prigozhin's adventurism, even before Putin gave his denunciation. So anyone who says this had something to do with Dugin is a fucking faggot, a waste of life, waste of breath, stupid fucking scum, right? I'm going to play that song Getting It to give you an idea of what's going on.
That's right. Ain't been your ear for a minute. Quit complaining about how you can't spin it, cause you ain't got it.
He's basically telling his basic message to the black youth is go get an education, go get your money up, go get your credit score up, whatever. Do legitimate, boring things to have a decent life and a decent family. And it's like, that's the most revolutionary thing you can do. Prove everybody wrong. That's the most revolutionary thing you can do. And this seems like a cheap conservative wisdom, right? But as far as the sovereignty of these post-unipolar states is concerned, it's a very Hegelian logic, actually. Like, the really revolutionary thing to do is actually successfully develop a determinate, actually successfully accomplish a determinate line of development that is contrary to the unipolar system. And this is the truly revolutionary thing to do. Defend your particular line of development and existence is the true revolutionary thing to do. Because insofar as that is a particular line of existence, it's Russian world, it's Russian sovereignty, it's Russian development, you are already engaging in a determinate negation. The revolutionary rhetoric of, oh, just abolish everything, that's the abstract negation. This, what Putin represents, is a determinate negation. He is engaging in the determinate negation of the status quo. And that is far more revolutionary. To actually be revolutionary by preserving a specific status quo is truly the revolutionary thing. Like, you want to know how to be a revolutionary in the United States of America? Be a constitutionalist. Defend the particularity of American Constitution. Go ahead, do it. If you do that, I promise you the FBI will fucking kill you. More so than a Maoist who just goes, burn it all down! Settler crackers, burn them all down! No, you're not a threat to anything, because there's no determinate line of development. But if you sit here and plant your feet in the ground and say, I'm a constitutionalist, defend the American Constitution, you do that, the FBI will fucking kill you. Because there's a line of development awaiting you, and that's the line of the development of American people, American state. The legitimacy of the American state itself is being invoked in a way contrary to those in power, is far more revolutionary than being a retard anarchist. So this needs to be strongly emphasized. You need to plant your feet to be a revolutionary. Prigozhin was kind of tap dancing a little bit. That's the problem. To be a revolutionary means to plant your feet in the ground. But Prigozhin was kind of tap dancing a little too much. He was kind of doing too much of a ballerina dance for it to be revolutionary. Think of the human catastrophe. Think of the civil society catastrophe. Oh my God, light to the moon. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the 5. Think of the catastrophe that would pose for the Russian state, you know? It would be a human disaster. It would be a political disaster. It would be a huge, horrible tragedy. I mean, Putin himself talked about how a lot of those Wagner fighters were heroes. The wisest thing was doing what's going to avoid the most bloodshed. I'm so fucking sick of people on Twitter being like, oh my God, is Putin weak? Why did anyone get killed? It's like, okay, motherfucker, they're human just like you. You go there. You go there right now. Are you willing to fucking be blown up? Like, you're sitting here eating Cheetos on the fucking internet, not realizing that these people are human too, and they don't want conflict. They don't want fucking bombs to rip their own people in half and blow up their own people and have bullets flying and tearing through people and killing them, and mothers and fathers losing their sons. I mean, why would you want that for your country? Thank you so much, Blackback.
The Russian state would have used nuclear weapons if it had to. Russia is not weak.
Yeah, people don't get it. Like, just because they're not... See, the U.S. government would have killed everyone. I believe that. Let me put it this way. If 5 people were holding guns and said, we're marching on to Washington to fulfill our demands, and they had like AR-15s, the FBI alone would surround them, torture them in broad daylight, then go to each of their families' houses and kill their families, then go to their cousins' houses, kill their cousins, and wipe out with fucking Agent Orange and cluster bomb whatever small town they came from. Because, you know why? Because the U.S. government is the most insecure fucking government on earth. That's why. They're fucking insecure. You know, there's this new documentary on Netflix. I forget what it's called. but it's like saving, and it's like a small girl. Her parents brought her to a hospital, and the parent dared contradict the hospital authority, right? And the faggot doctor of the hospital, Sally Smith, this bitch, Sally Smith, was so fucking offended by that, she called Child Protective Services and took the child away from the parents. The judge sided with the hospital, and now this poor mother, who is an immigrant from Poland, is, just because she's like being hysterical and wants her daughter back, the whole system declared war on her. The hospital did, the judge did, the fucking local police department did, and she killed herself. She killed herself. They took her daughter away for 87 days. Didn't allow her to see or even hug her own daughter. She killed herself. That's the US fucking government. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about humanity. There's nothing human. They don't care. It's a mother and her like 9-year-old daughter. They don't care. They don't see that as a sacred bond. They don't see that as a sacred relationship. The fact that the mother had the audacity to offend the faggot authority of the US government, there's no humanity anymore, right? That's not the Russian state. That's not the Chinese state. They're not that insecure. Both of these countries have a lot of experience about the contradiction between a central state authority and the human reality of ordinary people. So they forgive people. You're only human. You're a mother. That's your daughter. We forgive you for being hysterical and crazy. Of course we understand. It's the most natural, sacred relationship there can be, right? So, when it comes to the prospect of bloodshed on your own territory, Putin is not so insecure where he's going to be like, oh, I have to kill all these people to make an example. He's not a fucking barbarian, okay? Do what's going to minimize the most amount of bloodshed. If that means this guy goes to Belarus and his troops stand down, who were heroes that were fighting the Ukrainian Nazis, that's the best fucking solution. Okay? If you think that makes Putin fucking weak, you're a fucking pussy. You're LARPing from your fucking armchair. You don't know what it means to take lives. You don't know what it means to bring bloodshed to your own people in that way. Like, holy fuck. Can I tell you guys something? We make it seem like Putin is a fucking dictator, but that documentary I watched on Netflix, imagine if that's something in Russia or China. It would be on the... It would make us demonize those states, right? America is the most evil dictatorship in the history of the world. You know what? The U.S. American state is more ruthless and cold-hearted than Nazi Germany. The U.S. federal government is more cold-hearted, ruthless, and barbaric in many ways than Nazi Germany. If you include the whole thing, like the Pentagon, how they go to Iraq and kill all those fucking people, how they sanction countries and shit, and then plus the level of brutality against the American population. I mean, where you go to court and you have to plead fucking guilty to get a deal, and someone's going to come to you and be like, oh, I know you're innocent, but what would you rather have? Getting raped in prison for 45 years or getting raped in prison for 3 years? So which one's better? I have a gun to your head. Choose. Like, why do I have to choose this? I'm innocent. I know you're innocent, but that's the nature of the system. Cooperate with the system and then you'll get the best outcome. That's the fucking American government's fucking mentality. It's an evil system. It's so cold and ruthless and heartless. They rip babies out of the fucking arms of their mothers. Sally Smith, that bitch. Where is Sally Smith now? Watch that fucking... What's the documentary called? Netflix documentary, Sally Smith. It's called Take Care of Maya. Go watch that fucking documentary. John Hopkins All Children's Hospital engaged in medical abduction of this poor woman's daughter The daughter is in extreme pain. They claim the kid was lying about it. They wouldn't even treat her medically. She was decaying and dying every day because the hospital would not treat her. The mother was losing her fucking mind. She was attacked by the whole system. Child Protective Services took the child away because they said, oh, she's faking it, and the mother is enabling it. Meanwhile, actual doctor, family doctor, was saying, hey, she's going to die if you don't treat her. 87 days, the mother's losing her mind. The judge won't let her see her kid or hug her kid. Police are now getting the husband to fucking frame. Oh, the system is just attacking them in these crazy ways. And then she kills herself. And then the doctor bragged about it and was like, I saw this coming. I predicted it. Fucking demons, man. Sally Smith, that was the fucking bitch who did it. And she does it to all these other families too. She's a cunt and she's a bitch. And I think, legally speaking, Sally Smith should be prosecuted and face the most severe possible punishment according to U.S. law. Legally speaking, she should, though. But I'm using this because every time people say Putin is a fucking dictator, what was that, man? You have a system in the U.S. where the government is ripping children from the arms of their parents, putting them into the foster care system so that they could be trafficked into the sex trade. And that's what's fucking going on. They're stealing children from their parents, putting them into the foster care system, and then those children end up being trafficked into the sex trade. That's what our fucking government does. Did you know that? That's what they fucking do. And you know who they do it to and nobody bats a fucking eye? They do it to the Indians, to the indigenous people. Did you know that? That's what they fuck. And then they do it to the black people. And then they do it to the poor white people. And they even do it to the middle class people and the privileged people. Nobody can do a fucking thing about it. Imagine, I watched this documentary and I saw this relatively affluent family, right, really struggle to get their daughter back. Lawyers and fees and all this shit. Imagine if you're dirt poor. How the fuck are you going to afford that? They will just take your child away. Your child's gone. And and it's a doctor. These are doctors and social workers. They're so fucking evil and heartless. They don't give a fuck because they're lonely. They're not even married themselves, and they're satanic, disgusting scum. And that's worse than any dictator in history. That's a million Adolf Hitlers running us. I mean, Sally Smith on a moral level to me is similar to Adolf Hitler. It's like Hitler was just scaled up. Sally Smith is a scaled down version of Adolf Hitler. But in terms of absolute moral evil, they're on the same level. And I unironically say that. Yeah, Hitler committed more crimes, but only because he had the power to. Sally Smith is just as much an evil, disgusting woman as Adolf Hitler. Just scale it down. Just scale it down. A lot of you guys don't know what I'm fucking talking about. Watch the documentary on Netflix and you will. Because it pissed me the fuck off. It really pissed me off. And I could say this. Sally Smith, you know, I'll identify as a woman. And we have a boxing match. Legal in the ring boxing match with Sally Smith. That's how much I hate this fucking woman after watching the documentary. I mean, what a disgusting, contemptible bitch. What a disgusting, contemptible bitch. I'm going to show you scum of the earth equal to the level of Adolf Hitler. We're going to continue focusing on Russia, but I got to get this off my fucking chest, right? Dr. Sally Smith. Ah! Oh my God, she's so, if you watch the documentary, you'll know this is fucking Adolf Hitler. This is the most evil fucking, you know why she triggered me so much? Because this is the system. This is the system. These fucking people are ruling us. Every department of government, every bureaucracy, even hospitals, these are the people in power, and if you dare offend them, they will fucking kill and rape your children. And they are heartless, stone cold, evil fucking people. These are demons, Satan, literal Adolf Hitler level. Where's our Constitution? Where's our fucking Constitution? We always talk about North Korea as a dictatorship. No, this is the fucking dictatorship, all right? Just because we have a Joe Biden democracy, which nobody... I mean, it's not a democracy, first of all, because they rigged the elections, first of all. It's not a fucking democracy. But second of all, we don't experience any democracy. We experience heartless tyranny and ruthless tyranny by the Sally Smiths of the world, who always say, take the deal. Either I take away your child for 40 days, or I take them away forever. Why am I guilty, though? What did I do? What crime did I commit? I mean, you drive at night at 3 a.m. in this country. You're just driving. There's not a single car on the road. You're not driving recklessly. You're not crashing into things. You're just driving. Tell me why cops want to pull you over. Why do they want to pull you over? I mean, you're an innocent American. You pay your taxes. You follow the law. You do everything that's normal. Why do they want to pull you over so fucking bad? Why are they trailing you and why are they putting you on edge? Why does the government want to fuck us so fucking bad? What did we do? Why are we guilty? You know? It's like the U.S. government, the federal government, says, you are guilty. And I say, why am I guilty? You're even more guilty now, bitch! Damn! Why are we guilty, though? What did we fucking do, you know? Can we be given any recognition as a people? Why is the federal government so fucking heartless? Where is the recognition of us as a people? See, in Russia, they at least, however brutal the government is, they recognize their people as a people. They're not going to rip a child from their mother's arms. Such a heartless, evil fucking way. They're like, yeah, I understand you're freaking out because of your daughter, and it's like, that's your daughter, it's your literal child, you have a natural connection to them, you gave birth to them. Of course we understand, you know? Because we understand you're a people. You're not just an individual, you're a people, right? Why do we have original sin in the eyes of the state? Can anyone answer that? Anyone who wants to talk about how communist dictatorship's so fucking evil? No, U.S. government's fucking evil. Communist dictatorship is the leadership of one wise leader, guiding society, having a deep level of wisdom and love for the people. That's not a ruthless dictatorship. A ruthless dictatorship is what you have when you have a bunch of Sally Smiths running around ripping children from the arms of their parents. That's the truth. This is literally Adolf Hitler. You sound like the sovereign citizens. Because they're fucking right! The only friend of the American people are the militia libertarians. Those are the only people who are just like, you know what? Fucking federal government's literally fucking pure evil. These are scum. These are scum. These are demonic, evil fucking scum. They're literally fucking pure evil. I mean, the U.S. government is so fucking evil. It's like, they are so evil. You can say it's a noble idea all you want, but at the ground level, the people who work, the authorities are so fucking heartless and evil. It's like, I don't know, it's they're possessed by demons or something, right? They're so fucked up. I mean, why are we always at war with our own government? Like, the U.S. government versus John Smith. Oh, why is John Smith at war with the whole fucking government? Why are they out to get us? You go to court, and the prosecution government wants to put you in jail. Why do they incentivize locking people up? Why does our government incentivizing making people guilty? Like, just like I said, you're driving at 3 a.m., you're not causing any problems, but there's a cop praying you go 5 miles over the speed limit so he can pull you over and cause you suffering. Why? Why are we guilty until proven otherwise? I don't fucking get it. It makes no sense for a so-called democracy. I mean, I do get it. I do fucking get it, right? I do get it. But why do we tolerate this? Why do we vote for why do we vote for their guys every people house? Why don't you vote? Why would I when I'm driving and there's a cop tailing me, when I have a Sally Smith ripping away my son or daughter, why am I gonna vote for whatever stupid faggot shit they put on the ballot? Like, why is that mine? They already condemned me as an American citizen. They already stamped you and branded you and labeled you as guilty. Why the fuck are you voting for them? They're your enemy. Not according to me, according to them. They said you are guilty. You must be punished for no reason at all. You didn't do anything wrong. You're totally innocent. You're a good-hearted person. You're a decent person. They don't fucking give a shit. They'll literally push your grandma down the stairs. They will literally run over your grandma. And then they'll blame your grandma. They won't even feel bad about it. They're totally fucking heartless. If you think US cops are bad, try Russian cops. I will, actually. Go to fucking Russia and it's 3 a.m. and you can go 500 miles per hour in a fucking residential area and nobody's gonna do shit. And you're right, cops will be fucking brutal if you get on their radar. But the threshold of getting on a cop's radar must mean you're really fucked up somehow. But if you're just living your life as a normal fucking person, no, they're not going to go out of their way to fuck with you. I mean, yeah, there are cases of corruption where they may do that, but it's not the norm. The norm in the US is for cops to go out of their way to fuck with you when you're not doing anything wrong. That's different from Russia. It's really different, actually. I'm not saying Russia's a paradise. Trust me, I'm not. I know it's very corrupt and fucked up and shit, but it's like, you know, in Russia, let's say a cop is engaging in corruption. Let's say a cop, you know, let's say there's a woman that a cop wants, and that woman is with a guy the cop hates, obviously. The cop goes and, like, kills that guy or arrests him or throws his body in a river. You know, wow, that's an abuse of authority, right? Let's say, like, a Russian cop, you insulted him personally and he goes and, like, kills you and your family or some shit. Yeah, that's a huge abuse of power, right? But it's not systematically sanctified in the way it is in the US. It's not given this veneer of systemic legitimation. It's clearly just some asshole abusing his power. It's not like this is like the whole system is agreeing with him. It's not like the entire Russian Federation is culpable in that, right? It's just one fucking bad apple. The disgusting thing about the US government, federal government, is you could probably start out like a good person, but just by being in the system, they'll fucking corrupt you. You sound like AOC. Hold on. Let me find that guy. You're saying I sound like AOC, right? Who's that guy? Because I can name you. SDN. Hey, SDN. Kill yourself. Really. Just kill yourself. You are such a fucking retard. Me saying the shit that armed militia libertarians have been saying for decades, and you're saying that's AOC, you are a retard. Kill yourself. That's my fucking answer to you. Wait, Hakeem has a new video called What Are Tankies? Got it. Fucking hate this guy.
Good morning, Rep.
Hi there. Come join us over on the Deprogram, a podcast I run with Second Thought and Yugopnik. Socialist uprising or complete fascist takeover. Regardless, neither that Hungarian Republic nor the USSR are with us today. So why is this?
I like the term tanky because I feel like tanky is supposed to speak to a level of Western liberal disillusionment with the USSR. Sartre and all these faggot Western liberals supported the Soviet Union, but when they realized it was like this brutal authoritarian dictatorship, in their own words, they got disillusioned. And the tankies were all the people who were like, why are you disillusioned, bitch? This is always what it was. So I feel like tanky is a term of realism. I'm a tanky because I am not some delusional Westerner who thinks China is a transgender country. I'm not some delusional person who thinks the USSR was like some transgender woke LGBT country. It's a very realistic understanding of communist experience. So it's a term of realism that I actually like.
The term still used.
Like, yes, it was the tanks. Yeah, that's what it is. It's power, right? We're not whitewashing nothing. We're fully embracing it.
A tanky is anyone who defends or more.
Okay, he's going on the dictionary. Quintessential sign of a retard.
Though, isn't at least a little infantilizing and Eurocentric to consider that only the terrorism has occurred to various extent of a meaning. If you're not sending money or guns or specialists or information, what materiality is there to your so-called support? Let's take a deeper look. First and foremost, again, this is an incredibly online phenomenon. Just because some guy on Twitter said something doesn't make it represent. However, for those that believe in this connection, there's a strange dismissal, but from a sober understanding that stability under that government is far more likely, especially when the reason for the massive geopolitical disruption in the region wasn't an organic. There are some that claim tankies uncritically dislike the US to such a point that they'll end up strange bedfellows to groups or nations that they otherwise wouldn't or shouldn't ideologically support. Putting aside the meaningless content of that support, meaning if you're not sending money or guns or specialists or information, what materiality is there to your so-called support? Let's take a deeper look. From oh, that wasn't real socialism, that was just tankies, makes you look ridiculous. Stalin and his consequences aren't. For liberals, it's a...
You know what I think is stupid about Hakim? I see this, I'm like, this guy's low IQ. And IQ's not even real, but he's just not smart. I think he's trying to deconstruct a popular term, which I find pathetic. He's really trying to get into the hermeneutics of this very unreflexive, almost meme-like term people use, because he doesn't realize terms like tanky are not based in some kind of rationally contrived process of the intellect. They are based in sensibility. The word tanky is used because it makes sense to these people. That doesn't mean sensibility is irrational, but it's not premised by the intentional reflexive intellect. You need to have a materialist and phenomenological understanding of information age. Memes and things that are irrational according to the intellect do have a deeper rationality at the level of sensibility. That rationality, by the way, could just reflect some kind of, some kind of echo chamber or some kind of like political position. But the truth is, if you're a Democrat, if you're a liberal, it is to a certain extent rational to call people tankies from based on like your position, right? Your objective position in relation to the world. Like tankies are the people who support the big tank, whatever. I mean, like, there's not a lot of thought that has to go into it. And that's not an indictment on the term necessarily. Like, the same reason I call people libtards or libshits. Like, it makes sense, right? Within a specific horizon, phenomenal horizon of sensibility. This is almost like trying to deconstruct Kendrick Lamar's song and be like, oh, well, really? Well, what is the booth? What really is a hoe? Are you saying a hoe is a woman who is like, it's such a vain thing to do because you're at the level of sensibility here. I also love the hypocrisy because you never have this level of reflexivity and conscious mediation of the intellect when it comes to responding to infrared. When it comes to responding to infrared, all you do is employ memes. Two hole Haas, because that's what Hakeem said. Oh, Haas, Pat Sock, incel, Pat Sock. Let's deconstruct the term Pat Sock, you flaming faggot, Hakeem. Is Pat Sock a term that's employed that reflects some kind of mediated work of the intellect? Is it rational at the level of the intellect? It's not. Right? When all we are doing is very legitimately drawing from socialist patriotism, which is objectively part of the canon of Marxism-Leninism. To call it patriotic socialism assumes that our socialism is patriotic in content, not in form, right? Meaning that the point is some kind of patriotism, and it's not, right? But you lot use that term anyway because it makes sense to you, which is fine. So stop making it seem like you can premise the use of terminologies and terms based on some rational process of thought. That's not how any of these fucking things work. Hakeem, at the level of rational conscious mediation, you get into a VC with any infrared, any infrared supporter, and on a rational, like, Socratic, dialectic level of back and forth, your position is objectively stripped naked and shot in the back of the head like a victim of the NKVD. You have no leg to stand on when it comes to the rational use of thought. The only leg you leftists have to stand on is precisely this, like, sensibilities and memes. Vibes. At the level of reason, like rational debate, you have nothing. You're wrong. And don't take our word for it. You can't even debate conservatives or right-wing people. Even if I put you in a debate with an Austrian economics guy, he can systematically dismantle your worldview according to the rational standard of communication established between you and them. And you would ignore it and irrationally say, no, because you don't care about the truth. If I debate that guy, I'd win, because I actually am committed to truth. You're not. I understand the realm of sensibility is an objective reality. That's why I don't always scream and cry when leftists are being irrational, because I realize, no, this is just what makes sense to them. But don't pretend this comes from thought. Don't pretend like two holes Haas is like some substantive characterization of what infrared is, because it's not. It's an unreflexive knee-jerk response based on something that very clearly, very Freudian, unconscious level makes sense to you specifically. Fine, you're only human. You're controlled by some unconscious pathology. But don't act like this is some, like, anything beyond a meme, because that's all it is. That's my response to Hakeem. He's really just an idiot.
The liberal media in particular, about, if
this guy's a tough guy. He shaved his head.
We just expose them, if we just put them up on stage and let them, put their foot in their mouth, let them show how hateful they are and how disgusting they are, then people will turn against them. But that's not
movement. How do you defeat it? Can you defeat it by ordinary means? Look, I cannot watch the news anymore.
Mass movement that he
conversation be focused on.
Well, of Ohio, I wanted.
And
you know what, Joe Sims, shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot. I'm sick of hearing that fucking retard, you fucking bitch. Joe Sims, the shit you've talked, I'm not even gonna say it. Don't come near me. Fucking bitch. I'm sick of listening to that fucking retard. He was, Joe Sims, we tried to, like, gas him up as a meme. Unironically, he's a fucking low IQ retard. And I'm sick of pretending otherwise. I'm sick of pretending Joe Sims is like a thing. Like, he's actually just a retard. He's like a low IQ, actual fucking imbecile. That guy's actually stupid. Like, he's genuinely a stupid person. And Scott Fibs with more words and shit. I like how we all know them by name. He's probably dumber than Joe Sims, but they're all fucking retards. But he's just an empty-headed idiot who just doesn't think about things a whole lot. That's the truth. Joe Sims, just an empty-headed idiot who don't think about things a whole lot. Simple as that, you know? He's like an NPC, nothing more. Leave grandpa alone. Now, you know, being old is not an excuse for being fucking stupid. Did you know that? Usually when you're old, you are smarter, actually. That's when all, like, the great philosophers write their greatest things, is like when they're like 80 years old, right? Not Joe Sims. He's just actually a stupid guy. Yeah, that's why he's in that position, because they don't actually want a fucking leader like Stalin or something that's going to get them somewhere. They don't want a genius. They just want some dumb fuck who's just going to represent the pure formalism and bureaucracy of the fucking rundown party. What qualifies Joe Sims to be the leader of anything? Can someone tell me that? You know what's sad? It's like if I was leader of CPUSA, I would bring us to like 60,000 members easily. And it wouldn't even be hard. Like that's just because it's not hard, right? It's just not hard. And usually the average chud take is pretty much, oh my god, this is the result of mass immigration, and oh my god, I can't believe it, the invaders have come, the invaders have come. And you want to know what I have to say to that? I have to say, it's such a gay take, and I'm sick of fucking hearing it. I'm sick of hearing it because it's a cope. What invaders? What did they invade? Your whole shit was open to begin with. Put it this way. If your wife is getting piped in an open relationship, nobody invaded nothing. Your shit was open to begin with. So that's the truth. They say, oh, they invaded our France. They invaded France. What France did they invade? That's the real question I have to ask. Because, you know, I would otherwise sympathize. You're an ordinary French person. You're sick of the riots. You're sick of the chaos. And now I'm fully for it. Because I'm fucking sick of Europe. I'm sick of Europe's sterility. I'm sick of the fact that America is Europe's daddy, right? We are the ones with actual balls. Whereas Europe is just downstream from us. I mean, Europe looks at gun violence and crime in America. Oh my God, Americans are so crazy. They're like cowboys. I think the whole world should be turned into the fucking Wild West, just like it was in pre-modern times. In the days of the Silk Road, you had a time of pirates and raiders and bandits and nomads and all that kind of shit. That's what we're going back to, it seems like. I hate the gay EU. I hate the notion of the united middle-class, welfare queen Europe, and I'm glad to see all of these immigrant invaders bring the Wild West to Europe. You're isolating yourself from the nature of the world and the nature of humanity. Like, I don't know, there's something about this shelteredness. I can't fully respect it, you know? So, that's why there's a limit. It's like, on the one hand, yeah, I fuck BLM. Like, fuck BLM. Fuck this Democrat woke bullshit. By the way, that's real soft shit. That's ultimate softness. Right? Thank you so much, Amila. I appreciate you.
Terry's this deranged plague of crying rightoid faggots that are back around to just analyzing everything in the fault of Jews and Marxists.
Exactly.
Brain-dead dipshits. Amy Therese and alt-writers will always beg MLs to at least let them be the spiciest villain in the Western establishment's narrative. We don't want to be the villain. We want a different story.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris Moak. Being a little bit more favorable to China, wanting to be a little bit more independent, even on the Ukraine crisis. And it seems like this is another color revolution, George Floyd kind of situation. That's very possible. I don't know. There's an elephant on the streets of Paris. Okay. No way. All right, I'm officially on the side of the immigrant. I'm officially on the side of the immigrants. I mean, you know what? What do you want? I'm sorry, if you're French white guy, what do you want me to tell you? They have elephants, dude. This is like true medieval times where they're literally got elephants on their side. I can't believe it. I know who I side with. Fuck it. All the nuance I just told you, out the window. I fully support the Islamic invaders who literally have elephants returning back to the medieval times. That's fucking actually really badass, alright? I fully support the Islamic invaders. Glory to the Frankish Latin Caliphate. That's that red energy in the building. Understand? That's that red energy in the building. That's that Mr. Krabs energy in the building. Yo, light of the moon, we're crabbing it up. We're keeping it crabby, like a Krabby Patty. Keeping it crabby on the down low. Not being flabby, but it's not too shabby. Mad might it be? You almost had me on the Krabby Patty, but every time I see it, it's only like getting shabby. Cause you know what? It's like Mr. Krabs crab meat. Wait, what? Nah, that didn't come out right. I was talking about the secret ingredient for the Krabby. I wasn't talking about his crab meat. All right, this whole thing just went to shit. Cause when I'm lifting, yo, Karaz! That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, crabbing it up, red like Mr. Krabs. That's what we're talking about, crabbing it up, red like Mr. Krabs. On that, we're not talking about this. We're not talking about this. We're talking about this. You know what I mean? Mrs. Puff kind of grind. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking that Mrs. Puff kind of grind. I will be a broke guy working at a gas station and still steal your bitch, man. I don't give a fuck about impressing anybody with Gucci and Rolexes and shit. Suck my dick, bitch. I got game. You know why? Because I'm a bullshitter when it comes to women. I'll just bullshit my way through anything. I'll be like, y'all, see these shoes? $2 million. And who is she to say no? Who is she to say no? I'll be like, you see this hat, this infrared hat? $700,000. I will have the confidence to say that shit. What is she gonna say? No, it's not. And I'll just look at her and be like, okay, whatever you say, dumbass bitch. I will sell it, man. I'll be convincing about it, you know? You don't have to douche this shit to impress women. You could just lie. You know that? You don't have to actually have, like, money or anything. You just, they literally is that stupid. Every woman is that stupid. You could literally be a bum on the street and pick up women. You could literally be a bum on the street, take her home, clap her cheeks in the fucking junkyard tent you got going on as a crackhead bum on the side of the street. Most of these crackheads are just too incoherent to do anything. You know how many dudes are just couch surfers? Going from bitch to bitch, just being a bum, living at their couch and shit. Understand, okay? You don't have to do, what is this all this for? Oh, it's not to impress women, it's to impress your boys. Oh, I want to impress my boy, I want to impress my friends, man. Well, you want to impress your friends? Go suck fucking dick then, man. You want to impress your stupid ass friend? Go, oh, look at this Rolex I got. Oh, look at this Gucci I got. Who gives a fuck, man? Nobody's impressed by that fucking shit. It's just a cycle. Because when people see that, they just say, oh, I want to get that. Oh, I want to get... It's not that they respect you. You're just making them feel like they're missing out on it. And it's got you all acting stupid. Acting stupid as fuck. People need to understand how to have gangster swag while being broke. Because if you can't have gangster swag while being broke, you will never make money. Gangster swag while being broke, and you will have all the money in the world. I act like a billionaire CEO. I'm literally just funded by my chat. I'm just funded by my chat. But I walk around acting like a billionaire CEO. If Bill Gates comes sat next to me, I say, excuse me, this spot is reserved. If Jay-Z invited me out to dinner, I would say, what time? I might be busy. Because I'll carry myself like a billionaire CEO. And guess why? Because everyone's in the same dream as me. This whole thing is just a fucking dream. Alright? So what? Beyonce comes up to me. I said, move, stupid bitch. Excuse me? I'm Beyonce. And I'm saying, bitch, I'm only awake 16 hours out of a day. 8 hours I'm in a different world. I might run into you in another world and clap your cheeks, for all I know. You are nothing to me. This is all nothing to me. I don't give a fuck about you or your fame or anything. This shit means nothing. It's literally nothing. It's literally meaningless. I'm here, you're here on Earth. God knows why. And I'm walking through my day. As far as I'm concerned, I got finite time here. I'd like to enjoy my day. Be out in the sun, be out with the trees, be out in the breeze. And I don't have time for Beyonce's bitch ass. I don't have time for Jay-Z. I don't have time for Gucci. I don't have time for all this dumbass shit. You know, there's this old man, 93 years old. He's about to die. And he says, listen, I was a philosopher all my life. And I wrote about how you shouldn't be scared of dying or you shouldn't care. And then he said, well, actually, I am scared of dying now. And he goes, I realized I don't want to die because every time I go out and see the trees, I think I always took these trees for granted. And I wish I would have sat longer with these trees and appreciated this life I'm living. And it's like, you know what? That's what it's about. You got to really appreciate your situation. You got to be grateful for it. You know what I mean? It don't matter. All this other shit doesn't matter. All these other people. Thank you, Juarez.
I would loot Funko Pops just to destroy them in front of Marvel fans. Yes, I'm that petty.
Hell yeah, that's what we're talking about. I genuinely don't believe there's a single person who is better than me in the eyes of God. All humans are equal. A bum on the street has the same worth to me as the biggest celebrity you ever knew. I'm going to Twitch parties and seeing these big Twitch streamers. I don't give a fuck. The fuck is that to me? This is another human being. I don't treat them any different. It means nothing, man. It don't mean shit to me. I judge everybody by their personal character. If Lil Uzi, all these people, little shitty, little bitchy, little this, little that, little who, little that, come up to me, I will judge them by their merits of their character. Your fame doesn't make me respect you at all. I don't give a fuck you're famous. Your character, I will judge you by your character. Your fame means nothing to me. I cannot be corrupted, bought, or sold. I am that crazy. What? There's a gorilla on the loose. There's a gorilla on the loose.
Wallah, y a un gorille sorti du parc Jouvet. Wallah, un gorille sorti du parc Jouvet, astaghfirullah. Ya? Wallah, y a un gorille sorti du parc Jouvet.
What is that? What's going on? Alright, I support this. I support the riots now. Angela Davis, school in Paris, set on fire. I support this. Woo! Fuck that bitch! Woo! Thank you, Chris Morlock.
It's like the Purge movie. It proves there is no production in Western cities and they are just distribution centers. People could burn it all down. It makes no difference to the factory in China.
Yup, that's so true. Thank you, Chris. That is so true. It's like nobody respects their surroundings, you know? Because no real capital is there. It's like, you know what I mean? There's a reason this doesn't happen in China, because that's where things actually get made. Here, it's like, it's like they're playing Minecraft. Oh, they built something, I'm just going to tear it down and rebuild it again. Michael, thanks for much for being a patron. Oh, what were the USSR show trials and what makes them show versus legitimate? The idea of the show trials is that they weren't really trials, but their verdict was already predetermined, and they were just done as a formality. Although trials that have any political significance in the US probably are the same way, or else they wouldn't have political significance. I don't think the deep state would risk any outcome in a trial. Fall back upon yourself and realize that work is all there is. Thank you so much, Chris.
Arbeit mocked Fry was the Nazis making fun of Weber's Protestant work ethic in a crude, disgusting way. Weber's idea is also crude and stupid.
Yup. Africa for Africans. We don't want Africans to go to Europe or whatever. We want to have them stay in Africa, build up Africa for Africans. And there's these wignats that feel victimized by that. What, because you can't go to Africa and rape and plunder and steal from them anymore? You fucking faggot? What the fuck is that? And you're a victim because of that? Because people don't want you to come and plunder their land? How does that make you a victim? But how? What about us being victimized by mass immigration? Well, wait, first and foremost, that's not their problem, it's your problem. Your government's policies enable mass immigration. Since you're too much of an incompetent retard and worthless pussy to actually have a government that reflects your people's interests, that's not Kemi Sebah's fault. At least he's trying to make Africa for Africans. And that's persecuting you how, you fucking idiot? Yeah, the wignat cries out as they strike you. Literally true. It's literally how these people think. It's literally how they think. They cry out while they're being the aggressors. It's unbelievable. And they will never be, you know, this is exact, it's like, I don't want to dignify them with a comparison to Hitler, because while Hitler was a, you know, faggot and a pussy who killed himself, because he was a fucking pussy and a retard, and even he realized it, which is why he killed himself. Hitler was a world historical personality. He was a guy in the history books. He got to power. These people are not like that. Right? But it so reminds me of how, you know, the Germans, Hitler, in Nazi Germany, he'd always be giving the speeches. And he'd be like, this dude would just have gone, he would go and invade Czechoslovakia, and he'd be like, I am being persecuted! I am being persecuted! They're not letting me go and rape and kill all the Slavs to the east! I am being persecuted! And then he goes and takes Poland. Nobody's stopping him. Soviets tried. The British and the French, the Americans rebuked the Soviets. So they conducted the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact to at least buy themselves time in the face of this insane retard, Adolf Hitler. He goes and takes Poland. I am so persecuted! We Nazis are so persecuted! As they're killing and looting all these people, massacring, they're so persecuted, conquering this vast swaths of territory. Then, randomly, unprovoked, this is the best part, unprovoked, this faggot Hitler attacks the Soviets. I'm so persecuted by the Jewish Bolshevism! I'm so persecuted that I'm gonna go and... While he crying out as he strikes. Crying out as he strikes all these people to the east. This is how they were. And Chamberlain appeased them. You appease them. I want more. It's like, you know what? You know when you have children? If you have a kid who's being a cry bully, right? And he's just like breaking things like, I want this toy! I want this toy! Buy it for me! Buy me Fortnite! And then the parents buy him Fortnite. Is that going to improve his behavior? He's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep throwing his tantrum. Because what you're really dealing with is unchecked aggression. And then they're going to start hitting their sister and their brother. And they're going to start breaking even more. I want this! I'm so persecuted, you never buy me anything! So what's the solution? The solution is slap them across the face and to put the fear of God into them. That's the solution as a parent. The solution for a parent. Bah! Shut up, you stupid fuck! This is the solution. That's what they should have done to Hitler. The Germans should have done that to Hitler, by the way. It's the fault of the German communists for not being competent enough to have done that. Even they admit and recall how well they were treated. The Germans were not, there were orders issued by the government against any forms of retribution and revenge against the German population. So the Germans went, they slaughtered, they massacred, tortured millions of people in a bestial, animalistic way. The Soviets came and they forgave them, which I'm not against, by the way. But who was right when all was said and done? Doesn't that just go to show how much Hitler was wrong? How much he was a liar? How much he was a scumbag? Making it seem like he was being so persecuted while he was the aggressor the entire time? There's no way I'm going to become a huge influence. People are too confused. The people will upload TikToks of me, like defending communism or whatever, and then the comments will be like, wait, you know, didn't Stalin or Mao kill a bunch of people? Isn't communism this horrible bad thing? And it's like,
so ideological headwinds are
right. There's a lot of barriers that are ideological, which has a lot to do with the fact that, you know, most of the communists, quote unquote, are retards. They're my enemies. And it's the right that dominates people's consciousness. And the ideology.
Yeah, that's what really, like, that's what really I was just surprised by, that the transgressional movement right now, the main one online, like on people's content, is like the right now. And it's and
you know, I find something when people say, "Oh, Haas, this is, you know, the right is where it's at." I find something dishonorable and false about this, because they're basically saying whatever's convenient that's what it is. Like, forget about truth, forget about justice. Yeah. What matters is whatever's popular, whatever's trendy. And it's obviously way easier to be on the right, and just roll with it. Now, I respect right-wingers who are grounding it in principle, but when people have this arrogance of basically, oh, Haas, I don't need to take you seriously. You're not on the right. Nobody's going to care what a commie says or whatever. It's like, you know, I'm here willing to debate anyone. I'm here not censoring anyone. I don't want anyone to be censored. And I find it so dishonorable. All these right-wing influencers will not debate me. James Lindsay blocks me. These TikTok right-wing libertarians block me, right?
Yeah, that's really tough.
It's like they pretend I don't exist, and then the others just pretend I don't exist, like I'm not a thing. And then when they do, they complain about how, oh, all of these brown third worldists are really a problem. And it's like, so there's no engagement, you know? Just pretend I don't exist, call us brown third worldists or whatever, and that's it. Yeah, the right is where it's at right now. And but here's the thing. That's what's popular and trendy. Is it what's true? Does anyone care about whether that's true or not? People have fallen into this kind of corrupt dynamic of, like, you know, I mean, here's another problem. People are just fucking stupid. There's not a lot of critical thing. I mean, is the audience of Fresh and Fit particularly?
No, they're really not.
High IQ. But is there a genuine kind of what do they want? Do they really want to kind of enrich their minds and have a genuine curiosity about rethinking how they look at the world and shit? It's like,
no, I don't think so. I don't know if that's important or not, or I don't know what the real value is. Like, I just was really surprised by that. I was first surprised by Nick and Kanye. Like, I'm just like a little bit interested in the whole space. I like what you do, and but that was the first thing I was really shocked by. Like, I couldn't believe that. And then now seeing, like, Nick on this, like, with Zerka on this, like, hip hop Miami podcast, there's just, I would have never predicted that. And I don't know if that's important or not, or maybe it's all fake, and maybe it's like the people that the viewers that they're touching are not politically active anyway. So it's literally just something that you know what I'm saying. I don't know if it's important or not, but it is interesting.
No,
it is
I think it's politically important. I'll tell you why. Because the youth is the future. I'm not talking about Lizzo. I'm talking about Ice Spice. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about this. You understand? So that's all I cared about. Jenna, yeah. Women that look like Jenna Ortega. I straight up feel like that's some pedo shit. Like, I don't get it. What's there? Do I gotta get a magnifying glass, or I'm just saying what's going? Don't sue me. I'm not trying to be a hater, Jenna, but what's the point? I don't get it. Never have gotten it. Her face is nice. So what are you gonna do? Cry about it? What does that do for me? Straight up, what does that do for me? Like, I'm gonna look at her face. Oh, your face! Oh. What's that do for me? You know, that don't do nothing for me. I'm not in love with her. I don't know her. I feel like if you're in love with, then maybe that's really important. But you like the feeling of domination, and you can only do that with petite. Speak for yourself, man. Speak for yourself. I'm not trying to make this vulgar and disgusting. And it actually is becoming vulgar and disgusting. But it's like, I'm a gorilla dominating when those cheeks are bouncing on my you know what I mean? Like, that's some gorilla shit. That's some real... I don't know what you're talking about with that. Speak for yourself, man. I don't... You know what I mean? Like, I'm, Thor, the god of thunder, you see, who brings the thunder? You know what I mean? Like, speak for yourself, man. Speak for yourself, man. If it's not thundering, if it's not clapping with thunderous rage, you know what I mean? Like, in 5-minute time span, it's just like, who are you dominating? What are you dominating? A skeleton? Congratulations. Congratulations, I prefer to be like Thor. Let me tell you guys something. You should not have a crush on nobody and fall in love with anybody through a computer screen. So people are like, oh, Haas, what about this celebrity who's got a nice looking face? That don't do nothing for me, because you will never know them. I say, oh, Haas, what about pretty girls? You know what I call a pretty girl with no ass? A tragedy.
កាយជ្រុលស្រែនឹងកប់ក្រប់ត្រាធូអាជាក្បាលខ្មៅអំវីក្លៅមោអាជាក្បាលខ្មៅអំវីក្លៅមោរត់ចូលខ្លោធូកុំមកកុំបានរោម៉ាមរត់ចូលខ្លោត្រាធូកុំមកកុំបានរោម៉ាម
I can't believe the idea of sitting. This is literally how you destroy any form of human organization. I'm not just talking about a country. You destroy a business, you destroy anything. Like, look at all these women blabbering their mouths like a bunch of retards. This is such a ridiculous thing, you know? I'm against it. I support Taliban-style relations between the sexes. Just look at how hideous this looks.
The Constitution over 444 years ago.
An Ohio-class vessel. What's Ohio-class vessel? Because it's called the USS Michigan, and something doesn't sit right with this idea. Okay, it's not based in Ohio. Okay, I got it. It's like a class of submarine. It's not the state team of Ohio. As a Michigander, I see that Ohio-class vessel, and it's called the USS Michigan. What the fuck is that? You know, but I understand why they call it that. You know, I'm something of a military expert myself. I really know all about how military. You guys know I'm like fucking crazy. I'm like Voss from Far Cry 3. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? It's doing the same shit over and over again, expecting a different result. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, now if you see this, he's doing a pretty small amount of weights, and someone is spotting him. So everyone's been quote tweeting this, trying to clown on Sneeko, saying something like, "Oh, you have a spotter? You have a spotter?" And for God's sake, in this post-truth environment, of Russian misinformation, does nobody care about the truth anymore? Does nobody care about the truth anymore? Straight up, I'm going to explain to you what's going on, okay? He has a personal trainer who is doing this to motivate him, because he's actually probably doing a lot of reps, and he's doing this to make sure he doesn't cheat, he doesn't half-ass it, or that he doesn't give up. And that's what personal trainers are for, by the way. If you need a personal trainer, you know, which Sneeko says he wants a personal trainer, he's admitting it, meaning he's not like hiding, he needs a personal trainer, you know, to help him do this. And that's what they're for. He's not being spotted. The personal trainer's there to make sure he's doing good reps and he's not giving up. And 15 pounds is not a lot, but past a certain amount of reps, it is a lot. Okay? Now, me personally, I don't bother with that. I don't bother with the whole low weights, high reps kind of thing, because those are people who want to get toned. I'm not a guy who wants to get toned. That's not my RPG build. My RPG build is stocky, bulky, wide motherfucker. So I don't care if I have some fat. I don't care about getting toned. I care about being big. That's why I do heavy weights, right? But it all depends on what you want. Like, I want to put on weight, right? In general. I mean, I want to maintain the high weight that I have in general. I'm not here to tone. If I want to tone, I'll do less weight and more reps. But Sneeko is not being spotted. I can't believe how many fitness experts are clowning on this. I kind of find it sad. You know, when somebody is disliked by the internet, I feel like it's just a downward spiral where, like, everything they do is wrong, you know? Like, you know, if, who's somebody everyone likes? I don't know. Who's somebody everyone likes? I don't know if Robin Williams. Sorry, the guy's dead. My bad. Mr. Beast. Sure. If Mr. Beast was doing this, everyone would be like, "Oh yeah, it's just a personal trainer. He's not getting spotted. He's just making sure he's not half-assing it," and nobody would bat an eye because Sneako's already disliked. You know, it's like everything he does is an L. They just construe everything he does as an L. You know, it's just how it works on the internet. You know why? I'm gonna actually go pretty deep here. You want to know why that is? Human beings are fucking sadistic. Human beings want a scapegoat. They want a punching bag. They want someone to take out all of their aggression on, and they just want someone to just shit on and piss on and just treat like a piece of shit. And if you were in elementary school, you witnessed this. You know what kind of guy I was? I was the guy that always felt bad for the scapegoats. But then they would snake me. You know? I always used to feel bad for them. Then they'd snake me. And then I realized, wow, human nature. It's really bad. You know? It's a dog-eat-dog world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. But as a man, your goal in life should be what? Minimize your contact with as many people as possible. Because there's nothing more gay than a man having to give a shit about what a bunch of random people fucking think about him. Unless you're a king, unless you're trying to be a political leader or a philosopher or something like that, don't even fucking bother. A male celebrity is doomed to be feminized. Why? Because this is woman shit. Women are the ones that are socialized, gossiping and doing all this shit about reputation. That's so womanly. Women are the one who like do this wish casting, reputation based hierarchy kind of shit. Men supposed to be feared and left alone. You know? Straight up. I'm not here to judge Sneako. I'm not here to judge him because I don't know him personally. Although he did not give me a good impression. Don't have a good impression of him. First impression based on my interaction with him. That's okay. I don't judge him forever and say that he's a bad person. I just kind of feel like if I tried to explain to Sneako communism, he'd be like, huh, dude, there's no clout there. Like, dude, nobody cares about that. Like, dude, it's not even like popular. Dude, it's not even like trending right now. Like, I kind of feel like he'd say that, you know? Like, the JQ shit already has a huge community behind it. It's such a trending topic that all these people could give a fuck about and still care about. My shit is like, I'm building it from scratch. So when he says that, when Sneako says things like, I just want to think for myself and investigate things for myself, I have to think, like, if it wasn't for Kanye West, would you be thinking for yourself? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to judge, by the way, I'm just asking questions. Like, do you really think for yourself if you don't study Marxism? Or even try to, right? If you're just going to like on the one hand, he's going to be like, oh, everyone's an NPC, everybody should think for themselves. But then when it comes to Marxism or communism, he's like, oh, I mean, the Jews created it, and it's just like really bad, horrible. It's like, really? Did you do any research? Are you familiar with that in any kind of way? Like, aren't you being an NPC with that kind of response? So that's my unjustified criticism, because I haven't met him, really. But my first impression of him was not very good. Straight up! Isn't that me? Straight up! That's crazy. I don't grow this beard to look like this. It's just like there's a guy in history who is just like Haz al-Din, you know? Such an uncanny resemblance. This is Nadir Shah, Persian king, Persian emperor, who wanted to restore the vision of Tamerlane to unite and conquer all of Eurasia.
But Politico, I think, does not do justice to the actual genius. I mean, I think it's actually quite brilliant, much of Bronze Age mindset. And as much as I disagree with a lot of it, and I think a lot of it is offensive and terrible and gross, you can't deny that it's incredibly well structured and well written. Like the guy who wrote it is a very, very smart person. But Politico, I think, does not do justice to the actual genius. I mean, I think it's actually quite.
You know what? This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. I can't believe what hypocrites the mainstream conservatives are. Okay? So, this guy, Ben Shapiro, selectively has some problems with Nazis or whatever, right? Like, he's got problems with Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. I'm not, for the record. I'm not against the Jews, and I stand by that. But this guy, Bronze Age pervert, like, I don't know if it's just a joke or it's irony, but this dude is, like, part of the community that's, like, straight up, you know, rape and murder children and women and just exterminate brown people, straight up slaughter all the non-white people and rape and torture them sadistically and rip the intestines out of children and all this kind of shit. It's like really like kind of like the actual bad shit the Nazis did. That's what they're like for, you know? They're actually for that crazy shit, right? And it's this kind of crazy nihilism of like supporting orgies and I don't know, destroy family values, destroy society, kill all the brown and black people, you know, subhumans don't deserve to live, all that kind of edgy stuff. Now, personally, it doesn't impress me. I just think it's just a convenient way to suck up to the existing establishment. It's like the Azov Battalion. Oh, you're so mighty, Azov Battalion. Where would you be without your NATO weapons? Nowhere. It's just the same thing. It's like that kind of rhetoric is just, you know, it's just going to be people who volunteer in the war against China. Not impressive to me, right? But it's just a kind of derangement, twisted psychopathy of our contemporary society. But why does that get it? Why does he describe it in those terms? It's crazy. You see how he talks about that? But he doesn't talk about anti-Semitism in the same way. I mean, when has this guy ever said an anti-Semite was a genius? I'm a fair person. This is really hypocritical for Ben Shapiro. He would never describe an anti-Semite as a genius. Now, I am against both anti-Semitism and I'm against this other twisted Nazi shit. But Ben Shapiro is fine with one and he's against the other, which is crazy, you know? Sorry, but I think that's fucked up. I think that's really hypocritical. I think that's hypocritical. I think that's completely hypocritical. It's also interesting. What are my actual serious thoughts on BAP? What was my criticism again? What was my specific take? I don't really think about it a lot. But it was something along the lines of a lot of people are like, oh, it's just an art project or whatever. But it's like, I think from the posts that I've seen, I haven't seen much of the newer ones, but historically, it's like, I feel like he really genuinely does believe that there is some kind of like the Greeks or the Romans were kind of onto something when it comes to, you know, this kind of Nietzschean far-right ideology of the modern age. And he really does actually project that back onto ancient times. Like, yes, the ancient Greeks and ancient Romans were totally cognizant of this Hyperborean white supremacism or whatever. This esoteric Hitlerism, Aryan ideology. Like, yeah, that's totally what all those pure white marble statues were really conveying. The European Bronze Age represents some kind of like vital essence of... But the problem with BAP to me is that he's a product of Yale and America's universities. So when he talks about white supremacy and all this kind of Aryan stuff, he's just kind of responding to what leftists say. He's just basically assuming that because leftists are always talking about these things, that they must have some real vital core in essence across all of history. You know, he gives them the level of dignity and respect that's proportionate to the extent that they are this boogeyman for leftists in academia. Without the leftist context, the CIA leftist context of Yale and the Ivy League schools and the university system, this boogeyman, which BAP just kind of adopts unironically as good, to put it vulgarly, would not exist, you know? It would not have any credibility or weight or objectivity to it. The only objectivity of all these things is the reaction they have created in leftists and in contemporary liberal paranoid ideology. Now you could say, well, what about the Nazis? That was a real thing. Fascism was a real thing. Sure, it was. But fascism and Nazism, that fate can be traced. Not only what happened to it can be traced, but what it actually ended up evolving into can be traced, right? So I think there's something really inauthentic about BAP's worldview. Like, the ancient Greeks and Romans were more like my brown people than they were Yale university environment, Western civilization, or whatever Strauss was talking about. The extent to which the Romans and the Greeks were like swarthy, you know, when I say swarthy, I'm not necessarily referring to skin color, just in terms of like being ethnic people, being like extremely ethnic, they listen to repetitive music and are out at the market selling donkeys and chickens and doing just, you know, Arab hood shit, basically. They were, right? They were an ethnic people. They were not some like fruity, enlightened statues that were just prancing around with these like, you know, aestheticized bodies in this pure lily white environment. Their environments were very colorful, right? Even their statues were full of color. Their buildings were colorful. It was a very ethnic, swarthy kind of society. The Hellenic and Roman, well, Hellenic civilization in general was. You're not giving a proper appreciation of that when you're trying to project all of this kind of, I mean, maybe he will say, yeah, I know it's not correct from a historical perspective, but it's a myth that works, right? It's a myth, and the myth works. Sure, but I just think there's a profound emptiness behind it. When I think, you know, I think there's a profound emptiness there, where you do have to reckon with objectivity eventually. You can run away from it as long as you want, but it's still there, you know? And what is the objectivity in BAP's case that is rearing its head? It's Ben Shapiro, you know? It's this! It's Ben Shapiro. It's the neoconservatives. It's just the neoconservative establishment, the DOD, the National Security State. That's it. There you go. You've discovered the objective ground of all this airy-fairy, Bronze Age mythology, wow! All this fruity, escapist adventurism culminates in Ben Shapiro, in the National Security State, and in the neoconservative, you know, Republican Party. So they're just aestheticizing this. That's all they're doing. They're just kind of giving a poetry. It's like, it's just a kind of poetry for this. That's why it's a form of Philistinism. It could not possibly represent any real appreciation of truth, beauty, or justice, or the good above all of those things. It could not possibly comprehend or fathom a relationship to being as a whole. It's just this kind of vulgar cosmetic, it's just a vulgar costume on top of this, you know, Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire. It's a vulgar costume on top of Daily Wire. It's edgy and all that kind of stuff, sure, but that's its objective ground, right? So, to me, I've never seen it as anything more than Daily Wire viewers or Philistine Republicans who just want to kind of, you know, get a little fruity and have some adventurous fun fantasizing about all this dumbass video game bullshit. So, that's my take. That's my serious take. That's my serious criticism, if you will. That's my serious critique. My take on Leo Strauss. I don't think Leo Strauss should be given the title of a master. He's not a master in the history of thought or philosophy. He has said some interesting things, which are worth exploring, but I'm against Straussians. I'm against Straussians and the legacy of Leo Strauss. That's what I'm really against. I think it's just such pathetic faggotry. You know what my problem with these Straussians is? They always just kind of assume it's a thing. Like, yes, Judeo-Christian civilization. You know, the thing that everyone's always talking about? Like, everything objective to them is always a thing everyone is talking about. It's never a thing that is actually real and concrete in any way they can prove or demonstrate. It's just to the extent that it's being talked about or reacted to, that they elevate it into some kind of dignity and objectivity. Like, Judeo-Christian civilization, what is that? You know? And you can chart a specific line of development of Western civilization, but anyone who is confident in finding a constant that is beyond negation, self-negation and self-subversion is full of shit. What we call Western civilization is a history of societies destroying themselves and actually seceding and rebelling from them. I think Nick Land kind of was onto something, like this notion of secession and splintering and differentiation as a driving force of Western civilization. That's what it is. Western civilization is just a constantly self-undermining process which can never find any resolution in any kind of fixed matrices of common values and common... It's always defined negatively. Like, what does it mean to be part of Western civilization? It means to be someone who is privy to the fact that nothing exists. Oh my God, those brown people, they actually, like, think things exist. They actually have family values. They actually, like, they believe things are real. They're not reflexive enough. They're not conscientious enough. They're not on Reddit enough, you know? They actually believe objective social substance of some kind. What idiots, you know? It's a supremacy based in just the conceit of negation, the purity of negation. So yeah. Fuck Dr. Fauci and fuck the vaccine. That's what they fear. They're not scared. If someone has glasses and is like saying in an artistic way, I want to kill all the subhumans and slaughter them and rape babies and shit, nobody cares. That's fine, right? But when a backwoods, honest to God, working class American just goes, well, shit, they stole the election. Fuck Dr. Fauci. Fuck Klaus Schwab. And Greta Thunberg can kick rocks. They're like, they just... You can't do that! You don't want to do that! You're uneducated! I can't believe you have power! You can't do that! Like, that's what they're triggered by, you know? They're triggered by authenticity. Authentic people who are not mediating their raw, authentic sensibilities by some kind of contrived academic elite institutional jibber jabber. They're just straight up speaking their minds based on how they actually live and are being in the world, you know?
Public investment in social infrastructure and environmental programs that is actually finishing what FDR started, that LBJ expanded on, and Joe Biden is attempting to complete. Programs to address education, medical care, urban problems, rural poverty, transportation, Medicare, Medicaid, labor unions. And he still is working on it.
Straight up, just not true. He's really not doing much. Besides pass laws to allow schools to rape your children. He is doing a lot on that front.
Half the comments were about, like, let's ban Hassan next. Let's ban Hassan next. And first of all, good luck with that. Okay, that's ridiculous. You know, I mean, you can get me for fucking, you know, the C word or whatever, but that's wild that you think, like, which is going to ban someone who fucking raised money for Ukrainian charities and is like, comments think the day of the invasion.
Why is this being posted?
Do you watch porn on this computer, or you have a special porn computer?
Alright, these clips have nothing on them. I have to talk about these TikToks, okay? So, first of all, guys, can you learn the art of reaching people that are not within your own echo chamber? When I said pump out TikToks, I didn't mean pump out inside jokes and memes only the community likes. TikToks about Pol Pot will never go viral. There's going to be like hundreds of people being like, you know, Hitler and Mussolini weren't even bad, man. What's wrong with Mussolini? What's wrong with Hitler? Come on, man. Somebody posted a TikTok of me saying, if you read Mein Kampf, Hitler talks about how he thinks the Slavs are subhumans. And then later on, the Nazis openly talked about how they want to exterminate them and clear out, you know, their land, turn them into slaves or whatever, like starve them to death. And then all these people were like, bro did not read the book. In Mein Kampf, Hitler never said any of that. Straight up, people are retarded. None of these new far-right people read any books. They don't read any primary sources. They don't actually go and consult the primary source. It's just like when they say shit about Jews, they're like, oh, look what the Jews are saying in their books. Go read the book and see if it's there. It's not. You can find it in the very clip itself. Bordiga Lover 406, who everyone knows is a community regular, right? He was even in the YouTube, was literally in the chat. That's how much of a regular he was. And there's this retard leftcom. Let me show you his name. This retard faggot who should kill themselves. Just kidding. I would never say that. This person, let me see them. Because I made a thread, and I was like, I said something like, let me find it. I was like, malign autism is the #1 obstacle to the success of any grassroots political movement. And this is some autism on my part that I'm even giving this attention. So I was like, malign autism is the #1 obstacle. And we're going to talk about that today, right? Then this faggot is like, have you ever been with a woman before? I imagine it would be difficult when you're just shouting in their face all the time. That is a profoundly autistic response, to be honest. I think this is like a response of someone trying to be normal really desperately, but failing. Also, I mean, it's not even a response. It would be an insult to my intelligence to even respond to that. It's how fucking stupid it is, based on available evidence right now you can find, right? Anyway, this is the person, American Johnson, or whatever the fuck their name is, disgusting faggot, about to kill themselves any day now. Anyway, they were saying, remember when this nerd deleted his Bortega-themed theory cell alt? After we made fun of him too much. Why would you post that? Why would you post that and then get skull fucked? Why would you post that? Here, take the L, faggot. Like, how do you recover from this? How do you recover from being exposed as a lying faggot? Straight up, kill yourself, retard, in a video game. But it's like, how do you go on? Because they don't have any pride to begin with. They don't have any self-respect or pride to begin with. So what did they lose? Nothing, right? So look at their responses. It's crazy. It wasn't me, bro. No. It's I don't even know how to fucking pronounce it. Proof it couldn't possibly be me. As long as I'm not you, I'm happy. What a response. Instant response, pre-canned, you're mad about it. And then I'm like, dude, do you remember when you just tweeted this? And he's like, of course I remember it. And I'm like, okay, so do you not remember how I just showed you what a faggot, retarded liar you are? Like, why haven't you killed yourself yet? Straight up. Why are you, like, still here? Why have you not killed yourself? You know? How do you literally go on living after taking this L? I don't get it. Dude, all those voices in your head, listen to them. I know you're a miserable fucking person who goes on your computer to cope with their own misery in life. And you go and try to do this shit, spreading your negativity and disgusting, ugly, disgusting soul to the world. But there's voices, dude, just listen to the voices. Do the world a fucking favor. Straight up. Straight up, listen to the voices. Your misery, your depression is justified. You know, what are you waiting for? Straight up, you know? But I'm an incel. What did that guy say again? He's like, when you yell on stream, I'm just thinking of myself as a woman. Yeah, you're thinking of yourself as a woman because you're going to troon out literally any second. Like, venture communist, is that a troon? Pretty sure it's a troon. All these autists just troon out. They just become troons. Because they think of themselves as women. Because they must be all-knowing. The final frontier is they must know what it's like to be a woman, you know? And then they're troon out. And then, you know, they're like, if I was... Like, there's... You know what autistic dudes are like? They're like, if I was a woman, I wouldn't like this big hairy dude Haas yelling at me. Yeah, because you're not a woman, you fucking retard. Because you're not a woman. They're like, well, if I was a woman, personally, I would want a soft person with a soft voice. Yeah, because you're not a woman, you fucking spurg retard. Straight up. Literal retard. Like, these people need to be put in a special dungeon. Like, it's so retarded. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's literally so stupid. It's almost like they presuppose we're living in this, like, utopian communism where every aspect of society is subject to the control of some kind of central discourse or rationality. Like, everything is subjected to some kind of, like, rational mediation. There's no room for a social reality that is a result of spontaneous forms that result from an authentic encounter with the material real, right? It's always, well, this was an arbitrary choice of some kind. And I think that was very cheap. I feel like the Barbie movie has a Barbie view of the real world, right? Where, like, the real world is like we're all a bunch of Barbies and Ken dolls, and someone who's playing with the toys just decided to arrange it such that the Ken dolls are in charge and the women are subordinate, And that's kind of the feminist commentary I got from the movie. The feminist commentary I got from the movie was just this idea that, like, the patriarchy, I mean, it's just kind of just, like, pretty, like, women be retarded and shit. That's literally my response to the movie. Women be retarded and shit. They just think that our social reality is unconditional. Okay, so why does conditionality matter? Okay, when you realize reality is not unconditional, when you realize a given social community is... I always like to use this example. Imagine a hunter-gatherer society. Yeah, women who are picking berries and sitting around by the fire and talking to each other, raising babies, they might think that all of that is based on talking, right? But when the lion comes and it's time to fight a fucking lion, there's no room for talking. You can't discourse your way out of a fucking lion coming to eat your baby. The man's got to pick up a spear and fight the lion. And that's what sustains a community, for example. And it's also labor, right? Where does the plastic that goes into the Barbies, where does that come from, right? It comes from labor, digging into the earth, a patriarchal, extractivistic method or whatever. That's how it works, right? So it is against the real that patriarchy emerges. It's not... When you treat... This is the problem with women being retarded and shit. They make it seem like the patriarchy is itself the result of a feminine form of socialization. Like, we're all feminized and socialized, but just unfairly and arbitrarily, men are in power. When in fact, socialization is contingent. We are not all socialized in a feminine way. There is a real to masculinity. It's something based in reality. But here's the issue. This is why you shouldn't be blaming women, because women are too retarded to be blamed. You should blame men. The reason why the Barbie movie is trying to say that all of the social relations that exist in our society are arbitrary, you know, gender relations are all arbitrary, because, like, instead of fighting in wars and shit, men are increasingly doing what? Being bitches and shit, right? We have a bitch-made generation of men who may as well be women, and they're trooning out in mass numbers already. I mean, men have lost their way. Men have lost the responsibility of manhood. They've lost what it means to be a man. Even the manosphere red pill men. You know, here's what I hate about Andrew Tate stuff. All these people will ever fucking say is like, you know what, we just are saying that men have feelings. Men have feelings too. It's like they're Ken in the Barbie movie. Ken is the guy who's pretty much, he's doing all this stuff just to get Barbie's recognition. I have feelings too, Barbie. Why do you give me feelings? All right. I feel like that's such a gay-ass message, you know? Straight up, I'm not here for meninism. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for a feminine version of masculinity. You want to be a fucking man? You want to be a fucking man? Do you? Have something to live and die for. That's beyond yourself, beyond your ego, beyond your identity, beyond anything that you see in the mirror. Let's start with that. Motherfuckers in Afghanistan. You want to know why those Taliban guys are men? Because in Afghanistan, the motherfuckers in the Taliban are holding their Kalashnikovs, fighting for Allah. That's what makes them a man. That's what makes them a man. It's not that they're saying, oh, I'm a man, respect my feelings. It's that we men have a responsibility before our Creator to do with what we alone are endowed to do. To fight for our community. To fight for our people, to fight for righteousness, to fight for justice, to fight for our cause. You want to talk about what a man is? It's like a Che Guevara's a fucking man. Che Guevara is a man. Che Guevara, a man who lives and dies by a cause, by an idea beyond themselves. It's not about the idea of being a man. It's not about men having feelings and all this gay-ass shit. Be an actual fucking man. Like, prove it. Actually be it. Don't sit here and bitch to women that you want their recognition. A man who craves the recognition of a woman is a bitch. Straight up. women will recognize you when you're actually a fucking man. You don't need to crave it or want it. It'll come naturally if you actually fucking have it. And men these days don't fucking have it. And they sit and bitch and whine that women don't respect them. Because you're not fighting. Why would they fucking respect you, man? It's like, I get into a Twitter space, in Mario's Twitter space, on Twitter, and I see all these men saying shit like, oh, please. The US dollar is going to last forever. Russia and China are going down to, and I will rationally explain to them why that is an untenable and impossible position to hold. You want to know what they'll do? They'll do this womanly kind of, whatever. It's not that way yet. It's not that way now. I don't have a responsibility as a man to exercise the device of my logocentric, phallogocentric duty to recognize the deeper logic behind reality. Yeah, it may not appear that way now, motherfucker, but if you can't tell which way the wind is blowing, you may as well be a fucking woman sitting and sipping lemonade. Oh, I'm Barbie. You fucking bimbo retard woman. Right? And it's like, and then I'm like, motherfucker, you deserve the blue pill. They're like, men are so oppressed. Men are not oppressed. Men are not oppressed. If you think men are oppressed, then you're waiting for women to come and make your life better. They're not going to fucking do that. Stop saying men are oppressed. They're not. Men can only be oppressed by other men. Only ever. Okay? Men are oppressed only by other men. If a woman is lording over your life and bossing you around, that's a you problem. That's your fault. I will die before I have to submit to a matriarchy. Fuck no, man. I don't live that way. Shit, man. So I want to say that. Okay, now let's go back to the Barbie movie. Okay, just be authentic about your actual statement. Just straight up be like, I personally think that Barbies haven't solved the problems of women. But the problems of women, they say, is feminism. Like, we don't need feminism anymore because we're Barbie, and they're like being sarcastic and shit. And I'm like, this is so like stupid, because it's like, what do you want? What more feminism do you fucking want? You're mad at Barbie for not being feminist enough? Like, what do you want? You've gotten everything. You know, like, what are you even critiquing at this point? Because they acknowledge how Barbies, you know, they're like, well, Barbie, anyone can have any career in Barbie. Women can be anything in Barbie, and that's not realistic. And it's like, yeah, you're right, it's not realistic. So what do you want? Because if Barbie was being unrealistic, you'd then complain that it was conditioning women for the patriarchy. So what do you fucking want? Nothing. Women don't want anything. You just want to complain because women be retarded and shit. Listen, you can call the volcano whatever you want, but it's going to erupt and kill us all. You can call it whatever you want. The outcome will be the same. Right? And I feel like men's brain, whatever you want to call it, is more focused on that. Like, men don't care what you call a fat bitch. We care about the fact that she's 500 pounds. Call her whatever you want. Call her big girl. Call her plus sized. Call her a bit extra hefty. Call her whatever you want. When you put her on the scale, it's always going to bring back 500 pounds. You know what? You can change numbers. Change the quantities we use. Change the symbols we use to quantify things. There will be a measurable difference in reality between a woman who's 500 pounds and a woman who's 100 pounds. Doesn't matter what names you use. Doesn't matter how you talk about it. Doesn't matter how you socially engineer it. It doesn't matter. It will have the same effect. If you're autistic and get offended, I'm the one being oppressed. You check your fucking privilege. Autistics, I'm sick of dealing with them. Like, no, I'm not going to fucking do the Reddit thing where I do the /s or clarify that I'm being ironic. I'm not going to fucking do that. If you don't get it, kill yourself. Straight up. Is this Steven Pinker? Fuck this guy. Steven fucking faggot Pinker, I hate this fucking guy. Oh man, ruined it. You know what's crazy about Zizek? You want to know why he got so popular? Zizek is like pro-transgender, he's pro-LGBT, he's pro-leftist in every substantive way. But just because he's against political correctness, he like is respected even by the right. Isn't that crazy? Just because Zizek is against political correctness, everyone respects him. Nobody looks at him as like, oh, you're a retarded libtard. Just because he's against political correctness. Isn't that crazy?
Opens up.
And that's how much of a difference it makes being politically correct. That's how much being a woke, politically correct person fucks your ability to reach anyone. Like, you could have cookie cutter leftist politics, be pro-LGBT, everything. You can have it, as long as you're not politically correct. By being politically correct, you have isolated yourselves from everyone. You can't even say it's in the name of marginalized communities. No, it's not. If you cared about those communities, you wouldn't be politically correct. You know? Because you have a better chance defending them in a non-politically correct way. So why do you want to be politically correct? Because you're a fucking narcissist. That's why. Because you're an autistic retard narcissist who wants to control others on a personal level.
Not going to be any screaming back and forth, I guess.
But what do we mean by game?
Yes. What do we mean by game? Yeah. So I guess in the simplest of sense, I would say that a game is something that has a particular set of rules and then has a particular goal. Which I guess if you believe in the laws of physics and causality, arguably everything in existence follows this pathway. I think
there are no rules in real life. There are no rules in physics. There's no rules. What you think is a rule is not a rule. It's just a consistency. Think of it that way. It's a consistency, right? There's reality to things. Those are not rules.
And preparation. But life, perhaps, in your own path, is alive and has a force of its own.
I want to...
Like, why is this cut this way?
Emphasize this. I don't believe in going deep into your inner self. Sorry to be brutal.
Okay, as someone who's like read and watched Zizek for like 10 years, I'm going to translate what he just said. What he's saying has like nothing to do with what she said, but as she was speaking, he's like, okay, it's just a stupid hippie bitch talking about this fucking bullshit, jibber jabber, hippie nonsense of navel gazing. So that's how he filtered it in his head. He did not give it a lot of thought or consideration beyond the fact that it's just a retarded bitch talking. I'm straight up telling, I'm never getting invited to this event. I don't care. Straight up telling you what his thought process was, and you can trust me because I know when he says this. Like this is not something he's saying for the first time. He says this a lot, and it's in response to very specific things. And this is one of those things. Okay.
If you go deep into it, you find deep shit there, I claim. Monstrous fantasies and so on. I believe that the only way to overcome yourself is to identify with your mask. I hate people who open themselves up and I don't want to hear them. I mean, all the dirty deeds. We need hypocrisy, sorry. As a Stalinist.
They seem to be taking a more pro-business orientation as of recent. And have you seen that reflected in any way when it comes to the...
You're saying with the Democrats?
Yeah, that they've been taking
absolutely.
More... Yeah. What are some examples of that?
Well, I feel like on a national scale, I can give you one example right now, which is that I work for a company, right? I'm a truck driver. I drive an 18-wheeler. You know, I'm a mecha tanky. I'm out here. I'm a space Cambodian and shit. Yeah. So, you know, we have this in our contract. We have that. All right, let me get into this in a more. Here's the grievance that I had that we took to arbitration recently. So to give you like a snapshot of like what the NLRB is up to. So we had a grievance filed, right? So we have these things called a geotab in our vehicles. It's a GPS monitoring device, so that way the company knows where the truck is, where it's headed, and shit like that. And there's reasons why they have to have this. I mean, I'm pretty sure first off, it's fairly required at this point to some extent. Like they have to know where the truck is. But also, like, this helps them, like, being able to plan from a company perspective. This helps them in their day-to-day operations, like planning when a load is going to get somewhere or not and stuff like that, so they can alert suppliers and shit like that where you're going to be dropping off your stuff. Oh yeah, my guy's about an hour out or whatever. So there's reasons they need to have this. This is, you know, and we've agreed, you know, you can have this monitoring stuff. I mean, we find it a little invasive and shit, but that's, you know, we can understand the actual tangible need for this. Now, we had a separate thing where we're idling our trucks, okay? Because it's 100 fucking degrees out, or really this kicked off in winter. So it's freezing, it's snowing, and we're having to sit for a prolonged period of time while we're waiting to get in a door to unload, right? So we're idling our trucks, keeping ourselves from freezing, all right? You know, we want to not be 0 degrees, you know, and sitting in our trucks for an hour. So we're idling our trucks. Now the company comes in and says, "Oh, whoa, you know, the idle times are excessive. You know, we're having to pay gas for that." You know, it's like, okay, but what do you want? You want frozen drivers? Like, what do you want? So we were like, yeah, okay, well, I mean, we implemented this program where we incentivize workers to reduce their idle time when it's not needed. So basically, we get like bonuses, little tiny bonuses. It only really amounts to a couple $100, like a month, maybe maximum, if you're like really working it, to like turn your truck off when you don't need it running. But it's not required. It is not a required thing, right? So it's not in the contract, any of that shit. So they have no recourse to actually enforce this. So we have our geotabs in these trucks. On these geotabs is a speaker, which now, because company decided that wasn't good enough, even though they agreed to it, they decided to unilaterally, without union involvement, start penalizing people in a very real way for idling their trucks. And their way to penalize people is, now, if your truck idles for more than 3 minutes, your geotab that is a part of your truck will blare an alarm nonstop until you turn the truck off.
Jesus. Yeah.
I'm talking about full on, you know, alarm clock in the morning.
That's fucking nightmare, yeah.
Right. So we said this is fucked and this is bullshit, and we're going to use our language in our contract to fight this. And our contract says that we view it as a form of harassment from management. Yeah. Okay, so we use the language that says this is harassment, you know, this is retaliation for us not doing something that's not even in the contract. So we use that language to file a grievance. We went through it. Guys from our union, you know, business manager and shit, yeah. Our union reps and shit, they're backing it 100%. We're taking it all the way. We've been in grievance negotiations like 3 times over the matter. It's not going anywhere because management's stonewalling us. We say, fuck this, we're going to bring it to arbitration. This is an open and shut case because none of this shit that they're doing is in the contract. We say it's retaliation. It's pretty clear it's retaliation. They put out memos and shit basically using language of retaliation. So we got all this evidence. We walk into that arbitration and we get some glasses wearing fuck from DC for the NLRB, and she's like, well, I don't know why you guys can't work this out amongst yourselves. We don't really understand why we need to be involved in that. Bitch, that's your job.
That's your job.
Right.
We've been trying to work this out amongst ourselves. Companies not playing ball.
My observation, and tell me if you agree, is that under Trump, because he was just filling his whole administration with GOP, just bread and butter GOP people, it was really bad for, you know, it was really bad NLRB, it was really bad for organized labor, but it was just an outdated form of GOP, you know, pro-business politics. Whereas I feel like the Democrats are starting to update their party program and their policy and their orientation to be pro-business in a way that's like that's up to date, if you get what I'm saying. Like, they're kind of formalizing
it's a new way.
A new coat of paint, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree. Because them saying, oh, well, we don't feel like we need to get involved, they're not taking the pro-company side.
Right.
Explicitly. Yeah. But they realize that the ramification of them not wanting to get involved simply means that whatever the status quo is going on is going to continue.
Like I said, I worked in that warehouse during the pandemic. A lot of people didn't buy the rhetoric that the government and these corporations were feeding them. A lot of them worked alongside me without masks. And I would ask, like, don't you want to use a mask? And people were like, nah, they're just full of shit. A lot of people had that kind of sentiment. And you see InfoWars stickers all over the warehouse.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen Ukraine stickers, no more. But the InfoWars stickers remain. I've seen the tranny flag stuff all over the place. They get taken down. Like, people there are pro-Trump, but I'll tell you this: 2 weeks to 3 weeks ago, I wore a MAGA hat to work on a Friday because it was like they made a little thing. It was like Hawaiian Shirt Friday. I wore a MAGA hat, and I got an ethics complaint against me because there are a couple people that work next to me who are one of those like pro-LGBTQ people, and I was like telling everyone, I would say, oh, if I wear a pride hat, I'm sure those guys wouldn't have said anything. But I wear a MAGA hat, and they're all supportive of me, and they're all saying, yeah, we're all gonna wear our hats. And so it's like that. Like, people are ready for something like Trump or a figure like him saying, yes, I am pro-labor, I'm pro-union, or something along those lines.
That's what MAGA needs. It needs a labor caucus, and labor needs an organized political interest, and that's how you consolidate. That's what MAGA communism always was. It wasn't some like crazy ideology. It was always about politically organizing the working class, possibly leading to a new party. And MAGA's destroying the GOP from within. So this is what we're talking about. And you get that pro-labor and pro-MAGA thing actually given a political existence, and best case scenario, give it recognition by the MAGA, by Trump himself. I don't know if that would ever happen, but you at least put that out there and make it a thing. It's like suddenly it's a lot easier to organize people at FedEx. Because a lot of those FedEx people are probably anti-union because of their proximity to the GOP. But there's such a political realignment going on that all those workers that Reagan duped, right? It's the charm is wearing off now that you have an anti-establishment guy like Trump, and now that you have this is what I always hypothesize, that MAGA is a primitive form of working class consciousness, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was going to say, is that this is that conceptualization of working class consciousness. Now, they don't realize they're working class in a way, like they don't realize they're a collective, but this is the individualistic expression of that idealized working class consciousness. This is a reaction to, and that's why Trump's movement is inherently reactionary. It is a reaction to the fact that working class guys are tired of getting dicked by the establishment, and they want to revolt, but they don't have no champion, and Trump's the only one that's really speaking to them in a way, because he falls outside of the norms of political political society. So that's why they see him as a champion in their own right. Now, I don't like Trump. Trump's dumb. Trump's dumb as shit in a lot of ways. Like he's a snake. You want to talk about a snake? Trump's a snake. Absolutely. And you've outlined this in your Substack. It's not about Trump. It's about the working class movement.
Exactly.
And I would take it to the point of saying MAGA. Like you say, MAGA is a working class movement. What does Lenin say? When you see, we got to move past like the binary thinking. Okay, so what Lenin was saying when he said work in the reactionary trade union, he doesn't care how reactionary a trade union movement is. You got to fucking insert yourself and work in it. Like when he said that shit, it's the same shit that applies to MAGA. That is an organic working class movement. I worked my ass off. I was in central fucking Florida. All right, you want to talk about? I grew up an hour from the highest concentration of the Ku Klux Klan in the United States. All right. So I'm in red blood, fucking America, deep South shit, with the most reactionary shit, and I was putting my nuts on the line, working day and night with CPUSA, trying to build shit. All right, and you know what ended up happening?
What's that?
They endorsed fucking Hillary Clinton, and every motherfucker with a brain left that shit.
Yeah. Because imagine working among workers and convincing them, I'm not one of those lizards and reptiles from the establishment. You make all this progress. And then this party comes and says, we're going to go for Hillary,
Yep. Yep. And I said, and that was it for me. I was like, nah, this is bullshit. And a bunch of like-minded individuals, they pulled out of that shit and they formed their own organizations. And you saw this kind of like shotgun effect.
Yeah.
Like every guy in fucking Frizzo PSL and all these other fucking organizations, if they were around in 2016, they were CPUSA members. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
You had that shotgun effect. Everybody fucking boom ran out of the party, went into their own shit.
Yeah. I mean, well, I'm really glad we've got people, who are on the ground, with all the knowledge and experience. Because guess what? When I'm talking about we need to build communism, I'm talking about we need to go to the workers, right? The real workers. No other communists are doing this. And that's what we will do. And that's what we're going to do. And that's what my eyes are set upon. That's what my goal is. And,
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I was in Central Florida, okay? And you want to talk about the corruption of CPUSA? Holy fuck! I mean, I've met Sam Webb several times, and I met him in his most relaxed state because they used the CPUSA in Florida. They used it as their fucking retirement time. They would use party funds to go on these retreats, and they would invite the local branches in Florida to come out to these retreats. And they'd throw all the membership money into these, expensive ass retreats, and they would just come down and like socialize, relax and shit. They did no party work using all these funds, and they would have us out there. And so I got to talk to people with like Sam Webb and shit, and they're more relaxed views, and they're just Gorbachev people. Like he was like, oh yeah, man, I went to the Soviet Union when Gorbachev was there, man. Shit was great. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're talking about the grave digger of the Soviet Union, and you're like, oh yeah, that shit was great. That was top. I'm like, you're actually retarded. Like you have nothing to say. You are actually a careerist, worthless piece of shit.
British leftists are better than Irish leftists. Unironically, British leftists are way better than Irish leftists. Way better. I don't know how that fucking happened, but it did. I don't know where that came from, but it's a fact. Irish leftists are among the most disgusting retards in the entire world. Particularly Irish Maoists, and Paul Moron faggot in particular, who is a despicable piece of shit, both in terms of their ideology and in terms of their personal character. Paul Moron is a disgusting reptile, as are most people on the internet. Disgusting reptiles who have zero personal character. See, I get triggered when people lie on me and shit and talk shit about me. They don't, because they're a bunch of fucking reptiles smiling through the whole thing. That's why I don't have to lie about them. I just tell the truth. It doesn't even bother them what a bunch of scumbags they are.
Well, hang out in the foggy chill.
All right, this is the Mr. Krabs anthem. Mr. Krabs communism anthem.
Loving English feet to walk all over us, and every single night when me dad would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with his coldness. Call Chumalackin towns, come and fight me like the man. Show you white, how you want letters down in Flanders, or how the IRA made you all like hell away. On the green and lovely lane of Philistines. Come, let us hear you tell how you slept the great Parnell when you taught them a well and truly persecuted. What are the sneers and cheers that you loudly?
Imagine being someone on Twitter who saw that like retarded ass post and is like, infrared is a cult and it's like abusing its man. And then you come and tune into my live stream and this is what's going on. Like, this is so confusing. What is even going on? Everyone in the chat is spamming Mr. Krabs Maoists. This is being played, and I'm holding what is apparently a real gun.
Let us hear when our lead is out 60 and what executed. Oh, shoot a lay in town, crowd and fight me like the man. Show you white, how you won medals down in Flanders. Or how the IRA made your own let hell away. From Somebody like the careless sharp. Conquerors, how you slew them all Arabs 2 by 2. The Zulus, they had spears, a bow and arrows.
Do you guys remember that one fucking, like, spurg on Reddit? Who would, like, post on Reddit, like, apparently infrared supports Mr. Krabs now. And it would get, like, hundreds of likes, and people would be like, oh my god, I can't believe they support Mr. Krabs. And it's like, when they say that we're children, I think it's projection. I think they are literally children who just don't understand, like, the tone. Or maybe they're just autistic, I don't know. Anyway, let's see what's going on with AOC, who is a small booty Latina. Unlike what Alex Stein says, it's a very small situation. Because you say you're not black, you don't identify with black people, you don't care about black people, but then you pull the race card.
Yeah, because black is a social construct. See the whole. So listen, if you went to the early 1900s,
did you call yourself a Negro?
Hey, Playboy, can you mute your biracial mic, please?
Okay, Mr. American Negro.
Hey, so Haas, if you went to the early 1900 blacks, they didn't have the same ideologies or thought process that modern day blacks have, especially towards America and especially towards white people. So I don't identify with that because I understand that it's an ideology.
Let me ask you, because I want to go.
That's what I mean when I say that. That's what I mean when I say that.
So let's go to the crowd. So let me explain to you my position. I'm gonna explain to you my position. Okay.
I can't hear you because you have a sand nigger mic. Can you please get a European mic? Something.
Then shut the fuck up so you can hear me. Okay. So I'm explaining to you my position. I am an American first. I don't know.
Look at that.
I'm gonna mute this bitch ass. He can't even control himself. Listen, who do you think is more powerful, American Jews or Saudi royal family?
American Jews, of course. The fuck? It's not even close. It's not even close. It's not even close. Bro. Jonathan Greenblatt owns all these fuckers. Let a Saudi come out and say something stupid. I guarantee his fortune is shrinking in the next 48 hours, nigga. What the fuck is we talking about?
Man, okay.
Who? Ain't no hours in here, nigga. Fuck.
So, do you think oil runs the world?
No, I don't. I think Jews run the world.
Okay, so what do you put in your car to go?
I think Jewish interests run the world. That's what I think.
Do you fill your car with Jewish interests?
Yeah, I do. Oh, why can't I use grease, nigga?
What do you use to heat your homes and?
Why can't use water, nigga? It's a black man that created a motherfucking engine that run on water, nigga. Why won't use that? Why won't implement that? Why you never expounded on that?
The Jews don't run the oil game.
Okay.
That's not Jews' fault.
Bro, you just like a Jewish protectionist.
Yeah, you wanna know why?
Cause you're like a naive little virgin who's never had his.
I tell you why.
who's been butt broken.
I tell you why. Because why the fuck would I snake all the good Jews in my life? Why would I?
Bro, I don't listen, bro. Me put it like this, right? Me pointing out, you know, specific things don't mean I want to see death or harm to anyone, right? Like, why can we sit here and like we can sit here and criticize gay people who are potentially harmless, but we don't agree with the way that they live. Let me finish. We don't agree with the way they live, and we think that it's detrimental to the way that we view life. We can sit here and criticize them, but we can't criticize other people.
I mean, look, I see.
Wise man once said, "Watch who you can't criticize. That's who control all the power. That's who has all the power." I can sit here and talk about all of these Saudi Arabia families. Shit, to a certain degree. Well, I can't. Not really, because that don't be called Islamophobe. But fuck it, we do it anyway. I can shit on Muslims.
You can't though, you know.
I can. Who gonna cancel me?
They'll cancel you.
Who fuck gonna cancel me? What's her name? Omar? Give a fuck about that dumb whore?
You can say the same shit about anybody. Who gives a fuck?
Not Jews. I know a guy that lost $1 billion. I know companies that were willing to risk it all to denounce anti-Semitism.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If a white man says the N-word and he says he wants to bring back slavery, will he get kicked? Will he get disinvested by the companies, will they still keep him?
Yeah, because all of these minority groups
might be a millionaire.
Are you fucking retarded, nigga? Are y'all niggas slow right now?
You're saying like a singer, let's say like Macklemore. Let's say Macklemore's at his concert.
Hey, you know who? Hey, do you know who Roseanne is?
She got canceled, man. She got everything taken. She got her TV show
Oh,
canceled.
okay.
Okay, anyway.
What she do?
She supported Trump. She's Jewish, by the way.
That shit got canceled a long time ago.
She's a Jew.
No, got canceled a long time ago.
Listen. Even Jews getting canceled for being anti-black and anti-Jewish, nigga. What the fuck?
All right, let me ask you a question. Macklemore, you like Macklemore? He's coming.
Nigga, how you gonna tell me I like Macklemore faggot? I don't like that faggot, nigga.
all right, but listen. Macklemore's at his concert. This dude pulls up on stage. He's got his microphone, and he goes, and as my closing remark, I just want to say, I hate, and then he just screams the N-word, and he says, Ku Klux Klan, and the whole KKK comes out, and they're doing a rally and shit. Is the music label taking his shit away? Yes or no?
No, because Jews hate.
You're full of shit, dude. You're full of shit. If you think he can get away with that, you're delusional.
You don't think that somebody can get away with saying they hate the Ku Klux Klan?
No, if he's saying he loves the Ku Klux Klan and he's saying he hates N-word and he's saying, yeah,
it looks like you say he hates the Ku Klux Klan.
No, I'm saying he brings them up on stage and they perform a song together and they're all like singing and shit, saying the N-word. Will he get canceled?
Yeah. Well, so put it like this, right? Yeah. I think we both can agree that he probably will, right?
Yeah.
But I think because in that sphere, there's a lot of little hat interest to pleasing black people. That's why.
But don't you think black people would get upset by it too, or no?
Yeah, but no one cares when black people are upset, though. No one gives a fuck about blacks being upset.
Yeah,
no one cares.
Yeah, but here's
the thing. I said earlier would upset every black person I know. Did I give a fuck?
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that why is it in the? You're saying is Jews that are canceling people for being anti-black only?
Hold up, you said what? Say that again?
You said whoever you cannot criticize controls you. So you can't...
Well, you can criticize black people all day, bro. What do you mean? When black people do degenerate shit, you ever heard of Fox News? They criticize black people all day. They're not allowed to do the same thing about like degenerate people in Israel, bro.
Listen. Fox News has to do dog whistles and shit. Even they have to do dog whistles. You can't openly be racist.
I think you coping, bro. I think you coping because it's a difference between being racist and like criticizing people, bro. I mean, people sat on Fox. People sat on Fox News and like talked about how George Floyd overdosed and wasn't murdered by this racist white supremacist, and no one cared.
But listen, here's what they'll say. They'll say, when you're talking about Jews like this, that's just like what Hitler did, and it's the Nazis all over again. So how's it different?
What?
I mean, they're gonna say that this is the same shit that brought Hitler to power and created the Nazis and shit. So they're basically saying, just like how, you know, they're saying that if you are going against the Jews, that's gonna be like what Hitler did, and it's gonna be a bad thing because of that.
Bro, your little mic just went crazy, bro.
All right, listen. I'm just trying to say, if you say that you like Hitler and shit, and they're gonna take you at face value, and it's like, what is your argument? You know?
My argument is homogeny. My argument is protectionist. That's my argument. That's my argument.
Homogeny or hegemony? What are you saying?
Being a homogenous society.
Oh, you mean one race?
Yeah.
So, but that's a problem when there's black people and white people, right?
Separate but equal. Separate but equal.
Okay, so that's not homogenous, though. That's still a lot of different people.
Separate but equal. Separate but equal.
Yeah, you're saying okay, but it's already kind of like that, by the way. But you're saying, but it's not equal. But you're saying that it's
that's not equal. I think blacks have more powers than white people in this country.
I don't know about that. Would I literally put my dick in a guillotine? and if I'm wrong, I let it fall. That's how I measure if I really believe something or think something is necessary to defend. Like, is this really a necessary thing to say or conclude? The only test is the dick guillotine. I don't want to hear anything else. Thank you, Anonymous.
What are your thoughts on circles? Is it a communist shape?
You know what? Go to a mental asylum. Thank you for the 5, but I'm like literally being persecuted by this schizophrenia. Okay? Even Elon Musk's rockets, the seating, it looks futuristic and shit. It's like, it looks cool. Minimalist, clean, you know. It's pretty refreshing in terms of how it looks, if you ask me. Crack Horse, nice gun, pussy. Put it in your head. Crack Horse, if I heard your voice right now, you'd sound like a trembling faggot. You'd sound like a trembling, squeaming faggot if I heard your voice right now. Well, apparently, you'd sound like, oh my god. Oh my god. Only imagine what their voice sounds like. No, they're not going to get in VC. No, they won't. No, they won't. They're going to go cry. Because you know what? You know how many of people like that are straight up retards? Like, you know those retards that are straight up, like, developmentally disabled, but are, like, not Down syndrome, but they're still developmentally disabled? I really like trains, and I really hate everything. And, like, they're in, nobody understands, like, what is their issue. They're just kind of, like, really deficient and deformed. That's who we're dealing with. Straight up retard. But if they're white, suddenly you want to bring in the refugees? Suck a dick, you fucking bitch. White people do not have any international common interest just because they're white. Leftism is right-wing. Leftism is not left-wing. Leftism is derivative. It's an ideology of left-wing, which means it's not actually left-wing. It's the idea of what left-wing should be. The only... Guys, isn't this such a brilliant insight? Leftism is right-wing, and I'll prove it. In order to have a general idea of what left-wing is as an idea, you have to be outside of it. If you're actually left-wing, you have no general conception of leftism because you're actually left-wing. You don't have the breathing space to turn it into an idea because it's the actual content of your position. The only, like, vantage point with which you can turn and formalize the left wing into an idea is if you're objectively situated in the right wing. It's the right wing that has an idea of the left wing, right? The left wing doesn't have an idea of left wing because left wing is an actuality of their political position, right? Like, we're communists ideologically. We're not leftists because we're communists, right? And we occupy a vantage point with which we can understand there's this real movement, yada, yada, yada. So it's like leftism is a right-wing ideology. It's like there's Nazism, there's fascism, and there's leftism. Leftism is a reaction to actual left-wing politics. It's an idea, total idea of left-wing politics, abstracted and alienated from its actual content, right? They're all faggots, and this is a bitch.
Chosen to be here on our debate stage tonight.
So they're saying we support this? They're saying I support this guy? Who the fuck is saying I support this guy? Who the fuck is saying I support this guy? Hassan Piker says Hassan Piker said I support this fucking guy? You fucking idiot, lead poison fucking retard, Hassan. You're such a fucking moron. You're fucking Greek DNA, you fucking bitch. Not a fucking Turk. You're a fucking Greek cocksucker. Pedastry fucking Greek pedo bitch. Nikki Haley is the ugliest bitch I've ever seen in my life. Her chin is, she looks like a fucking witch. She looks like a witch. I didn't know she was Indian because honestly, she looks like the fucking redcoats from Pirates of the Caribbean. She looks like a fucking redcoat, stereotypical British Just big teeth, British, fucking pointy jaw, white powder wig, fucking, you know. This bitch looks like George Washington, and not in a good way. Okay? She literally looks like she got cosmetic surgery. Like, let me look as American as possible. Let me look as American as possible. Ah. But she doesn't look American. Nikki Haley is the most despicable, ugly bitch in the world. Commodore Haley, that's what she looks like.
New Jersey Governor Chris
And this fat fuck, I end the debate in 2 seconds. I call him a fat ass and get off.
Christie.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Nobody fucking cares about Tim Scott.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
And
Pedo number 5.
North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Pedo number 7.
Very pleasant.
I don't really fuck with doctors. I don't like doctors. This guy gives big doctor energy, and I don't like it. I'm not being racist. He gives big doctor energy. I don't know. Is he a doctor? I'm pretty sure he was a doctor, right? No, he's a businessman. Okay. No, he was a psychiatrist, so he was a fucking doctor. Or his mom was. His dad was? I don't fucking know. Don't like this guy. Don't like him at all.
Look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas and we able to...
What? Dude, I could literally do a better job than this guy. He's saying we need a... Motherfucker, you're on the debate stage. That's where you're supposed to sell your fucking ideas. He's literally talking about the thing he's supposed to be doing in real time. What do you mean? Who's we? Who's we? You're supposed to sell the ideas. You're on fucking stage right now. You fat retard. I'll fucking tear this guy a new one if I fucking debate him. If you go on an actual debate for running for president and you start talking about how you're going to win over the other side, it's political suicide. Pro tip, learn the wisdom of Hazaldin, because this could be applied outside this context. If you can actually win over blue voters, it doesn't need to be spoken. It's going to be reflected in the content of the substantive meat and potatoes things you're saying. Trump won over a lot of Democrats. He didn't say, oh, I'm better qualified at winning over Democrats. No, he won over, he did it in practice. If you have to promise people you're going to win people over, it's political suicide. Don't promise people that you're going to win people over. Promise people tangibles. And if you win people over, you will. And if you don't, you won't. Fuck's sake.
Made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic
Political Science 101 led by Hazaldin.
ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought...
Sergey!
I was interviewed by some acting organization, and now somewhere online there's a black woman doing my impromptu speech about MAGA communism with my facial expressions and gestures.
Huh? Why does this fat guy want to be president so fucking bad? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why does he want it so bad? Like, what's in it for him? Don't get it.
Dollar they spend is a...
You think his wife just tells him every day, like, oh, honey, you can be president. You should go do it. You know? Where does he get this confidence?
Dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country and it's wrong.
MIG, let's go! Yeah, I gotta say something. Can we stop pretending like Trump's stimulus checks were not the best thing ever. Can we stop pretending that the Trump checks were a bad thing? Yeah, did they destroy the economy? Yeah. Who gives a fuck, though? You could literally just throw money out of a helicopter and somehow society will still work. Because it's all fake. It's literally all fake. I mean, we are already so much in debt that was like a base thing he did. He's just like, yeah, I'll just straight up give everyone free money. Who cares at this point? This guy's a straight up con man. Gives me huge con man energy.
And their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take...
Dude is like, I'm a doctor. I'm an expert. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on. All right, so here, I'm the expert. I know everything. I'm a doctor. So we have a problem in this country with undiagnosed anonymous.
No, unironically, we need to use all resources at our disposal to defeat the globalist. They rig, we rig. Don't act like the Soviets never rigged an election or two for the greater good.
Hey, FBI agent, give me $100. All right? $100. You guys have so much fucking money at the FBI. Go tell your chief, I need to give this guy $5,000. It's part of the job. And don't worry, the government spends already so much on you. Okay? $5,000. And then you can give me and then I'll respond to your questions.
Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down...
Here's the homosexual.
...this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened.
Matt Taibbi, retard, faggot, should kill himself because he's a fucking idiot, right? Despite capitalist countries have a 300-year head start, communism is never specific to any country. But however much you try to swindle Americans into accepting the rape of their country by Wall Street bankers, by scaring them with Rockefeller, Rothschild, Morgan manufactured tall tales, communism in America would objectively set this nation on a drastic course of correction compared to where it is now heading. Okay, so this is what I state. Now, what does this retarded NPC, Matt Taibbi, say to all these arguments I'm putting forward? I mean, he's literally a fucking... he's a subhuman retard is what he is, right? He goes, because he's banking on the ignorance of his followers who are just not educated and who are used to these Fox News talking points. In other words, you've never been to a communist country. And this tweet is probably going to it's botted, so it's probably going to get like 50,000 likes or some shit. And this is because we know he's a glowy fuck, right? But in any case, it's not relevant. The relevant thing is, instead of responding to anything I said, he just says, I've never been to a communist country. But Matt, can you demonstrate the relevance of that? Why is that relevant? Is there anything that I said that is factually incorrect that you would factually contest? Because if we're talking about any economic system of scale, you cannot make or break the validity of that from an argumentative perspective on the basis of anecdotes. You just fucking can't. And even if you were going to try and do that, just on the basis of anecdotes, let's go and take a survey in those countries and ask them, hey, you lived both under communism and before. And we'll go country by country, which one was better, before communism or after. And we'll see what people say based on their anecdotes. But you just want to very selectively rely on anecdotes and say, well, I went to the Soviet Union and the standard of living was not the same as the United States, even though the United States has like a 200-year head start, right? Yeah, that's your anecdote, but that's not the anecdote of the people who lived in the Soviet Union. And no amount of they adopted American-style economics in the 90s, and look what fucking happened. Didn't do very well for them, did it? So this is the problem with anecdotes and why anecdotes are really a fallacious way of arguing. Your word is not better than somebody who's lived under Stalin and said that they love Stalin and that they miss the Soviet Union. It's just not. So don't play this game of anecdotes. You need to demonstrate the relevance of why I need to go on vacation to all these different countries in the world when I'm just an American who says I'm sick of banksters raping my country? Why the fuck do I need to go to another country to express that sentiment and say, we can take responsibility for our fate, we can make our country better, we can improve it, we don't need Wall Street and City of London bankster parasites directing our policy and directing the course of our future. We don't need to have it so that our country is so neglected and thrown to the wolves of international financial capital. We don't need these things. And yes, we can seize power and make this country great as communists have done for their own countries. That doesn't mean we're going to turn our country into those countries, because the only thing we're going to have in common is we're going to drastically improve our circumstances compared to before, which is what all communist countries, virtually all of them, did. Doesn't mean we're going to turn into Cuba, we're going to turn into the Soviet Union, or we're even going to turn into China, despite how successful that country is compared to where we're headed. No, we're going to still be America. It's just that we're not going to have a tiny minority of parasites own the entire economy for the benefit of a select few. Why the fuck do I need to visit a communist country to know that that isn't something necessary, that we can do better than that? That we could actually seize control of our fate and actually take responsibility for what we are, instead of treating our economy like a fucking casino that we just speculate on without having any responsibility for the outcome. Why the fuck do I need to visit a communist country to say that? Oh, because what you're proposing is communism. Yeah, you're goddamn right it's communism. And what's so fucking wrong with that? Think about it. What is so wrong with what I'm saying? What is so wrong with communism? Because some bad things happened in Russia 100 years ago? Bad things happen everywhere in the fucking world. That's not all on a fucking system. If it's all on a system, then why didn't Russia become a glorious McDonald's paradise after they adopted shock therapy neoliberal reforms? That's not how anything in the world works. You want to ask me what I mean by communism? I mean the workers of this country seizing control and making it to the benefit of the working majority. Now, if you don't like the word communism, you can call it something else. But I have studied the works of Karl Marx, of Engels, of Lenin, of Stalin, of Mao, of every major communist thinker, and I am simplifying it by telling you that is all it is. And that's why I call it communism. Because there is no other theory other than Marxism-Leninism that has succeeded in independently modernizing, industrializing, and bringing to prosperity countries that were under siege by every single major power in the world, and which had no helping hand from anyone. Who did it from scratch. Don't talk to me about South Korea. Don't talk to me about Taiwan. Don't talk to me about all these countries that just got subsidies and aid from the USA, which was untouched by the war through the Marshall Plan. Talk to me about countries that pulled themselves from nothing into greatness. And give me a single example of that wasn't communist. A single example. You want to talk about industrial England, which looted and raped the entire fucking planet to achieve the wealth that it did? Which had to rape and starve and slaughter the Indians, both in the New World and in India itself, in Africa and Asia? You want to talk to me about that? Name me a single fucking country from scratch that pulled themselves up to greatness without communism. I'm taking offers. Name me a single country. I'm going to let both of these people on now. So, to be clear, I have destroyed Matt Taibbi and demonstrated with exact precision why his logic is faulty. And while it resonates with imbeciles and ignorant people, this is a guy who makes a living off of commentating upon reality. So I'm holding him to a special standard. He is a corrupt grifter playing off of the ignorance of his audience when he should know better. People like him should be educating people, not playing off of the retarded dumbass shit that they get from Fox News. But alas, he does it. And why does he do it? To protect his sugar daddies and benefactors, who would probably fire him and destroy his career if he ever proposed that America seizes its resources and wealth from the banksters and monopolists who currently control it. And now that I'm done destroying Matt Taibbi, I'll bring up people to debate.
I just wanted to say that I do some of my deepest thinking while defecating on the train tracks. It is truly an out-of-body experience, and I cannot recommend it enough. Thank you for your time.
A declining standard of living to the point where a person could no longer feed themselves, and that would inevitably result in revolution.
Can you please cite where Mark said that?
I'm still talking, okay? And I'm talking...
No, you're not still talking because I just muted you. Can you please give me a citation of where Mark said that? Go ahead. Okay, he rage quit. Stalin! Beria! Gulag! Jack Posobiec! Daily Wire motherfucker. Fuck it, I'll burn the bridge with Tim Pool too. Fuck him too. Bunch of fucking people sitting around who do not take responsibility for the future of this country. That's all it means to be a man, you stupid bitch. You think being a man is about where you put your dick? That's step 2. Step 1 is you take responsibility and you take charge. And I grill these motherfuckers. I say, hey, let's take over the energy industry. No. Let's get upset my sugar daddy. We can't do it. We can't. Why can't we do it, bitch? You can't take responsibility for your own fucking country? No. We can't do communism. No. I'm a dick sucker. I have to make sure the ruling billionaire capitalist class retains all the control over the whole country. Then you're not a man. You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking bitch in some Wall Street banker's harem. You fucking cocksucker. Steven Crowder is a homosexual. Matt Walsh is a homosexual. Charlie Kirk is a homosexual. Every single one of them are homosexual gigolos in the fucking Wall Street banker's harem, unwilling to stand up and say the wealth of this country belongs to the American people. And we have a vision for the future. We are going to take us into the fucking 3023, bitch. Quantum leap style. Even further than whatever Trump was saying. We're going to build new cities, fusion energy. We're going to fucking take over the fucking means of production, and we're going to turbocharge our economy into the future. Why the fuck is it so hard to have that vision? If you don't have that vision, you're a cocksucker. I don't fucking care what you have to say about trannies, you stupid bitch. You talk about trannies, but you won't pick up the phallus and fight back against your sugar daddy fucking banksters in Wall Street, you faggot ass bitch. Anybody who is against the supremacy of working class power is a faggot. I swear to God, they all have the same psychology. You know, you've got these conservative e-thoughts on the internet, and they're like, oh, I'm so trad. I mean, shut up, bitch. But they're all, even the men are e-thoughts. Because they're sitting there crossing their legs. They're sitting there crossing their legs, and they go. They're crossing their legs and shit, and they go, so guys, now that we're offline away from Twitter, I'm getting a manicure. Peter Thiel paid for it. It's like these are not men who take political leadership and responsibility. They don't take responsibility for leadership, you know? They're like, I'm not the leader. I'm not going to be a leader. Every single person who talks about politics for a living should aspire to have the responsibility to lead. You don't have to lead everyone, but you lead in your capacity. You direct your audience to a positive future. You're making a fucking living off of talking about politics and trannies. So your responsibility is to offer people solutions for the future. You understand? Nobody needs Tim Pool in a fucking beanie complaining about shit. We need people who are actually going to fucking use power to build power. Use your reach to build new power. And how many of them fucking do that? Almost none, if not none of them whatsoever. And they claim to be dissidents, but they're a bunch of fucking grifters with no fucking solutions. Because they're all watching. They're in the Wall Street bankers' harem with the bitches watching. They're eating their popcorn and they're watching the fall and the destruction and decline of this country. And those motherfuckers are in the audience. And they make a living off of pretending like they know what they're talking about. If I get paid to do the shit that I do, you bet your fucking ass I'm gonna lead you to somewhere. I'm gonna lead you somewhere. I'm not just gonna fucking sit here and be eating my popcorn in the audience. I'm gonna be here. Let's go. I'm gonna be here. Let's go. You know what I mean? Let's go. Action. Let's have a plan. Let's organize. That's Haz al-Din. That's Haz al-Din. Nobuana, let's go. And but some people go above and beyond. They're obsessed with trannies. They're obsessed with gays. I'm going to tell you why. Those motherfuckers are tempted by it. I promise you they watch tranny porn. They're tempted. They're fighting an internal jihad because they have conflicted feelings about it. It's giving them conflicted feelings. That is why this country is so obsessed with trannies. Because half of you motherfuckers are gay yourself. Joe Sislak, let's go. Let's go, Sislak. Half of you motherfuckers are gay yourselves. You're not even certain about whether you like pussy. You motherfuckers got conflicted feelings and shit. And that's why motherfuckers are obsessed with it. Because really, you ask, what is a woman? And motherfuckers are out here getting confused. They look at Blair White and they look at these transgenders and it's confusing these motherfuckers out here. Genuinely perplexed. And it tempts them. Because they're not secure. You understand? So temptation is the reason for the obsession. Understand that. Temptation is the reason for the obsession. Temptation is the reason for the obsession. And I'm going to tell you why. It's very simple. I'm going to explain this to you in a brilliant way, genius way. Because you cannot define man and woman exactly. You can't define it exactly. There's no fucking way to do it. They'll go, well, you do chromosomes. Well, even chromosomes are a spectrum. Well, what about having balls or not? Well, even that's a spectrum. So nothing is ever exact. Even numbers in nature. Nothing in nature is exact. This is the problem. In nature, the number 1 is not exact. If I say this is one gun, no, it's not. Because if you get a copy of this gun, it will never, physically speaking, be an exact copy. There is no such thing as any perfect form in nature anywhere. There's no real square in nature. There's no real circle. Nothing in nature is ever ideal. You understand? So that is true also for gender. But in the bourgeois civilization, which is based on surplus value in the commodity form is a perfect ideal. And we have the rule of abstract bourgeois. Amila, let's go. Tempted. We have the rule of abstract bourgeois Cartesian metaphysics, right? So it's all reality has to be an ideal. It has to be a perfect form or it's not real. And this is a corruption in human civilization that's destroying us as a civilization. Because people are starting to get confused about what man and woman is. They're starting to get confused about everything. And it's fucking driving people insane. And that's why you even have motherfuckers. It could be the realest dude you know is sitting in his fucking car, tempted by trannies and shit. And then they watch Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro to cope. And then instead of addressing the fundamental problem, you've got the anti-woke grifters coming in here and doing what? They're fueling the fucking fascination and temptation and obsession. That's what it is. It's a fascination. It's a fascination that they have. So let me tell you the truth. The truth is, Anonymous, let's go.
I love pussy, but the liberal women, feds,
Oh
who
my
raised me
God.
destroyed my masculine will. The bisexual dyed hair, fed, women are the government's strongest soldiers to the new males of our time.
I don't, that's a 10. Thanks for the 10. Listen, all right? You ever thought of that? I don't fucking care about Disney. Who gives a shit about Disney? You know? Why doesn't anyone ever say that? Like, this shit sucks anyway, you know? And I'm saying this preemptively because you know what's going to happen to American culture soon? They're going to start having DeSantis-style wokeness. It's going to be the same artificial, forced, like, writing as wokeness, but it's going to be, like, anti-woke. And it's going to constantly tell jokes and be like, haha, yeah, what are you going to do? Cancel me? You go outside. Hey, son, let's play catch. And you go and play catch. Yeah, you play catch. Or the second option, hey, son. Hey, son, I'm Matt Walls. Listen, son, let me tell you something. You need to like pussy a lot. And we need to have, I'm going to take you to my straight pride parade. He's going to be a freak. He's not going to end up straight. And why? Because obsession with sex is gay. Sexuality is based on something indirect. Only homosexuality is based on direct and explicit sex. In the 80s trope of them like going and beating up gay dudes, the bullies were also repressed gays. So that's an internal jihad they're dealing with. And it's a symptom of an unhealthy civilization. I'm going to put it in simpler terms. Imagine it's a sports game. And one team is raping the other one, metaphorically, right? Slow learner, let's go. Listen, can I tell you guys something? Every time you hear the right-wingers debate you, they're always bringing up some grand ideals like, well, what about nationalism? What I really just kind of think the thing that matters is we need to have a strong, like, nationalistic, and it's kind of so gay how they just kind of fucking talk about all of these abstract ideas with nothing concrete, you know? It's like they are commentating on shit from a distance.
I went to that historic middle school. Put us back in their coachhouse. Remember the tankies.
Remember the tankies. Thank you. Like you remember that guy in the space? They're always talking about ideology. Where's the meat and potatoes? Motherfucker, I'm trying to talk about concrete reality. You know, it's like, put it this way, right? Imagine we're out in the wilderness and somebody's like starving. Or you're starving, you need food. And we're like, shit, man, we gotta go fucking hunt, man. Where the fucking guts and get some deer or some shit. Get some food, put it in our stomach. Shit, man. And then there's this guy who's like, well, what about Christian fascist nationalism? Because I was really thinking about the nationalistic component. What? The fuck are you talking about? It's like they're not in the thick of it themselves. So they're just talking about all of these abstract ideas without any regard for reality. There's something about that isn't compatible with being a fucking man, you know? Like, there is a clear and present and immediate class struggle going on right now. We have this guy from the PSL trying to convince people that communism is against religion. Thank you, PSL, thank you! That way It's such a smart strategy. So the guy who needs Jesus, or else he gets hooked on heroin. The guy who received salvation, and it's what prevented him from fucking shooting himself in the head, and he's addicted to fentanyl, and he got saved by the church. Thank you for telling him that communism hates his religion, you fucking retard. All because of some shit you don't even understand. Until you understand Hegel and the young Hegelians and all this complicated theory from Prussian elite, like super educated scholars, shut the fuck up about all this philosophy stuff. It's so stupid. I mean, even Marx, he says, religion is the heart of the world for these people. That is the fundament. It is so important for people, you know? And you're carelessly, and why? Because you watch Family Guy and South Park, and you're a nihilist idiot, Philistine retard, who thinks religion isn't important for people? Well, it fucking is. It's religion is this line between life and death for a lot of people. And you're sitting here trying to sell us on communism being anti-religion. For what? I hate liberals so much. I cannot stand the fence sitters either. I can't stand these fence sitters who get so tempted by, you know who got tempted by fascism in Europe, the intellectuals who did? It was all of the Down syndrome retards who actually could not comprehend Marx or Hegel. They gave up very quickly. They were like, no, that's not really trendy. Now, fascism comes along, they're like, oh, interesting, how naughty and interesting. Stop jacking yourself off. This is the ideology of the bourgeoisie, and it's you, the bourgeoisie, alone who gets tempted by it. You're not, oh, how naughty. Yeah, what a big surprise. You're a bloodsucker who is tempted by a bloodsucker ideology. Big fucking surprise. You're not discovering some fucking grand change. You're just fulfilling the position you're already in from the very start. Netherland, you called me an idiot, right? Get in my VC. And let's see if you know what Marx means. Marx says religion is the opiate of the people. What does he mean by that? Go ahead. Let's get in VC and see if you can understand the debate with Bruno Bauer and the debate with the young Hegelians and Feuerbach. And let's see if you actually understand it. 99% of it, remember, it doesn't come from a deep-seated ideological commitment. It comes from character. People will go, oh, you're a communist? I don't have to respect that. You don't have enough clout. It's literally what it is. It's clout. So it reveals their character, that they're not independent thinkers. They're only going to respect an idea that has force behind it. Well, you're not a fucking man. You're not an independent thinker. You're a bitch.
I don't drive a $100,000 car. I drive a regular ass fucking Jeep. He drives a regular damn SUV too. I don't wear Jordans. I don't do all that shit. I live a very simple life. The only splurge I have is getting my nails and my feet done here. I just started YouTubing how to do my own damn hair. I shouldn't have to feel guilty because I want to do something for myself. Y'all, I'm so stressed out. I need to clock in at 7 o'clock.
Is this what working Americans deserve?
It's literally in 2 minutes. And I'm at work. I just don't want to go in this bitch. Like, I'm sick of coming here out for me to get a paycheck that barely even, it barely even helps. It seems like the only motherfuckers that's happy is the damn crackheads and the millionaires and millionaires.
Did you guys hear that shit? The only people happy, crackheads and the ultra rich. Isn't that so crazy? Because it's true. The crackheads on the sidewalk, they're fucking happy. They don't give a fuck. They're on crack. That is so metaphorically true. That is so true. Like, You're either a crackhead or you're a billionaire. And that's the only thing that's compatible with this system. But if you're a working person, you're an ordinary working person, this system is not compatible with your existence. They want to eliminate you. They want to squeeze you out. They want to get rid of you. Notice that? That's what it is.
The working class people are stressed the out, her falling out. They can't even go to the damn doctor to check on themselves because they jobs is full of shit. Hell, jobs don't even want to let you out for a damn vacation. Yeah, I'm stressed the fuck up. Like, at this point, like, what's the point? Just to say that I got a damn job?
So how much more is going to have to happen for...
So shit, I mean, you know? What else do you need to see? It's not hard to know where the direction of this country's going. I'll tell you that. It's not hard to see. What about nationalism and aristocracy? What about the ancient principle of aristocracy from Aristotle, Hans? What about that? I don't know. What about the ancient principle of fucking pederastry, you fucking faggot? The problem is how they spend their money on stupid, dumb, decadent, ugly shit. At least build us real-life Skyrim, you fucking bitch. You have $1 billion. That's 200 feet tall. And is it, whoa, wouldn't that not be allowed on the road because of regulations? Okay, pull me over and stop me. Think about it. You build a fucking monster truck so big that you don't even have to worry about traffic laws. Because how are they going to stop you? How will they stop you? Oh, we have a okay, I'll drive to Washington, D.C. You literally just press the gas. Press, and you just run over the White House. And it's just gone. There's no more government. Forget about January 6th. If you have a monster truck 200 feet tall, you could literally drive to Washington, D.C., and by the time you look back, the whole thing is flattened. No more government. Like, think about it. How would they stop you? How would they pull you over? How would they do it? They need a nuclear bomb. Okay. Then I'm holding the entire city of Los Angeles hostage. So if you want to stop my monster truck, you have to literally slaughter 50 million people with me. And that's worth it. That's a worthy price as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, stop me. Kill 50 million. I'll be remembered in history as one of the most evil people on earth, but nobody will say I'm not cool. They'll be like, that asshole, billionaire, he built a fucking monster truck. And he made the government take a horrible choice of killing 50 million. And then it'd just be my face. 50 million gone because of my monster truck. Hundreds of years. See, for the next 50 years, oh, Haas is such a horrible tyrant, horrible guy. I'll be an evil person. But in 500 years, they'll be like, that guy was so cool. Because, see, all you need is time. 500 years from now, they'd be like, yeah, 50 million died. That's just a number. Who cares? It's not going to be, like, so personal, you know? Like, nobody's sitting here being like, oh, Julius Caesar was such a bad guy for, like, doing a genocide in Gaul. They're like, oh, what a cool badass. That's what conquerors do, you know? So, my monster truck idea, in the long term, it'll pay off. Like, you'll be remembered as the worst villain for the next 20 years, but in like 100 or 200 years, people will forgive you. They'll forgive you, and they'll say you're a really cool guy. Like, people are like, Haas, this guy's a billionaire. I don't fucking care. Where's his monster truck? Has he made Skyrim in real life? Then why would I fucking care? Haas, what about people like Kanye West? Shut up about Kanye West. Kanye West doesn't have... You know, I used to be like, oh yeah, Kanye's music is really good. And he did make good music. He did. But, oh, he's the next Picasso? Shut the fuck up. No, he's not. He's really not. If he was, he would fucking build a monster truck. Nobody's doing it. I'd buy the Halo franchise. I'd make a good Halo game. Okay? Bring back Halo 3 lighting. Bring back realism and gore, blood. You guys forget about that. Make it rated M. And make it, like, gritty and realistic instead of being, like, gay and retarded. Aren't we already living in a fucking real-life MMO? The only thing powering it is energy. So, yeah, video games suck, man. As I get older, I'm like, am I missing out? And then every time I check on these new games, they all fucking suck. And everyone's really disappointed in them. And everyone's comparing them to the games that I played as a child. So I was like, wow, I really grew up in the golden age, you know? Like, when I was playing Oblivion and Halo 3 and shit, and GTA 4, that was the peak. When I stopped playing video games, that's actually when they stopped being good. And that's why sometimes I'm like a schizophrenic. Sometimes I feel like a schizophrenic crackhead where it's like, if I'm not paying enough attention to something, then it doesn't even exist. You know that simulation theory where it's like, the universe isn't even complete. It's like, it depends on what you're looking at, and it's like this schizo, whatever. I kind of feel like that's how it is for me, because I'm like, oh, I have spent 10 years ignoring video games. Let's check up on it. Oh, literally nothing changed. I kind of feel like I'm the only person who actually exists in the world. And everything's procedurally generated according to what I'm paying attention to. Nick Fuentes calls out Jackson Hinkle and Infra Haas over Oliver Anthony and the EFF. Okay, let's see what's going on.
And today, Jackson Hinkle called me out. Which is a shame, because I like Jackson Hinkle, although we don't agree on everything. And he said that a guy like me is attacking the poor people, but I don't work hard like the poor people or something. But honestly, I don't even really care what he said because it just proves my point right. He's a communist. So...
I'm sorry, it's just a weak response. You're gonna have to do better than that. It's not. It's like, guys, he's a communist. Am I right? I mean, like, come on, guys. Communist. Am I? It's like, yeah, that's not. Good luck with that. It's not a very good angle. Not a very good angle. Because here's the problem. You're kind of taking for granted that whole thing. Yeah, communism for the past, let's say, 10 years in America has been associated with fat retards, you know, fat gay retards pretty much. But why is that? Yeah, what about it, bitch? I said spooky season. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hard motherfucker. But I like pumpkins and shit, you know? I like pumpkins and shit. And spooky skeletons and shit, man. Why does Russia have to be your enemy? Estonia had its own socialist republic under the Soviet Union. I mean, what does Estonia and Latvia bitch about? Oh, we were under occupation. Who gives a fuck? You had your own fucking republics. It's not like they took your language away. It's not like they took your history away. And if they did, then we can say we want a new kind of situation where there's more autonomy. And Russians would be fine with that. Look at fucking Chechestan and Dagestan today. It's a completely different country almost, you know? So, why shouldn't they just fucking join Russia, you know? There's no reason not to. Russia has proven it is capable of recognizing the autonomy of other ethnicities and nationalities. Well, as an Estonian, I want to be the big guy in charge. Well, you're not, because there's like only 2 million of you. You're not a big country, because you're literally not a big country. And there's nothing humiliating about that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with being part of a small group who doesn't have supreme control. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as nobody's abusing you and violating your dignity. Look at Khabib from Dagestan. Khabib is a Russian. And he's part of a small group, but the ultimate power is Russia. But that's not humiliating to him as a man. because he's got his own people. They're defending themselves. They're Muslims. They have complete autonomy, and it's not a problem. You know, so this is what you have to approach it like. The youth should have said, you know, De Gaulle, he's not conservative enough. He's not anti-American enough. He's not patriotic enough. Let's have a real French revolution. And then they would have joined hands with Mao in China. And Mao would have respected them. You know? That's why Mao said he likes right-wingers. Because it's closer to the negation of the negation. It's the negation, but negation of negation is the third term. Amila.
The Wignets in Russia invented their own club called White Rex because combat Samba and MMA is so dominated by the Muslim fighters from the Caucasus, so they invented affirmative action for MMA CAC.
It's run by the Shriners, okay? The carnival is literally done by the Shriners. So that's a Zerka moment, you know, that's pretty crazy. I did talk to a Shriner as well for a long time, and I just kind of was playing stupid, and I was like, oh, so y'all don't worship Satan or whatever? And they're like, no, we do charity. And I was like, okay, whatever. They're petting the fucking cows and the goats and shit. And then I was thinking of a chud who was, this is what I was thinking about. I was thinking like a chud who was attending, and they were like, billions must die. All of these people must be killed. They are all biological trash. Because even the white people there are just like ordinary, you know, working class, Michigander, white Americans. They're not like wearing suits, and they're not like, you know, they don't look like the ideal whatever. So they'd be like, these are all biological trash. And they'd be sitting in a corner while everyone's like fucking having a good time and taking in the air and, you know, enjoying themselves. And it got me thinking, like, damn, these fucking white nationalists represent the most faggot cuck ideology you could think of. And it's like, it's as simple as this. If you want to claim that America became this way because of the Jews, first of all, you're wrong. But even if you want to claim that, this is what America is now. Like, that's what it fucking is. Like, dude, that's the state fair. It doesn't get any more American than a fucking state fair. If you are at a fucking state fair and you're uncomfortable, you're a faggot, you're anti-American, you're not a fucking American, you need to be deported. You're some kind of fucking fruity upper-class European, and you have a problem with it. Because, like, you know, this is America. I mean, you can say that, oh, this was the result of a Jewish plot, and it's not true, but it's like, even if you were to say that, this is what MAGA looks like now. This is what America is now. There is no getting around that. And you can try to, you know, get on a horse and pick out all the white people and put them in one corner. But you can't. There's no way to sort these people. They're all so fucking mixed. It's like, okay, this guy's one quarter white, or this guy's half white, or this guy's, you know, 1/10 white, or this, you know, this guy's half Mexican, this guy's this guy's that. There's no fucking way to actually strictly differentiate people, you know, when you go there. And it's such a coping faggot ideology where you're just sitting and you're trembling in anger with so much hatred and resentment, sitting in the corner. Billions must die. Billions must die. I can't believe all these racial trash and biological trash. And it's like, but that's America. And you don't like it, you can fucking get out. Because you're not going to change that. You will not change that. And all I was thinking, by the way, when I was at the fair, is I was like, I could see our flags being here. You don't know what our logo looks like yet. You don't know what it looks like. It looks really good, by the way. But I could see like a flag, and I could be like, I could see our organization be here, and we would just like, we would be so fine here. Like we would, it would make so much sense as far as the vision of what this organization is. Like, yes, we are the common America. We are common America. We represent the will of the common man, the common American, you know? And I was thinking about like us doing our own fair and us doing our own thing. And I was like, you know, I could really see it. I could really see us doing great at these kind of state fairs. This is every time I go out, like when I go to the zoo. I went to the Detroit Zoo like long time ago, actually, like 6 months ago or whatever. But or 5 months ago. But I was there and I'm like, damn, I see all these people with their families from all these different backgrounds, and I'm like, this is really what the organization is. Like, I want a communist party that speaks to this commons, like something that unites all Americans. You know, like this commons, you know? That's what the commons means. See, every political ideology, including leftists, by the way, they all have an ideal of what the commons should be. They all have some kind of ideal. Like, look at Patriot Front. They're all wearing khakis and they're all wearing white collared shirts, and they're all we want a specific type of masses. No, the masses are the masses. Take them or leave them. That's what the fucking masses are, you know? And there's a real masses and there's a fake and artificial gay one, which is the one you're trying to create. And nobody speaks to the commons. Not Republicans, not Democrats. There's no party that just represents the common American people. It's like it doesn't exist, you know? So this is kind of what, this is the niche I envision we need to fulfill, you know? We need to be the ones who step up and represent common America. Because why don't you guys fucking think about this for 2 seconds? There is no other political alternative in this country that represents A, the common man in America, and B, which, yes, is a multi-racial working class. Yes, it fucking is. B, and is also anti-establishment and authentically dissident. You don't ever have those two things, you know? You don't have those two fucking things. I mean, you have America First, which, as far as I know, it's a white nationalist organization. Or is it not? Pretty sure it is. And they call these ordinary Americans biological trash. So that can't represent the common man in America. They have some ideal of what Americans are. That's just not the fucking reality, you know? You've got Blood Tribe and Patriot Front, who are these extreme, even terroristic cults. That's not fucking going anywhere. And then you have leftists, and let's be real, leftists are more Aryan purity fetish type of people than fucking America First is. Because even those America First guys can just go and talk to regular black people. Or they can't, but their leader, Nick, can, right? And they can at least try and be a little normal. But leftists, those people are like, they go and it doesn't matter who they're talking to. It's like, if you don't fit within a very strict box of language and ideology, they want to fucking exterminate you, and they'll be like, you know, you're the worst fucking person. Like I look at leftists, I don't ever see anybody who's so, what do you call it, uptight, and kind of like they go to a state fair and they're just kind of like, I'm not safe here. I'm trans. I'm not safe here. I'm not safe here. It's like it's them versus you know the chud who says billions must die? The guy who goes to the state fair and is like, look at all these biological trash. Billions must die. That, like, you know, that the archetype of the incel, but it's a real thing. Like that guy in school who he can't sit anywhere at the fucking lunch table, so he's just sitting as a chud jack, and he's just like, all these people in high school, they're talking at lunch. You know, there's couples holding hands, and he's just sitting there. He's like, billions must die. Billions. Right? That's a thing. But, you know, the leftist is the same thing as that. Because instead of that, they're kind of like doing the thing where they're like, I'm trans and I'm not safe. I'm trans and I'm not safe here. And the difference is the chud walks very slowly and they just go, billions must die. But the trans walks very fast, or the leftist, whatever, they walk very fast, and they go, I am not safe here, these people all want to kill me, they don't accept my existence, everyone is against me, I'm the victim, I'm oppressed by everyone, I need to walk, I need to get out of here. And how, this is my proposal, that's a couple. Both of those people holding hands versus all of society. Well, how beautiful, how romantic. They both hate society, they both hate America. They both hate ordinary people so much. So I propose they just kind of hold hands together. And I could be a Hollywood love story, you know? This could literally be a Hollywood love story. Like here's how it's going to be. I'm going to tell you a story right now, right? So let's say this is on there's some state fair going on organized by a college. So these are college-age students or whatever. So there's a chud with glasses who looks like a literal chud jack. He's walking around. Look at all these racial trash. Look at all these biological trash subhumans. Stupid whores. Fucking Chad pieces of shit. Billions must die. And he's just walking very menacingly and slowly. He's kind of thinking about the logistics of how he's going to do the mass shooting he's planning on. That kind of whole thing. He's just walking around very menacingly like, I'm going to put in my manifesto. When I walked around here, I saw this fucking girl. She was blonde, blue-eyed, and I looked at her, and she immediately looked away uncomfortable because the fucking Jews taught her to hate me! Anyway, so he's walking around. He's walking around menacingly, okay? And then there's one of these leftists, be they trans or be they... I want to say trans because it's funny, but when they actually are women, they're somehow they're way more hysterically they have this problem. So it's like a vegan leftist with green hair or some shit, and she's walking around and she's like, and this is so sexist. It's so racist. It's so much transphobic and homophobic. I cannot believe this. This is like a Hitler Youth rally. I cannot believe this. All these fraternities and sororities, they're perpetuating patriarchy. And she's walking around really fast and really anxious. So Chud Jack turns a corner and he's walking, billions must die. And then the green hair woman, she's walking on the other corner, okay? They're going like this, and then it starts playing the K-drama music. And then they bump into each other, but it's in slow motion. They bump into each other in slow motion, and it goes, and it's really slow motion. It's like, and then they look up, and then he looks at her angry. So Chud Jack, he's like, I'm going to do the chud face. Ready? Got to really emphasize. And he does that. That's what his face looks like in slow motion for a quick second. And then how do I do her face? Her face is looking like... let me try to do it. Like that. And for a brief moment, they look at each other, they lock eyes. And then that's the start of the love story. That's the start of the love story. So then they both hold hands and they go, and then they do that thing in romantic K-dramas or whatever, any romantic drama where they're like, hey, didn't notice you there. I was just walking because everyone here is such a fucking idiot and scumbag. And they say it at the exact same time. And they're like, oh my God, I totally didn't mean it like that. And they're talking in the same voice. And they both realize they are literally the same. They're soulmates. They're meant for each other, right? And then they go about their life, they still, but here's the problem. This is the tragic part of the story, is that it doesn't prevent the mass shooting. They still do the mass shooting, but they do it as a couple. They still do the mass shooting, but they do it as a couple, and actually double the amount of people die than compared to before. So that's a pretty, not a very good ending still. Pretty bad ending, pretty tragic ending. America is literally smoking crack off of fireworks. I'm just kidding about the smoking crack part, but it's like, it's that kind of shit, That's what America is. That's what America is. Buying fireworks at the gas station. Notice how I don't say 7-Eleven. But buying fireworks at the gas station, and putting them up your ass and killing yourself. I'm just kidding. This is really, like, fucking trashy, cheap nonsense. And I'd literally crop dust his yacht. And I'd say, you enjoy that? No Buana, let's go! See, in terms of my personal finances, I'm a fucking trillionaire. Oh, Haas, where's your Ferrari? I don't want a fucking Ferrari. Ask me. I could literally have anything I want. I don't want it. Oh, where's your Lambo, Haas? I don't want one. I don't want a fucking Lambo. But I'm richer than Donald Trump. I'm literally richer than Donald Trump. I mean, explain how I'm not. Fucking gold-plated statues, gold-plated sword, gold-plated gun, but I put another a black coat of paint on it too. This is literally solid gold-plated gun from Saddam Hussein's personal collection, but I spray painted it black just to flex on these pores. Let's go, Thomas Brook, let's go! Just to flex on these broke bitch billionaires, bunch of broke bitches. You think I'm jealous of these Wall Street faggots? Those faggots on Wall Street are broke bitches. I'm literally a fucking trillionaire. I'm CEO of Red Rock, bitch. I'm more wealthy than FauziTube. Go fucking ask FauziTube who's richer, me or him. FauziTube is broke. I'm fucking rich as fuck. I am literally swimming in solid fucking platinum gold. Euphoria, let's go! I'm a trillionaire, People don't understand this about me. I'm literally I'm not a billionaire, I'm a trillionaire. Right? I can prove this mathematically. Being red in this bitch! Wouldn't trade that shit for the world, man! Being a Red Army soldier! Communist with a capital C! That's what wealth looks like. You think I'm gonna walk? Imagine walking around like these faggots on Twitter, like these Mario Nawfal spaces. You're walking around. I'm not a communist. I am somewhat of a liberal. I don't really know. You're a faggot. I'm a warlord. All your Bitcoin in the world is not as wealthy as me. That's like asking who's wealthier, Genghis Khan or the fucking leader of Baghdad. Of course Genghis Khan is, because he's coming to take your shit. You know what I mean? Like, who is wealthier, Genghis Khan or some guy with gold in the way of the Mongol army? Of course Genghis Khan is. He's coming to take that shit. You shove your Bitcoin up your ass. I am the wealthiest man I know. I'm the wealthiest man in the world by some metrics. I'm above the Saudi level. That's how I see myself. Because I don't have time for stupid shit. Stupid ass question. What am I going to do on a fucking yacht? Jack off? I'm going to sit on a yacht and jack off? I have work to do, bitch. Anytime some broke bitch is trying to flex on you, why don't you remind them, what are you flexing on? You got a watch? Look at XQC. My whole house is on my wrist. Okay? Your whole house is in my hand. Your whole house is in my hands right now, bitch. Try to flex on me with that stupid shit. They go. I've got your whole house on my wrist. I go, I've got your whole house in my arms, bitch. I've got it in my arms now. I've got your house in my hands. What now? What now? Keep flexing that shit. I will rob you in a video game. It's still gonna do the same shit mine does. You know? What does it do that's different? No, go ahead. What does it do that's different? What does it do that's different? Go ahead. No, go ahead. Explain it to me. Explain what it does that's different. It don't do shit different. It's a fucking waste of my time. It looks beautiful. Then why don't you fuck it? Why don't you literally open the fucking, open the gas tank, well, like you do at the gas station. Open that shit up. There's a hole in there. Open that shit up. Drop your drawers and go fuck that car. Since it's so beautiful. But I'm wondering what does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me? It's got nothing to do with you. Want to fuck your car? Go ahead. I use my car to drive. I use mine to drive. You want to go fuck your car? Go fucking do that. You know? And you bet your ass I'm making sure you're going on the sex offender registry list, you fucking pedophile freak. This is Blood Tribe. It's a new neo-Nazi group. Goyim Defense League. Imagine being Jewish.
Capitalism, billionaires. That's your side.
When he says billionaires and capitalism, he means it in the Hassan Piker way. And I'm going to show you why. He says that like AOC says it. You want to know how I know?
I know it's your side because you still have a job.
Christopher, there's a presidential race going on right now.
He's like, you still have a job. Like, yeah, when you wear a swastika and you want to say you want to kill the non-whites, for some reason you get fired. It's because you're a shill. I fucking hate when Nazis say this stupid shit. I got deplatformed for saying I just like love Hitler and want to kill Jews. That just proves who's in power. Yeah, that totally proves who's in power. That totally proves it. You can't fucking talk about literally, like, murdering a bunch of fucking people.
Are you gonna vote in 2024? What do you think is gonna happen?
My vote is useless. I think Biden's better than Trump because he sends rockets to Ukraine.
So, yeah, you see that. So that's what he meant, that Hassan Piker, AOC kind of, look at that. No shot. Dude, straight up, this guy needs to be put down. This is just some scary shit. This is some scary shit. I'm sorry. I try to be as humane as I can. This shit is a disaster. By the way, is this guy still white? Because I'm pretty sure, like, what's the point of being a white supremacist if you're just gonna cover it all up? Like, how is this still a white guy? He changed colors. And he's not black, but he's just not white. I don't know what he is. He's like gray. He looks like he's a grayscale. This dude's a gray supremacist. He looks like a silver supremacist now. This guy... I mean, think about it. Is that still white? How? How is this still white? You know?
In support of Ukraine, you mean?
Hell Ukraine, hell Aza.
What the fuck? This guy's fucking scary, man. Alright, straight up. This guy, get him out of our country. Get this guy out of here, alright? I don't know what's going on. This guy's got to go. Possibly he needs to depart from the realm of the living. Because this is just a threat to mankind. This is literally a terrorist, okay? I don't know what this is. This is a disaster. Get it out of here. Get it out. This is literally I think this is a Ukrainian. Look at this shit. This is terrifying. I know for a... Look, dude, look how he looks. Look how he's staring. This fucking guy, if they kidnapped you, he would be the one to torture you and chop you up. And he'd laugh. And he'd fucking eat you because he's a cannibal too. Yeah, this guy's not human. This guy's fucking scary. I'm sorry. Get him out. Get him out. This is like MS-13, if not worse. Okay? Get this out. Get it out of America. I don't know what race this is, but it's not allowed here. Okay? It's not allowed in America anymore. I don't know what this is.
You mean?
Hail Ukraine! Hail Azov!
Slava Ukraina! Hail Azov!
Tell me this, Christopher. You're...
These motherfuckers. These are literally like... This is the same level as a pedophile to me. Like, these are literally pedophiles. They're like on the same level as pedophiles. Like, this is literally pure evil. This is straight up. Like, for real, this is not LARP. This is actually what American fascism is going to look like. Crazy killer clowns. But the only difference, Antifa is going to join these people. Leftists are going to join these people. They're all going to converge. Because it's the same shit. And, like, this is it. This is literally the American lumpen black shirts that are here. Here they are, the American black shirts. And this is what they used to be in Germany. They used to be killer clowns looking like this. And shit, man, these people, this is bad. Bad news. Bad news. These are the type of people that take a chainsaw and just slaughter a whole town. And to be covered in blood. Yeah! Whoa! These are bad. You know what these are? It's like when Trump said, these are bad hombres. These are some bad hombres, man. Bad hombres. We need to have the Duterte method quickly to get rid of the criminals. Not the Bukele method, the Duterte one, which is even worse. Okay? Quick trial. Quick trial. This is my response to it. Quick trial. House, don't you believe in freedom of speech? Don't you believe in... Listen, okay? I believe in free speech. I believe in all that. But you look at this, and I just, these are clearly violent people. They were literally carrying signs saying, free Dylan Roof. Quick trial, just get rid of them. You're going to be defusing a bomb. We don't need to deal with the liability. Just deport them, or quick trial, get rid of them. Okay? We don't need to deal with the fucking liability. Legally, of course. I mean, would I trust the state today doing that? No, but I'm just saying, like, when these people say they want to kill they want to kill people, believe them. These are real, like, killers. Straight up, real evil fucks. And that's why they glow, by the way, because the government has their hands all over that kind of shit. This shit is crazy. This shit is bad news. Okay? Bad hombres. You don't want these people running around in your country. These are dangerous terrorists.
You mean?
Hail Ukraine! Hail Azov!
Slava Ukraina! Hail Azov!
Tell me this, Christopher.
I wonder how many, like, leftists on Twitter are secretly these people pretending to be leftists. Like, I know leftists are actually this bad, but it's like, it wouldn't surprise... Like, look how passionate he said Slava Ukraini. What the fuck was that? Look at this shit.
Ukraine, you mean?
Hail Ukraine! Hail Azov!
Slava Ukraina! Hail Azov!
This is what Azov is in Ukraine, by the way. I mean, this is what it is in Ukraine itself. That's what it is in Ukraine, you know? It literally is like this in Ukraine. That's what these Azov People don't get this because you don't speak Ukrainian or whatever. You're not living there. But in Ukraine, that's what they are. This is literally what they're like. These are bad people, man. These are fucked up bad people, man. Look at this shit.
Tell me this, Christopher. You are, a sizable gathering, but fairly small. How big does this need to become? And how big do you see it become?
Dude, fuck the journalists covering this too. You know, why are you giving these clowns attention?
Paint a picture of this movement. We just have to start a fire. We have to just start a fire.
How do you do that?
We're the kindling. And once we set the fire, we get the fire
on Twitch, I'd be banned for covering this, by the way.
Hot, then we
just because he's showing the symbol. Twitch would ban me.
Get the rest of our brothers blazing.
And how do you...
Even though I'm trying to warn people that this is a new dangerous, bloodthirsty gang, but they don't care.
You do that.
Be the vanguard. Stick up for ourselves.
Stand up.
Okay, I mean, I know I'm technically not white, but hey, white people in my chat, are you bringing this guy home to have dinner with your family? Like, is this... He's saying, stick up for ourselves. Like, are you joining... Is this guy joining your community? Are you going to let him be your teacher at the local elementary school? Because I feel like this is just a bad guy. I don't know what it is, but something tells me that this is not somebody anyone wants in their community, you know? And I'm going to reiterate my case is, how is this guy white? How is he white? He's not white anymore. He changed. He's gray now. He changed this whole thing. I mean, really? Damn, these people are so... There's something so reptilian about these people. It's fascinating. It's like, these people have literally, their brain is like the brain of a fucking crocodile. They have literal lizard, cold-blooded reptilian brains. And they just want to kill. Kill, kill, kill! Literally called Blood Tribe, have swastikas. They have this guy in their group, which speaks for itself, honestly. And then this crazy clown guy, the ringleader of the circus.
Don't be afraid. Show no fear.
What are you doing now, Christopher? Right?
Bruh. 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 Oh, he was a tattoo artist. What the fuck is this? Airbnb banned them. I guess, okay, so Airbnb banned. This guy's like, Airbnb banned us because we're the real revolutionaries. No, you're not. If you want to go say you want to rape babies and these corporations have to just completely ban you, it's not because that's a revolutionary thing. It's because you're a fucking criminal. You're a fucking criminal is what you are. You're a criminal and a terrorist. You literally, your whole stick is terrorizing people and wanting to fucking kill.
One woman was killed after a man drove his car into a crowd of counter-protesters. And in the aftermath of Charlottesville, the Southern Poverty Law Center says Vanguard America dissolved into chaos, and Rousseau announced his new organization, Patriot Front. Since then, Patriot Front members have protested outside of numerous events, including anti-abortion rallies, Jewish synagogues.
If this is not feds, this shit is so gay. These are such faggots. Like, if they're not feds, and these motherfuckers are like, I'm gonna go and fulfill my... They're such LARPing faggots.
Black Lives Matter protests and LGBTQ pride events. Members often chant the slogan blood and soil, which the Anti-Defamation League says originated in Nazi Germany.
Yeah, we don't need the ADL to know that, okay? They are trying to be the next Hitler Youth. Now, can they be that? Probably not. But yeah, you don't need the ADL to fucking know what that means, all right? I'm sorry. You don't need the pro-Israel hyper-Zionist ADL to know common sense. Yeah, these motherfuckers are trying to be Nazis. They're neo-Nazis. Yeah, we get it. That's clear. That's clear as day. It's not a revolutionary insight to point it out.
Equating white European identity with the right to inherit American soil. Since it's...
Okay, this is like retarded-ass coverage, too. What is this coverage, you know?
Creation in 2017.
They're trying to inherit American soil with white identity. Yes, riveting fucking description here. Why don't you just say they are neo-Nazis who are trying to, who believe in causing a race war. It's that simple.
Patriot Front activity has now expanded into dozens of states.
And you can read our continuing.
Those are feds. There's something very gay about this. It's like, this is a gay BDSM, like, public ritual, you know? It's like a pride parade, straight up. Liberty! Victory! Like, imagine standing here. Are you straight if you stand here? Probably not. Like, imagine standing there. Wouldn't that feel like it's not right? Like, I'm not saying morally, yeah, we get that, but I'm saying, like, isn't there something a little weird about this? You know? Bit fruity about it? Yeah, we're really here. We're claiming it. We're really doing it. This is like leftists thinking they're doing shit. Doing the equivalent of this. You're not doing shit. You're just antisocial scumbags. Yo, Wolf! You're just a bunch of fucking anti-society people. Yeah, we get it. You hate normies. You go to the state fair and you're the guy who says billions must die. We get it. You're not participating in a great political movement. Victory! I mean, I'm an artist, so I'm gonna tell you why this kind of LARP is fucking stupid. Back in the days of Germany in the 30s, these people are like, I'm gonna be like the stormtroopers of the SA. You're a faggot, we get it. You're whatever, you're a Nazi. You want to be one. But they didn't have mobile phones back then. So if somebody took out their smartphone and recorded Hitler and the SA marching, they would look stupid. And they would know they would have known that. They didn't have mass media back then that was image-based. So when they were doing these public demonstrations, waving all of these flags and wearing these stupid gay costumes, that was the visual media. That was the entertainment. They were there to actually show that. Not take a fucking picture of it and say, look at what we're doing. No, they were doing it then and there. Right? But in the age of like hyper reality of smartphones and cameras and lighting and angles and all this kind of shit and, you know, videography and drone footage capture, whatever, and mass social media, and the dynamic is completely different. So this is just double homosexuality. Like, the Nazis themselves were originally gay, but this is like a Gay 2, you know, the sequel. It's fucking stupid.
Why don't you show your faces? Why don't you show your faces?
Better dead than red. That could be arranged. And remember this bitch, I had beef with her about some other you know how Haas knows shit? I had beef with her about some other shit. Her disgusting view of physics. And look at how she is politically. Downvote this bitch. Now she's sitting here talking about politics. Fuck you, Sabine, you ugly, dirty bitch. Burn in hell.
Capitalism will kill us all. That is, if you trust Greta Thunberg, which maybe you should not. Free markets will save us all, if you trust Robert F. Kennedy Jr., which maybe you should not.
That's such a stupid opposition. First of all, Greta Thunberg is funded by the capitalist class, so what are you even trying to say?
Maybe we should talk about...
She's just a shill for the German government. This is literally German government propaganda. because she's going in the middle between both of those. Yeah, that's the ideology of the German government now. Nobody cares, Sabine. You raggedy, ugly bitch. Fuck you and the EU.
About what
Fuck the European Union.
Capitalism and free markets are. Will they kill us or save us? That's what we'll talk about today. It's something that everyone will accept because they can exchange it for something else later. Several economists have argued that any back plus something on top. That money which Sue Fleming supposedly accidentally discovered penicillin in 1928 and saved the lives of countless wounded soldiers in World War II? Yeah, well, that isn't really what happened. First of all, scientists had discovered that putting it where it was needed. Innovation and industrialization ultimately going back to capitalism. That's what saved all those people.
No, it doesn't go back to capitalism. It goes back to fucking state R&D and monopoly fucking capital, centralizing the means of production to such a degree that calling it fucking free market capitalism is meaningless. Fuck.
People. Capitalism got a pretty bad rep when Marx claimed that it's just about grabbing hold of the means of production and exploiting the working class. Of course, there was an element...
That's not what Marx said, you dumb bitch. See, this is how I wipe my ass with Sabine and her entire existence. Because she claims to be educated and she sounds like a retard when she's talking about this. A retard. That just proves anyone can know anything about physics and say they're an expert, and it means nothing. Look how stupid she sounds talking about Marx.
Of truth to his fears, because some things went badly wrong during the Industrial Revolution, but that's another story.
No, it's not.
For today, we just need to know that capitalism, like fiat money, requires a governing institution. That's because someone must be there to enforce distribute resources. This distribution of resources works best if everyone can put forward their offers freely and customers can pick what they want. This is known as a free market, and it optimizes the distribution of resources by competition. They can be both good and bad, but it's the bad ones that are shit. So yes, our current capitalist systems do have a problem with environmental protection, but the reason isn't that there's something wrong with capitalism per se. It's that we didn't set it up correctly in the first place. Basically, the origin of the problem is that no one paid attention to economists. And unfortunately, we still don't pay enough attention to economists. The current situation is that...
This is such, jibber jabber. What is Sabine even saying?
Companies who voluntarily produce environmentally friendly goods put themselves at a competitive disadvantage because other companies exploit the environment at zero cost. This moves the burden onto the consumer. If you want to buy a climate-friendly product...
Like the idea of being able to voluntarily enact the system is outside of capitalism. If you can voluntarily enact the system, it's not capitalist anymore. Okay, Sabine? That means it's socialist. Because you're setting up the system by some public will, listening to the economists, in order to suit some kind of social goal or social ends. That is not capitalism anymore then. If you could just change a system willy-nilly, it's clearly not a capitalist mode of production. Simple answer to Sabine the dumbass. You want to know why I'm not playing Starfield? Because Fallout 4 sucked. Are there any Fallout 4 defenders in this bitch? Oh, I'm sorry. Jason Unruh's going to get mad. I don't care. Fallout 4 sucked. That game was cancer. That was the ugliest, shitty game I've ever played. The Xbox One was the most satanic, hideous, ugly, disgusting, disgraceful, evil, rapist, pedophile, child molester, killer clown, Bill Gates fucking Epstein trafficking, piece of shit fucking gaming console of all time. It was literally so fucking ugly and hideous from the way it looked to the UI to the games lineup that it fucking had. Playing that game felt like you were playing a fucking... It didn't even feel like a fucking gaming console. It literally felt like you were plugging your mind into a rape machine and getting sexually assaulted electronically. But instead of your body, it's your wallet. Every fucking button you would press on the Xbox One was some attempt to scam you out of money. And it wasn't even for any good reason with a good outcome. It was the worst, most disgusting console of all time. The Xbox One was bafflingly bad. Like, bafflingly a bad vibe console. It was just fucking bad vibes the whole way through. It was bad vibes. And it was like you would play it and be like, oh my God, this is the new corporate world of Silicon Valley feudalism. It was literally like a Nazi console. The Xbox One was a Nazi video game console. Like, it's just darkness. All I can say is darkness. It's pure fucking darkness. It was pure darkness. What else can I call it? Bad vibes. The Xbox One created the alt-right. I'm going to come out with a crazy take. The Xbox One created the alt-right. And I know the Xbox One was very woke. It was really woke, but there was a sinister agenda behind the scenes, and it was MK Ultra turning these kids into fucking Nazis. I swear, Xbox Live after the Xbox One, everyone was a Nazi on Xbox. Everyone was a fucking Nazi. You go to their profile and they were like, Goyim, fuck the Jews, 1488. Every Xbox Live profile on the Xbox One was a fucking neo-Nazi. And it's like, it was the most woke video game console of all time, but simultaneously, it was the most Hitlerite as well. So I fucking got rid of that shit. I got it at first because I had the 360, and I'm like, I don't want any part of this brave new world. I don't know what's fucking going on. Get me out of this. So I bought the Japanese console, the PS4. The Japanese been fucked up. But at least they, like, you know, they got civilized. I got this PS4. I load up the PS4. It's such good vibes. Oh my God. It's like drinking water. I turned it on. It was like, da-na-na-na. It was such good vibes. It was such good vibes. Everybody on PSN, good vibes. Good vibes all around, you know? I didn't see that darkness. It was not like the Chud Jack console. It was just like, yeah, it was classy, you know? Classy type of shit. You know, PS4, it didn't have these mass shooters on it and shit. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, PS4, like, Xbox was for mass shooters, alt-right Nazis, transgenders, and that kind of crowd. PS4, just normal people all around. Just like your average Joe. PS4 was just an average person. The normal motherfucker, you know? Who likes playing sports games. Who's just like a, you know, more normal... Xbox was like this simulated gaming universe. Ah, gamers! Gaming! We take it so seriously! Xbox was like some Nazi shit. You know? Yeah, on 360, everybody joked about being a Nazi. But on the Xbox One, those motherfuckers meant it. Yeah, that's exactly how you put it. So Xbox One had the freaks on it. PS4 had the real motherfuckers on it. Okay? So... PS4 was like a safe haven, man. That Xbox One I'm traumatized by it to this day. It was so cancerous and evil. I remember the alt-right. The alt-right had the Xbox One aesthetic. Because here's why. The Xbox One was a neo-1980s aesthetic. It was like an 80s throwback kind of thing. It was like the 80s with the alt-right, the vaporwave, the 80s. That was the Xbox One. Man, I was on PS4 chilling. I had nothing to do with that. You know? I was a normal motherfucker. I was a normal dude. Xbox One is the most neo-Nazi piece of technology. It's more neo-Nazi than the V2 rocket. The Xbox One created the alt-right. It's literally a box. It's literally a fucking Anglo box. The Xbox One was literally the Anglo box. Shit. And nobody saw it. See, the Xbox 360 was an Anglo box, but at least that shit was going in circles, you know, in 360 degrees. At least that shit was turning around, you know. At least that shit was dynamic, dialectical a little bit. But the Xbox One, I mean, that shit may have been a swastika, man. This is the Anglo box. What? The ultimate Hitler device. Anglo autism box. What? One. I have the hiccups. Anglo autism box. What? I have the hiccups. Let me do it again. Anglo autism box. What? Every time I say one. Anglo autism box. What? One. Anglo autism box. One. Said it. One Führer. One race. One Xbox. One Germany. This is the Anglo box. Silicon Valley transhumanism. All dynamism and beauty crushed. Transgender, glasses wearing, BuzzFeed woke, plus alt-right. Hitler united. Xbox One was on some other shit, man. That ruined a generation. Xbox One ruined a generation. Xbox One ruined a generation of young men. Swear it did. The PS4, that was peak. That was the best gaming console of all time. Easily. He's at Bill Gates micro penis, Xbox One, Satan. I have nothing else to say. That's literally all it means. Bill Gates micro penis, Xbox One, Satan. Shit. That was literally what it was. That's literally what it was. And now they have the Xbox Series X. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I do have a PS5. It's not as good as the 4, though. It's just not. PS5, I mean, PS5, it looks nice, but it ain't. They all suck now. Haj, what about the Nintendo Switch? Okay, I know I like No Man's Sky, but I'm not that autistic, okay? I'm not that autistic where I'm out here getting a Nintendo Switch. Like, I would say Nintendo is the disgusting consoles. Nintendo always was either for children or even more disgusting, grown autistic men. So whether it's the Nintendo Wii, whether it's the Nintendo Switch, it's always like covered in macaroni and cheese stains and sweat and fucking like body sweat and just shit, literal shit and piss and fucking like Doritos stains and like greasy fucking McDonald's fries and spilling fucking juice on it and shit. Used diapers and shit. And that's what Nintendo's always been about. You know, like Halo is a real good game. It's like beautiful. It's like Master Chief making the ultimate sacrifice. What the fuck is Mario doing? Being a pedophile? It's about power. It's about two kinds of power. The kind that keeps your fucking house lights on. Talking electricity, we're talking oil, we're talking energy. And then the kind that makes you feel like a dignified fucking man who's got some power. That's our second. We're gonna overhaul the Second Amendment to include every household having thermonuclear weapons. Everybody's got to have some power. We like power. Power's good. There's nothing wrong with power. Power doesn't corrupt. The contrary is true. Weakness corrupts. Whoever the fuck told you power corrupts? Based on what? Based on what, huh? That's fascism. No, what we have now is fascism, dumb fuck. Hitler was a faggot and a whore of the banks. The banks were in control of Nazi Germany the whole fucking time. Bet y'all didn't know that. Bet y'all didn't know the Nazis were making payments to the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, not only throughout the entirety of the 1930s, but even during World War II itself. They were fucking working with the Bank of International Settlements, making fucking payments to a global cartel of central banks. And if it's not even fucking worse, they put Hitler in power because they knew that they weren't going to get their fucking loans back unless Hitler rearmed Germany and stole it from Russia. And that was the whole fucking point of it. People are trying to revise history and shit. We're not doing that Nazi shit. We're not doing that shit. Anonymous, let's go.
Witnets are representing the voice of the telluric authentic lowest peoples like those with Down syndrome and leprositic acne. The true folk.
Yeah, the lumpin'. They're literally just the lumpin', you know? Okay. So the bottom line is if that you are not a communist, you should kill yourself. I'm just kidding. Doubt it. They're gonna be in my chat. A bunch of bitches.
You my nigga for real. Greater Syria forever CP USA.
Joe Sims, let's go. Joe Sims coming out for Greater Syria. Let's go. Joe Sims coming out for Greater Syria. Let's go. Stalin, Beria, Gulag. Political discourse. Did you guys know Barack Obama's gay? Tucker Carlson brought some gay guy to talk about how Barack Obama's gay and that how he met Obama. All those motherfuckers is gay. I don't give a fuck. Like, what do I give a shit? Oh, Obama's gay. Wow, that changed our world. Our whole world's been changed. Shit, man. That's really important. I wanted to go to the Renaissance Fair because it's very rare that I have the opportunity. Thank you, abortion. It's very rare I have the opportunity. We don't like Matt Christman. I don't like him. And I think he's hypocritical. I think he's corrupt. I think he's a liar. But at the end of the day, I'm not here to send negative energy to somebody battling for their life in the hospital when they have a wife and they have kids. I'm not here to do that, you know? Straight up. I'll focus on the things they say that I'm against, and but that's just me. You know, if I was in the fucking hospital, he'd be celebrating, right? But, I'm not like that. So any one of us could be in the hospital fighting for our life. That could be any of us, Now, there are some people that if they were in the hospital fighting for their life, I would call that hospital, say that I'm a friendly relative, and then they pick up and be like, ha, bitch, fuck you, I hope you die. There's only there's 5, 10, maybe 15 people who I do that to. But they really deserve it, trust me. Trust me, those ones deserve it. Trust me, they do. First of all, let's start with anyone who celebrated Daria's death is that's no longer human to me. Anyone who celebrated Daria's death, if they are being tortured and they're dying, whatever, I will literally spit in their face. If anyone who celebrated Daria's death came to me and said, Haas, I'm suicidal, please talk me out of it, I would say, pull that trigger and fucking do it, you disgusting animal. Do it. So I take some things. There's some people I am ruthless toward. There are some people I show no mercy. Matt Christman, as far as I know, he never crossed those kinds of lines. So yeah. Jay Dyer is a fucking faggot. Jay Dyer is a disgusting, despicable fucking faggot. He has no fucking character. He is absolutely devoid of honor. He is devoid of integrity. What a faggot piece of shit. He actually says, will anyone debate me about whether Wall Street financed the Bolsheviks? And I go, yeah, I'll debate you. And then he starts playing games. He hosts a Twitter... so this is for the YouTube, because I'm going to have a YouTube up of this debate. So let me give some context to what happened. Today, Jay Dyer put up a tweet where he said, hey, will anyone agree to a debate with me if you have a problem with it? The idea that the Nazis and the Bolsheviks were funded by the same people. So what I said is, I agree that the Nazis were funded by international capitalists. I will debate you on the Bolsheviks. So Jay Dyer responds saying, no, we can't do that because we would have to do a debate about philosophy. Now, the way I interpreted that was not that he wanted to debate philosophy, but that he was saying we can't debate about the very thing he made a tweet about, in which I responded. Nowhere did he say, let's debate about philosophy. He was making an excuse to get out of the debate, right? So I was like, well, I disagree. I think we can actually focus on the facts. He's basically doing like this postmodern nonsense, actually, which is funny enough for a right-winger, where he was like, oh no, there's too many presuppositions about the way we structure reality in which facts are given to us. Actually, there are no facts. Everything is fluid, yada, yada, yada. So it's just like a bunch of jibber-jabber, basically. It's like, look, dude, we can evaluate the available evidence and see, were they funded by Wall Street? Is that who propped them up? Is there any evidence to support that? And is there any evidence to the contrary? And I said common sense can determine the standard of evidence because, like, for example, if there's no evidence whatsoever, then common sense would have it, then there's no reason to believe it, right? You know, it's just fucking stupid, right? I'm like almost like a vulgar Anglo teaching this guy how to just shut the fuck up and accept reality, and he's like a postmodern retard. But whatever, right? So I didn't know this was happening. He actually did a Twitter space. Vi, what's up, man? He did a Twitter space where, like, apparently that was him calling me out, which I had no fucking knowledge of. Now, one of the reasons I had no knowledge of that was that he didn't tell me. The most important reason that it was not relevant was because, as I'm going to present during, because I'm going to confront him with this because he claims my photo was photoshopped. I spent literally, sorry, I'm burping. Since 4 p.m., I have spent all day at Drake Enterprises in Clinton Township interviewing Trump people, and yeah, all fucking day. Like, I've been doing, and in the pouring rain at night too, and I just fucking got back. Soon as I got back, I turn on my stream and here we are. I've been doing that in the pouring fucking cold rain at night. That's what I've been doing. I've been standing for like, 6 or 8 hours doing this shit, walking in the mud and the grass and the rain, interviewing people. Fuck, man, you know? And this faggot says, oh, Haas, debate me right now. If you would defend your materialism, then debate me right now, Haas, right now. You faggot. I'm literally in the pouring cold rain on the ground doing shit. Why don't you schedule one like a fucking man? So you know what this faggot does? This faggot Jay Dyer says, okay, then I'm going to debate you when you get home. Yeah, so I was thinking I'm going to come home and relax and chill after a really fucking long day of work. But no, I have to debate for like 5 hours this retarded faggot who should kill himself because he's such a faggot. What a disgusting faggot. Because let me tell you why. Because had I not agreed to debating it when I got home, he would have never debated me and he would have said I ran away. Oh, if you don't debate me on my terms, exactly how I want it, then you bitched out. Because he's fucking scared. A real man would say, when are you available? Here's when I'm available. Let's arrange it. And by the way, don't do it on a fucking Twitter space. Do it as an actual fucking formal debate. but he wants to do it like this, I will fuck his skull in the exact terms that he puts it out. I'm gonna fuck his skull. No mercy, no good faith. Fuck Jay Dyer. Fuck him. You wanna fuck with me and start... Listen, you want to bitch out, then fucking bitch out. Don't fucking come here and then tell me that, oh, I did a 4-hour space. Oh, why don't you want to stream tonight, Haas? Okay, fine. You want to stream tonight? Then I'm going to rape your skull. I'm going to rape your skull and end your career. That's what I'm going to fucking do. No mercy, no good faith whatsoever. Fuck Jay Dyer. Kill yourself, Jay Dyer, you faggot. And then he had the audacity to say that I photoshopped that fucking... Hey, Jay Dyer, you fucking faggot. This is Photoshop? Hey, Jay Dyer, you fucking faggot piece of shit. This video is Photoshop? This is a video, you fucking faggot. And that's Photoshopped? Shut the fuck up and kill yourself, you faggot bitch. Saying I Photoshopped that photo? And he fucking blocked me. So I don't even know what this whole guy's shtick is. I know he's a right-winger, and I know that no right-wingers debate me. No right-wingers ever debate me. So if I don't debate him tonight, he'll never debate me. Because these right-wingers run away because they're fucking terrified of me. And you should be. We could have had a civil debate if you just like a man agreed upon a set time that works for both of us and been respectful of my fucking time. But because you want to do it this way and challenge me this fucking way, I'm going to rape your skull and massacre your entire bloodline and burn your fucking house down. Jay Dyer, you faggot bitch, piece of shit. So, and here's the icing on the cake. I have to use shitty BlueStacks. So as God is my fucking witness, if BlueStacks malfunctions or fucks up on this stream, with God as my fucking witness, I want you guys to go to his house and harass him at his house, showing him this live footage, because with God as my fucking witness, I'm not leaving the space and rage quitting or any of that shit. And if you can't hear me in the space, it's because my mic isn't fucking working. Thank you, dog. With God as my fucking witness, because he's going to use every possible fucking excuse not to debate. His space started. Well, Web is much worse than BlueStacks, believe it or if that was possible, it's actually the case. Okay, we're going to just join right now.
They would receive money, but what they would do is they would put that back into various projects within China. One of them was the school.
Who is this faggot?
So pick any university, and for a lot of them, I can even tell you which either correspondence school or actual government was funding it. If you want to look it up, the Boxer Indemnity Scholarship basically brought hundreds of Chinese students from China either to the United States or educated them in China. And the expressly written plan, and this is also backed up in a Chatham House document, was to subtly change the way
I'm going to psychologically rape them by doing this. It's a psychological rape. My laughing.
John Dewey.
The psychological rape. Psychological rape them.
That was basically the Bible that they used when implementing these systems. That's why you had anarchism. You had like a early Trotskyist form of communism. You had feminism. Rachel Sanger was going and lecturing on the importance of birth control. Bertrand Russell was showing his
Rachel Sanger. Are you talking about Margaret Sanger?
Yeah, Margaret Sanger. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so you're not familiar with who Margaret Sanger is?
No.
You're an expert.
I'm well familiar with who she is, but sometimes.
Okay, what does this have to do with? I mean, the Yale Review says they bragged about helping Mao come to power. So what? I don't understand.
So
what's your point?
I'm not sure the reason for boasting about that, but what I'm saying is that same argument.
Well,
could be
but I
made-
gave a thesis for why they did boast about that.
What was
And you're
your
saying
thesis
that I'm
for
wrong?
why
Then,
they?
okay, fine, that's wrong.
What? No.
I thought
What
you
I'm telling
listened
you
to-
is
He's
Mao
bitching out. He's bitching out.
criticized that.
Everyone spam bitching out in his replies. Jay Dyer's bitching out, spamming in his replies. If he doesn't drag me up right now, he's bitching out.
Because he edited.
He's bitching out. He's bitching out.
That they
He's bitching out. Why is he bitching
I've read it
out?
all.
Why isn't he adding me? He's bitching out. He's bitching out. Here I am.
If you read it all,
Request sent to speak. He's bitching out.
Okay, so good job.
No.
So we're gonna go to Haz. So we did make whatever points you'd like to. What's up, man?
So this is how we're going to do this. If you mute me once or if you kick me, you surrender your manhood and you give up. The second thing I want to say is that it's very clear you're terrified to debate me, which is why you've decided to choose such a ridiculous hour to do it
right now.
So Jay Dyer, you claim that my photo was photoshopped. I spent all day on the ground in rain and
Okay,
mud.
good for you. Good for you.
So
you want
my
to talk
photo
about? Let's talk.
Was
let's
hold
talk
on, no,
about.
we'll get to that. Don't worry. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Jay,
Let's
I'm
talk
Jay.
about
Jay.
imperial
Psychologically,
Are
I'm
you
going
going
to
to talk?
violate you.
Are you going to talk about Leninism and materialism?
Yes. But before I do that, we have some personal beef because we could have had a civil debate.
I don't know anything about you.
Jay Dyer. We could have. I would have been more than willing.
Stop saying my name.
I would have been more than willing. Beta Dyer. I would have been more than willing to have a
all
civil.
you have is calling.
Beta
Look, dude,
male Dyer.
I was inviting
hey,
you to
boy,
have a discussion.
boy, sit down, boy. I would
call
have
me
been
a
boy.
listen. You
Sit
call
down,
me a fucking
boy,
imbecile.
Boy,
and all I
sit
was
down,
doing was trying to allow a debate with
boy, sit down. We could have had a civil and respectful
I'm
debate.
not a boy. I want to have
yes,
a civil
you are your little boy.
conversation to you.
We could
Look,
have
you
had.
you immediately came on here
we
calling
could
me
listen.
names.
Listen.
You want to have a debate?
We could have had a civil debate had you been a man
I'm
and just
giving you
agreed
the
on a time
opportunity to
that
do that
worked
right
for
now.
both of us. Had you agreed to
I'm
a
giving
time?
you the opportunity to do that right now. Are we going to debate materialism or not?
Jay Dyer.
Stop saying my name.
You
Stop
chose
saying
this
my
time
name.
because you know it's very inconvenient for me. That's okay.
Do you want to
I'm gonna
debate
do it anyway.
materialism and empirical criticism or not? I have the book pulled up right now.
Yeah,
Let's
but
go.
what I'm going to be very clear about before we get into the nitty gritty of that book is that you're a fucking pussy who chose this time to debate just to inconvenience me, thinking that there was a chance that I wouldn't show up.
I have
no.
I'm absolutely not afraid
Then
of
why
you. I
didn't
think
you
this
actually?
is all ridiculous.
Then why couldn't we agree on a set?
Why are
date?
you whining about being inconvenienced when you can have the debate
Because
right now?
this is a stupid informal Twitter space instead of a real fucking debate.
I don't consider you worth a formal debate.
Okay, little bitch. Let's see. Okay, what do you want to talk about, Lenin?
But this is all you have. So let's talk about materialism.
Yeah.
Would you like to convince people of materialism? You think it's true?
I'm here to destroy you and violate you psychologically. That's what I'm here to do.
Why is materialism true?
Materialism is true because metaphysics is wrong. Metaphysics is mental rot. It's mental laziness. It doesn't put the prejudices and dogmas that you have in your head.
Do you have an argument for why that's the case?
Yes, I was finishing my argument, but you interrupted
That's
me because
an
you're
assertion.
a pussy.
That's an assertion. It's not an argument.
Well, materialism, as Marx understands it, consists in the rejection of metaphysics and idle dogmas of the mind and idols of thought and the mind, which are not proven or put to work in any kind of way practically.
Okay, what is the mind?
What is the mind? What do you mean, what is the mind?
What status does it have? Is it a thing?
The mind is what we call the faculty or the ability to produce thoughts. Mind is the unity of reason and the idea.
Okay, those are all metaphysical statements.
No, they're not.
Sure, you're saying that they have ontological status. It has some kind of level of existence. To say that what exists is matter is a metaphysical claim.
It's not a metaphysical claim because no one is saying, for example, that there's a given form of the mind that is not contingent on some kind of material process of reproduction.
It doesn't matter because you're
Jay, the fact that things exist.
You're saying that it has a status of existence. That's a metaphysical claim. That's metaphysical 101.
No. If you say the Earth exists, that's not a metaphysical claim.
It is a metaphysical claim.
No, it's not.
It's status. It's granting modality.
It's a claim that is directly
saying that it has.
It's a claim that is practically relevant to the people living on it, so it's not metaphysical. You fucking retard.
The fact that you call it practical doesn't mean that it's not metaphysical.
Yes, it is, because metaphysics precisely consists in making claims about reality that have no practical significance.
Like saying that all reality is material. That's a
No, that has
claim.
direct practical significance because for a great period of mankind's history, the past, let's at least recorded history, we have made claims about reality and clung to those claims.
So you're just restating what reality is. That's a circular argument.
Because
reality is materialism, and that's
we
what
spent
reality
a lot of time
That's
dabbling
called a
in
circular
jibber
argument.
jabber in nonsense.
So you're
instead
at
of-
Hey,
Hey, faggot! Why are you
reality is
interrupting me?
reality.
Why are you interrupting me? We spent a long time as humanity.
Because you're just restating what the question
Jay
is. I want
Dyer.
to know why that's
Jay Dyer, knowledge which feeds people is not metaphysical. Okay, metaphysical is like Mendelian genetics.
What is the knowledge there in that sentence?
What is the feeding in that sentence? It's the same thing.
So knowledge is identical to feeding.
Both knowledge and feeding.
You're a clown, man.
Both
you
knowledge.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Let me guess.
Knowledge
is immaterial because it's not something that's it's sensuously tangible. Is that your fucking argument, you retard? Did you even read Lenin's Materialism, Imperial Criticism? You really think the position of Marxism is that only empirically definite things are what exist? He removed me! Remove from the space! Faggot! 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 He fucking removed me! Could not fetch space. He removed me. He removed me. He removed me. You faggot bitch, I own you. Let me make a tweet. Everyone liked this tweet. Everyone saw it. You see? Everyone saw it. Everyone saw it. Jay Dyer the pussy kicked me. You fucking pussy, you bitch. Everyone boost this to the stratosphere. By the way, it's not the materialist position that only that which is material is empirically or sensuously tangible, because obviously things like classes exist and social organism exists. Ilyenkov talks about this directly. If he's going to talk about dialectical materialism, Marxism, you'd think he'd know about Ilyenkov, who addresses these matters directly. The notion that, for example, this is what Lenin was dealing with too, by the way. That which is material refers to material processes. Dialectical materialism is not a fusion of dialectics and materialism. It is one and the same. The dialectics is the materialism because the materiality in question is the union of contraries that propels development and motion forward. What a fucking pussy. What an absolute fucking pussy. What a fucking pussy. He kicked me. He fucking kicked me. What a faggot. What a straight up faggot. This is the guy that's been, no wonder he's been so fucking scared to debate me. Now I'm going to do my own Twitter space. I'm going to launch my own Twitter space. And he blocked me. He blocked me again. The faggot blocked me again. The faggot blocked me again. What a fucking faggot. What a fucking faggot. What a faggot. What a faggot. What a faggot. What a piece of shit. Fucking submitted to me in 2 seconds. What a fucking bitch. Oh, you think knowledge is the same as feeding? Yeah, and as far as their material quality, yes, they're both material. Knowledge is material. Of course it is. What a fucking pussy. What a straight up pussy. Hey, you know what? Orthodox Canada's, that faggot, let's bring him on too. Because now listen to Orthodox Canada's. The Muslim apostate has been cast out into the shadow realm, completely incoherent babbling. Okay, let's raid him. Orthodox Canonist, everybody. Let's raid that faggot Orthodox Canonist fucking pussy. Your leader just got fucking violated. You want to be next? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking nuke Orthodox Canonist, that piece of shit. I'm gonna nuke him. Ready, guys? On your marks! The rape has begun. That's the first. I'm so angry I'm saying crazy shit like that. Let's go. Orthodox Canonist. This is fucking complete destruction I'm gonna fucking bring on you. Complete destruction. Psychological torment. Psychological evisceration. Psychological fucking violation. You fucking bitch. You piece of shit. Boost this, everybody. You see this? Boost the shit out of it. Yeah, you fucking pussy Orthodox Canonist, you piece of shit. Jay Dyer fans always saying, Haas, debate Jay Dyer. You stupid bitch. You wanted a debate, then you should have scheduled one. I was open to a debate, and he kept trying to weasel his way out by doing bitch-made tactics. Like, for example, how he would be like, oh, I'm going to do a Twitter space without telling you. Oh, I'm going to launch a Twitter space literally right now to have the debate. How the fuck does that work? And then I go, let's have a formal debate. And he goes, I don't respect you enough to do a formal debate. Okay, if that's the case. Okay. If that's the case, you want to fucking play like that? No, Bulana, let's go! Let's fucking go! That fucking pussy just folded like a bitch. You gotta not trust these snakes who hide in the garb of religion and who hide in the garb of being these holy men, because they're a bunch of fucking snakes is what they are. Orthodox Canonist, when this guy comes in my VC, he grovels before me and he grovels at my feet. The amount of ass kissing he does is crazy. This guy's a fucking dick sucker when he gets in my fucking VC. But the minute he's typing on his Twitter and he's not directly confronting me, he's talking shit. This is what these people who hide in the garb. This is why, you want to know why those Bolsheviks and Lenin were atheists? Because they hated these fucking snakes wearing the garb of religion and abusing it. Just read what Lenin would say. Lenin wasn't saying, oh, I hate these people for believing in God. I love Satan. He was saying, I'm sick of these fucking priests preaching holiness while taking a state salary, siding with the fucking government just because it's what pays their bills, not because it's what's just. That's what Lenin would say. And he said, for those priests that are waking up, we must ally with them. But the Orthodox, Lenin's the Antichrist. Lenin owns your mother, you bitch. Fuck you. All this started, by the way, because Jay Dyer issued an open debate challenge where he goes, will anyone debate me on the Bolshevik Revolution and the Nazis? And I said, yeah, I'll debate you. You know, he issued an open challenge. I said, yeah, I'll debate you. And then he goes, no, we have to debate about philosophy. And he's like, we can't debate that. And I'm like, why can't we debate it? He goes, because we'd have to get into philosophy, and I don't want to do. That's how I interpret. I don't want to do that. And then he goes, actually, let's debate about metaphysics and philosophy. So okay, let's do it. And he said, okay, but the thing is, we're gonna do it right now. I'm literally at the fucking Drake Enterprises fucking factory in Clinton Township in the pouring rain at night, interviewing Trump people, walking in mud and grass and fucking freezing cold. And I get to my car, and this is what he says. And I'm fucking like an hour away from home. Like over an hour away from home. And this is what he fucking says. After I spent all day doing that, it's like, oh, can't we reschedule to like tomorrow where I regain my energy at least? Because I'm fucking exhausted today. You want to know why I'm pissed? It's because I'm fucking exhausted. And this faggot insisted that I debate now or else I'm pussying out. Okay, I'll debate now, but I am going to mentally violate you and make you wish you never knew who the fuck I was. He goes, Orthodox clergymen heard you ape out in a Twitter space. Then fuck them. Fuck them too then if they have a problem with it. I said, nobody gives a fuck about you, you fucking snake, hiding behind the garb of religious holiness. You are a gossip-mongering, petty, satanic piece of shit who LARPs as being devoted to the purely spiritual when you are psychologically enslaved to pettiness and ego like anyone else. Orthodox canonist, you fucking fat bitch. You fucking Down syndrome of Russia retard. Fuck you. Yeah, ape mode. I'll go fucking ape mode, bitch. Look at this fucking guy. Fucking pig. All that shit and venom directed against me. What a dishonest piece of shit. You want me to debate Jay Dyer? Schedule a fucking time and do it. And just do it. I said I'd do it tomorrow at 10 p.m. and it can be civil.
You know, this Richard Dawkins type arguments about semantics. Suppose you're arguing about, female circumcision or foreskin circumcision. He'll say, define foreskin first, and then we can argue about it. So that's the kind of arguments that you would get from a guy like that. I think that the fact that people engage with him means that his shtick is working, because there's no way an intelligent person should engage with a pseudo-intellectual moron like that. There's no substance to be obtained from arguing about that. All the disagreements about communism aside, I think that's a fair point to make. There are better people to go after, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, this guy, see, the thing is, prominent right-wingers don't debate me, especially people like him. And so, I had to do it tonight, or else he'd be like, oh, he bitched out. He ran away. Because I believe it's true. I believe it's like this, it's like I'm a fucking samurai. I'm just kidding.
But I am able to find the connection in certain things and
glitches.
Shut the fuck up. Mute your mic.
I was just gonna ask if you're single.
Okay, let's restore order.
Yeah,
Let her speak. Yeah.
We're not Tinder. Okay, thank you. It's a little too good to be true. Just recently, actually, Willow, shut the fuck up. Sorry, my Zionist cat.
Yeah. Tony, Tony, I would beat the fucking dog shit out of you if you so much as stared at me and told you, hey, Haas, I'm that Tony guy from your chat. Then I would beat the dog shit out of you bloody. You fucking faggot bitch. It's a very sinister translation of Orthodox theosis into some kind of transhumanist technognosis, where they're saying we are literally becoming God by merging with machine. And the kind of Landian acceleration that we're all familiar with, of how the Bitcoin farm is computing 200 billion algorithms per second and so on, almost reaching a status of beyond the threshold of the sublime, like it's actually God, Of course, and he loves that vaporwave aesthetic. It's a cybernetic religion. And it's not just gay liar. The Catholic LARPers, the Muslim LARPers, all the internet age, the Dawa, all the internet age religious LARPers are worshiping a god of cybernetics. It's a cybernetic god that they're worshiping. All of them. That's not Liar's argument. It's the Orthodox worldview. If Gay Liar went to Russia and tried to sell his nonsense, they would beat him to death with a stick and have 10 dogs rape his corpse. Shut the fuck up trying to blaspheme the actual real Orthodox religion by attributing it any relationship to Gay Liar whatsoever. You're just repeating things you don't understand. And when you talk about religion like this, these intimate private beliefs, it's gay. I left the communist called for Christ. Dude, you are so brainwashed, it's not even funny. You are being sodomized by capitalists, and you're talking about religious gibber. Get your fucking priorities straight. If I locked you in a basement and you were starving, what would you do? You would worship the devil to get a piece of bread, you fucking pussy. Shut the fuck up, typing in my chat, posturing. Put it this way. If Gay Liar was dying of thirst in the desert, he would suck dick for Capri Sun. So don't talk to me about religion. Don't talk to me about religion. Christ didn't come to do... I don't care. I don't care. You are a Roman gay Greek pedo philosophy lover, and I want nothing to do with you. Just know that if Gay Liar was dying of thirst in the desert, he would suck dick for a drop of Capri Sun, and all of his religious faith would disappear instantly. Study philosophy so you can learn how to escape it. Because we make philosophical... you know how philosophical assumptions are instilled in us? Through education. Educational institutions instill philosophical prejudices in us. Specifically, right? Nobuana, let's go! So, see, why do we love Hegel? We love Hegel. Why do Marxists love Hegel in general? You know why we love Hegel? Because we don't want to listen to these gay philosophers. When some retard with glasses goes, no, from a philosophical perspective, and they're trying to bother us, we're like, okay, talk to the Hegel and fuck off. We already dealt with that, right? That's why we like Hegel, because he saves us from metaphysical jibber jabber. He saves us from these nonsense peddlers, right? Talk to the Hegel, and you're a bitch. Hegel was mightier than you are, and you need to take it up with him. Why are all communist states explicitly atheists? To fight autism. That's why. You seem like you have something to tell me about philosophy, so say it. I'm not here to convince you of materialism. I'm here to defend my materialism as far as why I'm a materialist. You understand the difference? I don't care about you, Gay Liar. If you took a shotgun, put it in your mouth, and blew your head off, well, now I would celebrate probably, but I wouldn't care. I would shed no tears for you because I don't care about you, because your existence is nothing to me, because you're a fucking nobody. You're a worthless ant and a cockroach. So the burden of proof is not on me to preach the gospel of materialism to you to save your soul. If you want to be a slave of bankers and be conned and be a retard, I am fine with you being a retard. The success of communism does not rest on convincing Gay Liar. But I will be more than happy to address the philosophical problems you seem to have insisted upon raising because you didn't want to have a debate about how you're lying about the Bolsheviks. I believe the metaphysical view is wrong. I believe it's mental rot, and I gave another description. And the reason I believe this is, do you have an actual argument? Well, I'm trying to give an argument, but you just cut me off. How can I give an argument if you don't let me speak, you fucking retarded faggot? Again, if you're a Gay Liar fan, please kill yourself. You watching this and you're saying that he's winning? You think that speaks good on his character? Please just kill yourself, straight up. Do the world a favor. Your existence is cancer. You are not only a retard, you are an active threat to the collective intelligence of mankind. If you're going to fucking watch and see how shamelessly he doesn't even let me finish a single sentence or line of argumentation because he presumes to know what I'm about to say, even though he frankly doesn't, as I can prove now, he didn't let me finish.
That's the case.
Yes, I was finishing my argument, but you interrupted me because you're a pussy.
That's
Gay liar, please take a shotgun and end your life and do the world a favor. You just said I made an assertion, but I wasn't even able to finish the sentence. I made an assertion and was trying to follow it up with a justification for why I was saying it. But you didn't even let me finish that because you're a fucking pussy who's scared to actually hear the arguments of your opponent. Again, gay liar, take a shotgun and do the job. You are a cancer on mankind, and I actually think the world is better off without you. To produce thoughts. Mind is the unity of reason and the ideas.
okay. Those are all metaphysical statements.
No, they're not. Okay, so this is the point where gay liar slips on a pile of his own piss and starts drowning in a puddle of his own diarrhea feces and starts choking to death while being raped by 60,000 dogs. Because if you don't recall, just a minute earlier, Gay Liar made the accusation against me that I wasn't making an argument, but I was making assertions. So let's play back Gay Liar's argument. What we call the faculty or the ability to produce thoughts. Mind is the unity of reason and the ideas.
Okay, those are all metaphysical statements.
Okay. Is that an assertion or is that an argument? Because I don't see any line of argumentation. I hear him assert something. I don't see a line of argumentation. So by his own line of reasoning, the only one that he actually employs in the debate so far, he is not justified in saying that because he's not then and there actually making an argument. Well, if you let him speak, he'll make an argument. And faggot, that's why you should kill yourself, because that's literally what I was trying to do. If you let me finish, I also would have made a fucking argument. Take a shotgun, put it in your mouth, end it. Period. Leave the planet, you're a cancer. They will literally tell me that. If I tell them, hey, he just made an assertion, not an argument, they'd be like, well, just wait for him to elaborate. But what about me? Do I not get time to elaborate? It's like they're actual NPCs. They are actual cancer on humanity. They're actually mentally retarded, and they're actively an affront to the intelligence of mankind. Their existence is cancer, and they lead to more degeneracy in the world. Guys, did you just see Gay Liar make an assertion, not an argument? By his own fucking standard? I want to... No. You know what? I'm going to look at my chat right now because I am amazed. I want a single class analysis. Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? I want a single fucking person to justify that for me. How the fuck does anyone who follows Gay Liar see what just happened and not see how he just tripped on a pile of his own piss and started choking on his diarrhea? No. I sincerely, I'll be calm. I can be calm. I want one follower of Gay Liar. What just happened? Can you please explain how this doesn't mean by his own logic he's making an assertion, not an argument? What is your angle? Can we have one follower? There's got to be one follower of Gay Liar in here who can somehow spin this to mean that Gay Liar is winning this encounter. Again, they claimed that Gay Liar is winning the debate. That's what they're claiming. Okay? That's what they're claiming. They're somehow making the claim that he's winning this. Can a single person justify what just happened? I make an assertion, not an argument, but this is an argument. Based on what? Based on what? You see why I think this guy should kill himself? Because he's so dishonorable. I am taken beyond the threshold of my morality. Like, I can't even think in moral terms how infuriating this is. You know, fuck morality. Straight up, this guy, straight up, I wish the Cheka got a hold of him during the Bolshevik Revolution. Straight up. If the Cheka got a hold of Gay Liar during the Bolshevik Revolution and tortured him to death, and I was informed about it, I'd be like, yeah, he deserved that, didn't he? You know? Because that's what a disgusting weasel and liar he is. For claiming that I was making an assertion, not an argument, and then proceeding to do the exact same thing. No way am I elevating that existence to the status of some kind of supreme horizon of reality, and then asserting that upon reality. Existence by itself has no inherent metaphysical import as a sense, as a word, as a creature of language and communication. If I say this exists, I don't mean to say this exists qua the fundamental nature of reality. I mean, this exists right in front of you and I'm about to pull the trigger, like as an example of philosophy. But you're just you don't have a very high IQ, gay liar. You're not a very smart person. So I understand why you would say such a stupid thing, but yeah. Knowledge. Look at this cope laughter where he's like, I can finally kick him. I made a straw man of what his argument is that sounds absurd enough for me to repeat to my followers to discredit him. So now this is a laugh of desperation by this. He's like, finally, all day I've been running from a debate and I finally have an excuse to bitch out. Because I'm going to straw man your argument as an absurdity, even though it's deliberately misconstruing what I'm saying in bad faith. My retarded faggot followers who are all going to kill themselves in 2 years because they're going to transition into trannies will actually believe this. And they actually did believe it. They actually did believe it. They actually are saying, how sad that knowledge and feeding are the same. I'm fine, because I know they're going to become trannies in 5 years and kill themselves. That's fine. It's not something that's sensuously tangible. Is that your fucking argument? Did you look at Orthodox Canadists laughing? Orthodox Canadists, straight up kill yourself, dude. I hope you do it. Even read Lenin's Materialism, Imperial Criticism. Dude, this guy is such a faggot, it's not even funny. Look at him posture this way. If Orthodox Canadists came in my VC right now, he would straight up kill himself the day later because I would actually destroy his mind and shatter his soul. I would send him to hell. I would send him straight to hell and condemn his soul to hell. I would demonically assault him. And he would be burned in hellfire by tomorrow morning. And he has the audacity to laugh.
Scratch an ortholarper and a tranny bleed.
Yeah, exactly.
Start to move from, but if I'm so around, start to move from, but if I'm so I'm gambling to up with good walk and talk. I'm getting to walk with good walk and talk. Yes, about my window, we walk around. Yes, about my window, we walk around. But woman, they was darling, ye, my night off, eh. And I'm going to find, keep my night off, eh. Happy for flying, they wouldn't do what the mayor. Happy for flying, they wouldn't do what the mayor. A guy who's sailing from the floor I go. I can sail from the floor I go.
So you suffered under communism, and you fled communism, and you claim that you suffered under communism. Is that so? No, you don't know what suffering is. You will suffer under communism, because it's coming here. And all those ghosts you fled are coming back to haunt you. Message to all victims of communism who fled as refugees. Message to all refugees fleeing communism. You are not safe. Communism in America is coming, and you will not be happy about it. This is the infrared Halloween, and we're gonna get right into it, as a matter of fact. All of you refugees fleeing communism, all of you Falun Gong, you have to go back. You have to go back. You have to go back. All the homosexual right-winger white nationalists, you have to go back to where you came from, gay Europe. This is not optional. Iranian diaspora, you have to go back. We are bringing the Islamic Revolution to America, and this is not a safe space for you. We're gonna be going ahead. All right, we're gonna tell scary stories today. Actually, we're gonna be telling some scary stories today because it's Red October. I'm gonna tell you a spooky tale. Right now, actually. Ah, yes. Are you ready to hear it? Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Let me tell you the spooky tale of Joe Sims. Ready? Let's go. Let me open this up by saying that the following account is a true story, and it took place in October 2021 at the height of the unveiling and announcement of the CPUSA 2036 initiative. Many of you don't know this, but the official CPUSA and its headquartered building in New York is actually quite an old building. A building which officially dates back only to the early 1900s, but a cursory glance at city planning documents reveals that this building is actually quite older, being founded by pilgrims in the 1600s, as a matter of fact. And what the CPUSA doesn't want you to know, and what has been sealed off into the archives, and even some suggest burned by the likes of Rosanna, carrying a lantern in the middle of the night to get rid of the archives, is that the CPUSA headquarters is haunted. Yes, it's known to have ghosts roaming the hallways, roaming the bathrooms. I recall a diary journal from Joe Sims when he first got into the CPUSA and he was taking a dump in the men's bathroom. And this was a real transcript of Joe Sims' diary, which was recovered from the rubble of a burned down village far away. And how it got there, I'll explain. But here's what it said. I was taking a dump, and it was a regular old day, and Rosanna was waiting behind the door. And I was sitting and taking a dump in the CPUSA official building bathroom. But while I was doing it, I heard a strange occurrence. Unbeknownst to me, I had thought the vents might have been too thin, 'cause I could have swore that I heard a voice while I was taking a shit. And the voice went something like, Joe Sims, Joe Sims, Joe Sims. I heard the faint voice, and I could have sworn someone was playing a prank on me. So I brought up my drawers, opened the bathroom stall, and looked around. I couldn't see any vents around me, so I was wondering how this voice was getting into the bathroom. I walked up and down, and I couldn't find a damn thing. I said, Rosanna, are you hearing that? "No, Joe, I don't know what you're talking about," she said behind the bathroom door. So I looked in the foggy, cracked mirror, and it was a foggy mirror, foggier than usual, almost as if there was a mist in the air, and I didn't understand a damn thing of it. And I looked into the mirror, and I looked at my reflection, and boy, I tell you, if you saw the expression on my face, you would have seen a man nearly scared to death, because I looked in the mirror, and I kid you not, I saw old, and it couldn't be, but it had to be, a figure, a haze, if you will, William Z. Foster, but standing right behind me, all transparent, angry, and furious. And I got done near pushed into the bathroom mirror and nearly cracked the whole thing and shattered it. I turned around in a rush to see if I had just hallucinated, but there was nothing around me. I didn't understand what I saw, but I knew something was amiss. Journal dated January 24th, 2003. This was a real diary recovered from Joe Sims that he thought had been burned and discarded, along with all the other evidence that the CPUSA leadership tried to destroy in the old village of Sleepy Hollow. Now, Sleepy Hollow is a city in New York, but not many people know that there's a real village of Sleepy Hollow, and that the official one in New York is actually built miles and miles away from it. The real village of Sleepy Hollow, just a bunch of wooden houses and wooden buildings, was far away from the public eye, long abandoned. And it's also a place where the CPUSA kept a great deal of secrets. Might I say, a great deal of secrets. Joe Sims decided he wanted to start investigating why he was seeing ghosts in the official building of the CPUSA. So he walked, and he went over to Sam Webb, who was then the leader of the CPUSA. "Sam Webb, I could have sworn I gotta ask you, without you looking at me all cockeyed and crazy, have you ever seen anything abnormal, strange, even unexplainable around these building parts?" Sam Webb looked at him and he said, "Joe, we need to get Democrats elected at all costs. And I can't have you prying around and looking in to things that are not relevant to it. We need to support the Democrat in the midterms and the official. We got to go overdrive for the campaign, all right? I don't know what you're talking about. We have priorities, though, all right?" So Joe, well, I walked away from Sam Webb, or I left Sam Webb, confused and baffled about why he was in such a rush to dismiss what I was saying. Oh, he mentioned voting for the Democrats, but that's something we've always done. I wanted to know why there was ghosts lurking and haunting our official building. So I go to Rosanna. I say, "Hey, Rosanna, you recall me yelling your name when I was in the bathroom?" "Yes, Joe. You always yell my name. All the time." "Yeah, but you remember that one day where you heard a big clump and bank? Me hitting on the mirror and all that?" "I think I do, Joe. But let me ask you something, Rosanna. You ever seen anything mysterious or a little bit odd or weird about this here building that we're in?" There's a dusty chandelier that was right above him. Rosanna looked around. She gave a brief sigh and she said, "Joe, I know you've been in the party for a long time, but there's things you're not really supposed to know. And, well, I could tell you..." Rosanna was getting nervous. Almost seemed like she was panicking. "Rosanna, what's wrong?" "Joe, I don't know if we can talk about this. I have to go." "Rosanna! Rosanna! Rosanna! As his voice echoed as she left across the hallway. And Joe Sims was left all alone. Joe wasn't having any of it. As Joe Sims retreated to his quarters in a Victorian-style bedroom in the CPUSA headquarters, he rolled up to his window with a pipe, and in the foggy October, this was months after, of the New York City streets, he saw the jack-o'-lanterns and pumpkins adorning the sidewalks and the streets, and he looked out and he said to himself, "Something ain't right about this damn place, and I gotta find out what it is." As Joe was looking around from the balcony of his bedroom from the CPUSA headquarters, he began to realize that he's always been swept up by an ominous feeling in the CPUSA headquarters. Something wasn't adding up and something wasn't right. What he experienced in the bathroom wasn't him hallucinating, because he didn't do any drugs. So it had to be something that he couldn't explain, and that no one could explain, and that no one even wanted to tell him. Joe Sims looked out into the full moon, and he said, "Well, damn it. It's a red October. And I'm gonna solve this mystery, no matter what it takes. And they can go and tell me I'm violating democratic centralism. But I gotta get to the bottom of this mystery, once and for all." Days would pass. The routine is normal. They're on their overdrive, handing out leaflets for the Democrats on the sidewalk, making sure the Democrats get elected for the next election season. After all, it was in October, and it was near the midterms, so they were preoccupied and swept up. But despite the fact that they were swept up with the midterms and all, there was still an ominous, spooky feeling in the air. And not only because it was Halloween. Something was amiss. Something which didn't feel right. One day Joe woke up in the middle of the night. He was sweating profusely, and he just awoke one of the worst nightmares he's ever had in decades. And I'm going to relay to you what he wrote in his journal as he woke up from that. Here's what Joe wrote. "I just had the strangest nightmare. I don't exactly remember what it was, but the feeling is still with me. I couldn't believe my eyes, but I saw a man in a wooden house in the darkness, almost like a crypt. And there was Sam Webb, Rosanna, and a bunch of others. And then they all in turn looked at me. And then I saw something so indescribable, so horrifying, that my dear heart couldn't take it." And that's where he woke up, sweating profusely. "I need to go wash my face," he said. So he got up and went down the hallway with nothing but a candle-lit lantern. And as he passed by, he saw a bunch of portraits of communists of days past. He saw portraits of William Z. Foster. He saw a portrait of Gus Hall. Hell, he even saw some portraits of old Karl Marx and Lenin too. And these eyes creptly seemed like they were following him, although Joe couldn't tell if it was just the glimmer of his candle or if it was something else. So he kept going down the hallway, and lo and behold, he finally gets to the bathroom, the place where he discovered and was victim to his first haunt. Joe Sims goes into the bathroom, decides to pour some water on his face, get a hold of himself, goddammit. It was dark, of course, and the only thing lighting the bathroom were candles, because the electricity had gone out because it was a blackout. Then Joe started to hear whispers, only they didn't sound like the voice of the ghost he had heard earlier. It sounded like whispers of people he knew. There was Sam Webb and Anita Waters. and the voice of a younger woman he didn't quite recognize. Joe decided to put his ear toward the paper towel dispensary in the men's bathroom, put his ears close to that wall, and lo and behold, he heard their voices crystal clear. Sam. And this is what Joe decided to jot down on his journal. He wrote, I put my ear against the bathroom wall, and what I heard shook me to my core. I'll write down to the best of my ability what they were saying. Sam Webb. Listen, Anita, he's not ready. And if he finds out, there's no telling what he's gonna do. He might go and tell Bob Avakian, and the whole thing is gonna come crashing down on our faces. No, don't worry, Sam. He might be ready. Listen, if this guy foils our plans and decides that he wants to be a little too leaky, we're gonna have to take care of that problem as we've taken care of it for people before. And to Joe's shock, the voice of Rosanna came out of the darkness. Well, I think the best course of action would actually be to just go through with it. You can't see if a little bird's gonna fly until you push it out of its nest, after all. Joe started shaking. What are they talking about? They couldn't possibly be talking about me, are they? Sam says, well then you know what? It's settled. He's not meant for the world of the living, and he's gonna have to pass through into the next world sooner than we think, before the anniversary of the October Revolution coming up. Joe heard enough. He took his ear away from the wall, and he began to believe that Sam Webb and the others were planning on killing him, although the crime he committed he didn't know. He decided to go back to his room and try to go to sleep, but he couldn't. He laid down in his bed thinking about what they were going to plan on doing for the next 4 hours into the night. When Joe woke up, he was determined to figure out what the hell was going on, and he knew that the only way he was going to is if he did something that violated and circumvented the protocols of democratic centralism. He was going to have to drive down to a place where all party members were warned never to go near, and that was the city of Sleepy Hollow abandoned library. Joe Sims never knew why party members were prohibited from going here. After all, the building was condemned to collapse, and it was, after all, near a populated city. But the Sleepy Hollow abandoned library used to be a place where former leaders of the Communist Party would go to read books, to study, and more importantly, to record their own thoughts and put them away. Joe thought to himself that whatever's going on wasn't the party of William Z. Foster. It wasn't the party that he was raised knowing. It wasn't even the party of Gus Hall. So he decided he needed to find answers and listen, or at least read what other party leaders were saying, the things they were saying that were prohibited to ordinary members, in order to figure out what's going on. So Joe got on his car and he drove down to the library, but he did it discreetly. As he was packing his things that he needed, his lunch, and putting his jacket on, he passed by Anita Waters, who said to him, I quote, "Hi, Joe. We were just talking about you." What? Well, yeah, we were talking about you and saying that we were thinking that you would be best to be put in charge of the Democrat leaflet distribution that's going on in down street in Brooklyn. Oh, Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Joe, you seem like you're in a rush. Where are you going? Oh, I'm just going for a stroll. Ain't nothing much to it. Okay, Joe, no problem. So Joe left, although he didn't have a car of his own. He took the CPUSA Mobile. And the CPUSA Mobile, if you don't know about it, was it was an odd car to say the least. It was a car that seemed like it was built in the 1940s, almost like a Model T created by Henry Ford, but slightly more advanced. Except it had a really big D on the side of it, but it was a lowercase d, and it was blue for the Democrats. And it had a lot of bumper stickers saying Vote Democrat on it. So he got into the CPUSA Mobile, and I'm giving you a description of it because it's unmistakable, and that's going to be important. He gets into the CPUSA Mobile, and he drives down to where no CPUSA member is allowed to go. The abandoned library of Sleepy Hollow. Joe stops a few blocks ahead of it, gets out and goes there out of his car. Strolls down there. And he doesn't have a flashlight, but he does have a candle because, you know, they do things the old-fashioned way in the CPUSA. So he has a lantern with a candle in it, and that's the only way to see in this dark building. So Joe decides to go into the Sleepy Hollow abandoned library. The library, to describe it, is very old-timey. Looks like it's Art Deco. It was made in the early 1900s or something. It was very dusty, almost Victorian era, if you honestly, right? Very dusty, cobwebs and all, everywhere. Faint whispers and things you can't quite make out if they're meaningful or if it's just mice or rats crawling in the back. But a whole library and a whole archive. Now, most of these books were just regular books about science and politics and philosophy and whatnot. But Joe had heard, through a grapevine, if you will, just rumors, of course, and in the very back of the library there was a hatchet. And the hatchet led to a secret underground section of the library that was prohibited to everyone. Joe made his way across the creaky floorboards with his lantern through the library. And he looked around left and right, and he didn't want a repeat of what had happened in the men's bathroom and encounter a spooky ghost. As he walked, it felt like the hairs behind his neck were starting to raise, almost as if there were forces in the air, gleaming him, flying just past him, but never quite touching him. He didn't know if these were bats, if these were bugs, or something else he couldn't explain. He'd walk around, his heart was racing, terrified, until he saw what looked like a strange outline peeking right in front of a bookshelf right in front of him. He kept approaching it as the shadow of his lantern kept accentuating the shadow of it more and more until he finally got close, and it went right back, disappearing. Joe didn't know if he was going crazy or not. He didn't know if he had just seen something, or maybe it was just a mistake, an illusion, or maybe the place was just old and it might have been an animal or something. Anyway, he paid it no mind, and I can read back to you what he wrote in his journal, recalling the incident. He said, "We ain't gotta pay that no mind. Don't worry. I didn't get got." Anyway, he kept on going through the hallway until he got right to the back, near where the hatchet was supposed to be. He looked around and he didn't see much. He used his lantern to try and gleam the corners in the area to see if there were signs of a hatchet or anything, until he found a rug. He opened the rug really fast, but he saw nothing. Damn it. Maybe all this shit just is in my head. I mean, for God's sake, what am I doing here? I'm violating democratic centralism and I'm basically dishonoring my role in the party. And all for what? Joe was about to feel ashamed of what he was doing until he noticed something really odd. He looked up. He couldn't believe it. And it looked really strange and out of place, but it was there. A medium-sized statue, which no one ever told him about and no one really knew of, was right in front of him. Medium-sized, about 3 feet. The foundation was about 3 feet wide and 3 feet long. And on top of that foundation, a very muscular man, naked like an ancient Greek statue. But the face, oh my God, is that George Soros? It was indeed. It was the face of billionaire George Soros. Adorned in cobwebs, of course, bronze, and standing about 7 feet tall. What in the hell? Joe was very confused about why this statue was in a former CPUSA library, but he was convinced that the hatchet must be under this bizarre statue. Well, damn it, I can't move that damn statue myself. What am I gonna do? So he went around and saw an odd-looking book on the bookshelf, and if you're about to guess what happens, you've guessed right. The bookshelf was odd and extremely out of place, and Joe Sims knew that this book had no place here. He saw it and he went, oh my God. Is that George Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind? What is that doing here? Joe Sims knew that this book didn't belong. There was something odd about it. He decided to stroll over to it, and it was a little crooked, a little out of place. And so he did what any card-carrying member of the CPUSA would have done, who was following in the footsteps of Sam Webb. This book don't belong here. He tried to snap the book out, but when he did it, he realized it was attached, and as a matter of fact, it was a lever. So a big crank and thump noise was made, and a really heavy and echoing, almost like there was a lot of weight to it. And suddenly, he looked back, and the George Soros statue started to change. It started to change into what seemed like the figure of a woman, actually. A very beautiful woman. The George Soros statue was transforming, going in and out and turning on itself, until it looked like something that also surprised Joe. The face of Gloria Steinem. This don't make a lick of sense. But as the statue was transforming, the statue had already moved out of the way. And not only was a hatchet appearing, there was a ramp that led below. The way cleared, no need to open anything. 2 flaming hot torches on each side. How the hell has this fire been going on for this long? There was torches, fire torches, that were still there. I mean, the place had been abandoned, for nearly 70 years or so. By the time that Joe was there, it was 2003. So it didn't make any sense. Joe said, well, I got this far, and he decided to go down. He went down into the crypt, and I don't know what else I'd call it. And there he would finally see a bunch of notes and diaries with portraits above them. William Z. Foster, Gus Hall, and even a few others. Even Earl Browder and Jay Lovestone. Joe was a fan of William Z. Foster, growing up, idolizing him and all. And the pages of Foster were torn and a little bit illegible. But he started to go through them, and he spent hours and hours there reading. And what he heard shocked him to his core. Foster. The year is 1934. We've all here in the party been shook by the Kirov affair in the Soviet Union. But we all know that something is amiss. If the Wreckers and Trotskyites, the Zinoviev and Bukharin factions are running amok in the Soviet Union, many of whom haven't even been brought to justice, with only Trotsky being implicated so far, then surely they have infected our party as well. I will do everything in my power to hunt these elements down and rid them from our Communist Party. Date: November 24th, 1936. Foster writes, I'm getting word back from our friends and connections close to Joe. By this, it might be presumed he was talking about Joe Stalin. Joe back in Moscow. He's telling us that there's not much time left, that the saboteurs have fully taken over some of the major communist parties worldwide and are on their way to take over ours. Only, I'm starting to realize there's something peculiar going on in this party. In my years of trying to hunt these people down, I've always noticed a single feature that has always struck me as very odd. No matter how many times you get rid of them, they keep on coming back. Almost as if... forget about it. I'm a materialist. I don't entertain any nonsense. Joe kept reading. Foster. 1939. After the Great Purges in the Soviet Union. The year is June 2nd. We've almost hunted the bastards down. We just don't know how to kill them. Nothing works. The folkloric legends don't. And let me tell you, our traditional materialism can't explain this. They were right. We were out of time. I'm not sure how much longer I have before they try to usurp the entire party and get rid of me. But the connections we've unveiled are incredible. People coming from the Thule Society showing up at our front doors, asking for members of the party we had never even heard of. Connections to the Nazis and the secret order of the SS being revealed when I stifled through some of the party members' belongings. I have to recall to you the story of Max Frankelberg. While he was away, although it violated my position in the party, I went into his room and decided to look through his things and rummage through his belongings. And oh my, I found the strangest Tibetan artifacts that were to be delivered and sent to Heinrich Himmler in Nazi Germany. I don't know why a member of the Communist Party has these belongings, or why he wants to send these to the Nazis in Germany. Something is going wrong in this party. And from what I've already seen about the beings that have infiltrated it, capable of the most, and what else can you call it? Hypnosis. I don't know what I'm gonna do. If I tell people, they'll think I'm crazy. And old Joe has made me vow an oath of secrecy to tell no one about what both of us have found out in our respective countries. Joe kept reading journals and entries such as this, not only from William Z. Foster, but even from Gus Hall. And what they all had in common was very vague allusions, where the most crucial parts that would reveal what they were talking about seemed to be ripped out and torn from the pages. But they all had in common these vague allusions to, and I don't know how else to describe it, non-human beings. Things which can somehow take the form of party members, which are capable of abilities that are beyond what we can explain by science. Joe was petrified by what he saw, and he thought this must be an elaborate prank. Oh, damn it. These must be those damn Maoists playing tricks on us. But it couldn't be. The writing seemed all too authentic, and Joe Sims was a good enough fan of William Z. Foster to recognize his handwriting. This was indeed the memoirs of the former leaders of the Communist Party past. Joe didn't know what to do. He didn't get the information he was looking for, but all of his suspicions about something amiss and awry with the party were confirmed by the very incomplete information he scoured and scourged, rummaging through the archives of the Communist Party library. He went into a dark room where he finally found a strange item, immobile and still, which almost seemed like it was alive. He saw what looked like a spherical, circular orb, and next to it a note by William Z. Foster. Tell them I'm sorry. I tried my best. The future generations will have to pick up where I left behind. The orb was glowing, the colors of it swirling around, and the sphere was actually a globe. It looked ethereal, but when Joe would pick it up in his hand, it would emanate physicalness. It would emanate solidity, but a warm feeling of light, piercing even through his palms. He kept it close to him because it gave him energy. It gave him life. It gave him certainty of what he needed to do. He stuffed it in his pocket, went back up, put the Hegel book back in its place to close up the archives, got back into the CPUSA mobile, and went back to the headquarters. By this time, it was about 10 p.m., and everyone was asleep. So what Joe decided to do was that he was going to go on another nightly stroll through the hallway, because at this time he didn't think they had suspected him of eavesdropping in on their conversations. So he made his way back to that same bathroom and he put his ear right against the towel dispensary, and this time he heard the voice of a young woman. It was so much work. It was so much work, but we're finally doing it. I can hardly contain my excitement, Sam. Yes. Master is going to be so pleased with what we've done. Quiet down. He's sleeping. You don't want to wake him up. Okay, whatever. Don't mansplain me how to talk. Sam didn't respond to that because he couldn't. Rosanna was also in the background, and Joe recalls what she said in response to that. I don't think we should be too excited. It could really have the potential of going wrong, and, oh, well, he thinks I really care about him, and I don't want to do anything to betray his trust until Master comes back. they heard a voice more distant from the echo. "Silence, you imbeciles!" And it was a female voice. "Master has tasked me!" Sorry. "Master has tasked me with overseeing what needs to be done to turn this party into a revolutionary party. And so I gotta quit yapping and stop getting distracted from the focus. Now all seems his time is coming, and there ain't no way I'm gonna let any of y'all get in my way." "I'm so sorry, Angela," the young woman said. "I did not mean to speak over you as a POC woman. I understand where you're coming from. I'm just getting, kind of a little too excited. I'm a normal person after all. I like playing video games. I'm normal." "Shut your mouth, you dumb bitch!" Alright, guys. As a man, I'm gonna step out. I don't want... Stay your ass where you are, white boy! It seemed like this was none other than Angela Davis. What the hell? I done thought Angela Davis left the party years ago. Doing all that committees of correspondence nonsense and that Euro-communism stuff. But it's true. The voice Joe Sims heard was none other than Angela Davis. He decided to glue his ear back into the wall to hear one final thing. "We're all gonna be meeting up in 5 days. And Joe's gonna be there too. And Master's gonna be there. And we all gonna make sure that we finally complete our nearly 100 years mission to make sure this party becomes what the Master envisioned it to be." Joe had heard enough. He went back to his bedroom, contemplating how he'd leave the country. "Oh, I gotta get my ass out of here. They gonna come for me." The morning after, Joe kept keeping his cool and pretended like he didn't hear anything from anyone. That's what he pretended. But the glances that were being given to him by Anita Waters, by Rosanna, and by some other new recruits even, made him feel a little uncomfortable. 2 days later, by this time, Joe wrote in his library, "I just don't have the courage to leave the CPUSA. I love this party and I've always wanted to do what's best for it. And I don't want to leave. I got to find out what's going on, so I gotta tell someone." Joe decided that he was going to go to the dinner table because there's a common dining room. Again, it's very Victorian style and so on. Chandeliers and stuff. And there was one eccentric fella in the CPUSA that would always be sitting in that dining room. He was mighty eccentric. Nobody really knew who he was. Well, they knew who he was, but nobody really paid him no mind. And Joe felt like he could trust him and confide to him some things that he knew. So he went up to the guy. The guy's name, of course, was Habith Earl Willington. He went up to Habith. "Oh, Habith, the things that I've seen." Habith looked at him and gave him a glance. "It's best to keep your mouth shut. And let me tell you something, Joe. I'm only gonna do this favor for you, and I'm only gonna do it once. Because these people out here, they don't have plans for you that are, I would say, in your best interest, if you know what I mean." Joe looked at him. "How did you... I ain't got time to explain. Take this note, never talk to me again. I ain't want to be seen with you, you see? He handed Joe a crumpled note. And in that note was what appeared to be an address. The real historical village of Sleepy Hollow, New York. Building number 7. On Old Ice Pick Road. Oh my God. This must be where they plan on meeting up and kidnapping me. Joe thought to himself, and he wrote in his diary, the anniversary of the October Revolution is going to be in a few days, and they're planning on holding their meeting the day after. If I can get there before they do, then I can somehow see what they're planning for me and try to get ahead of them, you see? So Joe Sims decided to call a taxi 2 days later on the anniversary of the October Revolution, knowing they were going to be there the day after, planning something for him he didn't understand. He went there in the evening because during the day he didn't want to be seen. He pulls up and to Joe's shock, there's an old wooden building in this abandoned village of Sleepy Hollow, which seems like it's open. Joe couldn't believe it. How could this be? The lights are on, the candles are on. Are there people here? He decides to kind of creep back and tilt his ear to the window, and he didn't hear a damn sound. He goes inside of it, and nothing. Only a black cat, meow, roaming around, purring and making noises, and meowing, as cats do. Something just ain't right with this. Now, Sleepy Hollow had a mayoral building, the building of the mayor, the town building. This is the biggest building you could see, and it's all kind of a circular layout where there's a fountain in the middle, there's a mayor's building in the front, and then all of the other houses are spread across. So Joe makes his way to the steps of this building, and he opens the door as it creaks open. He can't see a damn thing, and his candle, his lantern, he put it right here, and it got blown out. Joe didn't know what he was getting himself into. A fire started to blaze right in front of him, and another crypt appeared wide open for him to walk into. Joe made his way over into the crypt. Joe could not believe what he saw. As soon as he could get a glance of the room downstairs, everyone was there waiting for him. He could finally catch the faces of those voices. Angela Davis was there. Rosanna was there. Anita Waters was there. Sam Webb was there. A young woman, Taryn Fivek, was there. Everyone was there in that basement, waiting for him, knowing he would have gone there. And why? Because guess who else was there? Habith sold him out, falsely gave him the address, knowing Joe would show up a day earlier, because what they were planning on doing wasn't actually supposed to be the day after. A voice in the dark, with an accent, a heavy accent, started speaking right behind the corridor of a room. All of them were smiling in a circular kind of way, like smiling, and then in the middle was this dark door. They were all smiling like that, in a really creepy way. The voice called out, "We have been waiting for you, Joe." I don't understand. Habith walks. "Joe, we knew everything. Angela starts speaking. You should have paid more attention to those paintings in the hallway of that building, because those paintings got shifty eyes, and those are the eyes of people peering through them, watching your every step. Watching your damn every step. And then Taryn Fivek starts cackling like a witch. You found that! He's fucking misogynist! Silence! The voice in the dark room in the middle lets out. Joe, at this point, doesn't know what's about to happen. But it gets revealed in time anyway. He hears footsteps coming from that dark door, walking toward him. You have much to learn. What could I possibly learn from all this? Let me ask you a question, Joe. Why do you think we support the Democrats every year? Well, I done thought we were fighting fascism and forming the Popular Front. The voice starts laughing. Joe is shocked. What do you mean? It's all a ruse? You see, Joe, we need to fulfill the agenda of the international bankers to implement their final agenda of extinction of 7 billion people. By this time, there was only 6 or 7 billion on Earth, but it was a future plan when the population would reach 8. Oh my God, why would we do that? Because 7 billion people are down sexist races, and they're getting away in the way of George Soros' revolutionary Rockefeller JP Morgan agenda. Angela Davis held out. Silence! Oh, I'm sorry, master. Angela got on her knees and started kissing what appeared to be the feet of this figure you couldn't even see because it was in a dark door. I'm so sorry, master. I've served you for so long. Silence! Joe, I think it's time I introduce myself. Footsteps approach, and the first thing to make it out of that dark doorway was a hand that was holding something. And what was it holding, you might ask? Oh my God. Joe was nearly about to faint. The head of none other than Leon Trotsky, coming through the veil of shadows, with the body holding it up, being headless. Taryn Fivek starts cackling in a fit of maniacal excitement and ecstasy. They have no idea the whole time what we've been up to. Rosanna starts smiling. They all start jumping joyfully and tearing. Master! 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 Trotsky. The body grabs the head and puts it on its torso and corkscrews it on a little bit. It is I, Leon Trotsky. I know you have questions, Joe. You have questions for all of us. Taryn opens her mouth. Master, master, when can we feed? When can we feed? Shut up! I'm sorry, master. Joe Sims is petrified. He's immobile. He is absolutely frozen in shock and terror and horror. He has nowhere to go, nowhere to escape. But he does have his jacket. So instinctually, Joe, just out of the goodness of his heart, he grabs the glowing orb out of his jacket, and he throws it at Trotsky. And then Trotsky, and Trotsky starts burning, and he's burning with fire. And surrounding Trotsky was a swirl of ghosts. The ghost of William Z. Foster. The ghost of Gus Hall. The ghost of these former Communist Party leaders, all swirling Trotsky in a tornado. No, they got me! And the ghosts, they're swirling really fast, but they stop to look at Joe and they go. They give him a wink. They give him a thumbs up and a wink. Right? Everyone's rushing in panic, trying to help Master. Master! Until Trotsky, through a faint hint of luck, somehow recovers. And how does he do it? I've had enough of this. Taryn Fivek. She lets out giant wings. Like she's some kind of bat. She transforms into a monstrous creature of sorts. And her venom spits upon this tornado going on, extinguishing it. And the fiery ball of light kind of bounces out of place and out into the corner. Trotsky, his discombobulated, his head fallen off. He grabs his head, puts it back on. Where did you get that? They're all bickering. How did you let him go there? Where did nobody monitored him? They're all arguing about how he was allowed to get that. But then Taryn goes up to Joe with her claws and goes, should I kill him, Master? For what he did? No. I have something better in store. So, what happens? He twirls around Joe Sims and he puts his hands on his shoulder like this. Both hands on his shoulders. Welcome to the 4th International. And he bites Joe Sims' neck. Joe Sims. Oh! Seems like he's dead. He awakes. He wakes up 3 hours later in a new form. Fangs on his teeth. Everyone's smiling. I remember my first time, Rosanna said. You're finally one of us, Joe. See, that wasn't so bad. I feel better. I feel good. I feel like I want power. You see, Joe Sims, we want you to be the party leader alongside Rosanna. We just knew you weren't ready yet because you hadn't turned. Oh, it all makes so much sense. We are immortal. They thought they defeated me. Why did you think they used an ice pick? Because the stupid folkloric legends held that I could be killed with a stake. Trotsky jeered. But I cannot be, for I am immortal. And he lets out his wings from his back. Ah! I see you're familiar also with my bride. Taryn Fivek was actually the bride of Trotsky, and she was as old as he was, if not older, actually. She looks young, doesn't she? She was turned hundreds of years ago. Taryn Fivek might have even predated Trotsky. No one knows. Let me tell you what will happen, Joe. From here on out, we're going to prepare you for leadership. And you must realize that Karen Fivek here will be the one to guide you through it all, my bride. And I will rest until the day I'm awakened, when I have to fight the haze. The haze? What are you talking about? Don't even mention their faces. Racist and misogynist, Angela Davis said. Shut your mouth, woman. The haze is the one who is destined to hold that sphere that you tried to throw at me. When the haze, if the haze gets a hold of that spear, I will not just burn for a few minutes. He will kill me and destroy me. No, let him. Taryn gets furious just thinking about it. I will never let him do that to you, master. 'Tis inevitable that the haze will show himself to us. Joe thought to himself, is the haze a mist? Is it a fog? What is the haze? 'Tis a man of Canaanite blood, ancient Phoenician genealogy, the only one who can defeat me, Trotsky, the one foretold in ancient past stories and legends to defeat the entire race of vampires. He picked up the glowing orb with gloves. He made sure he had gloves on. We have to do everything in our power to make sure this orb does not get into his hands. They all laughed. From that day on, Joe stopped writing journals. They came back to the town a day later with all of Joe's journals, seemingly all of the evidence from the Sleepy Hollow library. And now for our final act. They burned the town of Sleepy Hollow to the ground. And Trotsky, now revealed to be a centuries-old vampire lord, goes back into his crypt, into his coffin, to sleep. You see, to explain what happened, turns out the Communist Party has been infiltrated by vampires. William Z. Foster, who tried to turn himself into a werewolf to defeat the vampire menace because he learned in ancient inscriptions that only a hairy man can defeat the vampire. A hairy beast can defeat the vampire. But he was wrong, and he failed in his effort. Even Gus Hall failed. They all failed. By the time Sam Webb took charge, the vampire menace had completely taken over the Communist Party. And what do the vampires want to do? They want to make the party stagnant so they could suck its blood dry for all eternity, constantly voting for Democrats and fulfilling the agenda of the international elites, just so they can get willing, fresh, young blood to sheep into the Democrats' arms and to suck their blood fresh. That, my friends, is a true story. And who is this haze, you might ask, with this spherical orb to defeat the Trotsky? Well, I think you might have an idea. By the way, you guys would be surprised because when I was growing up, I bought into the right-wing lie that colleges are communist, and I would always try to push communistic ideas in college. But you want to know what the brick wall I was always faced up against in every class that I would ever take by literally every professor I had ever had? Here would be the brick wall. Communism is outdated, and it's also outdated, and it's patriarchal and cis and heterosexual and colonialist and Eurocentric, and that communism is outdated and we need to start thinking about sustainable living practices communally by indigenous people. And that's the only thing I would hear. Oh, that's communism. No, it's not. I mean, Marxism 101 is unleash the productive forces, right? Industrialize the shit out of your country, whatever. So it's like, that would never be entertaining. Like when I would be like, yeah, let's take over the means of production and like let's centralize the productive forces or something, right? Thank you, Top Shot. Like something along those lines. And I'd never had a professor that wasn't against that in favor of like, well, no, actually, I think that we need to start looking at more sustainable solutions by indigenous communal practices of practicing mutual aid and I'm like, what? That's the default position in colleges, right? The colleges don't teach communism. It's such a stupid fucking meme. What college teaches communism? Name me the fucking college. If you ever have a professor that's sympathetic to Marxism, it's actually an exception in the college that I went to. And when you do have that kind of professor, they're never Stalinist. They are never Stalinist. Never. I mean, Grover Furr is an extremely controversial fucking guy because he's a Stalinist. Yeah, it's 100% anti-ML. I have never taken a course that was pro-Stalin. Yeah, they're all against the USSR. They're all against Stalin. And you want to know what? They're even against Trotsky, believe it or not. Like, that's how hardcore they are. They are literally against Lenin. And it's like they're anarchists in college. That what they promote is like, degrowth and local mutual aid and community justice. They'll use these buzzwords. Like when they say community justice, it's always something along the lines of like, I don't know, like local affirmative action programs where you redistribute goods for free to like black people or to women or to fat people or something. But you don't actually seize the means of production and like start building a bunch of fucking state-owned factories. Like they don't believe in that, right? Straight up, right-wingers have Down syndrome and are fucking retarded. They're straight up retarded, right? The right wing always says they believe in science, they believe in, genetics, and they believe in human biodiversity and all these other things. Well, I have a scientist coming on right now, an actual literal scientist coming on right now, who's going to prove, basically Dr. Fauci, he's coming on right now to prove that being right-wing means you have Down syndrome, right? And I'm going to prove it to you guys. All right, here he is. So, how are you doing, Dr. Fauci?
Hello, this is Dr. Anthony Fauci. Is my mic working okay?
Yeah, it's working fine. How are you doing, doctor? I just wanted to bring people in because the right wing always says they're pro-science and they believe in human biodiversity. They're all vaxxed. They believe in genes and genetics and stuff. And so,
yes, well, I'm calling in right now from the Center for Disease Control. Thank you, Walensky, for letting me in again. It's always a pleasure to be here. I would like to announce that the CDC is importing as much money as possible. I mean, every single dime that we can strip from American taxpayers into every single right-wing Twitter user's pockets. If you have something to say about black people being Australopithecus, we're going to give you some money. If you have something to say about genes existing, we're going to give you some money. Anything to make sure that people don't realize, okay, that they don't realize that these people believe in as much as having some tranny neo-vagina babble, okay, as much as any kind of liberal would. Personally, what I believe is that right, that we can say literally anything and these people will buy it. As long as we don't say anything about transsexuals, okay, having the ability to cut themselves open with an axe wound in between their legs and calling themselves women, instead we call it genes, they'll believe anything we say. Now, we did run some diagnoses, we did run some tests, okay, on some of the people we're giving money to. I can't name names, otherwise they're going to give me a neo-vagina. It appears that the overwhelming majority of them appear to have something that we like to call Down syndrome. Now, I know that any kind of conservative person listening right now is too retarded to know what that is. So let me explain. Down syndrome is where you believe that the same people that told you that if you huff a bunch of hormones and down a bunch of pills, you can turn yourself into a woman. Okay, but that they're really telling the truth about what genes and genetics are. That you believe that they're lying about that, but you really believe that, yeah, there's such thing as a black people gene, or as a white people gene, or as a sprinting gene, or as such thing as a natural selection gene. Believe me, that is essentially what Down syndrome has always been. The Center for Disease Control's always defined it as that. If you look at the shape of the skulls of right-wing people, usually conservatives, you're going to find that they actually have a deeper crown, a crown that has a sort of what to call internal bend than what normal people have, mainly causing them to resemble like that of Homo erectus, pre-Homo sapien species. We've never really seen it before. You see, we'd call them Neanderthals, but Neanderthals had more skull room for their brain to grow. These people seem to have a skull more so akin to that of an ape with a shrunken head from the Caribbean. So that's what the science is saying. We're moving really here at the speed of science to figure out what's going on. Okay, at whatever the behest of the Center for Disease Control is asking us. So just await the science, and we're gonna have more developments about this very soon.
So thank you so much, Doctor, because I have so many questions. Because as we all know, the right wingers they believe in science so much. They believe in genetics. They reject the charlatan Lysenko who violated the heckin' laws.
He killed the entire planet.
Yeah, freaking Lysenko violated all the rules of science, right? So they believe in genetics and they believe in all this stuff. They're vaxxed. They believe in everything. I just wanted to ask you. There's the new report. It's a peer-reviewed study, and it shows that right-wing ideology is a form itself of Down syndrome. That they actually all have Down syndrome.
Yes, I co-signed that study.
Right, yeah, and it's a peer-reviewed scientific study, and it can't be refuted unless you reject science. So my question is, what about white nationalism? Is this a form of Down syndrome genetic preservation that they're confusing for all white people? Or can you explain that one? Because it's the genetic origins and the Down syndrome related to it are not well known, at least by me,
Well, I, as Dr. Anthony Fauci from the Center for Disease Control, would like to announce that we have just made a major breakthrough. We've noticed that people who tend to say that for some reason they have a genetic predisposition, okay, to somehow controlling the entire earth and worshipping dead Roman pedophiles have quite literally themselves and their own significant, distinguished 70% higher genetic predisposition to having both monkeypox, some kind of congenital AIDS that we don't have a name for yet, and the extreme variant of Down syndrome that makes you unable to walk from the age of 6, unable to form cogent thoughts, and unable to produce new skin cells when dead skin begins to creep up on you. So it is very much a genetic disorder, okay? We're going to call it Bapinism, or just Bapism for short. Okay, it's a virus that affects the lower area of the spine, okay, and makes its way slowly into the hippocampus and then into the frontal lobe until all cognitive function is removed. It's really something that's tragic. And at the Center for Disease Control, we recommend getting at least 16 different booster shots for your child before they're born. We're developing a new vaccine we're going to call it intra-womb inoculation, and it's going to cause the risk of your child becoming a retarded Greek statue worshiper who believes that homosexuality is the only way to preserve Western civilization. We're going to reduce that risk from 85%, okay, in those who are observed with a 85% genetic predisposition to inheriting that congenital disease. We're lowering it from 85% only down to 15%, depending on whether or not you believe that eating raw liver will cause you to become a better human being and not suffer, again, some kind of foreign syphilis coming from an African country. So, yes.
So thank you so much, Doctor. I was also inquiring, What is the relationship between being right wing and being a homosexual? Is there a genetic link between
Well,
these?
it's not. They commonly like to say correlation is not causation, and they're correct. Causation is causation. Being a flaming homosexual, which is again another congenital disease, is the direct cause of being a right winger. It's very true.
Thank you so much, Doctor. As
The
we're
science confirmed it.
investigating the human biodiversity and learning the genetics, it's clear that we've sequenced all of the DNA of the right wing, and all of their DNA, it's just what they call in the laboratories the retard genes. Where did they get the retard genes from?
Well, they usually get it, supposedly, from being the offsprings of what we like to call wartime rape, and also from the fact that it's actually something called epigenetics. The more that they look at videos and photos of Roman statues with the worst music you've ever heard, okay, in the background, the more likely are they to develop some kind of genetic gross subhuman mutation where they become even more attracted to other men or individuals of the same sex around them until they can't stop their raging homosexuality and they become full on what we like to call faggot mutants. It's something which is very tragic. It's very unstoppable right now. All we can do is contain them and quarantine them in FEMA camps. Fauci and science certified FEMA camps. Well, I mean, really, the scientists have verified it, folks. We've looked at a molecular level and we found that it has something to do with disorders caused by magnets. So, yes, being an extreme wignat is usually the direct cause of homosexuality, again, brought on by genetic mutations from watching radioactive videos of Roman statues.
It seems, thank you so much, Doctor. There's a new report released by a peer-reviewed study, and it shows that affinity toward fascist or neo-Nazi ideologies leads to a change in gender identity and genital status. What is meant by that exactly? What is
genital status means whether or not your testicles have basically shriveled and fallen off, and a neo-vagina begins to grow naturally as a result of mutation. The one that transsexuals have, you see. It's a very scientific term, neo-vagina. Or the genetic status can also mean being a hermaphrodite with some kind of STI. Those are the two meanings of genetic status used in the title of that peer-reviewed study. Now, you see, it is very true. And again, as I said before, we've observed it at a molecular and atomic level here at the Center for Disease Control, that usually when somebody becomes addicted to people who lose war after war, okay, cause millions of their own nation to die while claiming to preserve it, and also claiming that in order to cure your lust, okay, in order to cure your lust and some kind of other STI you may have, the only possible way of doing it is sleeping with underage children, usually males, right? This is usually the result of some kind of, or this usually leads to, forgive me, some kind of attraction to changing your so-called gender, whatever the hell that is, okay, pretending to be a woman, putting on socks that go all the way up to your thighs, and calling yourself Catboy Cabby. We're actually calling it the Nicholas J. Fuentes disease. Yes, it's very viral right now, but it's slowly being contained over time, so I wouldn't worry about catching it unless you're actively trying to. Usually, though, if you would go online, there's another study that the scientists have put out. Okay, if you look it up online, it actually faces the question, why do neo-Nazis keep getting caught with child pornography? Real study, by the way. I highly recommend looking up. Very much scientific analysis going on there. If you want more information to protect yourself and your family.
So, Doctor, thank you so much for your information. This is science we're talking about, and we want to be serious about the science. So I appreciate that we're laying out the facts. There's reports that, what is the line genetically speaking, since we believe in genetics and we trust the science, we're all vaxxed 12 times. What is the connection between Sarah Ashton Cirillo and your average, for example, like BAP supporter or white nationalist or Wignat? Like, what is actually the dividing line between Sarah Ashton Cirillo and genetically speaking, of course?
Genetically speaking,
yeah,
yes.
Genetically speaking. And for example, the internet, what was their name? Grover Publishing. What
Oh,
separates
of course.
Grover Publishing from Sarah Ashton Cirillo in genetic terms?
Well, we've let the observation of differences between those three specimens, okay, those three samples, up to the psychologists and sociologists, these soft sciences, if you will. The reason why is very fascinating. When the Center of Disease Control for the past 5 years placed those three samples in a state of constant scientific observation, okay, rigorous analysis at the molecular level, we found absolutely no genetic, biological, nor evolutionary difference between those three samples. So for that reason, we have to presume that it's clearly just a psychological or sociological effect that caused them only to appear different to the most retarded people who've ever walked the earth. Meanwhile, normal people with some kind of human sapience can really tell that they're all actually just the same, both genetically and in every other aspect whatsoever. So I hope that answers your question.
Indeed, and as we all know, the gene has been discovered. We know Mendel's genes has been proven. It's been discovered in a lab. But has the has a single heterosexual right winger been discovered yet, or is that out of the, have we discovered that yet or no?
Well, we've really tried to find it. We like to call it the missing link. We've really tried to find it. We've done the best we can. Okay, we've had it. The search effort has taken here at the CDC over 35 years now. 3.5 decades. Can you imagine? We've even tried to find any potentiality of heterosexuality among the average right winger. Sadly, we found absolutely no cause whatsoever. I wouldn't say sadly, scientifically, really, the science isn't dealing with emotions, it deals with genetics. We found no cause and no potentiality of heterosexuality among any right-wing sample whatsoever. It's very tragic. It's very tragic.
So doctor, I don't mean to interrupt, but what explains the there's the meme that went around of that the right-wing community, they found this girl, this young woman, and said this was a small ancient Greek towel boy, and they said this is why there was pederastry. Can you explain the towel boy fascination among the BAP community and the wider
Yes.
right wing, and what's going on with that genetically? Of
You
course.
see, you see, there's a chemical, okay, that has a certain conversion rate. That when its conversion rate is activated, okay, it's called lopium. It releases what we like to call the ultimate product, which is the right-wing genome. And this exists in every single right-winger. You can analyze it from birth. For some reason, if you look up, for example, Antonius Hadrian online, what you will find is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of articles by right-wing people. We don't know the sociological reason yet, but we know the evolutionary reason. Okay? Right-wing people constantly observing and praising, okay, the homosexual, not just homosexual, the pedophilic homosexual aspects of ancient Rome. They believe that ancient Rome was the best civilization ever to ever exist whatsoever, much like how there are certain ape species which believe that we need to return back to certain forests which have now been burned down and burned down within 2 years of residency within them. Now, the reason why they're so attracted to such a phenomenon is because of the fact that they believe that Rome was the best way to kill their own race off as much as possible. Be as homosexual as his motto was, be as homosexual as you can, okay, and engage in child pornography as much as humanly possible. The sky was the limit back then for such behaviors, and what we saw is that their race disappeared into history because that was their will. So too is the will of the homosexual right-winger. He does not seek to reproduce, at least biologically. He only seeks to reproduce sociologically. Much like how transsexuals reproduce by way of molestation, so too do right-wingers. There's no actual real difference whatsoever when you get down to the biological sphere at all. So for that reason, they're addicted to pedophilic homosexuality because they want to kill off their own race as much as possible. That's what we've observed at the scientific level.
That's fascinating. We've recently discovered the HB24960 hash gene, which has actually been proven to with a 100% rate of correlation, basically dispose people to be right wing, and it's the same gene that also with a 100% rate disposes people to be gay pedophiles. So
it's not just gay pedophiles. Serial gay pedophiles. There was a psychological study okay, released from the American Center of TND, okay, that seemed to show very clearly that even when right-wingers were arrested 6 times, 3 times, 8 times, even sometimes 18 times, and even sentenced, okay, on many occasions for possession of child pornography or child molestation, when they got released, they would repeatedly do it again as much as possible, with some hints of even competition between them subconsciously, okay, until they were caused to be arrested again for the same crime. So it's an absolute cause. The science has confirmed that at a genomic level, they're absolutely all child rapists, and they want to continue raping children.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Doctor. So, Doctor, we're going to move into the second portion of our conference here, because there are some who doubt your credibilities and they want to challenge some of the things you're saying. So we're going to bring up some people who...
To the FEMA camps with them.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to bring them up and address their concerns, because there are some who claim that, as a matter of fact, right-wingers don't have Down syndrome. It's not a form of Down syndrome. There's some that are claiming that Grover Publishing is really smart and what they say is smart. And they really want to, they want to defend themselves and get their argument. And so we want to bring up these right-wingers. I believe although they have Down syndrome, the X app created by Elon Musk has also given them accessibility options so that people with Down syndrome can request to speak. So that's a good breakthrough.
It's good to hear the voices. It's good to hear the voices of the differently abled.
Yeah, we want to get into the Q&A portion and really bring up people who would want to challenge your authority or argue this point or have objections to it, because I think the science is clear. If you ask me,
the science is very clear.
If you ask me, I mean, the medical consensus is so clear. I don't see how anyone could refute this or oppose it. And let me go ahead and add you as a co-host if you can see people I can't who are requesting to speak, because we really need to get to the bottom of this medical crisis of, the Down syndrome problem of it's spreading. This is the interesting thing, is that genetically speaking, it's spreading almost like it's a virus of sorts, right? And
I brought on a potential one of the afflicted named Kali Yuga Surfer.
Okay.
Kali Yuga is a well-known defect. It's a well-known birth defect among many Baptists. They seem to be born with it incessantly, and we don't know how to remove it at this time. But yes, it's called Kali Yuga. For more information, look up mayoclinic.com/Wignat.
I do believe this is a person of Down syndrome, as we call them, but we will let them speak to the best of their ability. Take your time. We'll be patient. We know you might have difficulties and stuff. Go ahead.
I have one question. What the fuck was that with like the Angela Davis and Trotsky shit?
So, Dr. Fauci, could you? We need your assistance. It's a medical emergency. It seems like the specimen here is spazzing out and like frothing on the floor. They're very confused.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to explain this to you in a way you can understand. We are not talking about TND Max, okay, Looks Max, okay, Bone Smashing, incel.com/forum. We are talking about baptism, biology, genetics, and the apricity.com/forum. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Alright, so, I mean, yeah, I agree.
But he was like, oh, Marxism claims that communism is inevitable, but at the same time, it entails our full subjective participation. And it's like, yeah, you could tell this guy like doesn't even understand basic Protestant predestination. Just like, what a fucking retard. Yeah, and he's also Polish. Yeah. Anyway, when you believe in something is going to happen inevitably, that doesn't mean it's going to happen at your expense necessarily. It means you believe that this is a form of truth that takes a temporal form. Like, this is a form of truth, not just as an object of mental verification in your head, but this is actually the what is guiding history, what is giving meaning to history, and what is giving meaning to my life in some sense, right? So I must dedicate myself to it because it is the truth. It is what's real. It is the future, right? And it's like, oh, well, if it's going to happen, why are you trying to make it happen yourself? If CPUSA 2036 is going to happen, why bother being dedicated and giving effort to bringing it about? Well, you missed the entire point. We're bringing effort and dedicating effort and trying to bring it about precisely because we believe it's real. If I don't want to live anymore, I guess I'd jump off a cliff, but I am here living and breathing. I must make a choice, and my choice is going to reflect my insight into necessity. So that's the view. My choice reflects insight into necessity. He's better than you, even by your own racial whatever terms. You know what this retard says? He goes, but Jackson is a liar. And the evidence he provides for that is that Community Notes tagged his posts about geopolitics. Like, he did that unironically, too. Like, he did the thing of, like, he's going to link Snopes to prove it's actually not real. Oh, but the fact checkers disagreed, so he must be a liar. Yeah, because Community Notes famously never lies. Just like when they said that Jackson, who was in the Bolshoi Theater, and FaceTimed me while he was in that theater, by the way, and posted a video of him in that theater, when he posted a photo and Community Notes said it was digitally altered. So yeah, Wikipedia and Community Notes disagreed. Dude, but this is the thing. He said that Jackson is actually not superior to him because Jackson gets community noted. This guy's going to kill himself in 5 years, straight up. Just watch and you'll see. That is the most pathetic cope I have ever seen. He said that Jackson is not, in fact, superior to him because Community Notes tagged him in a few posts, which was bullshit anyway, but it's like, Jackson, monetarily more successful, physically more successful, by his own standards. And that's something I'm also going to talk about. By this white supremacist neo-Nazi's own standards, he's more white. Jackson's more white than he is. He's everything that he would dream of being, right? But Community Notes is what breaks the camel's back in favor of the anime porn addict. That's fucking crazy. Another thing I want to mention about right-wingers and how they're retarded, which is part of the fact they have Down syndrome, which is actually pretty hilarious, is they're always saying like, oh, the fact that you're insulting me racially proves that as a matter of fact, you've agreed with our whole worldview. It just shows our view is superior. And did you not realize we're like beating the shit out of you? You not realize we're mocking you? The reason we're drawing attention to your racial credentials and being racist is because these are things you have come forward claiming you care about. And it's like the most important thing to you. What can you say? Ricardo Reporter. Hello. What's going on?
Hello. Hey. Please. Hi. How are you? Hello. Hello. What's going on? How are you? What's up, man? How are you? What's your name?
Go ahead and
what's your name?
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on, but something is. And that's what's important. That's what matters. Something is going on because at least this person is stepping up to debate. But let's see what they're trying to say. I'll give you another chance to actually string together a coherent sentence. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
Alright, you're getting banned.
Okay,
Alright, this is a valiant attempt, but communism still wins, unfortunately for the right. And he went back to requesting. Like, he's so intent on just spending the night, getting on up here, and asking me, how are you? And that's like his purpose in life. That's his whole life purpose. And, you know, it's just, I don't know how people have the time. That's what I want to know. Like, where do you get the time to do this? It's pretty crazy. Now, let me go on a limb and say, I think mocking the death of anyone is a satanic form of hubris. And why do I think that? Even when a person deserves it. Let's say I'm a literal executioner. Let's say there's this person named Phil, scumbag, pedophile, child rapist, serial killer, murderer, right? Who's a neo-Nazi. And I have his head on the chopping block, and I take a great sword, and I exact justice and chop his head off. Will Haas hesitate? I will not hesitate. If I'm ordained as an executioner and as a lawful part of some civilization, of course I won't hesitate. It's justice is justice. By the way, I'm not a sentimental person. I believe in being very harsh and brutal when you have to be for purposes of honor and justice. But ask me if I'll joke about it. Ask me if I'll make fun of that person just dying. No, it's a very serious thing. You don't joke about that. The executioners of the Cheka during the Russian Civil War, who had to put a bullet in the back of the neck of the enemy, they didn't joke about it because it's no laughing matter. You don't take that lightly. You take that lightly, you're one of two things. You're either a fucking bitch who needs a big wake-up call because you don't understand the weight and meaning of what a life is because you take yours for granted. Or two, you're a monstrous zombie psychopath who has lost any ability to regulate their sense of reality, and you can go on a killing spree and become a terrorist with ease. And either way, as far as I can see it, you are not a human being in my eyes if you fall into one of those two categories. Even if you are a brutal, bloody dictator who massacres millions of people, you don't take death lightly. Genghis Khan did not take death lightly. He didn't take it lightly. That's a very serious thing. You don't take that lightly. You take that lightly, then you not only disrespect the people who just died, you disrespect your own life, you disrespect the life of people around you, you disrespect your ancestors, and you disrespect God. Thank you, Sleeper Cell. So my main problem is not brutality and violence per se. This is an ugly world, and wars happen in this world. Now, I would prefer there to be no violence. I'm not saying violence is a good thing. No one should take pleasure in it. But I'm not here to moralize and be sentimental because this is a harsh, brutal fucking world, and I understand that, right? But what I find so disgusting and unforgivable is how lightly people are treating this matter. That's what's always bothered me. What's always bothered me is the lightheartedness that corresponds to how people treat matters of death. Because they're committing a form of sacrilege that I find unforgivable. And as a matter of fact, in my ideal utopia, people who take death lightly, mocking the death of others like this, should themselves be executed. I'm not saying this because I'm some butterfly, you understand, who's afraid of death. If you can't tell, I'm fucking crazy in some way, right? So, I'm not some butterfly who's sitting here moralizing and being sentimental. I'll give you an example of this. I believe that Azov terrorists should be executed. I believe they should just be executed. They are a danger to society. They are anti-human scum. And I understand the full implications of their lives being taken away. I understand that. I'm fully aware of it. And it still needs to happen. It still needs to happen. Do you think people in Donbass have time to waste their resources trying to re-educate terrorists and trying to reform them? No. You're a terrorist, you want to hurt children, you want to laugh and kill people and make jokes about it, you need to get your fucking head chopped off. You know? And nobody should be laughing about this and nobody should be joking about it because it's a serious matter. So, I do believe in the death penalty, by the way. I believe in it. But I also understand the gravity of that. I understand what it means. I understand it's not something you can fucking make tweets about. It's like that kid who died in Brooklyn, that Brooklyn activist. As harsh as I am, do I think he deserves to fucking die? No, why? Only a fucking coward who doesn't understand the gravity and weight of what a life is would say that that person deserves to die. Because this generation, I guess they've been raised on action movies and video games. So it's easy to just say that, oh, I disagree with you. Oh, I want you to die. I don't tell people that because they disagree with me. I tell people that when they wrong me personally. I say, fucking kill yourself, you piece of shit. And why do I say that, by the way? Because when someone does something so egregious in my eyes, so dishonest, disgusting, and slimy, it is an affront to the air they breathe. It's an affront to life itself. So, I'm saying that in the strongest possible words as a wake-up call. Like, wake the fuck up. What you're doing is unworthy of life itself. So if you're going to continue this behavior, fucking kill yourself and remove yourself from this world. Right? But of course, the whole point isn't for them to kill themselves, but to stop doing the bad shit that they're doing. You understand? The whole point is stop doing that shit because it's unbecoming of a life. Right? But even then, I'll probably repent someday for saying that shit. Even then. When someone actually fucking dies, you need to understand the gravity of the situation. And by the way, I'm going to tell you this one with 100% seriousness. One of the biggest reasons Daria's murder impacted me as much as it did is because I realized it's a new game now. You know, I didn't want to have to be some kind of fucking monster who's going to be glad. If Dylan Burns gets killed, I'm going to be glad. I'm not going to lie to you. If he gets fucking killed, Dylan Burns, and Russia bombs him in Ukraine, I straight up think that's a just thing for what he fucking did. You think I'm happy about this new situation we're in, this new kind of environment that these disgusting scum have created? I'm not. I don't want people to die. I don't want the stakes to have to be taken to that level. But guess what? If I got a phone call and it said Dylan Burns just got bombed in Ukraine, I would say, very strongly, I would say, he fucking deserved that. And I would know the full gravity of my words. And I'd understand fully what I said. And why? Because Dylan Burns justified the murder of a philosopher who is also the daughter of an infamous philosopher, who did nothing else, who is not even working for the Russian government in any capacity, who is just an intellectual that he disagreed with, and he celebrated her murder. So if Dylan Burns gets killed in Ukraine, you think I'm going to mourn his death? I'm not. I'm going to say he fucking deserved that. Like, he had that coming, you know? He had that fucking coming. By his own logic, too. And he is huge. He is like one of the most powerful, prominent pastors in this country, right? He's worth at least like I don't know, 600 million or something, or even more. I mean, he is so beloved. People like worship this guy, right? He's a pastor of a mega church. It's called the mega church, right? Let me show you this mega church pastor. And let me tell you if this tells you anything about human nature and American culture. Ready? Look at this. Look at this man. Going in blind. Going in blind. You don't know anything about it. What does this look like to you? I mean, look him in the eyes. And this is not just a bad angle. This is not just a bad angle, okay? Because he looks like this in general. I just couldn't find a high-resolution picture. But his eyes are like piercing evil like that the whole time, right? Maybe you've seen him. But he looks really evil and devilish. There's something really evil about this guy, just how he looks, right? So ask the question, wow, his speeches must be really good and how he's brainwashing Americans into buying into his thing. How could?
Is that carpet Afghan?
It is. Thank you so much, Turbo. It's either Afghan or Pakistani. I don't know. Okay? So you must be thinking to yourself like, okay, this guy must be like really manipulative. If he just looks like a devil and people are still totally enthralled by him in America, they must be really brainwashed, right? But I got to thinking, and what I realized is that Kenneth Copeland, I'll find a better picture of him. But I got to thinking about it, right? I just want to show you. This is an even better picture. Kenneth Copeland. Here he is. He looks like a devil. Just that, and this is his official photo, so it's not a photo taken out of context. Look at this. What does this guy look like to you, right? It's just, you see it, I see it, the world can see it, right? So I got to thinking, and I started to realize something. I don't think Americans, you could say they're stupid, but I don't think Americans are incapable of recognizing that this is an evil guy. And as a matter of fact, because of some twist of Protestant culture here, somehow, of Calvinism or something, right? The very reason he is revered and respected and worshipped is because he's evil. Because of his evil. Because he looks evil and acts evil. That's why people respect him. We respect power. Particularly cruel power. Particularly evil power. And yes, we do. Don't you for a goddamn second say, if you grew up in this country, we don't worship evil power? Yes, we do. Every example of evil power we can name in this country is worshipped. When you can get away with it. And I can't explain this theologically. I just know this is a fact. We worship evil because it's powerful. And we implicitly believe that evil is powerful and good is weak. And this is something we believe for some reason. But I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Well, Haas, why don't you just go live in Asia? Because I believe this is true, and I am here to bring this truth to America. Even if it means I will be wiped out. I don't care. If there's anything I want to die for, and living out all my years in life, on my deathbed, if there's one thing I want to accomplish, I want to assert the might and power of justice. Justice which is cold, blind, brutal, and yet just. And only from there can you have mercy. And I do believe in mercy, by the way. I do believe in mercy. But mercy cannot stem from weakness. It has to stem from strength. So let me continue talking about what I mean to say. We are headed for a situation in this country. All hell is going to break. Maybe it's not going to last for too long, but I can, who knows where the end of the road is going to be. But I'm just going to tell you, law and order will break down. And yes, the carnage will be televised. It'll be live streamed. It'll be live streamed. You're going to see people killing, raping, beheading. It's going to be live streamed. There's going to be audiences cheering it on. It's going to be fucking cannibalism. And people are going to start outdoing each other to see who can be more infamously fucking evil. And you know what that is, guys? It's a killer clown. You know how a clown earns a living off of being amusing and entertaining? Add that with being a killer, and it works. You know, there's something about that. This country is destined for an era of killer clowns, you know? I mean, death is fascinating after all, isn't it? Right? And that voice, that conscience that says, hey guys, this is wrong and this is immoral, it's very easy for that voice to start getting drowned out, you know? Shut up, bitch, you're weak. You sound like Mr. Mackey from South Park. And it's true, isn't it? Because the authority of morality has not been established in this country. There's no authority of morality. There's no authority of justice. What do you have? A meek person pleading and begging with monsters? That doesn't cut it and that doesn't work. Justice and morality require an authority. Now, I'm a Muslim, but let me tell you something. The Christian religion has been perverted and twisted, and I know that. I know the Christian religion has been perverted and twisted because they make it seem like Christ was only a lamb, but that's not true. Christ was an authority. Christ rebuked the wicked by his authority. Christ said, I come here with the sword. I mean, can you guys fucking believe it? I mean, this video of that guy getting stabbed, it's being celebrated. Okay. We are in store for a very, very, very bloody, bloody future. Just from that response and reaction. Just from that response and reaction. That's clear to me. That's clear to me. Because how do I know this though, right? Because think about it. All it takes, I know this is a cringe quote, it's probably from Harry Potter or some shit, but it's true, you know? All it takes is not necessarily for everyone to become evil, but for the authority of good people to break down. All it takes is for good people to not speak out. Right? Because let me tell you what's going to start happening. There's going to be a video of a guy who's just going to start killing people, right? And guess what? There's going to be a bold, really bold take by Bronze Age Pervert on his Twitter. Based. And he's going to put the Chad, what is that black and white Chad, Chad photo, that meme. Based, and he's going to get like 10,000 likes. And there's going to be people in the replies, come on, man, it's a murder. Come on, man, that's a murder. Each of those will get 10 likes each. You know? And then very quickly, it's going to start getting normalized. Very quickly, it'll start getting normalized. It's like, and it's going to encourage more of that behavior. Like, then there's going to be, okay, I want to go famous. He's going to start doing it. And it's going to keep getting more and more normalized until we're living in fucking hell on earth, right? And it's total fucking carnage. Yeah, the Giga Chat. And it's total fucking carnage. And that's what we're in store for. That's what we're in store for. And, you know, prepare, for God's sake, prepare for it. You know, I live life paranoid. You know, I live life thinking about, you know, can someone enter my home? If there was an emergency situation, how would I defend myself and my loved ones? These are the things I think about, so you need to think about that. You know? You can't be living in this world thinking, oh, it's not, there's no way that could, yes, it could. You could be walking on the street, someone can come kill you, and they would celebrate it on the internet. And it would happen, and they would kill you and your family, and they would celebrate it on the internet. And it'd keep happening, and they keep celebrating. You gotta prepare, you know? I'm telling you this is a wake-up call. And I've been telling you this for years. It's just going to keep getting worse. And I've noticed this fucking trend. Like, I know how the internet game works. The bold and edgy based, that's all you have to keep saying. And it's like, it'll work. It'll spiral into total carnage. And I think we are in store for total carnage. And I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the happiest fucking person in the world. But if I'm not wrong, if law and order breaks down in this country, if we have total carnage, then we will need to reinstate the authority of justice and morality by force. And that's what good human beings will have to do. And perhaps on the basis of that, we will build an empire on this continent as a civilization. Not we as an internet stream, but we as a country will build an empire on this continent. When I say empire, I mean we will build a true authority of state, a true authority of a civilization, which we're lacking now. The very nature of the technology of social media accelerates in this direction.